Have you ever had an experience of waking up from a nightmare and finding yourself in another nightmare? Lu Sheng is now. Lu Sheng! A stern voice exploded in my ears like thunder. Lu Sheng looked up with a dizzy look, and there was still the confusion and helplessness that had just woken up from his sleep. The middle-aged man on the podium pushed his glasses on his nose and stared at him with a look of regret. There are only more than 200 days left before the college entrance examination. Don't want to work hard and still have the intention to sleep in class. With your grades, if you graduate, people may not want you when you go to the construction site to move bricks. Do you know what is the minimum qi and blood standard for cement workers on construction sites now? 0.8. Have your qi and blood value reached 0.8? Lu Sheng lowered his head and rubbed his swollen temples while obediently listening to the class teacher's scolding. The little fat man sitting on his left hand secretly turned to look at him. Have you had a nightmare again? Lu Sheng nodded, without saying anything, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. He has been dreaming about the same dream for 3 days in a row and frequently. Lu Sheng could not describe what kind of dream it was. He only remembered that the scene in the dream was very dilapidated, desolate, and depressing. He stood in a daze and was at a loss, with wandering monsters everywhere. It's a nightmare. Lu Sheng is very sure of this, because after encountering this dream, he became very sleepy and his sleep quality was extremely poor. Although I have been sleeping for more than 10 hours a day, my whole body is the same as if I have been insomnia all night. So in these 3 days, Lu Sheng's qi and blood value dropped by 0.02. 0.02. How many tonics do you need to take? And how many days can you make up for it if you exercise for life? Lu Sheng was in a terrible mood. After school, Lu Sheng walked listlessly on the way out of school with his school bag on his back. Someone called his name, caught up from behind, and stood in front of him. Lu Sheng, go online? It was the little fat guy who was in class during the day. His name is Lu Qiming, and he is one of the few friends of Lu Sheng. Faced with Lu Qiming's invitation, Lu Sheng shook his head. I won't go home. Go home so early. It's not like your style. Go online. I'll cover all the drinks and online fees today. Lu Qiming patted his chest and sincerely invited him. Lu Sheng shook his head and explained. I really won't go anymore. I want to go back early to make up for my sleep. You have been sleeping for a day in class today, and haven't woken up yet? Lu Qiming showed an exaggerated expression on his face. Lu Sheng was too lazy to explain, so he waved his hand and continued to move forward. Lu Qiming wanted to persuade him again, but at this time, a few boys ran over quickly. Lu Qiming, are you going to go online? Come here, come now. Lu Qiming finally glanced at Lu Sheng, said nothing, and left the other boys in Lu Sheng dynasty and ran away. Lu Sheng watched Lu Qiming's back as he walked away, and during this period, students wearing black and blue school uniforms continued to pass by both sides of him. These people rushed towards the school gate in a bustling manner and quickly left the school gate, like a turbid river, drifting away in the bustle. Why? Lu Sheng sighed softly, and the thoughts in his mind began to surging. He almost forgot that he had lived in this world for almost 18 years. Lu Sheng's memory of his previous life is now very blurred, and sometimes he even thinks that it is just a dream. A dream that he will have repeatedly since he was a child. It's like the one he's always dreaming about recently. No house or car, sing, white-collar workers, hiking, falling off a cliff, wake up. Lu Sheng murmured with keywords in his mouth, and his eyes gradually became empty until he pronounced the last word. Traveling. Yes, Lu Sheng traveled through time. In the world of his previous life, there was no martial arts, nor the monsters that ran out of the cracks in the underground. What is reported in the TV news is not the monster attack and the duel between the martial artists. What makes the students in the school headache is not the chi and blood value, combat effectiveness index, and practical class results, but the endless math, physics, chemistry, and foreign language test papers. Sometimes Lu Sheng missed that world quite a bit, because that world at least. Peace and tranquility. Lu Sheng opened the door. He saw his father Lu Dehai lying on the armrest of the sofa with his upper body naked, and his mother Zheng Yufan was tearing apart a plaster and looking for a suitable place on Lu Dehai's back. Lu Sheng noticed his father's back with a patchful patch, and his eyes stinged, and he shouted, "I'm back! Are you hungry? Why don't you eat an apple first, and I'll cook right away?" Zheng Yufan said to him, while pressing the plaster on Lu Dehai. Lu Sheng shook his head and dragged his school bag towards his room. He stopped halfway and turned to the sofa and whispered, "Why don't you go back and buy a blood moxibustion instrument? That thing can stimulate chi and blood, relax muscles, and activate the meridians, and is also very effective in massage and healing injuries. My classmate's family has one. Hey, what's my injury? I'll endure it for a few days. It's better to save money to buy supplements for you." Lu Dehai quickly rejected Lu Sheng's proposal, and then tried hard to turn his head to look at him. "How is your chi and blood value recently? Have you broken through 0.85? I read the news today and said that the chi and blood value of this year's undergraduate score line of the college entrance examination has been raised by 0.01 again. I understand. I'll go back to my room to exercise now." When Lu Sheng heard this, his heart tightened and rushed into his room as if he was running away. He was so guilty. If Lu Dehai knew that his recent chi and blood value had not only not improved, but had also dropped, he would have to jump up from the sofa and take the shoe board and slap him hard. The new book is set sale. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Lu Sheng closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He only feels a little relaxed when he stays in this small room that belongs only to him. The room is not big, with a single bed and desk in the corner. In the middle is a 2 by 1.5 black yoga mat with dumbbells, grips, sandbags, and other exercise equipment around the yoga mat. This is Lu Sheng's martial arts exercise room and lounge. Lu Sheng put down his school bag, took off his coat and pants, and then sat on the yoga mat. He came back immediately after school. In fact, he mainly wanted to exercise more so that he could make up for the chi and blood value that had declined due to nightmares in the past 2 days as soon as possible. At his age, his body is developing rapidly in all aspects, which should be the stage when the chi and blood value surges. Unless it is injured or serious illness, it is almost impossible for a decline in chi and blood value. Therefore, the incident that happened to Lu Sheng is considered very serious and must be corrected and curbed in a timely manner. After calming down for a moment, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, "The 13th set of radio gymnastics, start." Then, Lu Sheng's body began to make movements one after another. These movements are somewhat similar to yoga, but they are very different from yoga, so it is quite appropriate to describe them as gymnastics. The 24 martial arts body refining styles promoted by the World Martial Arts Alliance are said to have been created by the masters of the Martial Arts Alliance based on ancient yoga techniques, ancient martial arts, ancient jiu-jitsu, etc., and are most suitable for laying the foundation for beginners of martial arts. The version I practice now is the 13th edition after being revised, and the effect is several times better than the first edition of the first edition. Since the world has undergone drastic changes more than 300 years ago, cracks have appeared in the sky and the earth, and a large number of strange-shaped terrifying monsters have emerged. The development trajectory of this world has completely changed. After most of the thermal weapons lost their effect against monsters, humans began to find new ways to defend themselves. Perhaps because of the emergence of monsters facing genocide, a certain genetic lock in human body was broken, and individual strength could easily rise to a height that they never dared to imagine in the past. So martial arts began to shine. Martial arts are developing rapidly and changing with each passing day. It has been developed to this day that the whole people practice martial arts and work hard to practice has become a social trend. But even so, humans are still at an absolute disadvantage in the battlefield of fighting for survival space with monsters. Almost every day, news of the fall of towns comes, and the human population continues to decline sharply. This is what the head teacher often tells Lu Sheng and the others. You were born in a turbulent era and must shoulder the responsibilities of this era. You are practicing martial arts for the rise of mankind, and each of you is the spark of martial arts. Hoo-hoo! Lu Sheng stopped his body movements and sat on the yoga mat and slowly adjusted his breathing. He did the 24 movements of the body refining technique 3 times in one breath, and his body was covered in thin sweat, and his originally pale face also had a hint of redness. If you don't have nightmares anymore, you should be able to make up for the deficit blood value in 1 week. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. So far, Lu Sheng has not found the reason for his nightmare. He used his mobile phone to check information online, and the reasons for nightmares are generally 4: sleeping position, diet, illness and spirit. The first 3 factors can be ruled out. Could it be that it is caused by the psychological pressure of the college entrance examination approaching? Lu Sheng could not confirm. It is logical that people who have experienced the college entrance examination for 2 lifetimes should have much better psychological endurance than normal people. Not so. Lu Sheng was resting while thinking about it. As I thought about it, my sleepiness slowly surged up like a tide. Lu Sheng yawned unconsciously, his eyelids drooped, his body slowly lying down, and gradually fell asleep. The lead-gray sky and the black earth were filled with a trace of gray mist. Depressed, despair, desolate. The first time Lu Sheng woke up, he saw the scene in front of him. It's this nightmare again. Lu Sheng was completely helpless. Wake up and wake up! Lu Sheng grabbed the flesh on his arms and face hard, trying to wake him up from his dream, but it was useless. Unless he reaches a certain point in time, he will always be in this nightmare. A strange sound came from my ear, as if someone was stuck in his throat, accompanied by the rustling sound of mopping the floor. Here you come! Lu Sheng felt a wail in his heart. Soon, the gray fog not far from his left dissipated, and a tall, stiff human figure appeared in front of him. The human figure has a gray complexion, and the eye sockets are deep inside. There are no eyeballs, only a pair of hollows. There is a long gap on the face, and you can clearly see the grayish-white face bones and black flesh. The human figure is stiff and slow in movement. He is wearing a onesie similar to the Victory Team uniform, but it is already very dirty, and there is dirt everywhere. It is almost exactly the same as the zombies Lu Sheng saw in the movies in his previous life. The new book is set sale. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Run? The first reaction in Lu Sheng's mind. He did this before. The one-piece zombie was very slow and could not catch up with him. Previously, Lu Sheng gradually lost consciousness while constantly running away and then woke up. But this time, Lu Sheng changed his mind. No more running. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves quite a bit. Anyway, it's a dream. Even if you're bitten, it doesn't matter. If you die in a dream, you might be able to wake up faster. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng simply took the initiative to strode towards the onesie zombie. Although my grades in school are not good, my chi and blood value is at least 0.8. Whether it is strength or speed, it exceeds the standard of a normal adult male in his previous life. Are you afraid that you are just a zombie? According to the World Martial Arts Alliance standard, the chi and blood value of a first-level warrior is 1.5, and the combat power is 150. Lu Sheng can now be considered half a formal warrior. Although Lu Sheng's actual combat course scores are very poor, and he only knows a little simple fighting skills, it does not affect his current momentum at all. Fengshen's legs! Lu Sheng called out the name of the moves he had read in the novels in his previous life, and a run-up section was a part of it, and a flying kick hit the tall zombie hard in the chest. The tall zombie took a few steps back, and her clumsy body stood unsteadily under such a huge impact, and fell to the ground with her back. A clear, 41-sized half-shoe print was left on his jumpsuit. It seems, but that's the case. With this kick, Lu Sheng's confidence instantly increased. He saw the tall zombie in a onesie struggling and trying to stand up again, so he hurried up to finish the fight. Lu Sheng punched the tall zombie twice in the face with bare hands. The fist seemed to hit a dried coconut shell, causing the back of Lu Sheng's hand to hurt. Lu Sheng grinned his teeth while looking for tools to use. Soon, I found a stone the size of a watermelon a few meters away. Lu Sheng grabbed the stone and pointed it at the head of the tall zombie. The zombies in the movie are all weak in their heads, so there should be no problem. Lu Sheng muttered and used force hard on his hands. Click! The crisp sound of a broken nose bone. The watermelon-sized stone was embedded in the face of the tall zombie. The tall zombie's body twitched twice, and then there was no movement. Nailed it! Lu Sheng confirmed that the tall zombie was so dead that he sat on the ground and gasped. I have to say that this dream is really real. Lu Sheng could even feel the sound of his heart beating violently. No code is awake yet, Lu Sheng muttered, intending to stand up. At this moment, he saw the tall zombies in front of him collapse like sand, and quickly weathered and disappeared in just a few seconds. And a wisp of black smoke evaporated from the weathered corpse of the tall zombie, and rushed into Lu Sheng's chest like an arrow. Ah! Lu Sheng was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a heat flow spread out from his chest, accompanied by a large number of tiny memories, which quickly passed through his mind like a movie scene. What do you want to do after graduation? Join the base defense team. I heard that the training of the defense force is very hard and dangerous. It's nothing, this is my dream. Laugh. From now on, you will be a member of the base number 1359 Defense Force, number YH48549. Yes, sir. I will definitely not let you down. Excited? Breathing method, body refining technique. I will practice these two things I teach you, eating, sleeping and going to the toilet. With more strength, you can have more chances to save your life when encountering strange beasts in the future. Understand, sir? Second team. The second team. The third team. Damn it, what about people? Are they all dead? Stop. Who are you? No. YH48549 met the superior. What are you doing here? Which team are you from? Report to the chief, Squad 7. Immediately. Let your captain come to see me. Report. Report to the commander, the captain and the others are all dead, and I am the only one left in this 7th team. Silence. The base gate is broken. A strange beast. There are strange beasts everywhere. Black fog. That is, what? Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes filled with deep sadness. He seemed to have watched a long movie. The protagonist is a tall and handsome boy. The first half of the movie seems dull and boring, and is basically a scene of the hard work of the boy. The second half became heavier. Fight after battle. Every battle is accompanied by blood and death. the number of partners around the boy has decreased one by one. The sky is always gray, and sadness and pain fill every inch of memory. Finally, the picture was frozen in the broken city wall, and terrifying beasts and large patches of black mist swept over in the sky. Even Lu Sheng couldn't help but be moved by the despair and depression that the world was about to be swallowed by darkness.
What did this guy go through during his lifetime?
Lu Sheng murmured. There is no doubt that the memory he just accepted should be the memory of the tall zombie he killed during his lifetime. And this memory is like a doomsday disaster movie. The new book is set sail. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone.
Also, why can I still get his memory if I kill him? Because is this in a dream?
Lu Sheng felt a lot of doubts in his heart. Unfortunately, no one can answer his question, and he can only find all the answers himself. Lu Sheng calmed down and began to walk in the wilderness. Soon, several wandering zombies appeared in front of Lu Sheng. These zombies were wearing dirty and tattered overalls, one of which was wearing a yellow safety helmet on his head, which was much worse than the previous onesie zombies. This time, Lu Sheng was not afraid at all and rushed forward quickly at the zombie wearing a yellow safety helmet. Click! Lu Sheng rushed forward and twisted his arm, and simply twisted the other party's neck neatly. Looking at the head of the zombie rolling to his feet like a broken ball, Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. He looked at his hands, a little disbelief.
When did I become so strong?
Lu Sheng recalled a series of actions he had just made. It seems that I have used it countless times in actual combat, and it has almost become an instinct, so I subconsciously used it. That kind of precision and coldness was a state he never dared to imagine before.
Is it because I absorbed the memory of the zombie in the onesie?
Lu Sheng analyzed. The onesie zombie seemed to be a combatant named base number 1359 during her lifetime. Although she was not strong enough, she had experienced many battles and had rich practical experience. Lu Sheng absorbed his memories and naturally inherited this part of his skills.
It's simply against the sky.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh.
I easily gained the experience of others for a lifetime. If only this wasn't a dream.
It is precisely because you are dreaming that no matter what incredible things happen, it seems normal. It's quite strange to say. Lu Sheng clearly realized that he was dreaming, but he just couldn't wake up. At this time, the zombie that had just been killed by Lu Sheng in seconds also began to weather, and a black smoke came out of its body and penetrated into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng quickly absorbed this part of the memory. This time the memory disappointed Lu Sheng a little. The safety helmet zombie was just an ordinary pipe repairman during her lifetime. There were very few parts in my memory that interest Lu Sheng, almost nothing. The only valuable thing is probably from the memory of the hard helmet zombie, which shows that he and the onesie zombie should have come from the same place, base number 1359.
It seems that I need to find that base number 1359. Maybe there, I can find the truth behind this dream.
Lu Sheng said to himself. He has now completely regarded this dream as a puzzle upgrade game. Hunting zombies wandering around the wilderness can provide him with experience to upgrade and clues to the next step. As for what the clue points to, Lu Sheng doesn't know and doesn't care. He just simply spent time so that this nightmare would be more interesting and not so tormenting.
If you want to upgrade faster, you still need to find combat zombies to hunt. Their memories will be more helpful to me. As for how to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, just look at the clothes. After clarifying his thoughts, Lu Sheng accelerated his pace and began to selectively choose the target he hunted. Lu Sheng ran in the wilderness for a while, and soon encountered a combat zombie like the first zombie he killed, wearing a one-piece suit similar to the victory team. Because he didn't care about injury or death, Lu Sheng rushed towards a zombie without any worries. This zombie looks a little more advanced than the first one,
and has an extra weapon on her hand. The rusty iron rod more than 1 meter long has a broken fracture at the tip, and it is impossible to tell what weapon it is. Roar! The zombie immediately let out a series of unpleasant roars when he saw Lu Sheng's mouth, and then slowly picked up the iron stick in his hand and hit Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng flexibly avoided the attack of the iron rod, then approached the opponent and elbowed him hard in the opponent's throat. Click! A crisp sound of a broken neck. The iron stick zombie's head flipped back at a strange angle. Lu Sheng knocked it down with a punch, then snatched the iron stick in the other party's hand and quickly finished the stab on its head. Once, twice. When the corpse of the iron stick zombie begins to weather, it means the battle is over. A black smoke penetrated into Lu Sheng's body. The base, fall, bearing to the end, doomsday, fire. Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. This time, the memory absorption gave him a lot of skills and experience about spear weapons, but the memory was very chaotic. Lu Sheng suspected that this guy had gone crazy before he died. Various strange beasts flashed from time to time in the read screen, and the memory was filled with a strong aura of despair and depression. Continue. Lu Sheng sorted out this memory, picked up the weapon iron rod he just obtained, to be precise, half a spear, and prepared to continue exploring. But at this moment, a dull sound came from his ears. Bang bang. With this sound, everything around Lu Sheng became illusory and unstable. A violent sound of smashing the door woke Lu Sheng up. He tried to open his eyes, and slowly sat up from the yoga mat. Then I heard a crisp and cold female voice coming in from outside the door. It's time to eat. How long will you stay in the room? The new book is set sale. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. It was the voice of my sister Lu Qinghe. Lu Sheng could imagine Lu Qinghe's current expression through the door. There is a little impatience in the indifference. Lu Qinghe has always looked down on his brother. Lu Sheng is about to be 18 this year. With a qi and blood value of 0.8, it has dropped to 0.78 in the past few days, and his combat index and practical course scores are all in a mess. The total score is not good in Baihe City. Baihe number 3 middle school belongs to the middle and lower reaches. With such results, Lu Sheng's college entrance examination is even difficult to get into the undergraduate entrance examination. But Lu Qinghe is different. I just turned 16 this year. The last time I tested the qi and blood value had exceeded 1.0, and my combat power index exceeded 100. I am quite talented in actual combat. Currently studying in the best Baihe number 1 middle school genius class in Baihe City. If this trend continues, it is entirely possible to impact the qualification of a key Wuhan University student to be admitted in 2 years. To summarize it in one sentence, Lu Qinghe is a genius, an absolute genius. Compared with Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng was mediocre in the soil. A cliched combination of a mediocre brother and a genius sister. Although the Lu family did not prefer any child because of the difference in martial arts talent, Lu Sheng felt that this was the reason why Lu Qinghe had always had a bad relationship with him. Perhaps in Lu Qinghe's heart, if it were not for the drag of his mediocre brother, she would have been able to reach a higher level now, so she could have been poured into all the resources of the entire family. I understand, come now. Lu Sheng responded, and the knock on the door outside immediately stopped abruptly. At this time, Lu Sheng also recovered from his sanity. He obviously realized that he had just experienced another nightmare. However, unlike in the past, Lu Sheng did not feel uncomfortable after this nightmare. The condition is unexpectedly good. No fatigue, no sleepiness, I feel very energetic. Lu Sheng was a little surprised. He tried to recall everything he had experienced in his dream. After a moment, Lu Sheng was shocked. I remember all those memories, the memories I got from zombies.
The various combat skills inherited are still firmly engraved in my muscle memory, even.
Lu Sheng waved his fist at the air.
Even the strength seems to have increased a little.
This is particularly incredible. You must know that strength comes from qi and blood. The increase in physical fitness will inevitably be the result of the increase in qi and blood. Lu Sheng felt that his strength had increased. Wouldn't he feel that his qi and blood value had increased? Can a dream increase in qi and blood? A fantasy. Lu Sheng could not believe it, and suspected that these were his own illusions. Of course, the most direct way to verify the authenticity of this feeling is naturally to do a comprehensive physical test.
First, go find a martial arts hall to test.
Lu Sheng quickly calmed down his agitation, cleaned up a little, and then walked out of the room. The only thing Lu Sheng, who has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, is probably his calm mind. Lu Sheng buried his head and squeezed his rice into his mouth, like a person who had been hungry for several days. When he picked up the clean empty bowl and handed it to his mother Zheng Yufan, he asked for another bowl. He suddenly found that the 3 people on the dining table looked at him with a strange look. Only then did Lu Sheng realize. My appetite today seems to be a bit exaggerated.
Forget it, I'm full.
Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment and wanted to take back the bowl. But Lu Dahai snatched it away.
What? Can you still be hungry at home? My child, go steam a pot of rice and stir-fry 2 more dishes.
My mother Zheng Yufan responded and stood up. Lu Dahai seemed quite happy, looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, and said,
This is the case during the development period of boys. They can't feel full if they eat. The head was raised up quickly. I will buy some supplements tomorrow. The developmental period is a good time to increase qi and blood. Don't waste it.
Lu Sheng nodded.
Whether it will rise again, it will be 18 soon.
Lu Qinghe next to him grabbed a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, making a disdainful sound while chewing. Lu Dahai glared at her and said,
Don't always hit your brother. It's a good thing to be able to get a little bit higher. Those who graduate from Wuhan University with undergraduate degree and Wuhan University with junior college degree can have 2 treatments.
Lu Qinghe curled his lips and said nothing. Lu Sheng didn't say anything. To be honest, he was shocked by the appetite tonight. He ate 7 bowls of rice and didn't feel full. You know, Lu Qinghe only eats 5 bowls of rice on his own. Lu Qinghe's qi and blood value is 0.2 more than Lu Sheng, and he has always had twice the appetite of Lu Sheng.
Maybe the qi and blood value has really increased. It's not my illusion.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. My mother Zheng Yufan quickly fried 2 more meat dishes and served them. Lu Sheng ate 2 more bowls of rice, then said hello to her family, and went out directly. He can't wait to test his current values in all aspects. The new book is set sale. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you everyone.
Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall.
Lu Sheng followed the mobile phone navigation and stopped in front of the martial arts hall closest to his home. This martial arts hall has a small storefront and is neither well decorated nor bad. It is considered an ordinary private martial arts hall.
The owner of the museum, in Hongchuan, is a 4th-level warrior. He is good at home boxing. He has won the top 10 martial arts exchange meetings in the 23rd by his city.
An admissions advertisement was posted at the entrance of the martial arts hall, and Lu Sheng read it out as he watched it. The words,
Level 4 Warrior,
in the advertisement attracted some attention from Lu Sheng. According to the standards released by the World Martial Arts Alliance, warriors with a peak blood value of more than 200 and a combat power index of more than 100,000 can be called level 4.
The qi and blood value is equivalent to more than 200 me, and the combat power index is more than 100 times that of me.
Lu Sheng roughly imagined that realm in his mind, and the results he got were very exaggerated. The greater the gap between the next level of martial arts, the greater the difference between the next level. A level 4 warrior is considered a master, and a well-known figure even in the entire Baihe city. From this point of view, this martial arts museum still has some foundation. But this has nothing to do with Lu Sheng. The charging standards for admissions advertisements are not something he can afford at all. It is already very difficult for a martial arts student from an ordinary family to maintain the supplements needed for daily martial arts practice, let alone sign up for extracurricular classes to learn boxing and improve his practical level. That is the treatment that only children from wealthy families are eligible for. Children from ordinary families should lay a solid foundation and work hard to improve their qi and blood value.
If Lu Sheng had an idea, his family might give her the money. I forget it. Besides, there is a way to absorb zombie martial arts memories in my dreams, and I don't need such tutoring.
Lu Sheng thought, and strode into the Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. When you enter the martial arts hall, there is a front desk. The person in charge of the front desk is a girl in her 20s, who looks quite beautiful. Seeing Lu Sheng, the girl quickly changed into a professional smile and greeted him.
Is this classmate here to sign up for the martial arts improvement class in our martial arts school?
Lu Sheng shook his head.
I'll test my qi and blood value and combat power.
Generally, martial arts schools provide similar testing services, and the test results are almost the same as those in the school, and the cost required is not high. The girl at the front desk glanced at the school uniform Lu Sheng was wearing, nodded, and said,
Okay, wait a moment.
With her eyesight, it is naturally possible to see that Lu Sheng is an ordinary child from a family, and there is no need to waste his words on him.
Along the corridor, go into room 8, there are test machines. Can you operate it? Do you need someone to help you?
The girl at the front desk had a pretty good attitude and didn't mean to look down on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng said that he could, and then took the rental card given by the girl at the front desk and followed her instructions to find a special test room. The instrument for testing qi and blood is a bit similar to a printer. There is a small groove at the bottom, and a disposable sterile sampling needle is placed next to it. Lu Sheng opened a sampling needle, took a little blood from the tip of his left middle finger, and then placed it in the groove of the instrument. A light blue light fell on the bright red blood, and then the instrument made a drop sound, and a value popped up on the LCD screen of the blood tester.
0.963.
The qi and blood value is accurate to 3 decimal places. When Lu Sheng saw this value, although he had expected it, he couldn't help but clench his fists hard. The qi and blood value has really increased. And the increase is not small. It rose by 0.18, nearly 0.2. And this is just the result of him hunting 3 zombies in his dream.
Facts have proved that everything I got in that dream can indeed be brought into reality. This is no longer a simple game of killing monsters and upgrading, but true practice.
Lu Sheng resisted the stirring heart. No one is willing to be mediocre, let alone him, who has been mediocre for a lifetime. Now that he finally saw the dawn that could shine in martial arts, how could he not be excited and happy?
Test the Combat Effectiveness Index again.
The instruments for testing combat effectiveness are much larger, more than 1 person tall, and there is a groove equipped with a padded groove in the middle of the instrument. When testing, you only need to punch hard in the groove.
The memory of the one-piece zombie has skills about fists exerting force. Try it.
Lu Sheng didn't know how powerful the 2 one-piece zombies he killed were during their lifetime, but they were definitely stronger than him now. The skills and experiences accumulated by the 2 of them during their lifetime are undoubtedly a treasure for him now.
Drink!
Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the muscles of his right arm followed the trajectory of his memory, and punched the force measuring instrument hard. Bang! A number pops up on the force measuring instrument.
113.
Fighting power is 113. It has exceeded the standard combat power index represented by a 0.96 chi and blood value. This should be the bonus brought by the skills. Then Lu Sheng tested the left arm and punched him, which was less than the right arm, but it also exceeded 100. After several tests, Lu Sheng finally withdrew his fist with satisfaction.
Last year, the score line for the martial arts undergraduate degree in Bias City was 1.05 in chi and blood value, and the combat effectiveness standard was 105. In other words, I have almost reached the undergraduate line standards now. Even if you can't fall in love with your dreams now, you can still steadily enter any second-tier martial arts university in the college entrance examination more than 200 days later.
The new book is set sail. Please collect flowers and evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Of course, Lu Sheng's current ambitions are more than that. The chi and blood value standard for formal first-level warriors is 1.5, and the combat effectiveness index standard is 150. Lu Sheng's goal is to become a formal first-level warrior recognized by the Martial Alliance before the college entrance examination arrives, or even higher.
The benefits of formal warriors are so good. Even if you don't do anything every month, you can still go to the Martial Arts League to receive an allowance of several thousand yuan. The minimum recruitment standard for many high-paying professions is also a first-class warrior. If I can meet the standards of a first-level warrior before the college entrance examination, I will be even more likely to enter a key Wuhan university. After a few years of further study, whether you go to a martial arts school to teach or apply for an officer, you have a great future.
At this moment, Lu Sheng deeply felt how bright his future was. And all of this was brought to him by the dream a few hours ago. After the test was completed, Lu Sheng paid 100 yuan for the test fee and then quickly went home. He could not wait to enter that dream again to explore.
Damn, I actually have insomnia.
Lu Sheng sat up from the bed helplessly and scratched his head with a look of distress. Perhaps because he ate too much supper and his chi and blood value increased, Lu Sheng is now in a surprisingly good mental state, clear-headed, and has no sleepiness at all.
It's only 7 o'clock, and it's too early to go to bed now. Forget it. Let's do some exercise first. If you're tired, you will naturally fall asleep.
Lu Sheng took a look at the time and finally decided to do some exercise before going to bed. The content of the exercise is naturally still the 24th body refining styles he calls the 13th set of radio gymnastics.
It just so happens that the chi and blood value has skyrocketed, and it needs to be consolidated.
Scientific research shows that the human body's chi and blood index is not constant. It has a peak and valley value. When you exercise vigorously or after tonic, your chi and blood value will reach a brief peak. When you are resting or getting sick or injured, and your chi and blood are deficient, your chi and blood value will slide to the bottom. Therefore, usually warriors need to undergo a series of high-intensity training after taking supplements to ensure the permanent increase of their chi and blood value in order to maximize the effect of giving supplements. This is common sense. Lu Sheng's chi and blood value soared by 0.18 today, so corresponding exercise is also essential.
First form.
Lu Sheng began to practice late on the yoga mat with the 24 stances of body refining that he had done countless times. But before practicing for long, Lu Sheng felt something was wrong.
No! How could I do this?
Lu Sheng suddenly stopped moving, his expression a little strange. He has been practicing the 13th edition of the 24th body refining poses released by Wu Ming since elementary school. After practicing for 7 or 8 years, he has almost become a physical instinct, and can perform movements with your eyes closed. Although it is not said that there are many standards, at least it will not go wrong. But just now, he clearly felt that he had done another set of actions subconsciously. And this set of moves he had never learned before.
I see.
Lu Sheng quickly understood what the problem was. He absorbed the martial arts memories of two zombies, and in addition to their fighting skills and experience, he also inherited their practice memories. And he just practiced the physical exercises he practiced repeatedly during his lifetime.
The body refining technique I practiced in one-piece clothes zombies during my lifetime is completely different from what I practice now.
With curious thoughts, Lu Sheng decided to follow the body refining technique in the memory of the two zombies.
The movements are much more than the physical exercises I practice now, and there are more than 200 movements. Some movements seem difficult, but I inherited the memories of both of them, which is equivalent to practicing them many times. It is not very difficult to do it. As for the effect,
when Lu Sheng made a move, a certain part of his body felt like an electric shock. This feeling was very wonderful, as if a hot stream of heat was flowing in his body, so comfortable that he almost moaned.
This feeling seems to have only happened once, when I just tried to practice the 24 postures of body refining. This is the second time after so many years.
Lu Sheng seemed to have discovered a new continent all at once. He began to practice this physical exercise intently. If there was a second person in the room at this time, you would see Lu Sheng's body constantly twisting and making strange movements. These actions are linked to unexpectedly have a wonderful harmonious beauty. During this process, Lu Sheng's body continued to tremble slightly. His body temperature continued to rise. A large amount of white air was evaporated from the surface of his body, and the sweat flowed almost wet the yoga mat under him.
Call.
Lu Sheng finally finished his last move. The whole person collapsed completely on the yoga mat as if he was disbanded. But he felt that his condition was unprecedentedly good. He felt like he had a deep massage from the inside out, as if he could hear the muscle cells in his body cheering and singing.
Gulugulu.
A strong sense of hunger was conveyed from Lu Sheng's brain.
I've had supper for just a few hours?
Lu Sheng felt incredible. His empty stomach kept reminding him that his body urgently needed energy. A lot of energy. There is only one reason for this. Lu Sheng's qi and blood value has increased again.
Incredible!
Lu Sheng's face was full of surprise. He just did the physical refining technique to increase his qi and blood value again. If this situation spreads, he might be immediately regarded as a genius in martial arts. Please collect flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone. Of course, I am not a genius. Lu Sheng knew this very well. All of this is just the effect of the physical exercise he just practiced.
The results of one practice are better than those of me in the previous year or even years. The effect is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the 24 ways of body refining. No, it's not just the reason for body refining. There's also breathing. I just subconsciously used a wonderful breathing method when practicing physical exercises. Only by combining the two can I have such a terrifying effect.
Lu Sheng instantly thought of some scenes he had seen in his memories of a onesie zombie. I will practice my breathing techniques, body refining techniques, eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet when I teach you.
Wonderful breathing, wonderful body refining techniques.
Lu Sheng didn't know what the breathing method and body refining technique that the onesie zombie practiced during his lifetime, but he was sure. These two methods of practice are much more sophisticated than the 13th version of the body refining technique he practices now, known as the Masters of the World Martial Arts League. Many.
So this is the real treasure in the dream.
Lu Sheng clenched his fist hard, his eyes burning. His biggest advantage is that no matter how complex the practice methods and techniques he received in his dreams are, he can use them smoothly without any threshold. This directly saves Lu Sheng a lot of time and energy, and is a completely shortcut to heaven. After a brief rest, Lu Sheng walked out of the room and looked for food that could replenish energy. Fortunately, there are still a lot of bread, fruit, and other foods in the refrigerator. Lu Sheng ate and drank a meal, barely filling his stomach. Then he went back to his room and continued to practice the mysterious body refining technique that contained 268 movements. Lu Sheng did this set of body refining techniques 4 times in a row, and the pleasure of clearly sensing his own strength growth almost made him obsessed with it. At the end of the practice, Lu Sheng was so tired that he even felt it was difficult to move his little finger. He even had an illusion. My body was like a sponge that had been twisted hard countless times, completely wrung out all the moisture, and collapsed softly on the yoga mat. The belated feeling of sleepiness finally began to sweep across Lu Sheng's brain. Lu Sheng fell asleep. Then he woke up in his dream again. Looking at the familiar gray and depressing sky above my head, Lu Sheng felt relieved for the first time. In the wilderness in the distance, you can vaguely see zombies wandering around in the gray fog. Lu Sheng grinned, and his face showed an expression like a pervert seeing a young girl, and he rushed towards the zombies.
Lu Sheng, go online later. You are the only one in Wuhei.
As soon as the school bell rang, Lu Qiming quickly ran over to greet Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng shook his head and refused.
Don't go. You have to go back to take a break again? Haven't you been having nightmares lately?
Lu Qiming couldn't understand. Lu Sheng said lightly,
It's not about making up for the sleep. It's about practicing, preparing for the college entrance examination. Cut!
Lu Qiming showed a disdainful expression on his face.
Who and we are with each other. You are pretending in front of me.
Lu Sheng was too lazy to explain to him. People like Lu Qiming don't understand how happy they are to practice. The pleasure of rapid growth in strength is not something that computer games can bring.
Forget it, let it go.
Seeing that Lu Sheng was determined, Lu Qiming no longer advised him.
Anyway, you'll be in 3 minutes.
Based on his understanding of Lu Sheng, the spirit on Lu Sheng will pass in a few days. By then, the two of them are not double swordsmen in internet cafes. Will the ghost see the grief?
It's time to go to the martial arts hall to test again.
On the way home, Lu Sheng was thinking in his heart while walking. It has been a week since he last went to the martial arts hall to test. During these 7 days, Lu Sheng was addicted to practice every day, just like being poisoned. As soon as I got home from school, I went back to my room to do some physical exercises and enjoyed it. After dinner, I made a few sets, and then went to bed on time at 10 o'clock, hunted zombies in my dreams, and absorbed my memories. If he hadn't had the right reason to explain to the school and parents, he would have even wanted to skip classes and not go to school and practice at home every day.
I'll rent the instrument and do some testing.
It was the last time in Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, and Lu Sheng came to the test room with familiarity. Take blood first and test qi and blood. Lu Sheng looked at the blue light of the tester and gently scanned his blood. He is extremely looking forward to his current test results. After working hard for a week, with the dual blessing of mysterious body refining techniques and breathing techniques, what level can you reach? Drop.
Qi and blood value, 1.324.
Exclamation point. Lu Sheng clenched his fists hard, his eyes full of surprise. A reasonable and unexpected result. Compared with the last test, the qi and blood value soared by a full 0.36, close to 0.4. Others do not have as fast as their drug use every day.
Test the combat power again.
Lu Sheng walked to the instrument that measured the combat power, inhaled and punched. Compared with the last test, Lu Sheng now punches faster and his movements are simpler and smoother. This is also due to the large number of combat skills absorbed during this period, including many experiences and skills about fighting with empty hands. The way Lu Sheng shows now is no less than that of old boxers who have been lustful for 10 or 20 years in boxing. Bang! With a dull sound, a number popped up on the combat effectiveness test instrument. Please collect flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone.
168.
A strong light burst out from Lu Sheng's eyes. Even he was surprised by this result.
The combat effectiveness index is 168, which has exceeded the combat effectiveness standard of a first-level official warrior. In other words, as long as I can make up for my chi and blood value, I will be able to participate in the first-level warrior assessment soon.
Lu Sheng was very excited. The goal that I once dared not think about was within a short week, as if it was within reach. This feeling is quite wonderful.
The gap between combat power index and chi and blood value has widened even more. Only those geniuses who practice practical martial arts can achieve this situation. I can also be considered a genius now.
Lu Sheng smiled. He could imagine how surprised the teachers and classmates would be if his current strength was exaggerated.
You have used our Honchuan Martial Arts Museum's secret pharmaceutical bath to assist in practicing for so long, and your chi and blood value should have increased a lot. Let's test it.
The sound of footsteps and the sound of talking came from the door. Lu Sheng moved his ear and quickly eliminated the data on the tester, and then walked out the door. When he was about to reach the door, Lu Sheng saw a beautiful woman with smooth skin and tall figure leading a young man of about his age towards him and passing by him.
I'm a student who came to rent instruments and tests. I guess they are from nearby high schools.
Encroached glanced at Lu Sheng, who was walking out of the door, and said casually to the young man beside him,
"This kind of student, who can't even afford a tester at home, will probably not have a good grade."
The boy behind Encroached spoke with a smile. The boy has fair skin and looks a bit handsome. His clothes are much more refined than those of ordinary people in the family, and he speaks with a sense of natural superiority.
"Maybe."
Encroached nodded. Although the boy's tone made her feel a little uncomfortable, it is undeniable that the other party was right. As the saying goes, poor literature and wealth are rich in martial arts. Resources also account for a large part of the factors in martial arts practice. Children from wealthy families have taken various supplements since childhood. Before they started practicing, their chi and blood value exceeded others. They still have spare energy to practice various martial arts, and the gap between them and their peers has been widening. Children from poor families can't even eat enough, and taking supplements occasionally requires the whole family's savings. How can they compete with children from rich families? It was like the child who just walked out, all of whom were so thin, obviously because he was lacking in nutrition for a long time.
Do a test first.
Encroached calmed down and guided the boy to start the test. The test results came out soon.
Chi and blood value is 1.253. Combat power index is 130.
The boy said happily.
The chi and blood value has increased by 0.03 compared to half a month ago. Senior sister and I, this medicine bath is really effective, and it is much more effective than the supplements I usually take.
Encroached also smiled on her face and explained.
If you take too much tonic, you will naturally accumulate some residual medicinal power in your body. Our Ni family's medicinal bath stimulates these medicinal powers in your body. The effect in the first month will indeed be very significant, and it will gradually weaken in the future. You need to continue to take various supplements to assist. Are you going to supplement? I have a lot of supplements at home. The key is to be effective.
The boy waved his hand unconsciously. The increase in the blood and blood value made him very excited. Suddenly his eyes rolled, as if he was thinking about it, quickly walked to the instrument that Lu Sheng had just used, and said to Encroached,
"Sister and I, can you get the test results of that guy just now? I want to see how big the gap is with others. The people you want to compare now should be the geniuses and top students in the school, not ordinary people. I know, I want to increase my confidence. Senior sister and I, please.
And I Shuang couldn't resist the boy's plea, and walked to the instrument helplessly, and adjusted the results of the previous tester.
That guy is as thin as a bamboo pole. He probably doesn't even have one in his chi and blood value. He should be a little older than me,
the boy muttered, and his face began to feel the pleasure of being satisfied. But when the data was presented to him, the boy's expression suddenly solidified. He stayed in place, staring at the data on the display, as if he couldn't believe his eyes.
Chi and blood value is 1.324. Combat power index is 168. It's fake.
The boy shouted directly, and shouted in disbelief.
That guy just now. Can the chi and blood value be so much higher than mine?
And I Shuang was also stunned for a moment. The chi and blood value of 1.32 can be considered an upstream score in Baihe City, no matter which high school it is. However, what is even more exaggerated is the combat power index of 168, which exceeds the standard of chi and blood value for a total of more than 30, which proves that the other party has obviously achieved considerable attainments in actual combat. When my chi and blood were 1.3, my combat power was not so exaggerated. The boy whom he just thought was from a poor family and malnutrition just now was actually an absolute genius.
Sister and I, would you make the wrong data? It's impossible. It's unscientific. Why the guy?
The boy was still fiddling around the instrument, muttering unwillingly. He originally wanted to find some superiority from Lu Sheng, but was severely beaten up. Now he feels so depressed.
Okay, I don't work harder if I know how outstanding others are. When I take the college entrance examination, there are many geniuses like this.
While comforting, and I Shuang secretly remembered the appearance of Lu Sheng whom she had seen before. Please collect flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you, everyone.
Who?
In the room, Lu Sheng sat upright on the ground in a strange movement. As his movements continued to change, his breathing was constantly adjusting with a wonderful rhythm. After finishing the last movement, Lu Sheng relaxed his body. Sweat flowed down his muscle lines like a stream, and his whole body felt as if he had just walked out of the sweat steam room, with a faint heat all over his body.
The combat zombies in the dream have basically practiced this body refining technique during their lifetime. Everyone has different proficiency and proficiency parts. Now I can do the entire set of movements very skillfully.
The same set of physical exercises allows different people to practice, and the results of the exercises will also vary. For example, you are good at the first 30 movements, and I am better at the last 30 movements. The muscle groups that are exercised according to different movements are different, and the result is differences in each person's physical fitness. Lu Sheng absorbed so many memories of one-piece zombies, and almost integrated what everyone is good at, so that his attainment in this set of body refining techniques and matching breathing techniques has reached a very high level.
The effect is still very good, and you can feel it almost every day that muscle groups that have not been exercised before have been developed. If this set of body refining techniques develops the human body at a level of 100%, then the level of development of the human body by the woman may be less than 100%. The gap between these two sets of body refining techniques is too big,
Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. After the practice, Lu Sheng got up and wiped his body with a towel. Just as I changed into dry clothes, a familiar knock came from outside the door.
Lu Sheng, come out for dinner. New.
Lu Sheng replied, quickly packed up and walked out of the room. The family was already waiting for him at the dinner table. There were 7 or 8 dishes on the table, mostly meat dishes. In the position of Lu Sheng, there is a full pot of white rice. That's right, it's just a pot. Because there is no longer a container larger than a basin at home.
Xiao Sheng, come and have a meal.
My mother Zheng Yufan asked Lu Sheng to sit down. Lu Sheng nodded, and after sitting down, he began to bury his head and eat. Over the past week, Lu Sheng's appetite has become more and more exaggerated. From the beginning, it was only twice as good as his younger sister Lu Qinghe, to now, it is nearly 5 times as good as Lu Qinghe. There are 2 big eaters at home, and my mother Zheng Yufan cooks every day, which is also a big project.
It's really edible.
Lu Qinghe looked at Lu Sheng's appearance of raising rice, muttered, and then whispered a few bites of rice into his mouth without being outdone. Lu Dehai looked at the couple's children eating with a smile, and was in a very good mood.
Eat open, eat a lot. What's wrong with Xiao Sheng recently? I've eaten so much, but I've become thinner and thinner.
Zheng Yufan pinched Lu Sheng's arm with clear lines, and said with some concern,
What do you know? This is true for boys during their development.
Lu Dehai put a piece of rib into Lu Sheng's rice bowl and asked with a smile,
Have you measured the qi and blood value recently? Has it increased?
Lu Sheng didn't raise his head and said softly,
It's been measured. It's a little bit higher.
Lu Dehai's eyes emitted light, and he couldn't help asking,
How much has it increased? Quick, it's about to break 1.
Lu Sheng wrapped the rice in his mouth and replied vaguely. He didn't dare to tell the truth, for fear of scaring his parents, and it was difficult to explain.
It's almost broken 1. Okay.
Even though most of the progress was concealed, this result surprised Lu Dehai.
I'll buy you some supplements tomorrow and your qi and blood value will increase, but it can't be made up just by eating.
Lu Sheng raised his head and stayed on the plaster with a corner of his father Lu Dehai's shoulder for a while without saying a word. Lu Dehai is just an ordinary porter, and his mother's salary for working in the supermarket is not high. For such a family, it is already quite difficult to bear the daily martial arts practice of 2 children. Purchasing additional supplements will only make the burden on parents heavier. From the usual chats between parents, Lu Sheng learned that Lu Dehai had already started to take the initiative to find work to work overtime after get off work during this period, and his mother was also doing other part-time jobs.
I have to find a way to make money.
Lu Sheng made up his mind in his heart. In the wilderness covered by gray fog, 2 figures were fighting. Lu Sheng's opponent is a zombie wearing a blue onesie. This type of zombie is much stronger than he has encountered before. The zombies in gray onesie are much stronger. It has greater strength, faster speed, and even retains certain fighting skills. This is in front of him. The blue one-piece zombie roared, stretching out her thick arms, and grabbed Lu Sheng hard. The arm made a whim sound of breaking through the air along the way. Lu Sheng's eyes remained unchanged, and he suddenly took a few steps forward, pressing his shoulder against the blue onesie zombie's arm, blocking the punch. Then quickly reach out and wrap around the latter's neck in an ambiguous position. Down. Pull it hard. The knees blasted out like shells, hitting the zombie's chin hard. Click. The head of the zombie in the blue onesie showed a strange folding angle, completely hanging behind the shoulders. He swayed for a while, and fell to the ground. The corpse withered rapidly, and a black smoke appeared, quickly rushing into Lu Sheng's body.
The captain is good at boxing.
When Lu Sheng opened his eyes, it means that the memory has been absorbed. This elite monster in the blue onesie has brought Lu Sheng a lot of gains. After absorbing this memory, Lu Sheng felt that his understanding of boxing had reached a new level. It seems to have touched a bottleneck faintly. Upwards, there is a new world. Please collect flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you everyone.
Fisting, palm, leg, foot. Every combat zombie has its own expertise during its lifetime. Although these memories overlap, they are also complementing each other, just like puzzles, completing my shortcomings and practical skills bit by bit. So far, boxing has the most memories, and is the first to touch this bottleneck.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. The biggest benefit that the dream world brings to him is that he can constantly absorb memories and integrate them into himself. Lu Sheng easily obtained the results of others spending a lot of time and energy to train. This is equivalent to Lu Sheng stepping on the shoulders of countless predecessors and moving forward quickly. During this period, I absorbed a large number of memories of one-piece zombies, and in addition to making Lu Sheng's progress in martial arts practice leaps and bounds, there is another gain. That's news about base number 1359. From the clues obtained from memory, Lu Sheng gradually pieced together a route to base number 1359.
The direction is right. As long as I keep walking, I will find base number 1359 sooner or later. And this day shouldn't be far away.
Lu Sheng looked ahead, where it was shrouded in a large amount of gray fog, and occasionally one or two staggering figures flashed in the fog. His eyes were firm, and he strode over.
The solution to this question.
In class, Lu Sheng listened carefully to the teacher's lecture. Since entering the formal practice, Lu Sheng found that his brain has become much more flexible. According to Lu Sheng's guess, it should be that a large amount of memories were absorbed in the dream, and the storage process of these memories stimulated the development of the brain, which improved his memory, brain operation speed, and other aspects. In simple terms, it means becoming smarter. To put it simply, it means improving your understanding. Anyway, Lu Sheng is now studying textbook knowledge and feels particularly relaxed. I couldn't understand the knowledge points I couldn't learn before, but now I can understand them by reading them once, and I have become a school master. Liberal arts knowledge is not completely useless to Lu Sheng. After all, the college entrance examination also requires taking the liberal arts subjects, but there are not many extra points for the total score.
Okay, get out of class is over.
As the bell rang, the math teacher stopped giving a lecture and announced the get out of class to be over. He reminded him,
the next class is a practical class. Students remember to go to the practical classroom early to gather.
After saying that, the math teacher walked out with a textbook and teacup. Lu Sheng sorted out his class notes and books, packed up and prepared to leave the classroom. Practical classes are usually arranged in the school's martial arts road, a few minutes away from the teaching building, and changing clothes. If you want to be late for class, you must set off immediately. This is also the reason why a math teacher dares not delay the class.
Hey, Lu Sheng!
As soon as he walked out of the classroom, Lu Sheng heard someone calling him behind his back. Lu Qiming ran up quickly, subconsciously trying to put his shoulders on his shoulders. But halfway through his hand, he retracted inexplicably.
Wait for me, let's go together.
Lu Qiming didn't know what was wrong with him. In the past, he and Lu Sheng often joking, and all kinds of physical contact didn't matter. But now, when he approached Lu Sheng, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of timidity. It's like there was an invisible aura around Lu Sheng's body, which was repelling him fiercely.
You have really changed a lot recently.
Lu Qiming tried to walk beside Lu Sheng, but his tone of speaking was unconsciously a little cautious.
Yeah.
Lu Sheng did not notice Lu Qiming's abnormality and replied casually.
After all, the college entrance examination is going to be, and you know my family's situation. If you don't work hard, it will become a burden to the family. That's right. Our families have similar conditions, so I have to start working hard.
Lu Qiming deliberately lagged behind Lu Sheng and immediately felt much more relaxed after following him. Without facing the forced aura emitted by Lu Sheng, his speech became smooth.
But my home is better than yours. I'm the only one in my home.
Lu Sheng nodded. Lu Qiming's words are right. If there is only one him in their family, or if there is only his sister Lu Qinghe, the pressure on their parents will undoubtedly be much less.
But your sister is so talented. In the future, she will be admitted to Wuhan University, receive a full scholarship, and other various subsidies, which is not a problem. The locker room is here. I'll help you open the door.
Lu Qiming ran over Lu Sheng quickly and opened the door to Lu Sheng's locker room one step ahead of time. The two who were supposed to be the best friends now seemed to have become the followers of the other, but Lu Qiming did not realize this at all, as if everything was natural and natural.
Scholarship.
A light of thought appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Qiming's words inspired him. He has been thinking about how to make money lately. On the one hand, it reduces the burden on the family, so that parents don't have to work so hard. On the other hand, as his martial arts cultivation continues to improve, a lot of money will inevitably be needed to support him. Take the simplest food for example. Lu Sheng's eating ordinary meals now is no longer keeping up with the nutrients needed for his own qi and blood value growth. If he continues, he will inevitably drag down his progress, and will become a terrible manure-making machine. The way Lu Sheng thought of before was to become a first-level official warrior, so that he could receive a subsidy of several thousand yuan from the Martial Alliance every month, which could be used to buy some things that replenish qi and blood. Now Lu Qiming's words remind him of another way scholarship. Every school will give some material rewards to students with good academic performance, and Baihe No. 3 Middle School is no exception.
I remember that the first-class scholarship at Baihe No. 3 Middle School seemed to be 10,000 yuan. If I could get this money...
Lu Sheng suddenly had an idea in his mind. If he wants to get this money, he must show the talents and strength that the first-class scholarship winner should have.
Lu Sheng, why have you lost so much weight?
In the locker room, Lu Sheng and Lu Qiming were changing the martial arts uniforms required by the actual combat class. Lu Sheng, who took off his outer trousers, showed a body of muscles that were as clear as cheetahs and smooth in lines. I just look a little thinner, because the qi and blood are growing too fast and cannot be supplemented with nutrition.
Hair needs to be cut.
Lu Sheng looked at his familiar and unfamiliar face in the mirror. The thin, handsome, dark eyes occasionally burst out with sharp light like a knife. Even if he just stands there calmly now, he will give people an inexplicable sense of shock. It makes people feel irritated, just like an ordinary person encounters wild animals such as tigers and leopards in the wild. This is the result of the increase in the value of qi and blood, and the absorption of a large amount of dream memories. Lu Sheng himself did not discover it before.
I've grown a little taller.
Lu Sheng changed into martial arts uniform, looking at the sleeves and trouser legs that were obviously shorter, and he thought silently in his heart. His previous height was 175. During this period of practice, he soared to nearly 1.8 meters. His originally fitted martial arts uniform immediately looked smaller. After changing his clothes, Lu Sheng and Lu Qiming walked into the martial arts hall together. The entire martial arts hall is very large, and it is divided into cushions. Each side is equivalent to a practical class practice classroom. It was obviously more than one of them in the class during this period of time. Lu Sheng and Lu Qiming found their own class venue and walked over quickly. Everyone sat in a circle around the edge of the field, a middle-aged man with a strong body and a loose martial arts uniform slightly tense standing in the middle.
This practical class will consolidate the basic fighting skills I taught you before.
The practical class teacher is named Zhong Jinghua, who is a formal second-level warrior. It is said that he has also been on the battlefield and has confronted strange beasts head-on. The huge scar on Zhong Jinghua's right arm deliberately exposed is the best proof. This is also his most proud capital, and he has boasted with students more than once in class. Next, Zhong Jinghua began to formally explain the use of various fighting skills to the students, and asked a boy to go up and do a sparring training for him. In Lu Sheng's view, Professor Zhong Jinghua's fighting skills are simple and superficial, and what he absorbs from his dream memory is much more clever than these.
Every time I ask Yanni to fly up, can't I give ordinary people some chance? Damn!
Lu Sheng suddenly heard Lu Qiming beside him make a sour complaint. Only then did he notice the boy who was called by Zhong Jinghua to practice fighting skills with him. The boy's name is Yang Yifei. He has a good family background and ranks best in the grade in martial arts. In addition, he looks handsome, so he has a certain popularity even in school. Now, Yang Yifei, wearing a white martial arts uniform and cooperating with Zhong Jinghua's calm move, attracted the eyes of the girls below.
You can't catch you even if you give it a chance. Even if you stop, no one can catch Teacher Zhong's fist.
Lu Sheng glanced at Lu Qiming and said lightly. Lu Qiming's face turned red and muttered.
Who made Yang Yifei's family background be good, and he took various tonics as food? I heard that the qi and blood value is almost 1.2.
Lu Qiming looked dissatisfied, as if he could do better than Yang Yifei if he put him and Yang Yifei in the same environment. Lu Sheng didn't talk to him anymore, but just watched Zhong Jinghua and Yang Yifei's demonstration calmly. On the surface, it seemed like he was listening carefully, but in fact, Lu Sheng had been thinking about scholarships in his mind. When and how to use this method to ask the teacher.
Okay, the demonstration is almost done. Next, I will ask 2 classmates to come up and take the actual combat, and I will provide guidance alone.
Zhong Jinghua finished the drill and greeted Yang Yifei beside him casually.
Yang Yifei, don't go down. Find someone to practice with you. Yes.
Yang Yifei looked as usual, as if he had long been used to such special treatment.
Who is willing to come up and compete with Yang Yifei?
Zhong Jinghua asked loudly, and the students below hid from wherever he glanced.
Is there no one?
Zhong Jinghua frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. Every time they talk about practical practice, these students are timid, just like ostrich, and they want to bury their heads in the ground and teach them how to teach them. Many people privately say that he is biased towards the top students in the class. These people don't think about it carefully. Every time in this situation, except for top students like Yang Yifei, how many people dare to stand up and accept his guidance? Many people like to complain that there is no chance, but they don't understand that opportunities slip away quietly as they retreat again and again. Zhong Jinghua's eyes swept across the students, and he gradually felt disappointed. Just as he was about to order someone to come up, he suddenly met a pair of dark and deep eyes.
Zhong
Jinghua's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on a calm and thin student. Among the crowds that were hiding from his eyes, a person who dared to look at his eyes suddenly appeared, which seemed so eye-catching and abrupt.
Okay, that classmate, it's you. Come up and practice with Yang Yifei.
Zhong Jinghua said loudly at the unique student.
Lu Sheng, Teacher Zhong is calling you.
Lu Sheng came back to his senses from his thoughts, and suddenly realized that he had been hit by Zhong Jinghua, and asked him to go on stage to practice with Yang Yifei. The students on both sides looked at Lu Sheng with a gloating and watching the show, and even Lu Qiming gave him a look of self-requirement. The chance of being asked by the teacher to answer questions in class is the same as winning a lottery. I don't know what's the bad luck Lu Sheng was today, but he was actually called to be a coach in the actual combat class. Lu Sheng quickly calmed down. You are clicked when you are clicked, but you have never been clicked before. He stood up and walked towards the middle of the venue. When Lu Sheng stood up, Zhong Jinghua was stunned for a moment. At that moment, he had an illusion that he saw a tiger slowly getting up from the sheep. The temperament that Lu Sheng naturally exuded made Zhong Jinghua almost think that what he saw was not an ordinary high school student, but a warrior who was strolling towards him.
Teacher.
Lu Sheng walked up to Zhong Jinghua and said hello calmly. Zhong Jinghua noticed the sturdy and streamlined muscle lines exposed under Lu Sheng's obviously short sleeves, and his eyes lit up. Why didn't you find out before that there is such a good seedling in the class? Zhong Jinghua looked up and down at Lu Sheng with a faint admiration and asked,
What's your name? Lu Sheng. What was the last qi and blood test score?
Lu Sheng thought about it and replied truthfully,
0.802.
It's only 0.8. It's a bit low. It doesn't look like it. Zhong Jinghua frowned. Could it be that I was wrong? Zhong Jinghua shook his head without further thought and spoke.
You come to practice with Yang Yifei. Just use the fighting technique I just taught. After the end, I will point out the shortcomings of your movements. Yes.
Lu Sheng nodded, then walked to Yang Yifei to stand opposite him. Yang Yifei's expression relaxed, nodded slightly to Lu Sheng, and reminded,
My qi and blood value is already 1.22. It may be a bit heavy when the action is taken later, so be careful.
Lu Sheng didn't feel anything. He just nodded casually. A low scream came from the student group below.
Damn it! Yang Yifei's qi and blood value is 1.22. I haven't even reached 0.9. It's too strong. I'm afraid I can rank in the top 10 in the grade. It's worthy of being Yang Yifei.
When Yang Yifei heard these amazing voices, he was obviously a little helpful. He showed a faint, confident, and calm smile on his face, and said to Lu Sheng,
Are you ready? I'm coming. Can.
Lu Sheng nodded.
I am coming.
Yang Yifei shouted softly, and his whole body rushed out like a cheetah and rushed towards Lu Sheng quickly. Even Zhong Jinghua, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but nodded slightly when he saw his performance. As for the students watching below, they were already ready to be amazed early. The little stars in the eyes of girls also began to condense and take shape. Lu Qiming even turned his head slightly, and looked at Lu Sheng with an expression that he couldn't bear to look at him. Then, the next moment, bang! A figure flew out from the middle of the venue, flew out 5 or 6 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground.
Yang Yifei is so handsome! Yang Yifei!
The voice of a girl's admiration sounded in time, which seemed particularly abrupt. The girl just shouted halfway through, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Everyone around her was quiet, and stared at the middle of the venue with an expression she could not understand at all. The girl turned around and looked carefully, and she was stunned for a moment. I saw that the embarrassed figure covering her chest and pale face was Yang Yifei, the male god she admired. As for Lu Sheng, fortunately, he stood in the middle of the field and seemed to have never walked a step under his feet. Quiet. The venue fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at Lu Sheng stupidly, and Yang Yifei, who was lying on the ground in pain, could not believe his eyes. Lu Sheng, with just one move, Yang Yifei, the top 10 genius in the grade, beat him away. They doubt whether they are dreaming. Even Zhong Jinghua was stunned. Then he quickly realized something. I didn't misunderstand it.
Hurry up! Find 2 people to help Yang Yifei go to the infirmary.
Zhong Jinghua quickly ordered, and the others woke up as if they were dreaming and took action quickly. But looking at Lu Sheng's eyes again, it was like looking at a monster.
Teacher Zhong,
Lu Sheng tried to explain to Zhong Jinghua that he did not intentionally not want to use the fighting skills he taught. But when Yang Yifei rushed over, his combat instinct drove him to do that subconsciously. When he realized that he wanted to cooperate with the training, Yang Yifei had already flew out. Who knew he couldn't help but beat him?
Stop talking, come with me.
Zhong Jinghua waved his hand and greeted Lu Sheng and walked out in a hurry, not caring whether the practical class was over. Lu Sheng could only follow suit. After the two left, a fierce discussion suddenly broke out in the venue.
Damn! Is Lu Sheng taking drugs? Why is he so fierce? Even Yan Yifei can't beat him? That guy is Lu Sheng. Is it the Lu Sheng we know? Yan Yifei's qi and blood 1.22, but even Lu Sheng couldn't stop it for a moment. So how much is Lu Sheng's qi and blood worth?
Shit! Amid the sound of amazement and discussion, Lu Qiming opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the direction of Lu Sheng's departure. His mind was still confused. Please give me a flower, a review ticket, a comment, thank you.
Didn't you say that your last qi and blood test score was 0.8? Are you looking like 0.8?
As soon as Zhong Jinghua took Lu Sheng to the office, he stared at him with a bright look. Lu Sheng was a little helpless and said,
Teacher Zhong, you said it too. You asked about the results of the last test.
Zhong Jinghua was speechless for a moment and thought for a while and said,
I'll test it for you again now.
Lu Sheng nodded. After a while, the test results came out. Zhong Jinghua sat on the chair and looked at Lu Sheng with a complex look that was difficult to describe in words. It is a kind of shock with joy, joy with surprise, accident with doubt. Doubt about oneself, doubt about the facts. Complex eyes.
When was your last test?
Zhong Jinghua took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and asked Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng thought for a while and replied,
The last monthly exam was about less than a month.
If it is considered a private test, it should be a week ago.
Less than a month ago.
Zhong Jinghua didn't know what to say. He took a look at the test results again. Qi and blood value, 1.532. Combat power index, 192. Two shocking data. It has exceeded the assessment criteria for first-level warriors. Although the testing instruments in the school are not as accurate as those in the Wumeng, the ups and downs will not be too large, and the actual results are basically inconsistent. That is to say, the student named Lu Sheng who is standing in front of him now can be said to be a formal first-level warrior. He is less than 18 years old this year, and he is more than 200 days away from the college entrance examination. In the practical class led by Zhong Jinghua, they produced a real first-class warrior who was less than 18 years old. Zhong Jinghua needs to digest this result well. Although it is said that a first-class warrior who is less than 18 years old is not very impressive to be in Long Kingdom or Baihe City. However, in their Baihe number 3, that is definitely an absolute top genius, the only one. At least no one of the fresh graduates in the high school entrance examinations of Baihe number 3 middle school can reach this level, and there is no connection. Moreover, Zhong Jinghua saw more than this. What he really values is the combat effectiveness index of the student named Lu Sheng in front of him, and his performance in actual combat classes. The combat power of 192 exceeds the standard of qi and blood value for more than 40. You know, before becoming a formal level 1, oh no, it should be a level 3 warrior. The combat effectiveness index of warriors basically follows the qi and blood value. Because the qi and blood value represent speed and strength. The more qi and blood you have, the more destructive power you can naturally exert. Level 3 warriors to level 4 are a threshold, and many people will stay at this stage and refine their muscles and bones. At this time, the role of martial arts begins to be truly reflected, and the combat effectiveness of warriors will also make a relatively big leap. Before this, skills may have brought various gaps in actual combat, but the increase in combat effectiveness was very small. For example, Zhong Jinghua himself, a second-level warrior. The qi and blood value is 15, and the combat power is only more than 1,500, which exceeds the qi and blood value standard by dozens of points. Looking back, Lu Sheng, who can pull the combat power index to the Qi and blood value standard at level 1, is more than 40 points higher than the Qi and blood value standard. It's simply a monster. In the practical class, no one could see the move Lu Sheng knocked Yang Yifei clearly, but he could see it clearly. Even he was a little amazed by the skill shown in Lu Sheng's punch.
This is definitely a combat martial arts genius.
At this time, Zhong Jingwe had an extremely strong premonition in his heart. They are Baihe number 3, this time. Maybe I really found a treasure. Lu Sheng looked at Zhong Jingwe's eyes flashing quickly, probably thinking about something quickly. After a little nervous at the beginning, Lu Sheng now completely calmed down. Although the exposure of his strength this time caught him off guard, think about it carefully. This is also a good opportunity. It happened to be a good idea to apply for a scholarship to the school. With his current strength, it is unreasonable to pass it. This test also gave Lu Sheng a new understanding of his strength. He has almost reached the evaluation criteria for a first-level warrior, and it is time to participate in the formal assessment of a first-level warrior. Lu Sheng is really short of money now. At this time, Zhong Jingwe was almost sorting out his mood.
With your current grades, you can apply to enter the top class in the school.
Zhong Jingwe didn't ask why Lu Sheng's qi and blood surged nearly double in 1 month. There are only a few. I've been hiding my strength before. The body suddenly entered a period of rapid development, and the previously hidden talents were gradually developed. Both of these situations have happened to other students, and there is no need to investigate them in depth. If you chase it tightly, it may also cause students to be disgusted.
Teacher, I think it's good to stay in the current class. There's no need to change shifts.
Lu Sheng replied. Zhong Jingwe nodded with a complicated expression. He also felt it was unnecessary. The cultivation of qi and blood value depends entirely on the students themselves. What the school teachers can teach is nothing more than some practical skills. At this point, Lu Sheng has even surpassed many teachers.
Then what do you have to ask for? I think the school can help you and provide you with convenience. You can now raise it.
Zhong Jingwe asked. This is the opportunity that Lu Sheng is waiting for.
I want to apply for a martial arts scholarship in the school, and I hope to get more free time to go to school.
Lu Sheng raised the two thoughts in his mind together. The second one he thought of temporarily. Lu Sheng always felt that he wasting time when he stayed in school now. If he could have more time to practice physical exercises and explore dreams every day, his strength might have grown faster.
I will apply for a school special scholarship of 30,000 yuan. This money will probably be in your hands in the next 2 days. The school needs to hold a meeting to discuss this during class time, but there should be no problem. After all, you are a genius. Genius should have some privileges.
Zhong Jingwe quickly responded to Lu Sheng's request.
In addition to that, I can promise you. If you represent our Baihe number 3 middle school in the college entrance examination to win the ranking in the city, the school will give you another reward. And during the period when you have any material requirements, you can also ask the school. As long as it is not too much, the school can satisfy you. And I personally can also give you some help.
When Zhong Jingwe said this, his expression was quite formal, as if he had treated Lu Sheng as an equal being. Lu Sheng could understand Zhong Jingwe's thoughts after a moment of thinking. Now, the best genius student like him, and it is also the least expensive opportunity to win over.
Thank you, school. Thank you, Teacher Zhong.
Lu Sheng expressed his gratitude, thought for a while, and added,
There is another point, Teacher Zhong. I hope that my current grades and the treatment I received at school cannot notify me of my family for the time being. I see.
Zhong Jingwe nodded. They could understand Lu Sheng's sudden surge in strength, but it is hard to say about ordinary families. If Lu Sheng's parents found out and asked what they did, which would affect Lu Sheng's martial arts practice progress, This is something that no one would want to see.
That's nothing. I'll leave first, Teacher Sheng. Go!
Sheng Jinghua waved his hand and watched Lu Sheng walk out of the office. After Lu Sheng left for a few minutes, Sheng Jinghua, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly jumped up suddenly. The calmness on the face no longer exists, replaced by a strong sense of joy and complacency.
Lu Sheng, by number 3 middle school, actually produced a Lu Sheng, a first-level official warrior who is less than 18 years old, has a combat power of nearly 200. Before the college entrance examination, I have to hide Lu Sheng well and use it as a secret weapon. When the college entrance examination is over, I will start to scare the people of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. Haha, I will be excited when I think of those guys' expressions at that time. You have to inform the principal of this news quickly.
Sheng Jinghua walked out of the office with a spring breeze on his face. When Lu Sheng returned to the class, the actual class had already ended and all the students had already returned to the class. When Lu Sheng walked into the class, the originally noisy classroom became quiet in an instant. Then everyone's eyes gathered on him in unison. Shocked, amazed, curious, worshipped, feared. Lu Sheng walked back to his position as usual. The moment he sat down, the originally quiet classroom gradually became noisy again. It was like when a tiger stepped into the flock of sheep, the entire flock was suddenly silent. And when the tiger rests, the panicked lambs will resume the noisy. Lu Sheng is that tiger. Not long after Lu Sheng sat in his seat, he saw the pale-faced Yang Yifei limping in by someone. He noticed Lu Sheng at a glance, and his eyes immediately showed resentful eyes. When Lu Sheng looked at each other, Yang Yifei immediately shrank and avoided the side. Obviously, I was scared by Lu Sheng's punch in the actual combat class. Next to him, Lu Qiming wanted to come up and talk to Lu Sheng several times. But I didn't dare to open my mouth several times. Lu Qiming looked at Lu Sheng, who was sitting in his seat, and was flirting with a casual look. He was a little confused for a moment. He suddenly realized that this friend, who had always been around him, had become so strange and distant. Baihe City, Central Mall. In a shop with the words, Wu Yaofeng, a boy wearing a school uniform and tall figure is browsing like that at the counter. The shop guide walked up to the boy and asked politely,
"Sir, what type of tonic do you want to buy?"
The boy raised his head, revealing a handsome and thin face, and shook his head.
"I'll just take a look and won't buy it." "Okay."
The shopping guide walked aside very sensibly. The boy dressed and a student in front of him was obviously not her potential customer base. This young man was Lu Sheng, who ran around after school. With a scholarship coming soon, Lu Sheng couldn't wait to come to the mall to plan the use of the money. It's not that he couldn't hold back his anger, but that he was thinking about how to spend it before he got it, but that he really wanted to enhance his strength. In recent days, with the continuous improvement of body refining techniques and breathing techniques, Lu Sheng has increasingly felt the strong hunger coming from his body all the time. That is a sign of rapid growth of qi in blood and a system deficit. Every inch of his muscle cells is eager for energy nourishment. Although my father Lu Dahai bought him a tonic last week, he was still a drop in the bucket and did not relieve it much. If you maintain such a malnutrition state for a long time, the body may cause permanent irreversible damage, and its strength may even decline. Because martial arts practice is actually a process of constantly tapping the potential of the human body. The increased qi and blood value of warriors is the manifestation of the continuous stimulation of the human potential. However, potential will be consumed. If it is not replenished in time, it will in turn harm itself. The way to supplement is to absorb a lot of external energy through food supplements, medicine supplements, and other methods. After all, food can provide a small amount of energy supplement, and the medicinal materials that are rich in a large amount of nutrients needed by the human body are the big ones. And these precious drugs are naturally of great value. Therefore, it is not a casual saying to be poor and rich in martial arts.
The tonics on the market are mainly divided into two types: external application and internal application. External application is divided into medicinal baths, smears, acupuncture, patches, etc. Compared with the internal tonic, external tonics are more gentle, absorb faster and better. However, the operation is cumbersome and the conditions are harsh. As the number of times of use is used, the effect of supplementation will become worse and worse, and the prescriptions need to be changed continuously. I still choose to take tonics in my homework.
Lu Sheng is always focused on internal tonics. However, the price of internal tonics made Lu Sheng frown. Please give me a flower, a review ticket, and a comment.
The blood xanthemum that my dad bought for me last week cost 3,000 yuan per pair. This is still the most common tonic. There are also Peishua San, Xuanji San, and Yangyuan San. Each price is much more expensive than Yangshua San. The most expensive Yangyuan San is even worth 15,000 yuan, which is too exaggerated.
Zhong Zhenhua and Lu Sheng promised to win him a special scholarship of 30,000 yuan from Baihe No. 3 Middle School. Lu Sheng originally thought the money was a lot, but now he looked at it. It was not enough. 30,000 yuan is only enough to buy 10 pairs of Yangshua San and 2 pairs of Yangyuan San. If Lu Sheng applied for a first-class scholarship of 10,000 yuan according to Lu Sheng's original plan, he would not even be able to afford a pair of Yangyuan San.
Martial arts practice is really expensive.
Only now did Lu Sheng understand how much money he spent behind the school's most glorious martial arts top students, such as Yang Yifei. How can children from ordinary families, like him, and Lu Qiming compare with others? It is too difficult to have noble sons from poor families in this era of martial arts. Lu Sheng also realized how heavy the burden on his parents was.
Lu Qing's idea is correct. With her martial arts qualifications, if I had not been dragged down by me as a mediocre brother before, the results I could achieve would be much higher than now.
It's like now Lu Dehai decided to provide him and Lu Qinghe with 2 pairs of blood-nourishing powder each month. The limit of the Lu family. If all these 4 blood sanitation powders can be provided to Lu Qinghe alone, the result will naturally be obvious. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng's idea of making money became even stronger.
Whether it is for my own practice or for Lu Qing's martial arts path, I should work harder.
Lu Sheng did not continue to look more and walked out of the mall. The central mall is quite far from the community where Lu Sheng family lives. Lu Sheng did not take the bus and chose to walk home. With high-intensity daily practice, this kind of stroll home is actually a good way for Lu Sheng to relax.
I'm going to make a fortune today. I've practiced a swordsman recently and will take you to kill randomly. Come on, I'm afraid it's not a nursery. Dare you dare to look down on my Jianhao? Wait, I have to show you my skills.
Several high school students wearing school uniforms and carrying school bags were playing and joking, running past Lu Sheng in groups and rushing into the nearest internet cafe. A ripple appeared in Lu Sheng's heart. More than a month ago, he was like these people, living in school every day and going to an internet cafe after school. It's like a fish living in the mud and sand, blinded by the illusion and turbidity in front of them, and they are confused every day, spinning in place without direction or motivation. Now, he poked out of the water, his mind clear, he understood what he really wanted, and where the way forward was.
Do you regret it?
Lu Sheng asked himself softly.
No regrets.
Lu Sheng's eyes were calm, and he answered firmly. It seems that he has given up some happiness, but now he is undoubtedly more fulfilling and satisfied. At this time, various memories of boxing suddenly flashed through Lu Sheng's mind. A large number of fragmented images flashed quickly before his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have grabbed something. Something seemed to be broken. Lu Sheng's mind became extremely clear, and something new was born in his heart. Breakthrough! Lu Sheng looked at his hands, and was a little lost. He clearly felt that the bottleneck of boxing that he had previously absorbed a lot of memories was broken at this moment, and his understanding of boxing reached a whole new level. This is a difficult state to describe. Remove the drought and preserve the essence, and be completely renewed. Now Lu Sheng feels that he can perfectly control any boxing technique in his mind. You can use boxing techniques to make the most appropriate response in different situations. Integrate. Probably this is what it means.
I heard from the teacher in class that those powerful martial arts masters will get some wonderful insights in certain specific environments and moods, so that their martial arts will undergo a major transformation. Understand the mind and see the nature. This situation is called epiphany in martial arts. Did I just experience an epiphany?
Lu Sheng didn't know. But this doesn't matter. He only knew that his strength should be improved again. If he now fights with him before, he may decide the outcome within a few moves. This is the gap brought about by boxing attainments. Lu Sheng had the urge to go to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall to do a test now, but he immediately suppressed it. The strength of strength will not change due to the number of tests. The strength is your own, and you won't run away because you don't test it in time. Besides, it was quite late today. If I delayed for a while, I would inevitably be questioned by my parents when I went back. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng speeded up.
I'm back to my room.
Lu Sheng put down his bowls and chopsticks, calmly greeted his family, and then turned back to the room.
What's wrong with Xiao Sheng today? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
My mother Zheng Yufan looked at the rice bowl in front of Lu Sheng and said with some concern,
I ate half a bowl of rice today than yesterday.
Lu Sheng shook his head speechlessly and stood up and said,
Mom and Dad, I've also gone back to my room to exercise.
As he said that, Lu Sheng quickly ran back to his room. Perhaps because of the huge changes that have happened to Lu Sheng recently, Lu Sheng felt a little inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart, and his practice has become more diligent than before. Lu Dehai patted his wife's palm and comforted her with a smile.
The child has grown up, is sensible, and knows to study hard. This is a good thing, and we don't have to worry about it. Oh, by the way, I'll give you this money. Let's buy Xiaosheng and Qinghe some big bones for replenishment. You are going to take care of Sanhua again. Didn't you still complain about back pain yesterday? Can you bear it if your body is able to bear it? What's the point? Just apply 2 plasters for me later. Where can you post it?
Lu Sheng listened to the conversation between his parents coming from the living room, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed down. After the growth of qi and blood, his 5 senses were greatly strengthened. Even through a door, he could hear the voices outside clearly. A string in Lu Sheng's heart became increasingly urgent. After doing 2 sets of body refining techniques, he eliminated the distracting thoughts in his mind, and Lu Sheng gradually entered his dream. Now he can easily control his brain to fall asleep in a very short time. In the familiar wilderness, Lu Sheng's figure quietly appeared. A burly zombie immediately noticed Lu Sheng's appearance and roared and rushed towards him quickly. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng rushed forward quickly. Block punch. With just 2 moves, the burly zombie in front of her, wearing clothes that could not be recognized in style, was twisted by Lu Sheng. A black smoke appeared and quickly merged into Lu Sheng's body. A martial artist. After absorbing the memory of the zombie, Lu Sheng let out a sigh of relief.
My strength has indeed increased.
The battle just now gave Lu Sheng a more intuitive understanding of his current strength. He has encountered this kind of burly zombie more than once before. This is a new type of combat zombies that are different from zombies in one-piece clothes, with erratic strength. Some are weaker than gray one-piece zombies, while others are stronger than blue one-piece zombies. The combat power of this zombie can only be barely distinguished by observing the opponent's body shape. The one Lu Sheng just solved is not weak, and it can even be said to be the strongest he has ever encountered. In terms of strength and speed, it is nearly twice that of an ordinary blue one-piece zombie. The combat effectiveness is estimated to have reached the standard of a first-level official warrior. But even so, he still can't hold on, with 2 moves under Lu Sheng. The boxing style after the breakthrough is very strong, which makes me feel calm when I pinch it casually. When facing an opponent whose skills are weaker than mine, it is similar to an adult hitting a child. A little joy appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes. After dealing with the zombie, Lu Sheng continued to move forward. He had been walking in the gray fog wilderness for a long time. According to his estimate, he should have been very close to the number 1359 base in the memory of these zombies. According to the memories of the zombies during their lifetime, base number 1359 should have been destroyed in a black fog and an almost endless tide of strange beasts. It's strange that I haven't encountered a strange beast in such a long time. Could it be that all the strange beasts live in the ruins of the base? Or it was evacuated after the destruction base? Lu Sheng didn't know. Although his martial arts strength has improved rapidly, the dream is still a dangerous and unknown area for him. So far, Lu Sheng has never died in his dream, and he doesn't know what kind of consequences will lead to death in his dream, so he doesn't want to try it. Along the way, Lu Sheng killed several more zombies. The martial arts memories obtained from these zombies quickly filled in his shortcomings in leg techniques, palm techniques, foot techniques, etc., and kept approaching the bottleneck. At the same time, the boxing attainments that have reached a new level continue to slowly and firmly climb to a higher level. Just as Lu Sheng punched a zombie's head and was absorbing memory, his eyes suddenly freeze. Lu Sheng saw the direction directly in front of him. The gray mist dissipated like flowing water, and then a broken and magnificent building was slowly presented in his sight. Finally, it's here! The legendary base number 1359. Lu Sheng was particularly calm and more careful. Sometimes, the unknown also represents danger. What's more, Lu Sheng has witnessed countless times in his memory that base number 1359 was submerged in the overwhelming tide of strange beasts. That kind of despair and depression was always heavy in his heart like a huge rock. Lu Sheng was very fast, but his steps were very light. The closer you get to the giant city, the more zombies wandering in the gray fog, and as the number increases, the strength of these zombies is also constantly improving. Lu Sheng had already felt the strong and dangerous aura that had been missing for him for a long time from several zombies. Fortunately, the perception of these zombies has not increased much due to the improvement of individual strength. As long as he is careful enough, he will not attract their attention. Looking at the mountain, the horse died. Lu Sheng ran for more than half an hour before gradually approaching the giant city. This was still the state he had been in a hurry. You can imagine how big the size of the giant city is. Finally, Lu Sheng came to the foot of the giant city. He hid under a ruined wall and looked up at the city in front of him. This majestic city was truly presented to him. It is hard to describe how big the city is. Lu Sheng needed to tilt his neck to an angle close to the limit before he could barely see the top of the city wall. The entire city was surrounded by towering walls. This reminds Lu Sheng of an anime hiding in a huge besieged city against the evil giant in his previous life. Compared with that anime, the city wall in front of me is undoubtedly much higher. It is hard to imagine what power there is in this world that can tear open such a solid line of defense. But what Lu Sheng saw. But there are huge, shocking traces of tearing. The entire city, from the outside, looks like a huge broken bowl full of gaps. The ruins that Lu Sheng relies on now are an insignificant fragment that hit the giant bowl. Thinking about the desperate scenes I saw in my memory, Lu Sheng's expression became solemn. Perhaps the doomsday scenes he had seen in his memory were less than 1/10,000th of the real situation. The height determines the vision. Those zombies that could be easily killed by him were undoubtedly just a corner of the brink of the real terror.
Base number 1359, that is, there are at least 1,000 bases like this. So where are the remaining bases still intact? What exactly has the people in this world experienced, and are their survivors still alive?
Lu Sheng felt a lot of doubts about the origin of this world, the origin of his dream, the mysterious body refining and breathing techniques he is practicing now. He walked towards the giant city. He felt that the truth was waiting for him ahead. Lu Sheng did not see where the gate of the city wall was, so he found a huge gap that had been torn to the bottom from the top of the wall and approached carefully. Just 10 meters away from him, there were several terrible zombies wandering. As long as Lu Sheng gets a little closer to them, he will feel a huge thrilling feeling of numbness in his scalp. Now he feels like he has just left the trumpet of a novice village and is wandering to the advanced monster map. Any little monster around him has the ability to kill him in seconds.
The closer you get to the base, the stronger the zombies are. It's hard to imagine what level of martial arts powerhouses these zombies that brought me a huge sense of threat.
Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. There is no consciousness, no perception, only a little bit of combat instinct that remains in the body. Such a state can bring him such a strong, dangerous aura, and these zombies are definitely unimaginable masters during their lifetime. Lu Sheng carefully maintained a distance from each zombie. After repeated experiments, he found that the safe distance between him and the zombies was about 10 meters. As long as you don't get close to the zombies 10 meters, you will not be discovered and attract hatred. Lu Sheng approached the gap he was interested in little by little, and carefully avoided the zombies wandering around him. I really couldn't hide, so I picked up a stone from the ground and threw it away to attract the attention of the zombies. In this way, he successfully reached the foot of the target wall without any danger. Although this crack is large, it is still 7 or 8 meters high. Fortunately, Lu Sheng now has the strength of a first-level warrior, and his body is strong. With the help of depressions and gaps on the wall, he easily climbed to the crack.
The thickness of this city wall is probably more than 20 meters thick, and it is even beaten like this.
Lu Sheng walked into the crack, feeling secretly astonished. Walking all the way to the inside of the wall, the scene inside the city appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Various tall buildings and streets have different styles from the real world where Lu Sheng lives. There are many transportation tools that Lu Sheng didn't recognize on the streets, although most of these have been destroyed and ruined now. But above this gray fog-covered ruin, Lu Sheng could still imagine how prosperous the city once had.
The level of technological development should be far beyond the world I am in now, and beyond my previous life.
Lu Sheng jumped off the city wall and landed on a vehicle with a very similar shape to a rowboat, smooth lines, and a sense of technology.
It should be a world with a high level of civilization, whether it is a technological civilization or a martial arts civilization. No wonder the body refining technique and breathing method I got from my memory before is so powerful.
You should know that in the world where Lu Sheng is now, martial arts has only been developing for less than 300 years. Many aspects are in the exploration stage. It has also been mentioned in history books that when martial arts first emerged, the most powerful martial arts master in the world was only level 5. Now, humans have many level 7 masters, level 8 masters, and even level 9 martial arts saints.
Such a powerful civilization is still trapped under the minions of the strange beast. What about us?
Lu Sheng suddenly felt a little worried. In reality, his world is also fighting against the invasion of alien beasts. Even though martial arts powerhouses continue to emerge among humans, the entire human living space is still being compressed and reduced. This is reported every day on TV news.
No matter what, it's a huge opportunity for me to come here. If this world fails, my world may not fail. I can still draw nutrients from this civilization. When I become stronger in the future, I may be able to spread the advanced martial arts knowledge here.
Lu Sheng's eyes became firm again, and there was a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The shock and impact this devastated civilized ruins brought him too much, and his mentality has also changed. There are many zombies in the city wall, but their strength is generally weak, so it is rare to see a few
high-level monsters.
This is easy to explain. The city walls protect vulnerable civilians, and those with strength naturally gather at the front line of the battlefield. Lu Sheng's exploration progress was much faster. He walked into a tall building. This is an ordinary residential building. Lu Sheng casually found a family and walked in, but there was no one in the house. The house is divided into several small rooms, but the overall space is very small. There is a table in the middle of the living room, and some bowls, chopsticks and tableware are scattered on the table. Lu Sheng imagined that the family was having a meal at that time, and then the doomsday suddenly came. Lu Sheng was inexplicably depressed. There was no zombie in the house. Lu Sheng guessed that under the terrifying black fog, ordinary people might not even have the qualification to transform into zombies. It is also possible that he once became a zombie, but later, under the erosion of long years, he became corrupt because he was too weak. Lu Sheng walked into a room and found something similar to a photo frame on the bedside table in the room, but there was no photo inside. Lu Sheng guessed that this might be something like an electronic album. After the energy was exhausted, the photos inside naturally disappeared. The remaining room should be the child's room. There was a single bed in the corner of the room, as well as a bookcase and a desk. Lu Sheng tried to find some items that could record information. But the civilization of this world is too developed, and books have long been completely free from the shackles of paper, and he has gained nothing. Finally, Lu Sheng found a disc on the desk, the size of a palm, the color was lead gray, and the thickness was less than half a centimeter, with traces of the text left on it.
Tian Hung Technology.
Lu Sheng wiped off the dust from the disc and identified a few small words engraved on the bottom of the disc. After pronouncing these words, Lu Sheng suddenly realized. He actually knows these words? The words used by this fallen civilization are exactly the same as those used in the real world.
Parallel world? Or is there any connection between the two worlds?
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he felt as if he had grabbed something. He quickly picked up the disc and studied it carefully. The surface of the disc is very smooth, and no buttons are visible. Lu Sheng didn't know what this disc was, so he could only search inch by inch. Soon, he found a groove that was only about 1 millimeter deep in the center of the disc. Lu Sheng reached out to compete, and found that the groove was about the same size as his thumb.
Fingerprint unlock?
Lu Sheng thought, gently putting his thumb into the groove. After waiting for about a minute, Lu Sheng almost gave up. At this time, I heard a drip sound, and then the disc in my hand began to emit a faint blue light. The blue light is getting stronger and stronger, but not dazzling. This room covered with dust and lifelessness seemed to gradually wake up with the appearance of this blue light.
Welcome to use Tianheng technology.
A soft female voice came from the disc. Then the blue light on the disc began to quickly condense a female outline.
It can actually start.
A hint of excitement surged in Lu Sheng's heart. But this excitement didn't last long. The disc in his hand seemed to have exhausted all his energy and quickly dimmed. After a few seconds, it turned into a cold iron plate again. Call. Lu Sheng let out a breath, and a strong light burst out from his eyes.
It seems that this city still has some energy left. If I have good luck, maybe I can find more information about this world.
Lu Sheng picked up the disc and quickly walked out of the room. He began to search from house to house, and in the process, he found some discs with different colors and styles from the first one. Lu Sheng guessed that this disc might be something like a computer, which many families have, and most of them may be found in the study and bedroom. Lu Sheng gathered about dozens of similar discs, and finally tried to open them one by one in one place. The soft blue light lit up and went out before his eyes. Most of the discs are exhausted, and the rest is either damaged or reminding Lu Sheng that there is no sufficient access rights.
You also need a password.
Lu Sheng was a little helpless. Finally, when Lu Sheng picked up a silver-gray disc, things finally turned around. This disc was found by Lu Sheng from a box, and it seemed that he had not had time to unpack it.
Welcome to use Tianheng technology.
The blue light condenses into a woman who is more than 1 palm tall and has a soft appearance. She is wearing a pink one-piece suit and her body proportions are perfect. Lu Sheng waited for a while, and there was no prompt like a password pupil model popping up, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
How to use it?
Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, but almost instantly, the blue light beauty in front of her smiled and said,
Users who use optical brain for the first time can follow the following prompts.
Fortunately, there is a tutorial for beginners. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he mastered the operation method under the intelligent guidance of the optical brain.
The next step is to slowly understand the world.
Lu Sheng took a breath, thought for a while, and issued an order.
Help me get out the latest date news information. Connecting Skynet. Skynet connection failed. Connecting the civil database of base number 1359. The connection was successful.
The next moment, a large amount of information flashed across Lu Sheng's eyes. Where did Lu Sheng's eyes stay? The text at the corresponding position immediately magnified and actively presented it to him.
On June 21, 11024, the main base number 2 successfully launched the 58th batch of life exploration spacecraft, targeting the Tianqin galaxy. On July 12, 11024, base number 105 fell. On September 24, 11024, Lieutenant General Sun Kang successfully promoted to the Level 10 Star Realm, becoming the 472nd Level 10 Star Realm powerhouse in the history of the World Martial Alliance. Currently, the total number of Level 10 Star Realm powerhouses in the Martial Alliance has 23. On September 30th, 11,024, the bases number 114, 893, and 1022 fell. The World Martial Arts Alliance will hold the 274th Grandmaster meeting at the main base number 1. On October 3rd, 11,024, the bases of number 585, number 697, number 1253 fell. Marshal Lee 11024 November 19th.
Lu Sheng quickly browsed the news presented to him by the light brain. Various information constantly impacted the brain nerves of Landing Saint. Level 10 strong, planet immigration plan, Grandmaster Conference. Just as Lu Sheng expected, the martial arts civilization in this world is far higher than the world he lives in, and he has even explored the path of martial arts level 10 and level 11 above level 9. But even so, the most news that Lu Sheng saw was the news of the fall of one martial arts base after another.
The martial arts civilization in this world is extremely brilliant, and it has reproduced to an unimaginable level. The enemies they face are even more terrifying. Even the 10th and 11th level martial arts powers cannot protect the human race that is shaking under the claws of strange beasts. Later, they have even decided to give up their parent planet and start trying to find a second inhabitable life planet. But from the news,
Lu Sheng's eyes drooped, and the blue light information passing by was slowing down.
Until the day when base 1359 fell, there was no inspiring news coming back for those launched exploration spacecraft.
Lu Sheng observed a moment of silence for them. From the cold news, he saw the helplessness and pain of a brilliant civilization as it was heading towards destruction. Lu Sheng stopped reading the news and instead spoke.
Help me call it out, world history. World historical data is being retrieved. The world data is successfully retrieved.
Read the message that Lu Shengchao has newly slipped out.
In the first year of Wuli, the northern part of the ancient Eagle country, the southern part of the ancient Lion country, the eastern part of the ancient Dragon country. The surface cracked, and a large number of creatures from other worlds emerged from it.
Buzz? When reading the first line of world history, Lu Sheng's mind seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and the buzzing sounded endlessly. Lu Sheng suspected that he had read it wrong, so he got closer and read it word by word.
In 34 years of martial arts, the first internal martial artist in the world was born in the Gulong Kingdom. In the same year, the World Martial Arts Alliance was established. In 42 years of martial arts, the martial arts level division system was determined. Mr. Yang Qianhe, the martial arts master of the Gulong Kingdom, became the first fifth-level master of the Martial Arts League. 104 years of martial arts.
Lu Sheng sat on the ground in dismay, always calm, and did not show his joy or anger, but his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked through the past hundreds of years of history of this world, and found that these history were highly coincidental with what he learned in history classes. The time, historical figures, historical events are exactly the same. The information from Martial Arts 310 to Martial Arts 315 in the past few years gave him the illusion of reading old newspapers in recent years. Lu Sheng finally got an incredible result. This world, and the real world he has been living in, it's just the same one. The information he just read was not the history of another world's martial arts civilization going from prosperity to destruction, but the future of their world. 10,000 years in the future. In the 11,024th year of the martial arts, that is, the world I live in now will be completely destroyed after more than 10,000 years. Destruction is in the overwhelming black fog, and destruction is in the endless tide of strange beasts. Lu Sheng's face turned pale, and he could not accept the result. Just a minute ago, he was still silent for the decline of this powerful civilization. And a minute later, he realized that he was paying silence for the future of his civilization. Not necessarily the same one. It may be a coincidence, it may be a parallel world. Lu Sheng comforted himself and tried to calm down his mood. He needs more facts to verify. Lu Sheng tried to amplify history and find clues from smaller clues. But at this time, Guangma reminded, the permissions are insufficient, and visitors cannot query. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and said, Generate user. Please provide a genetic blood sample. The optical brain of future technology actually requires genetic blood samples to build users, which is really amazing. Lu Sheng didn't know if it would work in the dream, but he still bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on the groove in the middle of the light brain. After Lu Sheng dripped the blood on, Guangming fell into silence for more than 10 minutes. Just as Lu Sheng wondered if this thing had crashed, the light brain finally made a crisp, drop, sound. But it is not a prompt to succeed in establishing a new user, but a human gene blood sample was detected, and the Tinder program was launched, connecting the 1359 Tinder resource library. The connection was successful. Permissions are enabled. The next moment, a large piece of information jumped out in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life. Martial arts June 297, martial arts August 334. Marriage strength, level 4 warrior. Available permissions, level 2. The top of this message is a photo of a person. In the photo, there is a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and a tough face. Lu Sheng is extremely familiar with it. This person is himself. Lu Sheng calmly continued to read down about his life introduction.
Graduated from Baihe No. 3 Middle School in Baihe City, he entered Baihe Wuhan University with the first place in the school and the 23rd place in Baihe City. 3 years later, he graduated from Baihe Wuhan University and joined the military region. Later served in Tian'an military region. Wu Dao died in August 334 on the battlefield of the Southern War Zone at the age of 37. Unmarried. The highest rank, lieutenant. Military achievements: 3 first-class military achievements, 5 second-class military achievements, and 12 third-class military achievements. No outstanding contributions. In other words, I will die at the age of 37. I will die on the battlefield with strange beasts. I will only be a level 4 warrior until I die. Historical evaluation.
There is also a historical evaluation of characters at the bottom of the data, marked on it 2 stars. It just corresponds to the level 2, permission of landing saint in the 10 resource library. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely complicated. It's hard for him not to believe that this is the future he is about to face. Because in the information, the life trajectory of the Lu Sheng, before he was 18 years old, was exactly the same as that of his. Even the sudden surge in strength in the first 200 days of the college entrance examination was recorded. In the face of heavy history, his sudden transformation from mediocre talent to genius is not even a ripple. To be precise, after his transformation, he was not considered a genius in the huge human database. Because in the history of more than 10,000 years, he is 100 times better than him, and he has too many geniuses, and he can't count them at all. The so-called
letting a name in history
can only be achieved by counting an era in just a few people. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng searched all the familiar people around him. As a result, except for the historical evaluation of his sister Lu Qinghe, no one can reach 1 star, and most of them have half a star or even no star. Lu Sheng guessed that his 2-star evaluation may be due to the military achievements he obtained after joining the military region and the final sacrifice on the battlefield. After all, it is also considered to be a contribution to the continuation of human civilization.
It's not exactly the same,
Lu Sheng said to himself.
The information says that my score in the college entrance examination was 2.012 in the Qi and blood value, 257 in combat effectiveness index, and a level in the city. The scores of 23rd place in the city were admitted to Baihe Wuhan University. If you put aside the dream space and calculate based on the speed of practicing body refining, breathing, and existing resources, it is normal to achieve this result in more than 200 days. However, if I included my practice and gains in the dream space, then I should be far more than this.
2 strong rays of light suddenly burst out from Lu Sheng's eyes.
More than 200 days, more than 200 days of dreaming, more than 200 days of harvest. I don't believe that my progress is only a little bit. How could I, Lu Sheng, be the 23rd place in the city? My ranking should be included in the country, and my name should be known to more people. My future.
Lu Sheng clenched his fists hard.
It must be. Not only that. Since it is the future, it can be changed. My own future can be changed, and the future of the human race can be changed. If the future human civilization is about to perish, then I, Lu Sheng, will be the one who changes history and turns the tide.
Lu Sheng looked at the words.
10 Resource Library.
Flashing blue light on the light brain screen, and spoke calmly and confidently.
I am the spark, and I will surely start a prairie fire.
At this moment, Lu Sheng's depressedness, confusion and disappointment were swept away, replaced by unprecedented firmness and confidence. His temperament undergoes a new transformation, and there seems to be a flame burning in his eyes. In the path of martial arts, we should move forward bravely. If the front is destined to be a desperate situation, then a way out will be opened in the desperate situation. This is Lu Sheng's belief.
Xiao Sheng, why didn't you change your school uniform? Don't you have to go to school today?
Zheng Yufan brought basins of breakfast to the table and curiously asked Lu Sheng, who was sitting at the table for breakfast in casual clothes. Lu Sheng picked up a meat bag casually and nodded.
Yes, the teacher said he could choose to study at home in the future. There is still such a thing?
Zheng Yufan muttered in confusion, but at the same time, she was working a few odd jobs and was in a hurry to go to work after breakfast. She had no energy to think too much, so she didn't ask too much. Lu Qinghe next to him had habitually wanted to speak up.
Why haven't I heard that number 3 middle school has such a new rule recently?
But when he met Lu Sheng's dark and deep eyes, he swallowed this sentence back.
This guy.
Lu Qinghe bit the bun in his hand hard. Recently, the changes in Lu Sheng, the brother, have become increasingly serious, and they are no longer as mediocre and cowardly as before. Before, she just felt that Lu Sheng had become a little deep and mysterious. But today, Lu Sheng gave her the feeling of a mountain, a piece of iron, a ball of fire. Sitting next to Lu Sheng, she even felt a feeling of being breathless. This feeling is too bad. Lu Sheng did not pay attention to Lu Qinghe's unusual behavior. After he quickly finished breakfast, he went back to the room to practice physical exercises. After the 4th time of physical exercise, Lu Sheng's cell phone rang, which was a strange number.
Lu Sheng, your scholarship has been completed. Come to school in the afternoon to get it.
As expected, it was Zhong Jingguo's phone call.
I understand, Teacher Zhong. By the way, why didn't you come to class today? Didn't you talk about your school time? Is the school still going to have a meeting to discuss it? I still remember notifying your parents and asking for your private mobile phone number from your classmates. Teacher Zhong, I don't have much time, so I can't waste it anymore.
Well, ignoring whether Zhong Jingguo could understand his words on the other end of the phone, Lu Sheng hung up the phone. Since returning from the dream last night, Lu Sheng's mentality has completely changed. Before this, Lu Sheng was careful to hide his strength, not dared to expose too much, and not let too many people know. He considered many factors, and was difficult to explain to his family. It was easy to break if he was strong. The wood was so beautiful that it would be destroyed by the wind in the forest. But now, Lu Sheng no longer thinks about this. He just wants to show his edge. He just wants to shock others. Only by showing more talents can you obtain more resources. He needs to reach the peak as fast as possible, and then find ways to change the future. I can't wait for a moment. In addition, Lu Sheng also wanted to use this to verify his thoughts. Lu Sheng repeatedly practiced body refining techniques, and combined with breathing techniques. Over and over again. The purpose is to squeeze your energy as quickly as possible, create a sense of fatigue, and then enter a dream. When Lu Sheng finished the 27th time of physical refining, he was finally so tired that he collapsed on the ground, and he didn't even want to move a little finger. Sleepy came, and he gradually fell asleep. I opened my eyes, and was still the same place I left yesterday, with a bright brain in front of me. Lu Sheng skillfully opened the light brain, and then issued instructions.
Call out all the practice methods, insights, notes related to martial arts that I can check within my authority. Inquiry.
Soon, A huge amount of information appeared in front of Lu Sheng. It's dense, all related to martial arts. Too many. With more than 10,000 years of accumulation, countless people's inspiration and wisdom, even if Lu Sheng's authority is only level 2, the knowledge he can obtain is huge. Lu Sheng thought for a while, and continued to speak.
Search the most suitable exercises for first-level warriors to practice, and the most valuable content. Filtering.
The content in front of Lu Sheng quickly decreased, and in the end, the information left in front of him. Only 3 articles remain. Please give me flowers, comments and comments. Thank you everyone.
Start body forging technique.
Introduction. Introduction to the martial arts technique. Created by Wang He, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan. Natural breathing method.
Introduction. Introduction to the martial arts technique. Created by Yang Yizhou, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan.
Crystal visibility.
Introduction. Introduction to the martial arts technique. Created by Duan Feng, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan.
The 3 martial arts are bigger than the other, and the creator listed after the martial arts makes Lu Sheng's eyes twitch. Level 11. Level 11. Level 11. The most powerful martial arts in the world are only at level 9, and what is placed in front of Lu Sheng is the entire 3 inheritances of the 11th level powerful. Although they are only introductory chapters, their value is indescribable. Lu Sheng noticed that these 3 exercises were marked after them. They have been included in the Fire Plan. Recalling the prompt that
the Tinder plan has been launched.
When I opened the database yesterday, Lu Sheng seemed to understand the meaning of the Tinder plan.
The strong men at the top of the Martial Alliance in the future should have long anticipated the upcoming fate of the race. They were powerless to do anything, so they could only preserve all the essence they had learned throughout their lives. I hope that there will be latecomers who can continue this spark for them.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh.
It's a pity that they never thought that it was not the latecomers who picked up this fire, but their ancestors.
Lu Sheng looked at the 3 exercises, thought for a while, and said,
Query the subsequent exercises. The permissions are insufficient. The query fails. Please increase the access permission. Really?
The 10 resource library is an unforgettable treasure house. But obviously, it is also necessary to open this treasure house. The condition is sufficient access permission, and access permission is closely related to the visitor's strength, achievements, reputation, contribution, etc. Lu Sheng did not continue to try, but began to concentrate on reading these 3 exercises in front of him. The martial arts crystallization of the top 11th level powerhouse, Lu Sheng said word by word, for fear of missing a word. Soon, he finished reading all 3 exercises. There was a deep shock in Lu Sheng's eyes. Although he has not started formal practice yet, he has been shocked by the magnificent and imaginative concept of his martial arts.
Start body refining technique.
Sets the human body as a miniature universe, and practices to the depths of the warrior's body density will reach an extremely terrifying level, with unimaginable defense and strength, and the chi and blood are as fierce as stars and as majestic as galaxies. The natural breathing method, combined with any martial arts practice, can make the practice of martial arts soar. Moreover, the natural breathing method can allow warriors to enter the state of unity between man and nature, which has extremely great benefits for improving the martial arts realm. The crystal visualization method, which purifies the mind and strengthens the will, involves the most mysterious spiritual power part of martial arts practice.
The focus of these 3 exercises is different. They are the supreme exercises selected by the light brain, which are the most suitable for first-level warriors to lay the foundation the entry-level chapter. Lu Sheng couldn't wait to start trying. Although the achievements of practice in the dream space cannot be brought into reality. If you practice it first in the dream space, you can get started faster in reality. The first thing Lu Sheng practiced was
star body refining and natural respiration method.
Even in the introductory chapter, the level of these two martial arts is too high, and there is no blessing of memory proficiency. Even the basics of Lu Sheng's first-level warriors have been tried for a long time before they can barely get started. When Lu Sheng took the last action of
star body refining,
his whole body immediately became trembling like an electric shock. The extremely strong pain and numbness quickly swept through every corner of Lu Sheng's body like a surging sea tide. Even the muscles and meridians located at the tip of your little finger are shocked and exercised. The pain lasted for more than half an hour before gradually weakening, and then an unparalleled sense of comfort came. Lu Sheng was immersed in the strong pleasure of practicing, and his soul seemed to be about to leave his body. If the effect of the body refining technique he practiced before was one, then the effect of
star body refining technique and natural respiration technique
is 1,000 or even higher. The 24 basic body refining techniques he practiced first, promoted by the Wu League, was completely negligible. There is no difference from radio gymnastics. After practicing it all over, Lu Sheng collapsed on the ground and was completely unable to move. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Sheng began to try to practice
crystal visualization.
The concept of
crystal visualization
is wonderful and mysterious. Its first step is to let the practitioner visualize a human form in his mind, a human form that is completely carved from crystal. This crystal humanoid must be filled with impurities at first, and then as you breathe, all impurities will be removed bit by bit, and finally spotless. Although Lu Sheng did not understand the concepts and effects taught in
crystal visualization,
but he also knew that spiritual will is very important for martial arts practice. A warrior with a firm will and no distracting thoughts will far exceed a warrior with a relaxed will and a lot of desires, whether in his combat power or his cultivation speed. Therefore, there have always been many ascetics in the martial arts world. However, although
crystal visualization
is magical, it is also very difficult to practice. Even with the assistance of the light brain, he built a three-dimensional crystal humanoid in front of Lu Sheng, but he could not build his own crystal humanoid in his mind at once. I can only take it slowly in the future. The real takeoff begins. Please give me flowers, review tickets, and comments.
It took Lu Sheng a long time to recover from the fatigue of practicing
star body refining
for the first time. This is the biggest time he consumed in his dream. After barely recovering some of his physical strength, Lu Sheng ordered Guangming again.
Inquiry: the most suitable tonic for first-level warriors to replenish qi and blood. Inquiry.
Swish. A large amount of information appeared again in front of Lu Sheng.
Simulated conditions. Martial arts for 300 years can achieve the prescription. Filtering.
Information is rapidly reduced. Soon, a few articles were presented to Lu Sheng. In addition to the formula of each medicine, the form of each medicinal material in the prescription, the current name and former name are listed one by one, saving Lu Sheng a lot of hard work. Lu Sheng wrote down these prescriptions one by one, and then chose to wake up.
So smelly.
When Lu Sheng woke up, he smelled a strong fishy smell. He hurriedly got up, and found a layer of black and shiny sludge attached to his body. The odor comes from these sludge.
It's because of
star body refining and natural breathing.
Although I'm just practicing in my dreams, some of the effects are still passed on to reality.
It's like a normal person dreaming about sad things, and in reality, he will cry. If you dream of something extremely scared, you will also twitch with tension in reality. This is an instinctive reaction that the brain stimulates muscles. and just this muscle instinct has such an exaggerated effect, and Lu Sheng felt that he underestimated the superposition effect of
star body refining
and natural breathing. After finding out the reason, Lu Sheng hurried to take a shower.
The qi and blood value should have increased again, but I don't know how much it has increased.
Lu Sheng, who walked out of the bathroom with a wet hair, looked up at the wall clock on the wall and thought,
"It's almost time to go to school. At least say hello to me next time."
Zhong Jingwei handed a bank card to Lu Sheng and scolded him with some dissatisfaction.
"I understand, Teacher Zhong."
Zhong Jingwei wanted to say something else, but when he saw Lu Sheng's calm face, he closed his mouth again.
"Go and go. Come to the school to report at least once a week from now on."
Zhong Jingwei waved his hand helplessly.
"Yes."
Lu Sheng collected his bank card, turned around and left. Looking at Lu Sheng's departure, Zhong Jingwei felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling is very strange and can't be said. If you have to describe it, that's it. The original Lu Sheng, Zhong Jingwei can still see through it. But now, Zhong Jingwei can't see through Lu Sheng at all. And this change only lasted just one day. Zhong Jingwei shook his head. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it anymore.
It's finally a little money.
Lu Sheng walked out of Zhong Jingwei's office and felt a little at ease for the first time. Of course, this money cannot be used directly to buy supplements, as it would be a waste. The best way to control is to buy materials and make them yourself. Lu Sheng has just collected several tonic prescriptions from the Tinder Resource Library, which are in use. Of course, although these prescriptions are prescriptions that can be realized in his era through the light brain screening, which ones are suitable for the current Lu Sheng still need further screening. The filtering conditions for this step are mainly money. Lu Sheng directly found an internet cafe near the school and searched online. I don't know if Zhong Jingwei would be so angry that he vomited blood after he agreed with him about the conditions for free school time. Proficient in registering and boarding. The internet cafe was filled with smoke, and Lu Sheng found a random seat to sit down. On his left and right sides, several young people in society were playing games. He looked like he was about the same age as him, with colorful hair and tattoos on his arms. After finding that Lu Sheng sat down and turned on the computer to check the information, several young people in society sneered and stopped reading it. Lu Sheng ignored them and searched the information one by one at the prescriptions in his mind. Mainly check the price of medicinal materials. Then calculate the cost of each prescription and find the one that suits you best based on the cost performance. Soon, Lu Sheng determined 2 tonics that were suitable for him. Lingji Zhuangxue decoction and Yangji pill. The medicinal materials for these 2 tonics can be basically available on the market, and they are not expensive and are within the affordable range of Lu Sheng. Among them, the effect of the marrow yang pill is even better, but Lu Sheng found that one of the medicinal materials needs to be effective within a few hours after fresh picking. The origin of that medicinal material is not in Baihe City.
Then I chose Lingjizwang blood decoction. It just so happens that the preparation of Lingjizwang blood decoction is relatively simple, suitable for newbies like me.
Lu Sheng made up his mind. Now he only needs to consider one issue.
Where to prepare the decoction. No matter how simple the preparation of decoction is, it requires professional utensils. A little bit of the difference in heat and dosage may cause much worse effect. It is unrealistic to buy a set myself, and the money I have is not enough. It is best to rent someone else's use.
Lu Sheng was a little distressed. There should be places like this where medicines can be prepared, pharmaceutical research institutes, or larger pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies. But the question is, why should others rent it to you? An important place, like a dispensing room, involves the commercial secrets of various pharmaceutical companies. How can you just let someone enter easily? Don't mention private borrowing.
Forget it. Buy all the medicinal materials needed for Ling Jizwang blood decoction first, and then think of a solution. Sir, are you kidding? This is absolutely impossible.
Seeing that the pharmacist in front of him had turned dark, Lu Sheng quickly got up and left.
The seventh house, it's really unrealistic.
Lu Sheng, who walked out of the pharmacy, sighed softly, with a little helplessness on his face. He had bought all the medicinal materials needed for Ling Jizwang blood decoction, and even bought several more portions than expected. Because the money in the card that Zhong Jinghua gave him was not 30,000, but a total of 80,000. The additional 50,000 is probably the private sponsorship of Zhong Jinghua. The process of renting the dispensing room was not smooth at all. Lu Sheng went to 7 pharmaceutical companies and pharmacies in a row, but they were all rejected.
If the last one really doesn't work, I can only buy some simple equipment online and try it.
Lu Sheng looked at the 8th pharmacy that appeared at his sight and thought to himself, the sign of Tao Hall is hung in front of the door of this pharmacy. Such a store name is rare in Baihe City. Lu Sheng sorted out his clothes and walked in. The pharmacy is not big, with some cabinets for placing medicines displayed inside. A young man in a white coat is lying on the counter playing with his cell phone. Hearing the sound of Lu Sheng entering the door, the young man raised his head and looked at him, then quickly lowered his head.
What do you want to buy? Check it out yourself. Come back and check out my account.
Finally, I thought of something and added,
Don't just run away after I take the things. The store is full of surveillance and can be photographed clearly.
After saying that, the young man began to focus on his phone. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. The business of this store seems to be unsuccessful. No matter which pharmacy he entered before, no matter how bad the salesperson inside would come up to ask him symbolically what he needed. But the clerk of this store is good, and he just ignores him, not thinking about his business at all. How can a store with such a look of style prosper? Of course, whether its business is good or not has nothing to do with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng approached the counter and reached out to press the phone in the young man's hand.
You want to die?
The young man's eyes were removed from the screen of his phone, and he was about to get angry in an instant. But his eyes of Lu Sheng felt the impulse of the momentum emitted from his body, and then softened in an instant.
What do you want to do?
The young man quickly took 2 steps back and looked at Lu Sheng with some fear, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the phone pressing under Lu Sheng's hand. Lu Sheng said calmly,
I'll ask you something. Does your pharmacy have your own pharmacy preparation room? What's wrong? So what's wrong? Aren't you here to buy medicine?
The young man said quickly. Lu Sheng stretched out a finger and tapped the glass counter lightly, saying lightly,
If you have it, I want to talk to you about the business.
5 minutes later, Lu Sheng followed the young man to the door of a room behind the pharmacy. The young man seemed a little nervous and repeatedly confirmed to Lu Sheng,
It is agreed that 1 hour is 200 or less, and it is calculated as 1 hour in less than an hour. At most, you can use it for 3 hours. After 3 hours. Also, you have to pay first. Pay 200 rent first. Can.
Lu Sheng took out 200 yuan and handed it to the young man very simply. The young man's eyes lit up. After taking the money, he quickly stuffed it into his pocket, then took out a key, opened the door, and told Lu Sheng,
Okay, go in quickly. Be careful not to break things, otherwise you will have to compensate according to the price.
I know. Lu Sheng walked straight into the room. Behind him, the young man pretended to be nothing, quickly returned to the store, but there was a joy that could not be hidden on his face.
There is such a good thing. Isn't this money picked up for nothing? Just go back and delete the surveillance record.
Lu Sheng inspected the room, his eyes showing satisfaction. This deployment room is not big, but there are all kinds of utensils, which is enough for him to operate. It can be seen that the pharmacist in Xingshan Hall loves these utensils very much and uses them frequently. Each utensil is spotlessly clean and very clean. Lu Sheng did not waste time. The young man who promised to rent his allocation room obviously had no say and was sneaky. He must achieve his goal as soon as possible and save the trouble of the people from the good job hall coming back.
Lingji Zhuangxue decoction.
Lu Sheng put on a white pharmacist's gown, put on a mask, and began to process the medicinal materials one by one according to the prescription of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction. Compared with the final configuration, this step is the most difficult and most important. Fortunately, the preparation of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is really not difficult. It is almost the same as that of ordinary chemical experiments, but the process is a little bit cumbersome. Gulugulu. Lu Sheng carefully poured the boiled medicinal soup into a flask.
I didn't expect the first time to go smoothly.
Lu Sheng watched the flask gradually cool down, and the color of the beautiful light green medicine soup, and a little joy rose in his heart. But whether it is successful or not has to be seen before you can know whether it is successful or not. Signed, please give Flowers review tickets and comments. Lu Sheng pulled down his mask and poured all the medicine soup in the flask into his mouth. The medicine soup enters the throat and flows quickly into the stomach. Even Lu Sheng didn't taste what it tasted. He stood there and waited quietly for a few seconds. Soon, I felt a heat flowing out of his body and walked all over his body in a few breaths. Every inch of muscle cells in Lu Sheng's body was greedily absorbing this heat current. It's like arid land is suddenly watered, and a sponge exposed to the sun is thrown into the water. A trace of white air evaporated on the surface of Lu Sheng, and the qi and blood in his body surged, and he felt like he was gradually being filled. 10 minutes later, the feeling gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. Lu Sheng stared at the flask in his hand with bright eyes. He knew that he had succeeded. The effect of Ling Jizwang blood decoction is even better than he expected, almost more than 10 times that of Yangshue sand he had taken before. The production cost is less than twice that of Yangshue sand. Lu Sheng also felt his skin become a little tighter. This is explained in the prescription. Since Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is called Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, it is naturally not just the only effect of strengthening blood. While strengthening blood, it can also increase the skin density of the users, narrow pores, whiten and moisturize the skin, and other additional effects.
The future tonic will be a great comparison. The crystallization of wisdom over 10,000 years can be easily picked up, and it will be better than the current 18 streets.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The effect of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction he had just taken has not been completely absorbed, and some of it is still in his body, and it needs to be practiced to stimulate it. Of course not now. The most urgent task is to mix all the medicinal materials in your hands as soon as possible. With a successful experience, Lu Sheng's subsequent deployment was extremely smooth.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lu Sheng opened the door with an expressionless face.
Didn't you say you are not allowed to disturb me halfway through? Our boss is coming back soon. Come out quickly.
The young man at the door looked nervous and kept urging. Lu Sheng looked shocked and didn't talk nonsense to him. He quickly cleaned up the dispensing room, brought the prepared potion, and walked out of the dispensing room. Although the time was much earlier than my budget, fortunately, the 12 Lingji Zhuang blood decoctions were all prepared, which was considered a perfect merit. Lu Sheng paid another 200 yuan for the young man, and then left the Hall of Good Deeds. Before leaving, the young man specially left Lu Sheng's mobile phone number, saying that he could contact him directly by phone next time. It seemed that he planned to develop a long-term business. Lu Sheng was carrying 12 spiritual muscles and blood soup, and his steps were steady and fast. With the blood tonifying medicine, he just wants to improve his cultivation now. Healing Su dragged his tired body out of the car. Healing was only 20 years old, with a graceful figure and a gentle face. He should have enjoyed life like a flower, but he took on the burden of the family early. During the He family period, pharmaceuticals were made for a living. The ancestors even produced a fifth-level pharmacist in Baihe, but it was lost when it was passed on to her father's generation. The He family was prosperous during the generation of Grandpa Healing Su. The branches of Xingshan Hall spanned several provinces, with a total of more than 100 stores. But now, only 2 companies in the entire Baihe city are still surviving. Martial arts are developing rapidly, and the pharmaceutical industry that is related to martial arts is changing with each passing day. Every day, new and better prescriptions are developed, and old prescriptions are cracked and eliminated. The reason why my He family has declined to this point is because their ideas are too conservative and old, stick to old rules, and do not want to make progress. I don't think about it. Can martial arts tonics that were popular 100 years ago still be popular now? At that time, many people couldn't afford a pair of blood-nourishing powder for a month's salary. Only by innovating, and innovating is the best way to save my He family's current difficulties. Healing Su has always done this. During this period, she has been looking for a new martial arts tonic everywhere as a sign to save the He family's business. But in half a year, it has achieved little success. Yesterday I just found out that an old pharmacist in the next city had developed a new tonic. Healing Su rushed over without stopping. As a result, the car drove halfway and received a call from the other party, telling her that she didn't use it anymore and that the new drug had already selected a partner. Healing Su returned empty-handed. "Missy, you are back." As soon as he entered the door, the young man in a white coat immediately took the initiative to say hello to her. Healing Su was in a bad mood and had no time to deal with the other person, but just nodded coldly. She has taken over the pharmacy at home for so long, and she naturally knows the clerks in the 2 stores' private virtues. This clerk named Ma Fei is lazy and likes to stay away from work. Sometimes she steals tonics from the store to sell. She warns her several times that she refuses to repent. If she hadn't recruited a suitable replacement, she would have let the other party leave. "So beautiful! If only I could be my girlfriend!" Ma Fei kept staring at Healing Su's back and disappeared completely from his vision before he reluctantly retracted his gaze. Healing Su has always been Ma Fei's dream goddess. The reason why Ma Fei stayed in Xingshan Hall and refused to leave was that he fantasized that he would have liked Healing Su one day. Although Xingshan Hall's business is not very good now, after all, the lean camel is bigger than a horse, so he can be considered a double harvest in love and career, and he has reached the peak of his life. Although this possibility is a little smaller than the chance of winning the lottery, what if? It is hard to say what a rich lady has to say about her taste. Isn't it written in the city like this? It's an ordinary poor boy. Ma Fei was lying on the counter, and suddenly Healing Su's figure appeared in front of him again. "Miss He! Miss He!" Ma Fei stood up with a tremor and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. At this time, Healing Su's pretty face had completely condensed into frost, and his face was extremely gloomy. "Are you secretly bringing someone into my potion mixing room?" "Thanks for the reward. There will be additional updates today." "No. No." Ma Fei hurriedly shook his head and denied it. Looking at the other party's hesitation and flickering eyes, Healing Su was almost sure. "Forget it. You don't have to come to work again tomorrow," Healing Su said coldly. "Oh? Miss He, please listen to my explanation." Healing Su ignored Ma Fei anymore and turned around and left. She was in a bad mood today, but when she encountered this kind of thing again, her mood exploded. Healing Su usually does research on new drugs when he is fine. It can be said that he knows everything in the dispensing room very well. Just now, she walked into the dispensing room and suddenly found that many things in the dispensing room had been passive. Even her clothes were worn by people, and there was a strong smell of manhood from the inside out.
Bastard! I'm so angry!
Healing Sue was getting angry while cleaning up. She used tweezers to pick up the pharmacist's dress that had been worn by someone and threw it directly into the trash can.
All utensils must be washed again. The table must be wiped and disinfected.
Healing Sue is a person with a cleanliness obsession. If it were not for the current conditions, she would even want to throw away everything and buy a new one.
There's also an unwashed bottle.
Healing Sue suddenly noticed that a used flask was placed in an inconspicuous corner of the mixing table. There was still some light green liquid left in the bottle.
Hey, I'm so disgusting.
Healing Sue looked disgusted, put on gloves, and threw the thing directly into the trash can. But after throwing it away, Healing Sue for some reason picked up the used flask from the trash can for some reason.
I'm so crazy.
Healing Sue laughed at himself. Recently, she has been full of new drugs, and now she even wants to pick up unknown medicines in the trash can to study. Having said that, Healing Sue skillfully extracted some residual medicine from the flask and began to perform pharmacological analysis. 10 minutes later.
Fuck, this can be discovered. It's so unlucky.
Ma Fei was packing up his things with a sad face, preparing to roll the bed and leave. Thinking that it will be difficult to see the goddess in his mind from tomorrow, Ma Fei was full of regret.
I wouldn't have made those few $100 if I had known it. I killed me.
Ma Fei walked out of the charity hall with his things and looked back reluctantly.
Oh my God, can you let me take a look at my goddess again?
Ma Fei sighed in his heart. The next moment, a miracle happened. Healing Sue really appeared in Ma Fei's vision. Not only that, Healing Sue also ran towards him quickly, his face full of tension, anxiety, and urgency.
Ma Fei! Ma Fei! Where are you? Damn it, you won't really leave. Damn!
Ma Fei was shocked. Has his fantasy come true? Those those plots seen in the novel, seem to have really changed from illusion to reality, and are rushing towards him step by step. A huge joy and excitement arose in Ma Fei's heart, and he quickly said,
Yi Xiao. Ling Su, I am here.
Healing Sue saw Ma Fei standing at the door with excitement, and his eyes lit up.
You haven't left yet.
Healing Sue rushed out, grabbed Ma Fei's clothes, and said anxiously,
It just so happens that I have something important to ask you. Say, as long as I know it, Su.
Ma Fei's face was filled with excitement and happiness. Healing Sue frowned when she heard Ma Fei's name to her, but she didn't have time to care about this at this moment.
Who did you bring into the deployment room today? I want to see him. Immediately. Oh?
Ma Fei was stunned. This seemed a little different from the plot lines he imagined.
Are you deaf? I said I want to see the person you brought into the dispensing room today. If you can find him, I promise that you can not only continue to work in the Sheng Hall, but also double your salary. Oh.
Ma Fei woke up from his dream and hurriedly took out his cell phone.
I have his contact information. Give it to me.
Healing Sue was anxious now, fearing that he would delay a minute and a second. No wonder she performed like this, mainly because the results of the pharmacological analysis report she just detected. It's really amazing.
The blood tonifying effect is more than 10 times that of blood tonifying drugs currently on the market that are less than 100,000 yuan, and it also has whitening, muscle building, and other effects. Not only that, it is shown based on the analysis results. The main components involved in this medicine are all the most common medicinal materials on the market. It is estimated that the manufacturing cost of this medicine liquid will not exceed 5,000 yuan. The most important thing is that there is currently no tonic on the market that overlaps with it. In other words, this is a new drug. A new tonic that has just been developed and has not yet been launched. Combined with all the factors, Lingsu seemed to see an unprecedented business opportunity waiting to her. The He family may be saved. Hoo-hoo. The small room almost became a steamer. The rich white air filled the room. If someone stepped in, he would almost think he had entered the sauna. Lu Sheng was the source of this white energy. Every pore on his body was emitting a strong heat, and he seemed to be a boiled kettle. In the hazy water vapor, you can see the muscles on Lu Sheng's body shaking slowly and rhythmically. It seemed as if I was breathing, becoming fuller little by little. The explosive power contained under the skin can be felt even by the naked eye. Soon, Lu Sheng finished his last move. But instead of opening his eyes, he sat upright. His chest was rising and falling. A large amount of white air was inhaled from his nose and exhaled from his mouth, like a serpent swimming in the room. I don't know how long it lasted, but the water vapor in the room gradually dissipated, and Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. This star body refining technique is worthy of being the most powerful body refining technique 10,000 years later. It is simply incredible to develop the potential of the human body. If this continues, a star may really be born in my body. The natural breathing method is also magical enough, and it seems to have extremely strong recovery ability. Without the cooperation of this breathing method, the effect of the body refining technique would not be so good. Lu Sheng clenched his fist hard, feeling the explosive power between his fingers and palms, and a little joy appeared on his face. The qi and blood have been strengthened a lot again. Lingji Zhuangxue decoction is very effective. With my current physique, it's almost the same to drink 2 doses a day, and I can't absorb them anymore. If I count this way, the 12 medicinal soup is enough for me to drink for 6 days. After 6 days, I will find a way to prepare some. Dingling. The cell phone next to me suddenly rang. Lu Sheng answered the phone. Can. When? It's a week later. Before he could speak from the other side, Lu Sheng hung up the phone with a calm expression. The one who called him was the young man from Xingshan, who secretly rented his allocation room. The other party said that their eldest lady from the Good Deal Hall wanted to see him now. Lu Sheng said it was okay, but the time must be when he needed to use the deployment room next time. Next, it's time to concentrate on practicing. Lu Sheng didn't forget what he was carrying on his shoulders. How is it? What does the other party say? Lingsu stared at Ma Fei with anticipation. Oh, give me your phone. I'll tell him myself. Lingsu directly snatched Ma Fei's cell phone, and before he could answer the call, he heard Ma Fei's helpless voice. It's already hung up. Then I'll call back. Lingsu didn't give up, but soon she heard a prompt from her phone that the user you called was turned off. Ah, I'm so anxious. Lingsu blew Ma Fei's phone twice, as if he was venting, making Ma Fei next to him look so painful. Miss, that's my phone. I'll smash you in yours. Miss, in fact, that person has agreed to meet us. What? Lingsu's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? What did he say? He said yes, but it will take a week to wait. 1 week. The surprise on Lingsu's face quickly faded. A week is too long and there are too many variables. It won't work. Lingsu shook his head. She had just experienced the fact that she was taken first, and she had only been late for half a day. 1 week. The daylily is cold. Miss it's not about whether we can do it now, but whether the other party can do it. The initiative is with others. Ma Fei patiently explained to Lingsu. Of course, I know that the initiative is not with us. Lingsu said coldly. It's just that I can't wait for this week.
Healing Su ordered Ma Fei.
From now on, you will be responsible for helping me find that master. The faster the better. Every day I complete the task 1 day in advance, I will reward you with 5,000. No, 10,000 yuan. Real?
Hearing that there was a reward, Ma Fei immediately became energetic.
Missy, you have to keep your word. When did I keep my word?
Healing Su was a little impatient. Her current mood was both excited and nervous, anxious and frightened. The feeling of worrying about gains and losses was difficult to describe to others. Ma Fei happily calculated how many rewards he could get, and suddenly remembered and said worriedly,
Missy, are you going to make a mistake? The person who asked me to lend the dispensing room is only in his teens and is still a high school student. Is it really the pharmacy master you mentioned? Student?
Healing Su frowned slightly and whispered to himself.
Then maybe there is a pharmaceutical master standing behind him. Oh!
Ma Fei nodded as if he understood.
Scholarship?
At the dinner table, Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, and Lu Qinghe stared at Lu Sheng with wide eyes, as if listening to him telling a story.
You mean, you bought this thing for me with a scholarship?
Lu Dehai held a white flashlight-like instrument and asked again in disbelief.
It's a blood moxibustion instrument.
Lu Sheng corrected, and then took out another 2,000 yuan and put it on the table.
There are 2,000 left, and it will be used as food for Mom. There are still left.
Lu Dehai widened his eyes, wondering if he had blurred his eyes or had his ears misheard. Zheng Yufan was so happy that she hugged 2,000 yuan in her arms and held Lu Sheng for 2.
My son can get scholarships too. That's amazing.
Lu Qinghe next to him couldn't help but mutter.
What scholarship can you get so much money? What scholarship can you get? Learning Progress Award. My chi and blood value has increased rapidly during this period, so I was rated as a rated.
Lu Sheng didn't blink when he told a lie. Lu Qinghe obviously didn't believe it and wanted to say a few more words. But after meeting Shang Lu Sheng's eyes, he closed his mouth again. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan obviously believed it. Mainly, Lu Sheng has changed a lot recently, especially his appetite, which is simply. They saw all these changes, and with the good things like their son won the award, what reason do they have to doubt?
It's great to keep the money for tonics. What kind of blood is used to buy? Isn't this a waste of money? Oh, my son got a scholarship for the first time. What's wrong with buying you a gift? Besides, you've been complaining about back pain lately, and it's just right. I watched TV and said that this thing works so well. How good can it be?
Lu Dehai said it was a waste, but in fact he was happy in his heart. Before I finished the meal, I ran to the sofa alone with a blood moxibustion instrument. My mother Zheng Yufan also smiled, and counted the 2,000 yuan over and over again, saying that she wanted to save it for Lu Sheng to use it in the future. Lu Sheng saw all this in his eyes, and his heart felt calm and soft. His hard work is nothing more than trying to make his family live a better life. Let my dad Lu Dehai be easier, let my mom Zheng Yufan not have to worry about money every day, and let my sister Lu Qinghe. Lu Sheng turned his head and looked at Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe was staring at him sneakily. After noticing his eyes, he immediately turned his head aside and pretended to be cold and innocent. Okay, Lu Qinghe doesn't count for the time being, so let's talk about it when she becomes sensible in the future. Lu Sheng added a silent sentence in his heart. Additional updates. Please. Base number 1359. Lu Sheng stood in the middle of a dilapidated street. 10 meters away from him stood a tall zombie. The zombie lacked a left arm and a huge wound more than 30 centimeters long on its chest. It raised its head slightly, its empty eyes staring in one direction for a long time. Lu Sheng looked in that direction and saw the huge gap in the city wall when he came. Lu Sheng was silent for a moment, and then slowly took a step forward. This step seemed to touch a mechanism, and the quiet one-armed zombie suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Without any words, the latter rushed towards him quickly. Lu Sheng's eyes were calm. He took a deep breath and leaned over to meet him. Two figures collided fiercely on the dilapidated street. Just a touch. One of the figures took a few steps back. Lu Sheng's expression was slightly condensed. This one-armed zombie was an opponent he had chosen for a long time, and the danger aura it brought to him was not particularly strong. But even so, Lu Sheng was in a disadvantage when he met him.
The power is at least twice as great as mine.
Lu Sheng was not panicked, and countless experiences and skills in his mind surged. He punched calmly, accurately, and appropriately blocking every attack of the one-armed zombie. The speed and strength of the one-armed zombie are stronger than that of Lu Sheng, and they are tireless and ignorant of pain. But its weaknesses are equally obvious. It lacks an arm, has no wisdom, and can only fight according to the combat instinct that remains in the memory of muscles. Lu Sheng has the possibility of defeating it head-on. Call. Lu Sheng moved flexibly to avoid the fist of the one-armed zombie. Taking advantage of the gap exposed by the other party at this moment, Lu Sheng clenched his right fist and punched the one-armed zombie hard on the forehead. This punch followed a perfect arc. During the shooting, the muscles on Lu Sheng's arm flowed quickly like living things. Bang! The head of the one-armed zombie exploded directly. The power of this punch is far beyond the power of any previous punch of Lu Sheng. And many. The one-armed zombie fell down with a bang. Lu Sheng walked up to it, looked at its broken body, and recited it quietly.
Heroic spirits are immortal.
The corpse of the one-armed zombie weathered rapidly, and lifelong experience and skills turned into a black line of smoke and merged into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng absorbed it silently. Nowadays, he no longer regards these zombies as monsters that give him bright experience, but is inexplicably in his mood. Admiration, remembrance, or promise. Every time Lu Sheng absorbs the memory of a zombie, the responsibility on his shoulders becomes heavier and his feet become more firmer.
Level 5 powerful.
After absorbing the memories of the one-armed zombie, Lu Sheng learned from his memory that the other party was a level 5 warrior during his lifetime. And he is a level 5 strongman who is particularly good at boxing. His memory of boxing directly allows Lu Sheng to go further in the new realm of boxing after breaking through.
No wonder the fist is so strong. I don't know if I have reached the standard of a second-level warrior now.
Lu Sheng has been practicing
star body refining,
natural breathing, and crystal visualization for nearly a week, and he has almost finished drinking Lingji Zhuang blood soup. He felt that the qi and blood value had increased a lot, but Lu Sheng didn't know how much it had increased.
Even if the qi and blood value does not meet the standards of a level 2 warrior, the combat power will definitely be reached. If you use the secret technique just now and cooperate with the natural breathing method.
The secret technique of Lu Sheng finger is actually a technique of exerting force. Very clever skills of exerting force are recorded in the introductory chapter of
star body refining.
This kind of force technique can allow warriors to burst out with force several times, dozens, or even hundreds of times beyond the normal state, and their combat power will surge directly. However, this kind of force exercise technique has very high requirements for the user's physical fitness, and Lu Sheng can only reach 4 times the force exercise. It's also very scary. It is equivalent to allowing a first-level warrior to instantly burst out the combat power of a second-level warrior, or even a third-level warrior in actual combat. This effect is simply amazing. If it is spread in reality, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire world's martial arts alliance. Lu Sheng directly named this method of exerting 4-star power. Awakened from the dream, Lu Sheng opened his eyes. His brain was very clear, and he had no sense of fatigue at all. Lu Sheng had discovered this a long time ago. He practiced in his dreams, and while fighting, his brain and body were also resting. This is equivalent to having a full twice as much time as ordinary people to practice martial arts, which is his unique advantage. After waking up, I continued to refine the star body, breathing naturally, and practiced the crystal visualization for a while. After a week, Lu Sheng's progress in crystal visualization was quite gratifying. He had almost successfully built a crystal human form and reached the official entry. After some practice, Lu Sheng went to take a shower. After taking a shower, he found that all his family was not at home. I looked at the time, and it was only around 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Sheng thought about it, and decided to go out.
I haven't tested my chi and blood value and combat power for a long time, so I just went to test it. If the standards are met, I will pass the martial artist assessment.
Please give me flowers, comments, thank you.
Rent a test device, thank you.
It's still an old place, Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. The beautiful front desk girl stared at Lu Sheng's face for a while, and smiled and said,
Brother, are you here again? Are you in the midterm exam recently? You care so much about your grades?
It can be seen that this beautiful front desk girl already knows herself. Very frequent? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized. Yes, I've been here for the 3rd time this month. He felt that he would only come to test every time after a relatively large increase in strength, but that was because his strength grew too fast. For normal people, 3 times a month is already a lot. It takes about once a week. Even the school that cares most about students' grades can only be tested once a month, a monthly exam. Because the chi and blood are floating, unless you test it every day, the results will be inaccurate if you repeatedly test it in a short period of time. Unless it is a martial arts genius whose chi and blood are growing rapidly, the chi and blood will increase significantly in a few days.
Ha ha, yes.
Lu Sheng was speechless about the teasing of the girl at the front desk, and could only vaguely pass it. Walking into the familiar test room, Lu Sheng found a random instrument. It just so happened that there was no one in the room, which facilitated his performance.
It's better to measure the chi and blood first.
This is something Lu Sheng cares more about. Lu Sheng took the blood and put it in the groove of the blood tester. Soon, with the sound of the machine, a value jumped out.
15.632. So much has it grown?
Lu Sheng himself was shocked. Fortunately, he thought he could not reach the standard of a 2nd-level warrior, but the result was far beyond that. If you think about it carefully, the supreme martial arts of the future 10,000 years, plus the most advanced tonics in the next 10,000 years. With the blessing of 2 items, it would be strange if he did not have such an exaggerated increase.
Let's test combat power again.
A ray of light appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes, and he punched hard at the force measuring instrument in front of him.
Test the normal first.
Bang. With a dull sound, a value popped up on the screen of the force measuring instrument.
3,137.
So high. Lu Sheng was shocked. Because he absorbed a lot of combat skills and experience, his combat effectiveness index has always exceeded the corresponding chi and blood value standards. But the extent of the increase this time is too large. It's twice the standard. It was something Lu Sheng didn't expect.
Maybe it's because of boxing.
Lu Sheng thought for a while, and quickly found the clue. His boxing realm has been broken through once before, and he has never tested his combat power since that time. It is probably because the new realm of boxing has increased his combat power, which has led to a surge in combat power.
In this way, my ultimate combat power will be much higher than I expected.
Lu Sheng was a little excited and decided to test it again. This time, he decided to use the technique of star power. 5 minutes later, Lu Sheng walked out of the force measuring room. The expression is calm, and there is no sign of joy or anger.
Brother, have you finished the test? Are you satisfied with the results?
The girl at the front desk greeted him with a smile. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, and his handsome face made people feel like spring breeze.
Very satisfied.
The girl at the front desk blinked playfully.
Then I wish you a smooth exam. Thanks.
Lu Sheng waved his hand and walked out of the martial arts hall with great strides. The girl at the front desk looked at Lu Sheng's back as he left, and smiled and muttered,
"The little brat who pretends to be cool is quite good when she smiles." Who did you say?
A voice suddenly came from behind the girl, frightening the girl. The girl turned around and looked at the person who was talking and stood up immediately.
Senior sister and I.
Shuang stared at the direction of Lu Sheng leaving, and a little interest emerged in her eyes. When Lu Sheng went out, she saw it and recognized that this was the
little genius from a poor man
that surprised her once before.
Is this guy here to test just now? Yes, I've been here 3 times this month. I guess I'm nervous about the midterm exam.
The girl at the front desk said seriously. Shuang said casually,
"Which machine he tested, take me to see."
Shuang was idle, and was a little curious about whether Lu Sheng had made any progress over the past period.
Okay, senior sister and I.
The girl at the front desk quickly led Shuang to the instrument that Lu Sheng had just used.
He used this instrument alone today, and the data can be found at will.
The girl at the front desk said, while retrieving data for Shuang. A few seconds later, Lu Sheng's test results jumped out. Wait for the two to see the data displayed above.
Ah!
The girl at the front desk screamed. Her beautiful eyes widened for a moment, and she covered her mouth with one hand. One of Shuang's face changed dramatically. Her face was filled with an extremely shocked and incredible look, and her eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she could not believe her eyes.
Is this instrument broken?
Shuang spoke in a difficult tone. The girl at the front desk was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly realized and blurted out,
"Impossible. It was only inspected yesterday." That means...
Shuang took a deep breath, tried to calm down the storm that aroused her heart, and slowly spoke.
This achievement is real.
The girl at the front desk nodded in a daze. Half a minute later, Shuang's voice came from the test room, almost even in the martial arts hall lobby.
Now, immediately, go find the boy I just tested. Let everyone go. He often comes to our Hanchuan martial arts hall, and he lives not far away. Someone must know him nearby. Go quickly. Yes, senior sister and I. Master, please go to the Warriors Association.
Lu Sheng took a taxi and reported his destination. The taxi driver is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He glanced at Lu Sheng from the rearview mirror and said with a smile,
"Young man, are you going to the Wushu Association to do business?"
Judging from Lu Sheng's age, he really cannot associate Lu Sheng with the martial artist assessment. Lu Sheng also realized this, smiled and nodded, saying,
"Yes, look for someone."
Hearing Lu Sheng's answer, the taxi driver immediately became excited and started talking.
"Young man, depending on your age, you should be in your 3rd year of high school this year. My daughter is about the same age as you. This year's senior year of high school, TSK, 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 that's so worth of chi and blood, so we're so worried."
The taxi driver was obviously a chatterbox. He went from college entrance examination to university, and then from college to employment, chatting endlessly, almost annoying Lu Sheng. The key is that Lu Sheng was embarrassed not to respond to him, and he often asked for a few words. Yeah, yes.
Master, you are right.
On the surface, Lu Sheng looked like he listened to the taxi driver's speech very carefully, but in fact he felt extremely regretful.
I knew I should have told him that I went to the Warriors Association to participate in the Level 2 Warrior Certification Assessment. He must think that I'm brain-related and doesn't want to talk to me.
Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. Finally arrived at the destination, Lu Sheng paid the fare and got off the bus quickly, breathing a sigh of relief. The taxi driver poked his head out of the cab and greeted Lu Sheng enthusiastically.
Young man, it's a great time to chat with you. I'll introduce my daughter to you next time I have the chance to meet you.
Lu Sheng smiled politely and nodded, silently saying in his heart,
I hope there will be no next time.
Turn around, and it is the Wushu Association. A rather grand building with a signboard of the
Baihe City Warriors Association
stands at the door. Lu Sheng walked in calmly. When I walked into the hall of the Wushu Association, there were not many people inside, and it was obvious that there were still not many people who had the opportunity to come here. Lu Sheng followed the notice posted on the wall, and found the window responsible for the assessment and recognition of warriors and handled it.
Participate in the first level warrior certification assessment.
The staff in the window looked at Lu Sheng's ID card and gave him a special look. Lu Sheng nodded. Logically speaking, his current strength is already available to apply for level 2, but after Lu Sheng walked around, he couldn't find the window for the second level warrior assessment.
Fill in the form, then pay 1,000 yuan for the assessment fee, and then go there.
The staff at the window patiently explained Lu Sheng carefully. After all, Lu Sheng is here to participate in the martial arts assessment. No matter whether he can pass or not, he must have some confidence in his own strength. Looking at Lu Sheng's age, maybe he is still a little genius, so there is nothing wrong with a better attitude. After filling out the form and paying the money, Lu Sheng followed the staff's instructions to the door of a room with the sign,
Warrior Assessment Room.
When he walked in, 3 or 4 people were sitting inside. An assessment officer in work clothes glanced at Lu Sheng and said,
Give me a watch and find a seat to sit down.
Lu Sheng handed over the form in his hand and found a corner to prepare it. After Lu Sheng came in, he waited for a while, and then came in one after another. One of them had a scar as long as a centipede on his face. A fierce man with a fierce look and a girl with a pure and lovely appearance and a purple hairband were the most noticeable. Lu Sheng glanced at the purple hairband girl and felt that the other person was about the same age as him. The girl happened to be looking at him, and the two of them looked at him slightly, and then they took back their eyes. The people in the room looked at each other, and Lu Sheng was actually within the attention of others. Because among all the people who participated in the assessment, he and the girl were the youngest.
Okay, everyone is here. Let's start first.
The assessment officer saw that the seats in the room were full and announced that the assessment had officially begun.
The first one, Li Xingji, the first level warrior assessment.
A tall and thin young man stood up from his position and walked to the test instrument in the middle of the room.
You should know how to test it. First measure the qi in blood, then measure the combat power index. There are 3 chances to test the combat effectiveness index in total. I am afraid that you will be too nervous and perform abnormally.
The assessment officer explained. The tall and thin young man nodded and replied,
I understand.
Then he started testing. It can be seen that as the first person to test in the room, the young man was still a little nervous. When measuring qi in blood, I held a blood collection needle several times, but did not get bleeding. But fortunately, I passed the test. Qi and blood value 1.531. Unfortunately, the young man tested the battle index test 3 times in a row, but failed to meet the standards. In fact, it's just a little bit. The 3 times resulted in over 140. I don't know if it's too nervous or not enough.
The assessment failed. How could it be? How could it be?
The tall and thin young man, who was slapped in the face, was pale and in a daze, and kept muttering,
I obviously exceeded 150 every time when I was testing at home.
Seeing that he looked a little embarrassed, the assessment officer said,
The equipment of the Wushu Association is officially customized, which is more accurate and rigorous than the instruments sold outside. You still have the strength. If you go back, you will settle down for a month. It will probably be enough next time.
The tall and thin young man nodded, walked out of the room quickly with his lips pursed. Emotion is contagious. When the remaining people saw the first tall and thin young man who participated in the assessment failed, their expressions became nervous and serious. Please give me a flower evaluation ticket, monthly ticket, thank you everyone.
Xiao Changfeng.
The assessment officer pronounces a name. A burly figure slowly stood up, the fierce man with scars on his face.
Isn't he a later one? Why can he be ranked second in the test?
Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. The assessment manager looked at him coldly and said,
Because I only saw his application form now, he should have been ranked first in the test.
The people in the room were stunned and didn't understand the meaning of the assessment officer. Then, they heard the assessment officer pronounce the remaining words.
Level 3 Warrior Assessment.
Shit! A sound of gasping in the room suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the scared man with shock, with a hint of awe in their eyes. Level 3 Warrior Assessment. In other words, this man has the strength of a level 2 and close to a level 3 warrior. No wonder the assessment officer said he should have ranked first. In the world of warriors, strength is paramount, and the strong should enjoy their own privileges. The Scar Man walked silently to the test instrument, took blood and tested. A number popped up quickly on the blood test instrument.
107.256.
The person in the room looked terrified. More than 100 chi and blood values mean that Scar men have met the standards of level 3 warriors in terms of chi and blood values. Then, there is the Combat Effectiveness Index. The Scar men faced the test instrument and punched him. The speed of this punch was very fast, and many people didn't see it clearly. They just felt a blur in front of their eyes, and a muffled sound came from their ears, and it ended. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. He saw the man's punch clearly. The way you start and punch is like a certain way of punching.
10,831.
A value pops up on the force measuring instrument. A slight inhalation sounded in the room. Passed. The Combat Effectiveness Index has exceeded the standards of level 3 warriors. This also means that from now on, Scar Man will be a third-level formal warrior recognized by the Martial Arts Association. Now everyone's eyes changed a little when they looked at the Scar Man. Admiration, and a hint of envy. A third-level warrior can also be regarded as the #1 figure in the entire Baihe city. No matter where you go, you can get good treatment.
Congratulations, Xiao Changfeng. From now on, you will be a third-level warrior recognized by our Baihe City Warriors Association. You can enjoy 30,000 yuan in martial arts allowance every month.
The assessment officer showed a bright smile on his face for the first time. As he told him, the people in the room looked more and more envious when they looked at the Scar Man. The Scar Man silently listened to the assessment officer's words, then walked back to his original position and sat down. Lu Sheng glanced at the other party a little strangely. This guy didn't leave after the assessment, looking like he was ready to watch the whole thing. Of course, no one will have any objections to this. A third-level warrior doesn't matter even if he sits here until dark. He just needs to be happy. Next, a few people went up to test, all of which were first-level martial artists. Some pass, while others fail like tall and thin young people. Finally,
Lu Sheng, first-level warrior assessment.
It's Lu Sheng's turn. Lu Sheng stood up calmly, and he noticed that everyone's eyes were gathering on him in the room. These include the Scar Man and the purple hairband girl. Even the assessment officer looked at him a few more times. After all, there are not many examiners of the age of Lu Sheng, and they themselves represent talent.
Don't be nervous, just follow your usual job.
The assessment officer rarely speaks gently. Lu Sheng nodded, then picked up the blood needle to get the blood. The bright red blood rolled gently into the groove of the blood test instrument, and the test blue light fell. Everyone looked at the display on the instrument. Some are serious, some are casual. The next moment, the value is displayed.
15.701. Boom!
The whole room exploded instantly. More than half of the people jumped straight from their positions, and the scarred man and the purple hairband girl also stood up suddenly. One of them had a casual look on his face, and even slid directly to the ground.
Damn it! It's true and fake, I'm not wrong. It's past 15 o'clock? Second, level 2 warrior? Is the machine broken? It should be broken.
Everyone stared at the value on the blood measurement instrument with disbelief, and their eyes slid back and forth on the instrument and Lu Sheng. Even the assessment officer's hand holding the form shook hard, and then he quickly checked the machine. He said to Lu Sheng extremely seriously,
"Class, can you please retest this classmate?"
It is logical that there is only one chance to test the qi and blood value, but the results Lu Sheng measured were too amazing, so he had to confirm it again. Lu Sheng nodded, picked up the blood needle, and took another drop of blood and conducted a test.
15.693.
It is similar to the first time, with up and down fluctuations not exceeding 0.01. This proves that the instrument is normal, and also proves that Lu Sheng's achievements are real. The room fell into inexplicable silence. Then, the sound of gasping in the air began to sound one after another. The eyes of a group of people who looked at Lu Sheng changed completely. It's like watching a monster.
This guy. Dad is the richest man in Baiha City. How many tonics have I taken?
A man stared at Lu Sheng with a complicated face and said something for a long time. Others looked at Lu Sheng's expressions as well. Just like constipation. Lu Sheng is so young that he can tell at a glance that he is a high school student. How old can high school students be? 17? 18? It's similar to their nephews, or even their sons. As a result, the qi and blood value was as high as 15 points, an exaggerated value.
This guy started taking tonics when he was aborted.
Someone spoke sourly. A person next to him murmured,
Even if the qi and blood value are high, it's still a real 15 o'clock. As long as the combat power is slightly better. TSK, 18 years old, a second-level warrior.
No one else spoke. That's right. Even if Lu Sheng is really a medicine jar, his qi and blood base is here at 15:7, and his combat power is not much worse. In other words, Lu Sheng basically passed the assessment steadily. And it is very likely to be an assessment of a second-level warrior. High school students become second-level warriors at the age of age. These people almost moaned. Please give me a flower evaluation ticket monthly ticket in comments. Please support. Thank you. The expressions of scar men and girls with purple hair bands are also extremely complicated. Their performance was calm in everyone's eyes, but the shock in their faces and eyes could not be hidden. At this time, the assessment officer's attitude towards Lu Sheng had reached a higher level. Become extremely gentle.
Don't be nervous, just relax. The Combat Effectiveness Index test can be done no matter how many times you are, and you can play the one you are most satisfied with.
Others listened to their faces thrusting. Didn't it be said that everyone can only test 3 times? What does it mean to do as many times as you want? Lu Sheng took a deep breath and said to the assessment official,
No, it's good to have it once.
The assessment officer was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Then I saw Lu Sheng's punching action. The others just saw a starting position. The scarred man suddenly burst into the eyes of the man in the whole room, and he subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Bang! A dull, louder sound was louder than the one made when the scar man just tested. Everyone's heart beat hard with the loud noise. Wait for them to see clearly the numbers displayed on the force measuring instrument. Just a moment. Everyone was stunned. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were dull, and his expression was like a ghost.
1, 1, 1.
The assessment officer tried to read out the number with a dull expression. Soon he realized that he had read countless ones. I quickly shut up and read it quickly.
15,709.
5 digits. The combat power exceeds 10,000. More than 15,700, nearly 16,000. It far exceeds the combat effectiveness index standard of the 2nd level warrior and directly enters the 3rd level field, which is 5,000 more than the previous results of the Scarman test. The room was dead silent. Everyone stood up and stood there in one movement. The scared man clenched his fists into his fists with thick bones, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. The girl with purple hairband covered her mouth with one hand, for fear that she would scream. Others even buzzed their brains, and their brains, like lack of oxygen, had long lost the ability to think. When something goes beyond the scope of one's own cognition and understanding, the human brain will fall into a short-term crash. Obviously, these people are in this state now. Lu Sheng was not surprised by this result at all. He had already tested it once in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. That time it was more than 15,600, which was a little lower than what we tested now.
The boxing technique after breaking the bottleneck, coupled with the force of the star and the natural breathing method, my combat power index directly reaches 10 times the standard of qi and blood. Is this the charm of martial arts skills?
Lu Sheng sighed in his heart. After appreciating his achievements, Lu Sheng turned to look at the assessment officer.
Okay, no need to test it again.
The assessment officer woke up from his dream, nodded subconsciously, and then recited his usual lines.
Congratulations to Lu Sheng. You successfully passed the assessment of a 1st-level warrior. From now on, you will be.
The assessment officer can't continue to recite halfway through. The main reason is that he doesn't know what level to be rated as Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng declared for a 1st-level warrior assessment, but his real strength was far beyond level 1, or even level 2. The combat power is even more exaggerated to level 3. How should this be evaluated by the other party? Level 1 or level 2, or level 3? The assessment officer looked embarrassed. If this situation is not handled well, it may cause Lu Sheng's dissatisfaction. If you offend such a promising genius warrior, you should not want his job. Thinking of this, the assessment officer quickly said to Lu Sheng,
I need to report your rating and discuss it and decide. Don't worry, Lu Sheng, the Wushu Association will not bury any talent. Oh no, a genius. Especially a genius like you.
Lu Sheng was a little surprised, but he soon accepted the result. It means asking him to go back and wait for notification.
Then can I go back first?
Lu Sheng wanted to ask a few more questions, but found that the assessment officer had already run out of the assessment classroom and left most of the people who had not yet conducted the assessment. Lu Sheng looked helpless and could only shake his head and prepare to go out. As he was about to reach the door, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It was the man with scars on his face.
Zhao Chanfeng.
The man stretched out a hand to him, his eyes burning. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then reached out to hold the scar man.
Lu Sheng.
After Lu Sheng said his name, a trace of uncontrollable excitement flashed in the scarred man's eyes, as if he had received some kind of glory. He nodded and took the initiative to make way for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng thought something. Is this a demonstration? Or make friends? He didn't understand the rules between warriors very much, but he subconsciously thought of a knowledge point he saw in history books. In the ancient martial arts era, every warrior regarded it as a glory to be able to meet more powerful warriors. Does Zhao Chongfeng mean this?
Wang Dameng.
Lu Sheng glanced out of the corner of his eyes, and saw another person in the room running towards him with his hands reaching out, and other people who reacted seemed to have this trend. He quickly flew out of the assessment classroom, like a flying. This kind of etiquette is quite interesting when a person says, but too many people will become a joke. Besides, what are the remaining guys? Cats and dogs. Looking at Lu Sheng running out of the room, many people showed an expression of annoyance and regret on their faces, and they slapped their thighs hard. A genius like Lu Sheng, who is so terrifying. You can also know with your, but that in the near future, this name will surely resound throughout Shirakawa's city. And they missed the opportunity to meet important figures in the future, such a good opportunity to meet the future important figures of Baiha's city. All my intestines must regret it. In addition to regret, some people couldn't help but secretly jealous of Zhao Chongfeng, who was the first to come out. Looking at Zhao Chongfeng's fierce face that was calm on his face, but in fact the corners of his eyes were filled with joy, everyone couldn't help but sigh. He is really a level 3 warrior, and his mind is quick. Please, flower evaluation ticket, monthly tickets and comments. Lu Sheng walked around the Martial Arts Association hall and felt that nothing was wrong, so he was ready to go home. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him behind him.
Lu Sheng!
Lu Sheng turned around and saw the 3 girls standing not far away. The 3 girls were about the same age, all a little younger than him, and the one standing in the middle looked at him with a complicated face. Who would it be if it wasn't my sister Lu Qinghe?
Lu Qinghe? Why are you here?
Lu Shengqiao Lu Qinghe, and the other 2 walked over.
I should ask you this sentence.
Lu Qinghe retorted angrily.
Skip classes, don't go to school, stay in the room every day, and now he comes to the Warriors Association to do what?
Lu Qinghe stared at Lu Sheng, his expression like a detective. Lu Sheng was a little embarrassed. It's okay if you skip classes and don't go to school. Even Lu Qinghe knows that he spends most of his time sleeping in the room. It seems that my sister has been very concerned about me recently. Lu Sheng casually said.
Come on, I'm done now. Who believes it?
Lu Qinghe sneered. At this time, a girl next to Lu Qinghe with a round face and a pink hairpin stared at Lu Sheng and said,
Qinghe, is this your brother? She's quite handsome.
After saying that, he turned his head slightly blushed. Another girl with a slim figure also echoed.
Yes, it's not as frustrating as you usually say. She's obviously a little brother. She's still the best little brother. You too.
Lu Qinghe was so angry that he was almost speechless when he looked at his 2 betrayal friends. The boy who knows that eating and sleeping all day long is handsome, with 2 handsome dogs. When Lu Sheng saw Lu Qinghe being defeated, he felt much more relieved. He took the initiative to reach out and said to the girl,
Hello, I am Lu Sheng, Lu Qinghe's sister. Qinghe must have caused you a lot of trouble. You will cause trouble for people.
Lu Qinghe was so angry that he spoke back. The 2 little girls were easy to talk to, and the slim figure nodded with a smile.
Hello, brother Lu Sheng. My name is Feng Fanfan, and my friends call me Fanfan. This is Su Nuo. Qinghe does cause us a lot of trouble, but we are good friends, so it is appropriate to take care of her. Feng Fanfan.
Lu Qinghe looked like he was about to go crazy. I really just borrowed the donkey from the side. What does it mean that you really cause trouble? Usually, who is like your biological mother in school, pulling you 2 with shit and pee. It's okay to blackmail her, but it's too much to hack her in front of her most annoying brother. Lu Sheng greeted the two little girls with a smile. After a few words, I talked about the beginning topic.
What are you doing here?
Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, and obviously didn't want to answer. But the girl named Su Nua explained quickly.
We came with senior sister Yang Yuan. Senior sister Yang Yuan is our senior sister in the martial arts club and has a good relationship with us. Yes, senior sister Yang Yuan is amazing. She is one of the top 3 geniuses in our school. This time she is here to participate in the first level martial artist assessment. Senior Yang Yuan must pass.
Two little girls made things clear, one by one. After Lu Sheng understood clearly, he looked up at the clock and said,
Since you are waiting for others, I will not interfere with you. I will treat you to dinner next time I meet. Okay, brother Lu Sheng. Who wants you to treat me to a meal?
The two cheerful voices were mixed with Lu Sheng's weak, stubborn mouth. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Lu Sheng's head, which made Lu Sheng blush and wanted to hit him, and then left the wuxia without looking back.
I'm so angry.
Lu Sheng sorted out his hair that was rubbed by Lu Sheng and said angrily. But a strange ripples appeared in my heart. She vaguely remembered that when Lu Sheng used to be like this when he was a child, the relationship between the two was still very good at that time. Later, I don't know when it started, but the relationship faded. But just now, it seemed like I had returned to the past in an instant.
Shenghe, your brother looks very good. He is tall, white and handsome, but he doesn't look like a creamy boy, very sunny.
Feng Fanfan looked at the direction Lu Sheng left, smacked his lips and sighed, as if he was still savoring something.
Yeah.
Su Nua next to him also nodded wildly and echoed.
I'm simply a male god. You two are blind.
Lu Sheng felt powerless.
Oh, by the way.
Feng Fanfan suddenly remembered something and said,
What did your brother come to the Martial Arts Association to do? I just seemed to see him walking out of the martial arts assessment room. Your brother is here to participate in the martial arts assessment, just like senior sister Yang Yuan.
Su Nua interrupted.
How is that possible?
Lu Sheng looked at the two of you with a look of illness and being treated, and said,
My brother is a student of Baiha No. 3 Middle School, and he doesn't attend classes every day. Can he participate in the martial arts assessment? The Sao can also climb trees. Absolutely impossible.
Feng Fanfan muttered.
But I did see your brother coming out of the martial arts assessment room with his own eyes. You read that wrong.
Lu Sheng's tone was extremely affirmative. Feng Fanfan wanted to say something, but at this time, Su Nua looked at one direction and shouted in surprise.
Senior Yang Yuan is out.
Thanks for the reward, additional updates. Lu Sheng and the other two quickly met a tall girl with beautiful appearance and purple hair bands on her hair.
Senior sister Yang Yuan, how about it? Has it been passed?
As soon as he met, Lu Sheng couldn't wait to ask. His pretty little face was full of expectations. Yang Yuan is the person Lu Sheng admires the most in school, no doubt about it. The top genius of Baiha No. 1 Middle School, a monster whose chi and blood value and combat power index reached the first-level warrior standard at the age of 18, is the strongest woman in the martial arts club. Countless halos and titles have created the golden senior Yang Yuan in front of her. Feng Fanfan and Su Nua's faces were also full of anticipation, and there was a hint of nervousness. It seems that whether Yang Yuan can pass the martial arts assessment is more important than their own affairs. Yang Yuan's expression was a little strange. That's an indescribable complexity.
Don't mention it. Something unexpected happened. The assessment was suspended, and I guess it would have to wait in the afternoon.
Yang Yuan shook her head. Lu Sheng and the other two were a little surprised and asked quickly,
What accident? Can the assessment be forced to be suspended?
Yang Yuan smiled bitterly and said,
A monster, a monster.
The assessment officer was so scared that he left us and ran away. The assessment could not be suspended. What monster? The monster.
Lu Qinghe and the other two were confused when they heard it. Yang Yuan sighed and said in a complicated look,
Actually, it's because a boy, who is probably about the same age as me, maybe younger than me. During the assessment, the chi and blood value of 15.7 was measured, and the combat power was more than 15,700. Do you think it's scary? I had always thought I was a genius before, and I had seen the guy.
Yang Yuan sighed.
I know what a true genius is.
After hearing Yang Yuan's words, Lu Qinghe and the other two opened their three small mouths wide and their eyes widened, as if they were hit by the detachment technique. I was so shocked that I didn't know what expression to use. She is about the same age as Senior Yang Yuan. 15.7 chi and blood value. 1. More than 15,700 combat power. Is there such a person in the world? Or can such a person be considered a human? They finally know why the martial artist assessment was suspended. Such a monster appeared in the martial arts assessment. It is estimated that the entire martial arts association will cause a sensation. I may not be able to make it to tomorrow's morning news.
Senior Sister Yang.
Feng Fanfan suddenly reacted and asked curiously,
What is this person's name?
Do you know? Lu Qinghe and Su Nuo suddenly pricked their ears and stared at Yang Yuan tightly. Yang Yuan nodded and spoke a name.
Lu Sheng. That person is called Lu Sheng. Speaking of which, I had the opportunity to get to know him just now, but I was shocked and slowed down my reaction, and missed the opportunity to get to know such a person. Alas, I don't know if I can meet again.
Yang Yuan sighed with regret. As she talked, she suddenly realized something was wrong. When I looked up, I saw that the expressions of Lu Qinghe and the other two became extremely strange. Especially Lu Qinghe, he felt confused. Yang Yuan blinked her eyes, was surprised, and was about to ask. Suddenly, I heard a weak sentence float out of Su Nuo's mouth.
Qinghe, your brother's name is Lu Sheng, right? And I just walked out of the martial artist assessment room.
Now, it was Yang Yuan's turn to be stunned. Lu Sheng walked back home all the way. I felt a little hungry on the way, so I bought dozens of meat buns. Walked slowly while chewing. When he was about to reach the entrance of the community, Lu Sheng saw a group of people running hurriedly across the road in front of him. Lu Sheng saw that the clothes on those people looked familiar, and after thinking about it carefully, he remembered that he seemed to have seen them at the Hanchuan Martial Arts Hall. Several ants stood at the entrance of the community and looked around, talking while watching the fun.
Who is such a big formation? I heard from Hanchuan Martial Arts Hall. I'm looking for someone. I searched for several nearby communities and asked from door to door. Who got involved in the Hanchuan Martial Arts School? It's so unlucky. I'm afraid that this posture will be found. At least several legs will be broken. That's right. These martial arts practitioners are so fierce.
After hearing this, Lu Sheng ignored it. He just knew about the Hanchuan Martial Arts Hall and had been to several times. What kind of people are there for Hanchuan Martial Arts Hall to seek revenge? What does it have to do with him? I walked back to my home all the way, and the last bun was finished. Lu Sheng had such a rare opportunity to go out and relax, so he sat on the sofa and rested for a while. The phone rang once in the middle. Lu Sheng picked it up and saw that it was the guy from Xingsha Hall again, so he directly pressed it and refused to answer. Although the Lingji Zhuang blood soup is almost finished, Lu Sheng is not panicked at all. The other party is looking for him so crazy, so he must have something to ask for. As for what to ask for him, Lu Sheng thought about it and guessed it was related to Lingji Zhuang Xue decoction. He remembered that he was in a hurry to leave and fell a flask and didn't wash it clean. It was probably the residual medicine in the flask that made the other party discover something, so he wanted to find him so urgently. When Lu Sheng took out the Lingjin blood soup, he already had a rough idea in his mind. His martial arts practice requires a lot of money to support it, and as his strength improves, he will need more and more. How did this money come about? It naturally fell into the prescriptions in his mind. Without bragging, Lu Sheng can easily exchange a lot of wealth by simply taking a prescription for future medicine. But how to take it, when to take it, and who to give it to? All aspects need to be considered. Whether Xingshan Hall has this qualification or not, whether he is worthy of his prescription, Lu Sheng still needs to investigate before he can decide. As for now, Lu Sheng is eager to verify his own guess and idea. This matter is very important, and is directly related to how he should follow his subsequent martial arts path. Please give me a flower evaluation ticket, thank you.
Entering a dream. Dreamland World, base number 1359. Lu Sheng faced Guangming and spoke calmly.
Click out my life experience. Retrieval.
The next second, a large amount of information was presented to Lu Sheng. The moment he saw his photo, Lu Sheng's heart beat hard. Then he knew that his thoughts were right. In the photo, the handsome and resolute middle-aged Lu Sheng has disappeared. Instead, a gray-haired and energetic old man was replaced by a clean and graceful old man. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life. Martial arts June 297, martial arts July 383. Marriage strength, level 6 warrior. Biography experience. As an 18-year-old warrior, it caused a sensation in Baihe City. Later, under the recommendation of Baihe Martial Arts Association, he participated in the Dongning Provincial Genius Training Camp and entered the top 20 training camps. In the same year, he entered Dongning Wuhan University with the first place in the city, the 32nd place in the province, and the 145th place in the country. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Wuhan University and served. 5 years later, he retired with his lieutenant and founded the Shenwu Pavilion in Baihe City. He was promoted to level 6 warrior at the age of 45, but failed to attack level 7 master at the age of 55. In July 383, he died in a strange beast attack in Baihe City at the age of 87. Married, have 2 daughters and 1 son. This time, Lu Sheng's life experience has become much richer, and Lu Shengzai finished reading it carefully. Seeing the end, he found that the historical evaluation of the characters below him also increased, becoming 2.5 stars, and increasing by half a star. Of course, the permissions are still only level 2.
Sure enough, the future can be changed, or at least my own future can be changed. A week ago, I was a level 4 warrior at the age of 37. After a week, I successfully lived to be in my 80s, and my strength limit reached level 6. If I hadn't encountered an accident, I might have lived longer. The difference between these two is that my strength has improved within this week. Different strengths, different grades in the college entrance examination, different universities you enter, and the final fate is also completely different. I graduated from Baihe Wuxi University and chose to join the military region. Now I have chosen to open my own martial arts school after graduating from Dongning Wuxi University. Finally, I can even be at the level of a 7th level master. The effort now is so important. Choice determines destiny. This sentence is not something you can say casually.
In addition, Lu Sheng also discovered something.
This life does not mention any information related to
star body refining, natural breathing, and crystal visualization.
It seems that the martial arts I obtained in the dream space will not have any impact on subsequent people's birth if I do not choose to be exposed.
Turning off the light brain, Lu Sheng's eyes also became extremely firm.
Through verification, my idea is right, and fate can indeed be changed. But if I want to truly change the fate of the human race and leverage the development trajectory of the entire world for the next 10,000 years, my current strength is far from enough. A quasi-grandmaster at level 6 is insignificant, and it is difficult to achieve a level 7 master, a level 8 master, or even a level 9 martial saint. Perhaps when I reach the height of a level 10, or even a level 11 in this era, there is a possibility of turning the tide. Even in the next 10,000 years, there will be few level 11 martial arts powerhouses, let alone in the current martial arts for 300 years. The path Lu Sheng is going to take is too difficult. But he will keep going and do his best. Baihe City, Warriors Association. President's Office. 59-year-old Xiao Yuhe has black hair and a rosy complexion. He has almost no wrinkles on his face. He can't tell that he is an old man who is about to enter his 60s. But this is not surprising for a level 6 peak warrior who is about to enter the realm of a master. Xiao Yuhe was writing the word Sheng using a brush, focusing on it. Xiao Yuhe once visited an old master, and the other party said that his accumulation in other aspects was enough, but his spiritual cultivation was only a little worse. As long as you write 100,000 words, God, you can truly enter the Grandmaster realm. So far, Xiao Yuhe has written 46,721, which is the 46,722nd. President!
The door was suddenly opened, and a man rushed in quickly. Xiao Yue's hand shook, a little ink fell on the paper, and half of the words were ruined. Xiao Yuhe looked at the word with a pity, put down his pen, picked up the towel in his hand, and wiped his hands, and said,
"What's the matter?" He was so panicked that he didn't even know how to knock on the door.
The person who came was Xiao Yue's secretary, who was in his 30s, wearing a pair of eyes, and was gentle.
"Sorry, President, I'll pay attention next time."
The secretary apologized embarrassedly, and then his expression became serious.
"There is an important report." "Explain."
The secretary picked up the documents in his hand and briefly reported the matter. Xiao Yue's face was still calm at first, but gradually his face began to change when he heard the last one. "The teacup I just picked up in my hand shook hard, and the hot tea sprinkled all over the table."
"Take the information to me, hurry!"
Xiao Yuhe didn't care about cleaning the desktop and urged quickly. The secretary quickly handed over the documents in his hand. Xiao Yuhe took the document and started reading it carefully. Soon, his eyes began to gradually widen, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes and mouth twitched slightly. At the end, a huge surprise burst out from his face.
Okay.
Xiao Yuhe suddenly stood up and blurted out excitedly,
"I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Baihe City."
After a brief excitement, Xiao Yuhe's emotions gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and thought for a while, calmly said,
"Pick up this student's assessment video and I'll watch it." "Yes."
Soon, a newest laptop was placed on Xiao Yue's desk, and the assessment video began to be played on the screen. Xiao Yuhe saw the young man named Lu Sheng who was shown in a glance. In the picture, Lu Sheng is tall and handsome, and his every move gives people a feeling of calmness and confidence. Xiao Yue's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise.
"The young man is calm and has the style of a general."
The secretary next to him quickly nodded. Then, Lu Sheng in the picture began to test his qi and blood. Even though Xiao Yuhe had already known the results from the information, when he really saw the
15.701
value appearing in front of him, his expression couldn't help but shake slightly. Mainly, so young. According to information, this young man named Lu Sheng is only over 17 years old this year, and has just entered his 3rd year of high school. At this age, he has this qi and blood value. The impact it brings is too great. You should know that most of the high school students of his age have only about 1 in their chi and blood value. Those who can get 1 are good. The 198th high school chi and blood census in Baiha City, with an average chi and blood value of only 0.783. Lu Sheng is 20 times higher than the average. Baiha City's best high school, Baiha No. 1 Middle School, is the most outstanding genius in previous sessions. How much is the value of chi and blood? No more than 2.0.
President, do you think this Lu Sheng took a lot of tonics?
The secretary interrupted. Xiao Yue shook his head.
Impossible. You have also seen Lu Sheng's family conditions. Both parents are ordinary people, and they can't afford to buy many tonics.
The secretary thought for a while and said,
Others support it?
Xiao Yue glanced at the secretary.
Do you know how many tonics you need to take at his age, if your chi and blood value reaches 15.7?
Xiao Yue stretched out a finger and said calmly,
It's enough to eat a family with assets of over 100 million yuan. It's not necessarily enough. Moreover, even if ordinary people let him eat, they will not be able to reach his level. Genius cannot be made with money.
The most important point, Xiao Yue did not say. As a peak warrior at level 6, he knew very well how weak the chi and blood of the warriors who were promoted by taking tonics were, which was an empty sign that could be seen by just a glance. There is no sense of solidity like Lu Sheng. Furthermore, Lu Sheng's combat effectiveness index test scores behind him are also the best evidence. Bang! A muffled sound came from the picture, which was the sound of Lu Sheng punching.
More than 15,700.
The secretary sighed, almost moaning.
If I hadn't been responsible for the maintenance of the association's instruments every week, I would have suspected that it was an instrument failure.
Xiao Yue didn't say anything, stared at the computer screen, and kept pressing the slow release button of the video. After a while, Xiao Yue slowly leaned back and made a clear inhalation action.
The boxing technique of perfection,
he said word by word.
The perfect boxing technique.
The secretary was stunned for a moment, his expression a little confused. Xiao Yue waved his hand and said,
This is a term in our martial arts world. You are not a warrior, you don't understand, you only need a little bit.
Xiao Yue said with a complicated look on his face.
As far as I know, there are no more than 10 who have practiced boxing to the perfect level as big as him.
The secretary was shocked. I feel unaware of the harshness.
17 years old, perfect boxing, tsk.
Xiao Yue sighed for a while.
But even the perfect boxing technique is difficult to achieve more than 15,000 combat power based on the chi and blood value of 15.7. The perfect boxing technique only increases combat power by at most twice.
Xiao Yue's eyebrows frowned fiercely. He rewinds the video and watches it again. After reading it, then go back. During this process, Xiao Yue's eyes shone little by little.
The chi and blood value of 15.7, the combat power of 10 times the chi and blood value standard, the ordinary family.
Finally, when he saw it for the 5th time, Xiao Yue suddenly stood up from his seat, shocking the secretary next to him.
It must be like this, it must be. Otherwise, it will be impossible to explain.
Xiao Yue clenched his fists tightly with excitement. His excitement and joy far exceeded any previous one. The secretary swallowed a spit quietly. He has been a secretary for Xiao Yue for several years, and he has never seen Xiao Yue perform like this. It's like winning the jackpot by buying a lottery.
President,
the secretary called out carefully. In the end, Xiao Yue laughed so happily.
Ha ha, Xiao Su. This time we, by He, really found the treasure. Talented warriors. How many martial artists can produce a talented warrior? One can actually emerge in our Baiha city. And he is so young and has such an outstanding talent in boxing. Ha ha.
According to the information, this student named Lu Sheng was still very mediocre in all aspects when he was in his second year of high school, and even said that he was low. But just after entering the third year of high school, his chi and blood surged in just 1 or 2 months, and his abilities in all aspects soared, reaching the level of a level 2, nearly as high as a level 3 warrior. In this situation, Xiao Yuhe can only think of a special group of warriors. Talented warrior. Martial arts practice is a process of constantly tapping the potential of the human body. In this process, some people may awaken some powerful abilities beyond ordinary people's imagination. This group of people are called talented warriors.
Only this is possible. Some talented warriors will experience a surge in their chi and blood value in the early stage of awakening their talents, which just coincides with the changes that happened to Lu Sheng. As for his outrageous combat power that is far beyond a normal warrior, it should be his awakened talent, perhaps power, etc.
At this time, Xiao Yuhe had a clear idea, and all the doubts about Lu Sheng in his mind were resolved, leaving only full of gratitude and secret joy. As a level 6 strongman, he naturally knows how great a talented warrior is. If we say that one formal warrior may appear among 1,000 ordinary people, then, among the thousands of warriors, not one talented warrior can be produced. It is conceivable how precious it is. Not to mention a talented warrior like Lu Sheng. Xiao Yuhe has been sitting in the position of president of Baihe Warriors Association for almost 8 years. Originally, he felt that this would be the end of his life. He would be the president for a few years and finally retire from this position. But Xiao Yuhe now sees hope for promotion.
If the seedling of Lu Sheng can be cultivated well, and the reward he will bring to me when he grows to a certain level, maybe I can climb up further.
Xiao Yuhe is not an official fan, nor is he obsessed with power. What he really cares about is what comes from behind power. Resource. If he can go up a higher level, the resources he can get are not comparable to those of a mere Baihe Martial Arts Association. With the help of these resources, Xiao Yuhe is completely possible to set foot in the situation he dreamed of. Level 7, Grandmaster.
If I have enough resources, I still need to hide in the office and write every day. Fuck it, and 100,000 God words.
Xiao Yuhe has long been tired of writing. Now he wants to vomit when he sees the word God. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuhe could hardly suppress his excitement and joy and quickly arranged for the secretary.
Hurry, arrange a car for me quickly. I want to go to Lu Sheng's house in person. Visit his parents and thank them for giving birth to such a good son. Yes, President.
An Ai Shuang stood at the entrance of the martial arts hall, paced back and forth, looking a little annoyed. A strong young man wearing a Hongchuan martial arts uniform ran in panting.
Senior sister and I. How about it?
An Ai Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up, and with some expectation and urgency, she asked,
Is there any news?
The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded.
Yes. His name is Lu Sheng, a student from Baihe No. 3 Middle School. He is in his 3rd year of high school this year. His father works as a porter in Sheng Logistics, his mother works as a cashier in Jiajiafu supermarket, and he has a sister at home, so the family lives in Building 15, Bailan Community. Good.
An Ai Shuang clenched her fists hard, and a look of joy appeared on her face. The young man next to him was a little puzzled when he saw this, and couldn't help asking curiously,
Senior sister and I, why are you looking for this person named Lu Sheng? Did he mess with you? If you want me to tell me, senior sister, she is just a child. There is no need to force people to death like this. Shut up.
An Ai Shuang couldn't listen and interrupted the young man in anger. What do you mean by this? Is An Ai Shuang the kind of person who calls a group of people to trouble others for a little personal grudge? It's really speechless. The young man shut up and dared not say much. After all, Shuang is the owner of the museum, and is very powerful. Almost no one in the martial arts hall can beat her. She is the perfect senior sister. At this time, Shuang answered a call.
New.
Shuang hung up the phone. Her handsome face was full of complexity. This call was called by her friend from the Wushu Association.
I know it will be very fast, but I didn't expect it to be so fast.
Shuang took a deep breath. Her eyes returned to her former calmness, and she walked out the door with big strides.
Take me to Lu Sheng's house. By the way, let the brothers buy some gifts, suitable for gifts for parents, elders, and 16 or 17-year-old girls, more expensive. Teacher Zhong, tomorrow I must meet the student named Lu Sheng himself, who said tomorrow. If the school committee does not see his achievements with his own eyes, it will never agree to the issuance of scholarships. And
the vice principal, sitting behind the desk, pushed his glasses on his nose and said coldly,
as far as I know, this student named Lu Sheng hasn't come to school for almost 2 weeks. Have you contacted his parents?
Zhong Xinghua frowned and said,
Vice Principal, don't you believe what I say yet? Just based on the results report you submitted? Sorry, it's really not enough.
The vice principal shook his head. A trace of anger flashed in Zhong Xinghua's eyes, but more helplessness. He always thought that he had some say in school, but now he realized that he, who is only a second-level warrior, is nothing to the eyes of those people on the school committee. Just an ordinary practical teacher. There are many people who can do this position. After a moment of silence, Zhong Xinghua compromised.
Okay, I promise that Lu Sheng will definitely go back to school this week. But at his own request, can he notify his parents? No.
The vice principal refused indifferently.
It is a serious violation of discipline for not coming to school for more than a week. I did not choose to expel his academic status immediately. It is already giving you face. And Teacher Zhong, I have to remind you that your handling of this matter is very wrong. You are protecting bad students, do you know?
Zhong Xinghua wanted to say something, but the vice principal waved his hand and said he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhong Xinghua stood up.
Then Vice Principal, I'll go back first.
The vice principal nodded coldly, looked down at the documents, without any intention of sending them to him. Zhong Xinghua sighed softly, and was about to leave. At this moment, a man rushed in from outside the door.
Good news, great news. Ha ha.
The one who came in was a gray-haired old man. Seeing the old man come in, the vice principal sitting behind the desk immediately stood up.
Principal Ding, why are you here?
Zhong Xinghua also hurriedly said hello.
Hello, Principal Ding.
The old man's surname is Ding, and he is the principal of Baihe No. 3 Middle School. Not only that, he also holds positions in the Baihe Municipal Education Bureau and the Martial Arts Association, and he is also a powerful fifth-level warrior. Even in the entire Baihe city, he is a well-known figure. At this time, Principal Ding was covered in spring breeze, and his old face covered in pleated pieces almost turned into a flower.
Principal, what are you so happy about?
Principal Ding's face was filled with joy that could not be hidden. Haha explained.
I just received a call from President Xiao, saying that a martial arts genius named Lu Sheng had been released in our school. TSK. At the age of 17, his chi and blood value is 15.7, and his combat effectiveness index is even more exaggerated to more than 15,700, reaching the standard of a third-level warrior. If President Xiao hadn't told me personally, I would have thought it was a joke. It is said that he is still a talented warrior.
Principal Ding said to himself, noticing that the expressions on Zhong Xinghua and the vice principal's faces became exaggerated little by little.
School principal, What's the name of that martial arts genius just said?
Zhong Jinghua stammered.
Lu Sheng.
Principal Ding said a name, then smiled and patted Zhong Jinghua on the shoulder and praised.
Teacher Zhong also has a great contribution. If I remember correctly, you have always been taking the practical classes in Lu Sheng and his class.
Lu Sheng. Qi and blood value 15.7. The combat power is more than 15,700, level 3. Talented warrior. Zhong Jinghua felt dizzy in an instant, and he felt like he had stepped on cotton under his feet, and he could hardly even stand firmly. It's like getting drunk. It's like living in a dream. As for the vice principal next to him, his eyes widened and his mouth was so wide that it could fit into a teacup. I was so shocked that I couldn't even say a word. Lu Sheng was awakened by a sudden knock on the door, and had to withdraw from the dream clock in advance.
Brother, come out quickly. Someone will look for you.
My sister Lu Qinghe shouted at the door. Her tone seemed a little anxious.
I understand, right away.
Lu Sheng responded, showing a look of thought. Lu Qinghe's performance today is very strange. It was too gentle to smash the door, and she would never call her brother before, but she just called her daming. I think of her saying someone is looking for me. Lu Sheng probably understood what was going on. Lu Sheng cleaned up a little and walked out of the room. The house of Lu Sheng family is very small. The bathroom is facing the living room, and on both sides are Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe's rooms. So Lu Sheng walked out of the room and saw it at a glance. Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, and Lu Qinghe were all in the living room, and there were two strangers sitting next to them. Next to the sofa, there are a bunch of gifts that are expensive when you see the packaging.
Xiao Sheng, come quickly.
Seeing Lu Sheng walk out of the room, Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan, who were confused, immediately greeted him. The others turned to look at him. Lu Sheng saw Lu Qinghe with a complicated face, and the other two had smiles on their faces, and the other was excited with a hint of flattery.
My parents.
Lu Sheng walked over calmly, and Lu Qinghe quickly made aside a position and let him sit down.
These two are.
Lu Sheng looked at a man and a woman sitting on the sofa. Zheng Yufan quickly introduced.
This is President Xiao Yuhe of the Baihe Warriors Association. This one is.
Zheng Yufan made a thoughtful look. And I Shuang quickly added,
Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Yes.
Zheng Yufan remembered.
Ms. and I from Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Class Lu Sheng is also a regular visitor to our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, and should be no stranger to our martial arts hall. Speaking of which, we have seen it once again, Lu Sheng.
And I Shuang smiled and showed her style. Lu Sheng nodded and said,
Hello, President Xiao. Hello, Miss and I. I am Lu Sheng.
Seeing Lu Sheng's calm look, and I Shuang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She is worthy of being the top genius in Baihe City, and she is indeed unique. Those outside knew that the results he had measured in the Martial Arts Association in the morning were almost crazy, but the person involved seemed to have nothing happened. I was actually sleeping in the room just now, and I was so heartbroken. Xiao Yuhe was also full of praise. He has seen many geniuses, but none of them are as calm as Lu Sheng, and are not surprised by favors and disgraces. This kind of mind alone is much better than ordinary people. It's simply a natural martial arts seedling.
You two are here to find me.
And I Shuang closed her mouth tactfully, and handed over the right to speak to Xiao Yuhe. Although the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is quite famous in Baihe City, it is far inferior to Xiao Yuhe, the president of the Martial Arts Association. This is a big shot that even her father in Hongchuan has to look up to. Just stomp your feet. Baihe City will shake its existence 3 times. And such a big shot can now come to the Lu Sheng family in person, and stay in a small house less than 90 square meters. This shows how much Xiao Yuhe attaches importance to Lu Sheng in his heart. Xiao Yue smiled and said,
I came here this time mainly to represent the Baihe City Warrior Association to award you a formal warrior badge to Lu Sheng.
Lu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. He went to the Wushu Association to participate in the assessment today for this purpose. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan, who were standing beside him, were stunned when they heard this. Formal warrior badge? To Lu Sheng? What the hell? I would like to ask for flower evaluation tickets or something, but the results are too poor. T.T. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan also came to the door shortly after they came back. One claimed to be the president of the Warriors Association, and the other said it was from a martial arts school. If it were normal, Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan would have driven them out as liars. However, no matter Xiao Yue or Enai Shuang, their image and temperament are not like ordinary people. Especially Xiao Yue, the strength of the 6th level peak warrior, and the demeanor cultivated by living in people for a long time, and the powerful aura emitted by every move. As ordinary people, they have only seen such people on TV. In addition, Enai Shuang moved in a bunch of gifts. That's why they were invited in a confused manner, and sat down and chatted for a while. In fact, Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan didn't know what they were looking for Lu Sheng, and they were even worried that Lu Sheng would cause trouble outside. As a result, Xiao Yue actually said that he was here to award Lu Sheng the official warrior badge. Lu Dehai looked confused and said carefully,
President Xiao, right? Are you wrong? Our Lu Sheng is still a high school student.
Xiao Yue laughed and said,
It is because he is a high school student and is so outstanding that I decided to come to commend him in person.
As he said that, Xiao Yue took out a beautiful badge with a brass color from his pocket and put it in front of Lu Sheng.
Little Lu Sheng, I am now officially notifying you on behalf of the Baihe City Warriors Association that you have successfully passed the assessment of the 2nd level formal warrior. From now on, you will be a 2nd level formal warrior certified by the Warriors Association.
Xiao Yue said with a smile.
Due to your outstanding performance in the index test of combat power, it has far exceeded the scope of level 2 warriors. So we decided that your monthly martial arts allowance will be paid according to the standards of level 3 warriors in the future. Not only that, due to your outstanding talent in martial arts, our Baihe City Martial Arts Association will also give you a prize of 1 million. I hope you can continue to work hard in martial arts in the future and create new glory.
Boom. Xiao Yue said a series of news, and Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan, who were sitting on the sofa, were stunned. His eyes were straight, his mouth was wide open, and his brain was buzzing. If I hadn't sat on the sofa, I would have collapsed on the ground. Lu Sheng. Level 2 warrior? Enjoy the treatment of a 3rd level warrior. 1 million martial arts bonus? Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan wondered if they were dreaming.
1 million. Prick me, am I still not awake?
Lu Qinghe next to him was also shocked, but he performed slightly better than the couple. Lu Sheng was very calm. Except for a 1 million bonus, everything else was within his expectations.
Thank you, President Xiao.
Lu Sheng unceremoniously collected the badge and bonus check on the table. There is nothing to say about the check, mainly the badge. Lu Sheng has learned about it online before. The badges of warriors from level 1 to 3rd level are yellow. The badges of warriors from level 4 to 6 are silver. The master of level 7 is gold, and the master of level 8 is diamond. Going further up, Lu Sheng doesn't know. There are only a few level 9 martial saints in the world, and it doesn't matter whether they need badge proofs. The one in his hand was surrounded by a circle of patterns, and the number 2 marked in the middle was a badge representing the 2nd level formal warrior. It seems to be made of brass, but in fact it is also doped with many rare and precious metals, which are worth more than gold.
Oh, by the way, there is another thing I want to notify you.
Xiao Yuhito.
In 2 days, A training camp for college entrance examination candidates in the province is about to open. The association is preparing to recommend you to. What President Xiao is talking about is the genius training camp organized by the provincial association.
At this time, Ai Shuang, who was sitting next to her, suddenly interrupted carefully. Xiao Yue turned his head and looked at her.
Do you know this training camp too?
Ai Shuang nodded and said,
I heard that it is said that it is the most talented martial arts genius in the entire Dongning province who is qualified to participate. There are less than 10 people who can go to each city. Right.
Xiao Yue nodded, turned to look at Lu Sheng, with a gentle look on his face.
What? Are you interested in code?
Ai Shuang saw this scene and felt very uncomfortable. She has not only heard of it, but she also signed up for it back then. As a result, Ai Hongchuan used a lot of connections, gave gifts, and went through relationships, but he still didn't go in. It is conceivable how difficult it is to be selected by this training camp. How many people are trying to squeeze in? Lu Sheng is so good now that the president of the Wushu Association personally invited him and asked him if he was interested. It's like, I beg him to go.
Can.
Lu Sheng nodded. Judging from the content of Ai Shuang and Xiao Yue's chat, this genius training camp should have only advantages but no harm. In this case, why not go there?
Good.
Xiao Yue looked quite happy and then stood up from the sofa.
Since the stuff has been delivered, I won't bother you.
Before leaving, Xiao Yue shook hands with Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan and sighed solemnly.
Thank you for raising such an outstanding son.
Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan kept sending Xiao Yue out, but their minds were still confused.
Is it true or false? A second-level warrior, a bonus of 1 million. Isn't it really wrong? Could it be the same name as our Lu Sheng?
Lu Dehai looked over and over again Lu Sheng's warrior badge and check. Ai Shuang couldn't help but smile and said,
Uncle and Auntie, don't doubt it, it's your son Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng went to the Martial Arts Association this morning to conduct a martial arts assessment, and his grades were very good. Don't even see that President Xiao is alarmed? I guess it will be in the news tomorrow. You still need to go to the news?
Lu Dehai was stunned for a moment. On the other side, Zheng Yufan, who was holding the phone, shouted in surprise.
It's really the president of our Baihe City Warriors Association. Xiao Yue, it's written on the internet, and there are photos.
Thank you for the flower monthly ticket and reward, and add another chapter. Thank you.
Now, it's time to tell me what you are going to do.
Lu Sheng turned his eyes to Ai Shuang and said calmly. Ai Shuang looked stunned. At this moment, she felt that Lu Sheng's temperament had completely changed. I was restrained before, but now I am slightly relaxed. It's like a silent lion, inadvertently showing its fangs. The aura emitted. For a moment, Ai Shuang even had the illusion of facing her father Ai Hongchuan. There was a slight sense of tension and oppression in her heart. You know, she is a serious third-level warrior.
I'll come this time.
After all, Ai Shuang is also the one who usually runs the first hall. She quickly calmed down and said,
I want to invite Lu Sheng. You are the honorary disciple of our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Honorary disciple?
Lu Sheng frowned.
What is it? It's just a disciple. You can't use it normally. Of course, if you want to come, you can do it anytime. All courses and equipment are free, and my father can even teach it in person. You can also enjoy the highest level of coaching treatment. In fact, it's just a name, and you don't have to bear any obligations.
Ai Shuang explained quickly. The title of this honorary disciple was just what she thought of. In general, there are only honorary teachers, honorary coaches, and never had any honorary disciples. But Lu Sheng is too young, and it is not appropriate to hire the other party as a coach. The martial arts school mainly values his terrifying talent, So Enai Shuang came up with this name. The 17-year-old second-level warrior has even reached the height of a third-level warrior. If such a sign is put on, will the Honchuan Martial Arts Hall be completely popular in Baihe City? How many parents will rush to send their children in? It's much better than finding a level 4 or even level 5 warrior coach to take charge. That's what Enai Shuang thinks.
No.
Lu Sheng refused decisively.
You can discuss the treatment.
Enai Shuang hurriedly gave in. Lu Sheng changed his mind and continued.
Honorary members are okay. You can promote to the public that I usually exercise in your martial arts hall. This is indeed a fact.
The word disciple involves too many meanings. Enai Honchuan, the director of the Honchuan Martial Arts Museum, had never seen him before, so how could he admit that he was the other party's disciple, even if he was a nominee? He didn't want anyone to go out with his name and cheat. Although he had a good impression of the Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. But it's just a good impression.
If you can accept it, that's it. If you can't, I'm sorry.
Lu Sheng said lightly.
Of course, I may still go to your martial arts hall for testing in the future.
After all, it's relatively close to home. Enai Shuang's eyes struggled for a moment, and finally softened.
Okay, then it's an honorary member, and the conditions remain unchanged. I just hope that this honorary title was bought out by our Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. Can?
Lu Sheng nodded. This means that in the future, the Honchuan Martial Arts School will pay Lu Sheng a sum of money every month, which is equivalent to the salary of the coach with the highest level in the martial arts school, about 100,000 yuan. Lu Sheng only needs to admit to the public that he often goes to, and from the Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Sheng felt that this business was doing well.
Then I won't bother everyone.
Enai Shuang stood up and said goodbye. Although the final result is a little different from what I expected, it is not unacceptable. Enai Shuang knew very well. After Lu Sheng's test scores spread in Baihe City, if you want to get the title qualification, it will be more than that price now. Speaking of which, their Honchuan Martial Arts Hall was lucky. The location of the Martial Arts Hall happens to be near Lu Sheng family community, and the towers near the water will get the moon first. After seeing Enai Shuang off, the house finally became quiet. Lu Sheng glanced at his parents who were still fiddling with badges and checks, and greeted them.
Then I'll go back to my room first. Just call me for dinner.
After saying that, he turned around and left. The warrior badge and 1 million check that Xiao Yue personally said just now seemed to him not exist at all. Lu Qinghe was in a deep shock. This state started when she was in the Warriors Association in the morning. When Yang Yuan said that name, Lu Qinghe wondered if he had heard it wrong. Or, the two are not the same person at all. This is the first time Lu Qinghe has seen Senior Yang Yuan like that. In her heart, Senior Yang Yuan should be both beautiful, cold, always proud, and always shining with golden geniuses, and she has always admired the idols. But at that moment, Yang Yuan's face showed a deep depression, powerlessness, helplessness, and disconfidence. This was the first time she saw Senior Yang Yuan and needed to look up at someone. And that person turned out to be her biological brother. How is this possible? Even if Lu Sheng has indeed changed a lot during this period, she almost couldn't recognize her image, temperament, appetite, grades, and other aspects. But, no matter how much you change, you can't go to such a height all at once and become someone that Senior Yang Yuan needs to look up to. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's definitely the same name and surname, I'm wrong. Lu Qinghe kept telling himself this way. As a result, after returning home, something even more outrageous happened. Xiao Yue, the president of Baihe City Warriors Association, actually visited him in person because of Lu Sheng. Lu Qinghe knew Xiao Yue. Once, Baihe No. 1 Middle School held a school-wide event, and the school specially invited this important figure. At that time, Xiao Yuhe was sitting in the middle of the headquarters. The principals and directors on both sides were smiling with their faces full of brilliance, as if it was an extremely honorable thing to invite Xiao Yuhe. Lu Qinghe was completely confused. Then this big man who could only see on TV began to praise and encourage Lu Sheng in a pleasant mood, and even gave him warrior badges and bonuses. Lu Qinghe is very familiar with this situation. From childhood to adulthood, after each test score, the head teacher called her to come on stage to receive praise, and this expression was filled with her face. Thank you for your flower monthly tickets and comments. The manuscript is currently 20,000 words, and the excitement is still being continued. I will continue to ask for your support. Thank you. But that was the teacher in the school. Who is Xiao Yuhe? President of Baihe City Martial Arts Association, one of the top figures in Baihe City. There is no comparison between the two. I watched my parents turn around and look at them, and it was almost impossible to take a bite of the copper badge. Lu Qinghe thought. Once, a classmate in the class secretly took his father's badge to school to show off to them. She saw it once, but that was just a level 1 warrior badge. This is the first time Lu Qinghe has seen him at level 2. There are bonuses. A full 1,000,000 bonus. Lu Qinghe knew for the first time that the scholarship could be so outrageous. With too many shocks, Lu Qinghe was almost stunned by the impact. She sat on the sofa for a long time. I waited for my mood to calm down a little before I stood up. My mom and dad, I'm back to my room, Lu Qinghe said. No one left her. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan were still staring at the two things in their hands and chatting endlessly. Lu Qinghe felt a little sad in his heart. This seems to be the first time she has been ignored by her parents since she was a child, or because of her brother Lu Sheng. What a blue feeling. Isn't it done yet? He Lingsu walked around the store impatiently. Ma Fei replied carefully. I can contact you occasionally, but I just quit you every time without saying a few words. It's useless. Didn't you pat your chest and tell me that it was absolutely fine? I still believe you. He Lingsu stomped his feet, pointed at Ma Fei's nose and scolded him. Ma Fei looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Who told him to agree so much before? Now he is so sad that he has lost his face. He Lingsu was so irritable. It's been a week. It's been more than a week, and she hasn't been able to meet the mysterious pharmacist yet. I don't even know what the other person looks like or what his name is. If you can't see people, you won't get new medicine. Without new drugs, the He family cannot get out of the predicament. So He Lingsu was so anxious that she became angry. Over the past week, she had almost not had a good sleep, and even her skin became much darker. All her time and energy were devoted to this new drug, and she got several news about other new drugs in the middle, but she didn't go. I was afraid that as soon as people walked away, I would miss this place. Logically speaking, this is completely unnecessary. Only by casting more nets can you catch fish. But this time, the situation cannot be treated with common sense. Over the past week, He Lingsu has been constantly analyzing the pharmacology and ingredients of the mysterious medicine liquid. The deeper the result, the more amazing the things you get. This tonic, which is unknown, has more efficacy in blood strengthening than all on the market, and meets the standards issued by the Pharmacists Association, and even exceeds some third-level tonics. Not only that, there are as many as a dozen additional effects. There are almost no side effects, and the drug-resistant cycle is scary. And with such excellent medicinal properties, the budget cost of this tonic. It was only more than twice as much as Yangshua San. God, Yangshua powder is not a serious tonic. There is no name on the list of official first-level tonics. Today's Yangshua powder can only be regarded as a healthcare medicine at best. Only families with little money will buy this kind of thing as a tonic for martial arts practice. The most important point is, He Ling-Su searched all the databases of the Pharmacists Association, but found no information related to it. Nothing like this either. What does that mean? This means that most of these are a new tonic that has just been developed. A great new drug with epoch-making significance. This is also the reason why He Ling-Su is so stubborn, holding on to everything, and insisting on putting all the eggs in one basket. This is not a basket. It is clearly a gold mountain that can bring the He family back to life. Only, now this mountain of gold is invisible and intangible, and the road to the foot of the mountain has not been found by her. He Ling-Su sighed softly and rubbed his temples with some fatigue.
Miss He, Miss He.
At this time, Ma Fei's call came from his ears.
What?
He Ling-Su responded angrily. Ma Fei is a guy with no nonsense and has the best brag. She hates Ma Fei now when she sees him.
I found that master.
What? He Ling-Su was stunned for a moment and jumped up suddenly.
Where is the master?
Ma Fei had an extremely strange expression on his face, his eyes staring straight in one direction, and he pointed his finger.
It's right there.
He Ling-Su immediately turned his head and saw the TV set in the pharmacy lobby. A news message is being played on the TV at this time.
Yesterday, an extremely outstanding martial arts genius appeared in our city. He passed the assessment of a second-level formal warrior at the age of 17, and his combat effectiveness index even reached the standard of a third-level warrior. This achievement has far broken the record appears in our city's martial arts association. Even Mr. Xiaoyue, the president of the Martial Arts Association, expressed high praise and encouragement to this young martial arts genius. This martial arts genius is Lu Sheng, who is currently studying in Class 3 and 5 of Baihan No. 3 Middle School. It is understood that Lu Sheng's classmate.
He Ling-Su stared at the TV screen in a daze. At this time, he heard Ma Fei's faint voice coming from his ears.
Miss He, I used to borrow our Xingshan Hall pharmacy preparation room. The one we have been wanting to contact during this period is this Lu Sheng.
What? He Ling-Su's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Sheng. Martial arts genius. Pharmaceutical master. He Ling-Su looked at the young and almost tender face, with handsome facial features, and his mind was buzzing, as if 100 planes were flying over her head at the same time. Lu Sheng sat at his desk and was browsing information online. After obtaining the formal second-level warrior certification from the Martial Arts Association, Lu Sheng found that he could log into a website called
Warrior's House.
This website details the various powers that formal warriors have. It's not just a monthly allowance that ordinary people envy. There are many privileges. For example, there is no need to queue up when going to the hospital for medical treatment. There are special offers for buying a house and a car. There are extra points for children going to school for college entrance examinations, etc. There are also obligations that warriors should fulfill. There is only one thing, that is, when the country needs it, the formal warriors of the Martial Arts League need to respond unconditionally to the call and go to the front line of the battle. In addition, this warrior house also provides a lot of services, similar to tonics, weapons, and techniques that can only be used by warriors. There are even those who teach online, teaching martial arts, and need to pay to watch.
Warriors of different levels have different permissions. The higher the permissions, the higher the value of the things and content they can access.
Lu Sheng closed the website and said to himself,
"This is similar to the rules of the Tinder Resource Library."
He has the wisdom crystallization of the entire human martial arts civilization for more than 10,000 years. This so-called warrior home is useless to him. Unless you buy products on it when necessary, you generally need to check information and ask questions. If the answer cannot be found in the Tinder resource library, this warrior house will be even more impossible. Lu Sheng stood up from the computer and dragged out a small wooden box 1 foot square from under the bed. This box originally contained some memories of Lu Sheng. Toys I played with when I was a child, love letters I gave to my female classmates, old photos from the past, etc. Now it is used by Lu Sheng to charge medicine. Open the box. There were 12 glass test tubes neatly arranged inside, 11 of which were empty. Lu Sheng took out the last potion. The light green medicinal liquid is like flowing jade under the light. Lu Sheng pulled out the bottle plug and drank the medicine in the bottle in one go.
The last bottle.
Lu Sheng felt the hot flow gradually surging in his body, and began to silently pose the starting stylistic.
Star body refining technique. I have to prepare another batch of tonics.
Xiao Yue gave him a bonus of 1 million, a warrior subsidy every month, and a naming fee remitted from the Honchuan Martial Arts Hall. He no longer needs to worry about the money to buy tonics for the time being. Even equipment that specializes in drug dispensing can be affordable.
Why did you suddenly want to go to Shuhai City? Shuhai City is not as big as our Baihe City. If you have anything, you have to buy it there.
Zheng Yufan was packing up things for Lu Sheng while talking nonsense. Lu Dehai sat on the sofa with a smile on his face and looked at his proudest cub and said,
"Oh, the child has his own plans when he grows up. Why do you care about him for so many things? Let him do it yourself."
Zheng Yufan nodded and said,
"It's good to go out for a few days, so avoid the limelight."
In the past few days, Lu Sheng's family has become the celebrity family of the entire community. I don't know how many people come to visit and visit every day. People will be held back when walking on the road, praise, and ask for advice. At first, Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan enjoyed it very much, but they were annoyed later. Zheng Yufan is not even afraid to go out to buy groceries. Lu Qinghe is almost the same. As soon as he entered the school, he was surrounded. Everyone in the school knew that her brother was Lu Sheng, a famous martial arts genius. Now what Lu Qinghe receives every day is asking her to help find Lu Sheng to sign, and have an appointment with Lu Sheng for dinner. The letters sent to Lu Sheng can fill a whole drawer, and the new messages from mobile phone text messages will always be 999. Even yesterday, Senior Yang Yuan began to inquire about her brother Lu Sheng intentionally or unintentionally.
What's wrong with this world?
Lu Qinghe sat at the dining table and bit the bread in his hand hard, with sadness flowing in his expression. In just a few days, her brother, who only knows how to skip classes and sleep every day, has become a martial arts genius and a star in the city. And her genius sister, who has been known as
other people's children
since childhood, has become a pitiful little girl who no one cares about. Even my family is like this, let alone the person involved, Lu Sheng. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Sheng is preparing to go out today.
Okay, I'm going to leave. I won't get in the bus any later.
Lu Sheng pulled the zipper of his suitcase and said to Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan,
"My parents, I won't come back after I finish Shuhai." He went directly to attend the training camp in Doming provincial capital. President Xiao said that the entry ceremony would start in 2 days, and he would be afraid that he would not be able to catch up if he came back. How long will that training camp take? It's about a few months, and I don't know much about it.
The length of the training camp is uncertain, sometimes long and sometimes short. Xiao Yu has said that the longest genius training camp is even half a year.
Then you should be careful when you are alone and pay attention to your warmth. Are you rich enough? Do you want to bring a few more clothes?
Zheng Yufan looked worried and kept nagging. After a few more minutes of delay, Lu Sheng could be considered able to go out smoothly. Before leaving, when Lu Qinghe was sitting at the table having breakfast in a depressed manner, Lu Sheng couldn't help but walk up and rub her head hard.
I'm leaving. Remember to listen to your parents at home, work harder and less trouble.
Unexpectedly, Lu Qinghe did not talk back to him this time, but instead said, "Oh, gently." Shuhai City, Wild Fox Mountain. In the lush forest, two figures were climbing up with difficulty. It was a young couple wearing mountaineering clothes and looking panting.
It's all your fault. The tour guide said that it's difficult to get here, and formal first-level warriors may not be able to get there. You have to leave. Now, I can't climb anymore. I guess we can't reach the top of the mountain even when it's dark.
The girl among the couple stopped, reached out to hold a tree, and began to blame her boyfriend. The boy scratched his head awkwardly and defended him.
I think we are both formal first-level warriors, so let's try it. Who knows, it's so difficult to walk. But it should be almost at the top of the mountain, so hold on for a while.
The girl shook her head.
I don't care. I can't walk anyway. Either you carry me on it, or I won't leave. Stop making trouble. Your chi and blood value is higher than mine. Let me carry you. Who is joking with you? Will you recite it? Don't recite.
Seeing that the conversation was about to slowly turn into a quarrel, the boy among the two seemed to have suddenly seen something, and his expression suddenly became serious. He pointed at the bottom and said to the girl,
Look, that person. Don't get out of the topic.
The girl said this, but she still looked in the direction the boy pointed. I saw that on the mountain path they had walked before, a figure was approaching them. The figure was so fast that it was scary. It took them almost an hour to walk, and at the foot of this man, it was shortening rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where the man passed by, the leaves and vegetation on both sides separated to the sides, like a dark green wave, rushing towards them quickly.
Shit!
The girl took a breath of cold air, and her expression moved.
Level 3, at least level 3 warriors. This speed is too fast. And we climbed up all the way, and knew how difficult this path was. We two first-level warriors would have almost no strength to climb here. He can still maintain such a fast speed now, and his chi and blood are so rich that it is simply scary. It is possible that a level 4 warrior is possible.
The boy also nodded with emphasis. Both of them are formal warriors, and still have eyesight in all aspects. Although the mountain road was steep and looked from above, and was blocked by the huge mountaineering bag on the other party's back, the two could not see the figure's appearance clearly. But one thing is certain. This must be a senior whose martial arts cultivation is far beyond theirs, and his strength is between level 3 and level 4. As the figures continued to approach, the two of them also showed a look of awe on their faces. He walked a few steps to both sides in a tacit understanding, giving way to the people coming. Finally, the figure came closer to the two. Just the moment the other party passed by the two of them opened their eyes wide, as if they saw something extremely incredible, and they were extremely shocked. Swish! The visitor carrying a mountaineering bag quickly ran past the two of them, and quickly left in the blink of an eye.
Damn!
The boy couldn't help but swear, and turned to look at his girlfriend.
I read that right.
His expression was a little confused. The girl also opened her mouth wide, and looked blank. Obviously she had not yet come back to her senses from the huge shock. Just when the man passed by them just now, they see. The person they identified as a martial arts senior was actually a young boy. Looking at how he was only 17 or 18 years old at most, he didn't even completely fade away the fluff on his lips.
So young? Level 3? Even level 4 warrior?
Boys doubt life a little. Thinking of his experience of soreness and back pain all the way up, he felt that his martial arts practices over the past decade had reached dogs.
Who?
Lu Sheng passed by a young couple and rushed towards the top of the mountain. His chest was undulating rhythmically, and the interval between each breath was far beyond that of ordinary people. His steps were fast, like a cannonball. Every step can cross a distance of 7 or 8 meters, resulting in an extremely fast speed.
I didn't expect that the star's power can be used in body movements. 4 times the power of the star, and absorbing a large amount of dream memories, my attainment in body movements has also reached the bottleneck stage, and my speed is at least 5 times faster than a normal second-level warrior. There is also natural breathing method. I only now know that natural breathing method is used like this.
Although Lu Sheng's qi and blood value has increased again in the past few days, it is far from reaching the level of a third-level warrior. He was able to maintain this speed all the way until now because of the natural breathing method. This martial arts world in the next 10,000 years is known as the strongest and highest breathing method. When Lu Sheng's physical strength reaches its limit, it finally bursts out with unparalleled brilliance. Every time Lu Sheng breathed, he seemed to be able to draw some energy from the air around him. This energy greatly supplemented the physical strength he consumed. Under the promotion of natural breathing methods, new powers continue to emerge. Whenever he feels that he can't hold on, the natural breathing method can always squeeze out new power from his muscles. Lu Sheng knew that this was a manifestation of breaking through the limits of the body again and again.
Boom!
Lu Sheng's feet landed heavily on a platform. He had reached the top of Yahoo Mountain. At this time, Lu Sheng was steaming all over his body, and his whole body emitted a high temperature that was far beyond ordinary people. He seemed to hear the sound of blood rushing in his blood vessels. Please give me a flower evaluation ticket, monthly ticket, and comments, thank you.
Call.
Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and his whole body seemed to be much more relaxed.
Breakthrough.
Lu Sheng clenched his fist a little, and could clearly feel that the qi and blood value in his body had skyrocketed.
The increase in qi and blood value means that my physical fitness has also improved, and the stars can continue to practice with force. I guess.
Lu Sheng felt it for a while and estimated.
You can do 6 times the effort.
This means that his ultimate combat effectiveness index will soar again. In fact, these are all secondary. This time, Lu Sheng felt that the biggest gain was to understand the wonderful use of
natural breathing method. Quickly recovering physical fitness greatly improves my endurance and constantly stimulates my potential. This is fine when practicing normally, but if it is applied in combat, it is truly horror.
Imagine that Lu Sheng, who has natural breathing techniques, can recover his physical strength very quickly, and his endurance is several times, dozens of times, or even dozens of times that of ordinary warriors. In this process, he can continue to break through his physical limits. Under such conditions, even an enemy with stronger strength than him may be slowly worn to death by him. It's simply a strong person when he meets a strong person.
The qi and blood breakthrough have been broken, and the fresh medicinal materials needed for the marrow-breaking pill have been found. The purpose of coming to Shuhai City is to achieve all the results.
Lu Sheng was in a good mood. He came to Shuhai City to nourish the marrow pill. One of the medicinal materials of the marrow elixir needs to be picked freshly to be effective, and this medicinal material is only available on Wild Fox Mountain. Lu Sheng came to Yahoo Mountain to buy medicine, and ran up to climb the mountain. Unexpectedly, I gained something from climbing, and both the qi and blood value and the power of the star have exceeded. The path that Lu Sheng walked on when he came up was steep and difficult to walk on, and no one walked on it at all, so there was no platform leading to the top of the mountain. Lu Sheng stood here and enjoyed the scenery. He felt that his physical strength had almost recovered, and then he slowly walked down another road. It's much slower than it gets up. When he walked to the bottom of the mountain, a middle-aged man with dark skin, short and thin skin, squatting on the side of the road smoking immediately came up when he saw him.
Young man, the medicine you want has been collected. It's not far away. Come with me to get it.
Lu Sheng nodded and followed the black-skinned middle-aged man. Because the medicinal herbs that Lu Sheng wanted must be picked freshly, he hired someone to help him pick them. This black and thin middle-aged man was the herb collector he hired. The black-skinned middle-aged man took him to a remote place with several bamboo-woven medicine baskets on the ground. Lu Sheng saw 4 or 5 men standing not far away, as if they were waiting for something, and looked at them from time to time.
The medicine is in the basket.
The black and thin middle-aged man picked up a medicine basket and handed it to Lu Sheng. The medicine basket contains lavender herbs, some with dew and soil on them, which looks really new. Lu Sheng was very satisfied and nodded.
Yes, I want 10 plants. According to the previous agreement, each plant is 500, which is 5,000.
Unexpectedly, the black and thin middle-aged man shook his head.
No, it's 1,000 per plant, and you have to buy all the medicine here.
What? Lu Sheng frowned. The black and thin middle-aged man smiled at him, revealing his yellow teeth.
Little kid, you are not a native of Shuhai, are you?
As he said that, several men who had been standing in the distance before walked over slowly, staring at Lu Sheng with malicious intentions, obviously in the same group as He Shou middle-aged. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the thin black middle-aged man in front of him.
Are you planning to force yourself to buy and sell?
The black and thin middle-aged man sneered.
Little kid, I will teach you something for your parents. When you are away, you have to admit defeat when you should. Do you know? Don't think about calling the police. There is no surveillance here, and there is no one else. The police will not trust you, a foreigner, even if you come. Pay the money honestly to save us from being rude to you.
Several men showed fierce looks on their faces, and they were about to surround Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng thought for a while, bent down, and picked up a stone as big as a fist from the ground. It is the kind of large cobblestone used to pave the road, and can be seen everywhere.
I still want to resist. Baby!
The black and thin middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and he was about to command someone to rush up. But the next moment, the expression on his face froze.
Swish, 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 swish.
A large number of gravel pieces of no more than half of the little finger fell from the gap between Lu Sheng's fingers. As Lu Sheng's palms continued to rub, these gravels were quickly ground into smaller stone chips. He's skinny middle-aged, and the group of people behind him were stunned, their eyes straight, and they couldn't say a word.
What did you tell me just now?
Lu Sheng looked at him calmly.
No. Nothing.
The black-skinned middle-aged man suddenly took a few steps back, his black face turned pale, and said stammeringly,
You take away all the things, don't have money. Don't have a penny.
Behind him, the other men looked at Lu Sheng with horror as they saw ghosts. Lu Sheng shook the soil on his hands, and the palms exposed under the dust were as smooth as before. Lu Sheng picked up a medicine basket and walked to the black and thin middle-aged man and said solemnly,
I will teach you something for your parents. In business, you should be honest and honest.
After saying that, he left. He's skinny middle-aged and his accomplices stood there and were stunned for a while. Until Lu Sheng's figure had disappeared for a long time, he suddenly jumped out of his mouth.
Fuck! Are all the fucking perverts nowadays? I originally wanted to pay, but you don't want it, it's a pity.
Lu Sheng carried the entire medicine basket back to the hotel where he stayed. A little bit of small episodes did not have any impact on him. Lu Sheng knew very well that the darkness in this world could be completely eliminated. But he can make himself strong. As long as it is strong enough, it will be like a light source, and wherever it goes, darkness will automatically retreat and dissipate. Lu Sheng originally planned to make 10 marrow-raising pills and try the effect first. But unexpectedly, I got so many medicinal materials, so I just prepared more. The difficulty of refining the marrow yang pill is much greater than that of Ling Ji Zhuang blood decoction. With his own strength, it may be difficult to refine it all in a short time. So Lu Sheng thought of a solution. He found many pharmacies in Shuhai City, and then handed over the treatment of the medicinal materials needed for marrow elixir to these pharmacies. Doing this will save you a lot of your efforts. The main reason is that the step of medicinal materials processing has no technical content and is very cumbersome. Lu Sheng himself only needs to be responsible for the final preparation of medicine. But in this case, you have to go to many places every time you get the medicine, but it can greatly reduce the possibility of the prescription leak. In this way, Lu Sheng began to live a fulfilling and regular life every day. Get medicine, make medicine, then practice and sleep. Then I took medicine and refined medicine. 3 days later, Lu Sheng, wearing a nightgown, sat on the bed in the hotel. He took out a black pill like malice from a small glass bottle and gently threw it into his mouth. Chew and swallow. A few seconds later, a huge heat flow burst out from Lu Sheng's body. This heat flow was like an earthworm, drilling into Lu Sheng's bones, giving him an extremely tingling and numb feeling. Lu Sheng's body was not idle either. He began to practice slowly following the movements of the stellar body refining technique, and at the same time, he was also cooperating with the natural breathing method. As Lu Sheng practiced, a faint mist began to gradually spread out in the room, and the temperature became higher and higher. In the end, the huge room was misty, and the heat in the center of the room was surging. It's like a star is really raising in the nebula. Call. Sheng Lu let out a long sigh. The hot breath blew away the thick white mist in the room. Lu Sheng stood up and turned on the air conditioner to exhaust the air. While walking into the bathroom, he silently savored the marrow-raising pill he had just taken. The nourishing effect of Yangji Dan on qi and blood is many times better than that of Lingji Zhuang shui decoction. Even if Lu Sheng took one pill and practiced in one practice, he could not completely absorb the medicinal power of the marrow-breaking pill, and a lot of it remained in his body. You should know that what he practiced was star body refining plus natural breathing. You can imagine how terrifying the efficacy of the marrow Yanling pill is. No wonder Yangji Dan is a grade-level tonic, while Lingji Zhuang Shui decoction is just a medicinal soup. This tonic grading is something Lu Sheng only learned recently. He was afraid that the difficulty of refining the marrow-nourishing pill would be too high, and the failure rate of his own preparation would be too high, so he specially hunted the memories of several zombies, who had been pharmacists during his lifetime in the dream space. This type of person is easy to find. You can basically meet him by just finding a pharmacy. Lu Sheng's knowledge about medicines comes from the memories of these pharmacists. Even in martial arts for 10,000 years, the marrow-breaking pill is one of the most suitable tonics for warriors below level 3 to take. Because in addition to replenishing qi and blood, Yangji Dan also has certain tempering effects on the skeletons of the users. The process of a 3rd-level warrior being promoted to a 4th-level warrior is the process of a warrior working hard to strengthen his muscles and bones. There are 2 tonics that Lu Sheng has been taking: Lingji Zhuangshui decoction and Yangji pill. The former has a tempering effect on the skin of the warrior, while the latter is aimed at bones. In a sense, during the process of taking these 2 tonics, Lu Sheng had been refining his muscles and bones unconsciously and subtly. The benefits of this can only be felt slowly after he has been promoted to level 3. It takes him much less time to go through level 3 to level 4 than ordinary people. I prepared more than 50 medicinal materials in total, and finally refined 25 marrow cleaning pills. It seems a lot, but I don't know how long I will stay in the training camp, so it's really not enough. Lu Sheng looked at the small bottles filled with marrow washing pills placed in front of him, and thought to himself, Nearly half of the production rate is actually very high. Judging from the memories of the pharmacists he absorbed, it is thankful that level 1 and 2 pharmacists can succeed once and 4 times. Logically speaking, Lu Sheng, a novice who has just been in contact with pharmaceuticals, should not have this success rate, and I don't know what caused it. The same was true for the previous preparation of Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, which was extremely successful. Lu Sheng didn't think he would be a pharmaceutical genius. He speculated that it might be related to the fact that he had absorbed a lot of dream memories, and his mental power and other aspects were much stronger than normal people. Lu Sheng packed everything in the room and carefully put a few bottles of marrow-raising pills in his suitcase to prevent it from being damaged. If he hadn't been to the Dongning provincial capital as soon as possible in the past 2 days, he really wanted to stay here for a while. After all, the fresh medicinal materials used to make marrow-cleansing pills are only available in Shuhai City. If you want to replenish them after eating, you have to come to Shuhai again next time. It's very troublesome to go back and forth. Thanks for the data support. One more chapter. Dream Space. Lu Sheng shuttled through the dilapidated streets of Base 1359. Wherever he passed, the zombies that were wandering around unconsciously fell down one by one, weathering quickly. The black smoke returned to the nest like milk swallows, and they all rushed into Lu Sheng's body.
Call!
Lu Sheng stopped, looked at the empty streets behind him, and found a place to sit down and rest. During this period, he began to consciously clean up the 1359 base. Clean up those weak zombies first, leave those strong hard bones, and then chew them slowly. At present, the cleaning has just progressed to 2 streets.
It absorbs too much, needs to be digested.
During the cleaning process, Lu Sheng absorbed too many memory fragments, which contained a large number of useful and useless memories. These memories poured into his mind, causing a strong sense of swelling in his brain. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and began to practice the
crystal visualization method.
In his mind, a human figure that was completely carved from crystal is gradually taking shape. Only feet are left yet. As Lu Sheng continued to visualize, the outline of this human figure gradually became clear and clear. Finally, a complete crystal human form appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. The crystal humanoid body is filled with a lot of black and gray impurities. It was dense, almost smudged into black.
Who?
Lu Sheng's chest was rising and falling, breathing continuously following the rhythm of natural breathing. What's amazing is that the crystal human figure in his mind seemed to be synchronizing with his body, and he was also doing breathing. As the crystal humanoid breathed continuously, the black impurities in the crystal were discharged bit by bit. During this process, Lu Sheng clearly felt a sense of coolness in his brain. The countless memories he had absorbed before, the useless parts of him, were being cleaned up in large quantities. And those that are useful to him are martial arts knowledge, insights, skills, and experiences. It is also being sorted out clearly. Body skills, boxing skills, leg skills, palm skills, gun skills, sword skills. Lu Sheng has hunted too many zombies, so he has mastered many martial arts skills. At this time, under the scrutiny of this clear stream, all these martial arts were being improved steadily and rapidly. For example, although Lu Sheng had obtained the memory inheritance of these martial arts skills before, but these techniques are just stored in his brain and memory. It is piled up in a mess, with no rules. Before, Lu Sheng thought of using it and searching through these memories. Now, the brain has begun to actively process these memories in a category, actively helping Lu Sheng's body absorb and digest. If it is a legacy to claim that Lu Sheng gained countless memories in the dream space, then from now on, Lu Sheng has truly inherited this legacy. Each warrior chooses different directions of practice based on his or her own talent. Some are good at leg skills, some are good at boxing, and some are good at weapons. No one can do it, and there are very few who practice all aspects of martial arts at the same time. Because manpower is exhausted, how can a person's power be comprehensive? But now, exceptions have happened. Sheng, who can inherit the other party's martial arts by absorbing memory, is beginning to move step by step towards an incredible and unprecedented situation. Perhaps, one day, an existence that is good at all martial arts will be born among the human race. And this person is Sheng. I stand on the shoulders of countless people, all round and comprehensive, without any leakage. This is my martial arts. 10 perfect martial arts. Sheng stared at the crystal humanoid in his mind that was constantly breathing and becoming clear, and silently thought, "It turns out that this is the correct way to open the crystal visualization method." When the crystal human figure in my mind became completely clear, the memories left in Sheng's brain were completely sorted out. It's so scary. Sheng felt everything about himself carefully, and couldn't help but sigh. This sentence was terrible that he said to himself. After sorting out all the memories, Sheng had reached a bottleneck state at this time. There were more than 10 martial arts, including leg techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, gun techniques, sword techniques, and sword techniques. There are 2 martial arts that exceed the bottleneck realm, namely body technique and boxing technique. Among them, the boxing realm is infinitely close to the next new realm. I was able to achieve 10 times the combat power that exceeded the standard of qi and blood during the martial arts assessment. Now the power of the star has exceeded 6 times. If there is another breakthrough in the boxing realm, how many times will the combat power increase? This memory review has helped Sheng so much. He directly improved his skills in all aspects, and he had not known how much his overall strength had been enhanced. Not only that, after thoroughly sorting out, Sheng felt that his brain became much clearer. The speed of thinking about problems, the efficiency of understanding and absorbing new knowledge, etc. have all improved a lot. Even some aspects of the body have undergone some wonderful changes. There are 92 zombies in the street next door, including 6 hard bones, which need to be cleaned separately. Sheng closed his eyes and said to himself. When he opened his eyes, a strange light appeared in his eyes. This is the new ability that Sheng obtained after he had completely gotten into crystal visualization. I can now see any object within a range of 100 meters around me. Even the structure of cement walls under the ground can be seen clearly. This ability is very wonderful. It gives Sheng the feeling that he is like a perspective hanging is turned on in the game, and within 100 meters, it is all in a tiny bit. When applied to combat, I can see the enemy's advancement, and I can see the slightest changes in the opponent's pupils and muscles. Sheng was very excited. He understood that he had entered the most mysterious spiritual power field in martial arts practice. The crystal visualization method mainly practices spiritual power. The practice of spiritual power is 100 times more difficult than the cultivation of qi, blood, and combat power. I have unique conditions, which is to absorb the memories of zombies. These memory fragments, after being tempered and purified by crystal visualization, are the best spiritual food. Sheng opened the light brain she carried with him and entered spiritual power as the keyword search in the light brain. The result was a massive amount of information. It turns out that there were spiritual powers as early as 100 years before martial arts, and there were even people who specialize in spiritual power. But this kind of people were particularly rare. It was not until the late period of martial arts civilization that was developed, and the number of such people gradually increased. According to the information, such people are collectively called spiritual thought masters. Like martial arts, spiritual thought masters are also divided into many levels. However, the promotion of a spiritual mind master is very difficult, and the combat power he can exert is extremely terrible. According to the information, a first-level spiritual mind master who is proficient in the combat skills of spiritual power can easily deal with 10 or even more first-level warriors, and can even challenge level 4 warriors at most.
It's so perverted, it's simply a god-level hidden profession in the game.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. He was curious about what level his mental strength has reached now, but without professional mental strength testing equipment, it is impossible to judge at all.
From the limit range alone, I have now reached the level of a second-level spiritual master, and I don't know the intensity.
Base number 1359 has instruments that specifically test mental strength, but they are all placed in the command center at the most central point of the base. Lu Sheng's current location is about dozens of kilometers away from the central command. In the middle, God knows how many terrifying zombies are wandering. Although Lu Sheng was the fire, chosen by civilization, these zombies had no memory, so if they should hit him, they would still hit him.
I can only talk about it later.
Lu Sheng felt a little regretful and temporarily let go of this idea, and then searched for the combat skills of the spiritual mind master through the light brain. The result shows
insufficient access. All right.
Lu Sheng was a little speechless. His 2-level authority was still a little too low.
It has to be stronger. On the one hand, you can increase your permissions and unlock more skills in the 10 resource library. On the other hand, you can challenge stronger zombies and obtain stronger memory inheritance.
Lu Sheng secretly made up his mind. Before this, the cultivation of spiritual power could only rely on the crystal visualization. Of course, he could also try to study it himself. It would be even better if you could be lucky enough to kill a zombie who was a spiritual master during your lifetime and inherit its memory. On the high-speed rail from Shuhai City to Dongning provincial capital, in the opposite rows, there were 2 men and 2 women sitting, looking very young.
If my parents hadn't forced me to attend this cram school, and said that the teacher was the old teacher who retired from the extreme martial arts school in the past, and a 5th-level peak warrior, I really didn't want to go there. Anyway, my chi and blood value has exceeded 1.3, so it is easy to reach the standard of a first-level warrior before the college entrance examination. But if we can make our strength stronger, why not do it? You said yes.
On the seat, a boy with an average appearance and wearing a famous brand was chattering. The slightly fat girl with round face and glasses sitting opposite him nodded and showed a hint of admiration on her face. The girl sitting next to him had a cold face, and even a look of boredom flashed in her eyes. Li Han was almost annoyed that the boy around her was showing her superiority in all aspects. It seems that the chi and blood value of 1.3 is very awesome when I sign up for a martial arts cram school run by a level 5 warrior, and I am directly promoted. If the other party didn't take the initiative to mention it, and he had found out that he had no intention of knowing it, perhaps Li Han would look at the boy a little differently. But this matter was showing off over and over again, which only made her disgust more. But Li Han was embarrassed to let the other party shut up, so she could only choose to endure it silently. However, even when he encountered such an annoying fly, Li Han did not regret taking this high-speed train. The reason is, another boy sitting directly opposite Li Han was very beautiful. The boy got into the car with Li Han and sat opposite the window. She looks about the same age as hers. The boy was sleeping with his head leaning against the window. Li Han can look at the other person unscrupulously. The boy's skin is very white and has a delicate skin texture, but there is no slight scent of a creamy little boy, because his facial features are very tough and masculine. The nose bridge is high and straight, and the eyebrows are profound, giving people a sense of beauty made of a knife and an axe. It happens to be Li Han's favorite type. It was the existence of this boy that Li Han could tolerate the endless noise of the fly next to him, and did not choose to change seats. Just when Li Han quietly admired the other parties.
Beauty in the prosperous era.
The high-speed rail driving at high speed vibrated slightly, and the boy leaning against the window moved a little, and slowly opened his eyes. Li Han originally planned to look away immediately, but the other party's sudden opening eyes attracted her firmly. What kind of eyes are that? Li Han swears that it was the first time she had seen such beautiful eyes when she grew up. As clear as crystal, without any impurities, and as deep as the starry sky. There seems to be a strange light in the center of the pupil. The boy's eyes seemed to be two black vortexes, sucking Li Han's mind in little by little.
How are you?
Li Han suddenly came to her senses, and suddenly realized that the handsome boy had come to her, and asked her with a heartfelt thought.
Ah, I'm fine. I'm tragic about it.
Li Han's pretty face instantly turned red, and she explained in panic, feeling that her ears were getting hot.
It's a shame.
If you stare at others so straightforwardly, you wouldn't think I'm a nerd. Li Han wailed in his heart, wishing that a crack could suddenly appear under the seat of the high-speed rail to let him get in.
It's fine.
Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had just left his dream, and had not had time to completely withdraw his mental power he was practicing. I wonder what impact it would have on ordinary people.
Hello, my name is Huang Yuan. We are chatting. Are you from Shuhai too?
The girl with round face sitting next to her took the initiative to say hello to Lu Sheng, which temporarily relieved Li Han's embarrassment. Lu Sheng was not very interested in this kind of high-speed rail symposium, but he shook his head politely and said,
My name is Lu Sheng. I am not from Shuhai. I am from Baiha City next door. No wonder you don't have the same accent as Tracy native.
The boys around Li Han also spoke.
My name is Lu Feng, from Shuhai No. 1 Middle School, Qi and Blood 1.3.
Speaking of the last sentence, the boy named Lu Feng unconsciously raised his chin, revealing a hint of pride. For such a person, who talks about Qi and blood values, Lu Sheng believes that it is no different from the one who hangs a gold necklace with a thumb-sized thickness on his neck, for fear that others will not know that he is a nouveau riche. But out of politeness, Lu Sheng nodded at the other party. At this time, Li Han also recovered from shame and blushed and whispered,
My name is Li Han, from Shuhai No. 2 Middle School. Haha, then we are really destined to be together. We are about the same age, and we just take the same high-speed rail to the capital of Dongning.
Lu Feng smiled and said,
What do you do when you go to Dongning provincial capital? I went to cram school and was taught by an old coach with level 5. It is said that he has brought out several top scorers in the city.
Lu Sheng held back his speechlessness and replied honestly,
I went to a training camp, and I was doing business in Shuhai before.
Li Han and Huang Yuan also said their respective purposes. In fact, the four people's purposes are similar, either to go to tutoring or to go to special training. After all, they are all close to the age of the college entrance examination, and are all worried about their qi and blood value. In the following chat, Lu Feng naturally took over the dominance of the topic. He seemed to have a lot of ideas about Li Han, and was trying to attract Li Han's attention. Of course, the clumsy methods used were so bad that even Lu Sheng couldn't bear to look at him. Only Huang Yuan, the simplest of the four, listened with relish and exclaimed admiration from time to time. Because the high-speed rail is about to arrive at the station, it is difficult to enter the dream again, and Lu Sheng is quite bored. I could only listen to Lu Feng's endless bragging, staring at Li Han sitting opposite him, and fantasizing in my heart that at this time, his favorability for Lu Feng was constantly emerging from Li Han's head. Finally, with a pleasant prompt sound, the high-speed train arrived at the station. Dongning City, capital of Dongning Province. Call. As he walked off the high-speed rail, Lu Sheng breathed a long sigh. The high-speed rail carriage is too boring, and it is not very comfortable to sit for too long.
Ihan, are you taking a taxi? There is a special car to pick me up in my cram school, and I can let the car take you there.
Next to him, Lu Feng continued to show his attention to Li Han after getting off the car, and he even took care of Lu Sheng and Huang Yuan.
You two can be together, too.
Although his tone sounded unwilling, Li Han didn't appreciate it and refused decisively.
It's too troublesome, no need. Not bothering, Ihan. Why don't we add a micro first?
Next, Lu Sheng and Huang Yuan looked at Lu Feng like a licking dog chasing a goddess in a third-rate idol drama. The four of them walked to the entrance of the high-speed rail station, where there were a large number of private cars and taxis, as well as some buses in groups. One of the business buses with a unique shape and a banner for
Genius Training Camp
on the body is particularly eye-catching. In order to show his erudition, Lu Feng took the initiative to say to Lu Sheng and others,
Did you see that car? If I guess correctly, this car is the special passenger bus for students of the Genius Training Camp held by the Dongning provincial capital this time.
Huang Yuan next to her asked curiously,
What is a Genius Training Camp?
Lu Feng shook his head and said,
I don't know very well. I only know that it is a very awesome training camp, which brings together all the martial arts geniuses from the entire Dongning provincial capital. There are no more than 10 people who can participate in each city. There is a big guy next to me, and his chi and blood value has exceeded 1.5, almost meeting the standard of a first-level official warrior. In this way, I was even smeared.
Lu Feng sighed sincerely in an extremely envious tone of No. 1 middle school.
In short, those who can enter this training camp are the most top geniuses, the kind of god-level figures who are so awesome. Wow!
Huang Yuan let out a strong amazement. Even Li Han's interest was aroused, and she looked curious and fascinated. At this time, Lu Feng glanced at Lu Sheng on the side, and saw Lu Sheng silently. His heart suddenly moved.
Lu Sheng, are you also participating in the training camp when you come to Dongning? Where is your training camp special car?
I just introduced a very awesome training camp, and then asked about Lu Shengbao's training camp, which was obviously a bit ridiculous. Lu Feng did it on purpose. Who made this boy named Lu Sheng look so handsome? The beautiful Li Han was secretly staring at him all the way. I don't smell good. Lu Feng thought to himself. Please give me a flower evaluation ticket, monthly ticket, etc. Thank you. Before Lu Sheng could speak, Li Han had already frowned and spoke.
Lu Feng, are you interesting like this? You mean to be disgusting, right?
Lu Feng quickly explained with a smile.
Where is there? I just asked casually and learn how Lu Sheng can go later. If there is no car, I will let him take it to the cram school car.
Li Han's face was full of disgust. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who had been shutting his mouth and not speaking, suddenly spoke.
No need, our train camp car has arrived. Well?
Lu Feng was stunned, but he didn't expect Lu Sheng to have such an answer.
Where is it? Lu Sheng, I'll follow you. If your training camp special car can take me along the way.
Li Han spoke quickly, as if to show his support for Lu Sheng, and he also glared at Lu Feng fiercely. Lu Sheng frowned, thought for a while and said,
I don't know if it's okay. I have to ask first. Okay, I'll wait for you.
Li Han looked devoted. Lu Feng's face was almost bloated, and he was the one who was talking about it because of his mistakes. Huang Yuan's mind was slow to turn, and she realized it now. Lu Feng and Lu Sheng had a conflict. On the one hand, she thought that St. Lu was very good and had a good temper. On the other hand, she wanted to get a ride from Lu Feng's car. For a moment, hesitated and didn't know who to help. At this time, the three of them discovered that Lu Sheng was moving and walked quickly in one direction. It seems like I'm asking about a private car.
This kid really has a special car to pick him up,
Lu Feng said hatefully, but halfway through his words, he suddenly got stuck. Not only him, Li Han and Huang Yuan were also stunned and slowly opened their eyes wide. I saw that Lu Sheng walked straight to the Dongning Provincial Genius Training Camp special car that they had just discussed, defined as the most awesome one in Lu Feng's mouth, and only God-level figures in each city can participate. They saw Lu Sheng walking to the special car, and there was a person getting out of the car, and the two of them talked for a while, and then Lu Sheng walked back slowly.
"Let's go," the teacher who led the team agreed.
Lu Sheng greeted Li Han with a calm look on his face, and then Huang Yuan said,
"Let Huang Yuan be together too."
Li Han nodded in a daze and followed Lu Sheng. Huang Yuan quickly followed with shock and exaggerated expressions. Among the four, only one Lu Feng stood there stupidly, and from beginning to end, Lu Sheng didn't look at him.
"Hold!"
Lu Feng suddenly came back to his senses and shouted in disbelief.
"Fake it! I'm just pretending to be with me. Let's see how you were driven out of the car."
Then, he watched Lu Sheng take Li Han and Huang Yuan successfully get on the business bus with a unique shape and a banner with the
Genius Training Camp.
The bus door was closed quickly, then started and left. The whole process was extremely smooth and natural, without any interludes or accidents. There is no plot that Lu Feng is most looking forward to. Lu Feng was completely confused now. He was wondering if there was a possibility of a duplicate name. Perhaps there was more than one.
Genius Training Camp
in Dongning City, and Lu Sheng participated in another one. But unfortunately, Lu Feng once saw a special car that picked up and dropped off students in a real
Genius Training Camp.
It was right at the door of Shuhai Martial Arts Association, exactly the same as the one on Lu Sheng. Then that is, I just brag about awesomely with a
God-level figure
who is qualified to participate in the gathering of the top martial arts geniuses of Dongning Provincial Capital. Before leaving, I even discussed to the other party. Lu Feng was in chaos. Li Han got in the car and took a seat. The car drove out so far, but she was still confused. Last minute, Lu Feng was still talking about how high the Genius Training Camp is. If you could enter this training camp, you will be more awesome and more awesome. As a result, the next minute, Lu Sheng led her up. It's casual like getting on the bus at your doorstep. The process is wonderful and fantastic, as if it is dreaming. Huang Yuan was in similar mood to her, but she was much more exaggerated than her. Her eyes were still wide open, and her face was filled with lingering shock. However, Lu Sheng was still calm. After getting on the car, he faced the window, and quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. I have to say that the conditions for the Genius Training Camp are quite good. It is said to be a private car, but it is really a private car. There was no one in the car except Lu Sheng and the other three. There was only one driver in white gloves who were driving intently. In the middle, he specifically asked about Li Han and Huang Yuan's destination, and then sent them to the place one by one.
Lu Sheng.
Before getting off the car, Li Han bit her lip, hesitating whether she should ask Lu Sheng for contact information. But before she could muster up the courage to say it, Lu Sheng was already waving goodbye to her. Looking at the slowly starting bus, Li Han suddenly felt empty inside. She had a strong premonition that after this time, it would be difficult for her to see Lu Sheng again in her life. The transparent car windows reflect Lu Sheng's clean and handsome side face, which shines in Li Han's eyes as always. But Li Han knew very well how big a gap there was between her and Lu Sheng. When you get in and out of the car, maybe there are two worlds at all. She is like a civilian girl who accidentally entered the prince's dance. After a wonderful period, she is destined to return to reality.
Arrive.
As the car stopped slowly, the driver turned around and reminded him. Lu Sheng nodded and walked out of the bus with his suitcase. What is presented before us is a huge militarized base with strict garrisoning. Thanks for the support of various data. Thank you. Both sides of the base are all sealed by high live wire walls, and in front of them is a large closed iron door. There were soldiers in military uniforms standing guard at the door. There are also a dozen boys and girls, who look about the same age as Lu Sheng, who are carrying suitcases and bags. Lu Sheng noticed that all these people were wearing a brass-colored badge on their left chests. Level 1 Warrior Badge. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's second-level Warrior Badge was left at home and was put away by his mother Zheng Yufan as a treasure. Otherwise, he could have taken it out and pretended to be a pussy now.
From Shirakawa City, I've delivered it.
The driver left a word, started the car and turned around and drove away. Left a bunch of young girls staring at Lu Sheng and whispering.
There are no ones from Baiha City? Didn't the ones from Baiha City have already entered? Why did you still have one? I guess it was inserted in the back. I didn't even pass the formal martial artist assessment. Baiha City has always had the final score in the province for college entrance examinations. Hee hee.
Lu Sheng listened to these comments, his face calm and his heart was as calm as water. With his current strength, these little kids, who are just enough to be the standard of a first-level official warrior, are not his opponents even if they are all here. For such people who are far weaker than themselves and do not have much vision, he will feel that the price will be reduced if he looks at them at first sight. After waiting for a while, a small door under the base gate opened from the inside. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with a square face and a serious face, walked out. He took the roster and counted the number of people, and finally his eyes fell on Lu Sheng.
Who are you?
The middle-aged man looked down at his hand and looked up and said,
The Lu Sheng mentioned by Xiao Yuhe, the president of Baiha Martial Arts Association?
Lu Sheng nodded. The middle-aged man looked clear. Xiao Yuhe, president of Baiha City Martial Arts Association, specifically mentioned to him that a student in Baiha City did not come with a special car, so he would pay attention. Now people have arrived. The middle-aged man mentioned this, and it immediately changed the taste in the ears of other boys and girls on the field.
So it's someone who is particularly caring for the president of the Baiha Martial Arts Association. No wonder. Excellent. The relationship between the president of the Municipal Martial Arts Association.
Some people are sarcastic. Lu Sheng was nothing, but the middle-aged man in military uniform raised his eyebrows and shouted,
Keep quiet for me.
A group of people immediately shut their mouths. The middle-aged man counted the number of people again, confirmed that there was no problem, and then said to Lu Sheng,
Then you can go in with the people from Qingyuan City and go in your camp ceremony.
The others were nothing, but Lu Sheng tasted a different taste from this sentence. Go in a batch? What's the meaning? Could it be that this so-called camp entry ceremony has to be entered one by one? However, even though he felt something strange was happening, Lu Sheng followed the team honestly and walked into the base gate under the leadership of the middle-aged man. After entering, it was a large playground with many buildings in the distance. The middle-aged man took them around the playground and finally came to a low room.
Put down all the luggage you accompany you, and someone will come to help you take it away later.
The middle-aged man gave an order indifferently, pointed to a small door in front of the low house, and said to everyone,
Get in one by one.
The students in Qingyuan City did not understand why, but they obediently followed the middle-aged man's instructions and walked into the small door one by one. Lu Sheng is the last one. When everyone entered the small door, the iron door behind him closed with a bang. The sound of the chain locking came from outside the door. The students' faces changed a little. At this time, the middle-aged man's voice sounded again.
Walking to the opposite exit, you have passed the entrance examination. If you can't get there, go back to me wherever I come from.
What? Someone immediately shouted.
Didn't it be said that it was just a camp entry ceremony? Why is there an assessment?
Before he could finish speaking, he heard the sound of the machine's clamp. The ground of the small room where Lu Sheng and the others stood was completely cracked from the middle. A group of young men and girls stood unsteadily and exclaimed and fell down. Before the ground mechanism was activated, Lu Sheng had already noticed it. To be precise, Lu Sheng knew that there was an organ on the surface of the room just after he stepped into this room. Besides, below the room is a narrow and complex passage.
Bang! Bang bang!
The sound of the body falling to the ground was accompanied by a few slightly painful moans. The boys and girls successively landed. After all, they were all first-level formal warriors. Even though they were a little caught off guard, most of them reacted quickly after the mechanism was activated. There are only a few who are too nervous and choose to land on the ground in the future with their back or butt. Lu Sheng landed steadily on the ground without even making any sound. His mental power wrapped around his feet like flowing water, and then provided a support force upwards. The process that led to his whereabouts can be described as floating. This is one of the ways to use mental power that Lu Sheng has figured out in the dream space. Although he cannot learn special mental power control skills now, Lu Sheng still studied some small uses of mental power. I would like to ask for various data such as flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, etc. Thank you. As the mental power is explored in all directions without blind spots within 100 meters. This is the basic function of opening the perspective hanging. Then attach the mental power to the surface of the body. For example, on the legs, it not only reduces air resistance, generates driving force, greatly increases the speed of the body movement, but also achieves an effect similar to light skills. Lu Sheng estimated that if his mental power is strong to a certain extent, he can even reach the aerospace with his mental power. There is also the fist, which can enhance the explosive power of the fist to a certain extent. Even used alone. Lu Sheng tried it, and he could grab about 20 kilograms of heavy objects entirely with his mental power. This is almost equivalent to the take of objects from a distance, described in the novel, Superpowers, etc. There is also a direct use of mental power to hit people. Lu Sheng has only tried this on zombies in the dream space, and the effect is not very ideal. Considering that the zombies are almost unconscious, the power of this move may be much stronger than he expected. In short, mental power is like a panacea to Lu Sheng. It can be used anywhere, and it will work everywhere, which is simply amazing. At this time, what was presented to everyone was a closed passage made of pure steel plates with 4 walls. It is about 2 meters wide, and can accommodate 4 people side by side. Someone reached out to knock on the wall, and a dull sound came from the wall. The students in Qingyuan City looked ugly. This proves that the surrounding walls are much thicker than they thought. Lu Sheng stood in the corner and watched the group of teenagers study variously. In fact, when he first came down, he had explored everything below clearly. The thickness of the surrounding walls is more than 50 centimeters, and there is cement behind the steel plate, so basically only one road in front of you can walk. In addition, there are some unexpected gadgets hidden in the walls. Of course, these are all things that the teenagers need to discover on their own.
It seems that this is the so-called camp entry ceremony.
A tall, thin, handsome boy with a tall, thin and handsome face filled with thick pride in his eyebrows sneered and said,
I thought it would be something special. So that's it? It's boring.
Someone shouted.
Lin Xiaoyu, did you know there was something wrong with this camp ceremony? Fuck, I won't remind everyone, I just fell down, and now my butt hurts almost torn apart.
The boy known as Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the other party disdainfully and said,
I don't even have this ability to adapt to the situation, and I'm so embarrassed to call myself a formal warrior. You?
The ridiculed boy looked ashamed and angry, but he did not dare to do anything.
Okay, stop quarrel. Everyone comes from the same city. After finally entering this training camp, they don't want any companions to be eliminated. Just find a way to pass this assessment quickly.
A tall and sweet-looking girl came out to smooth things over.
What can I do? Keep moving forward.
Someone curled his lips and said,
Didn't the person who brought us in just now? He would pass the test when he walked to the exit. We will walk together, and even if there are any subsequent tests, we will definitely pass. After all, we have 10 first-level formal warriors.
Suddenly, someone pointed at Lu Sheng in the corner and said,
What should I do about this guy? He is not arching Yuan City.
Suddenly, the eyes of a group of people gathered on Lu Sheng. These people stared at Lu Sheng, and their expressions gradually became playful.
It just so happens that I don't know what dangers are ahead, so let him be the one who is thundering,
someone suggested. Someone immediately agreed.
This is a good idea.
The beautiful girl who called on everyone to unite before was a little reluctant.
It's not good. I'm at least here to participate in the training camp.
The boy known as Lin Xiaoyu smiled and comforted her.
What's the matter? People like him who have come in with connections and have not even passed the first-level formal martial artist assessment will be eliminated in a few days even if they enter the training camp. It doesn't matter. That is.
Lu Sheng was amused listening, and shook his head and stood up.
Yeah, I'm quite proactive.
Lin Xiaoyu nodded and said,
Boy from Baiha City, if you perform well later, we may consider pulling you and letting you get along behind our butts and get through the test.
Lu Sheng smiled calmly and said lightly,
Beasts always walk alone, but cattle and sheep are in groups.
After saying that, Lu Sheng too walked into the passage without looking back. The teenagers in Qingyuan City were all stunned when they heard what Lu Sheng said. Lin Xiaoyu quickly reacted, showing shame and anger on his face.
Fuck, you dare to say I am a cattle and sheep?
Lin Xiaoyu rushed forward with a quick step, raised his fist, and tried to hit Lu Sheng in the back. At this moment, the steel plates on both sides of the passage between Lin Xiaoyu and Lu Sheng suddenly shrank and a black shadow popped out of the wall. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and retracted. Immediately afterwards, it seemed like a chain reaction. The sound of clicking, steel plates shrinking constantly sounded in the passage, and black shadows rushed up one after another. In just a few seconds, the passage that was originally slightly empty seemed to be filled with tall and magnificent bodies. Almost every few meters, there are dark shadows blocking the road, leaving only a small gap between each other. The young men in Qingyuan City saw the dark shadow clearly, and their eyes changed. Someone blurted out,
Mechanical puppet.
Each of the black shadows that appear in the passage is nearly 2 meters high. It has long hands and feet, and the surface is smooth. Except for a pair of eyes with a light red light, there are no facial features. The whole body is made of dark yellow unknown alloy, and the joints are wrapped in thick rubber, giving people an extremely heavy and solid sense of security. Of course, if it is a dark crowd standing in front of you, this sense of security instantly turns into a sense of oppression. This is the case with the teenagers in Qingyuan City at this time. Including Lin Xiaoyu, the faces of a group of teenagers all became extremely ugly, just like eating a fly.
The weakest mechanical puppets all have the strength of more than the first-level formal warriors. There are so many here. Is the training camp trying to kill us? Fuck, this place is still so small, there is no place to run. What should I do?
Although the mental power has long discovered the existence of these guys, Lu Sheng still feels a little novel when they completely pop up and present them in front of him. The mechanic puppet is actually a martial arts robot named after the mechanic woodman that was popular in the ancient martial arts era. It is the product of the combination of technology and martial arts. The bodies of these mechanical puppets are completely made of modern industry, but their minds contain advanced programs that contain various martial arts moves. When activated, you can exert combat effectiveness comparable to that of a formal warrior. Lu Sheng had only seen this kind of thing on TV before. Some wealthy families will purchase such mechanical puppets as bodyguards, and high-level martial arts schools will use mechanical puppets as auxiliary training. It is said that the most advanced mechanical puppets are comparable to those of level 4 warriors, but the cost is much higher than the cost of cultivating a level 4 warrior. When Lu Sheng saw this high-end product for the first time, he couldn't help but be curious and approached one and wanted to observe it more carefully.
Idiot!
Lin Xiaoyu, who witnessed this scene behind him, showed a speechless expression on his face and said,
"This local bun in Baihe City probably has never seen a mechanic puppet. This mechanic puppet that has been released will immediately attack once it senses that the moving object is approaching. The first level mechanical puppet is made of special alloy, and its fists are so hard that it can cause internal bleeding to a level 1 warrior with one punch. This kid doesn't even have a first level warrior, and he dares to put his head on it. He probably will be beaten to a concussion."
The other teenagers also showed gloating expressions on their faces, waiting to watch the show one by one. Only the sweet-looking girl had a worried expression and opened her mouth to remind Lu Sheng, but she was afraid to attract the attention of the puppets of the mechanism. As Lin Xiaoyu said, Lu Sheng took 2 steps forward. The 2 mechanical puppets blocking him had a flash of red light in their eyes, and they raised their fists almost at the same time and hit him hard.
Snort!
Lin Xiaoyu wrapped his arms around his chest, looking playful. Before, Lu Sheng said that he was a cattle and sheep, and he was worried that he would not teach Lu Sheng a lesson. Now he is happier than anyone else to see Lu Sheng's unlucky.
Careful!
The sweet-looking girl couldn't help but finally screamed. Just when everyone thought they were about to see a terrible scene, what happened the next second made them all open their eyes wide.
Bang! Bang!
2 dull sounds. The 2 dark alloy fists, one left and one right, were steadily grasped in their hands by a white and slender palm. During this process, Lu Sheng's body did not even shake.
"I actually caught it. I caught it."
The teenagers in Qingyuan City showed incredible expressions on their faces. Lin Xiaoyu, who was holding his chest with both hands, was stunned for a moment, and stood up straight, wondering if he had read it wrong. The first-level mechanical puppet has a copper-skinned iron bone, with an extreme combat power of nearly 1,000. There are basic martial arts and techniques in your mind to operate the procedures, which completely crushes most first-level warriors in actual combat. Even some level 2 warriors may not be able to suppress them. After all, this is a machine, not a human, and it will not be tired or hurt. Although Lin Xiaoyu has always been very confident, he also believes that he will never dare to take the fist of a first-level mechanical puppet head-on. The gap in strength is there. Isn't it looking for abuse? But now, he actually saw that the student from Baihe City, who came in through relationships, and had not even achieved a level 1 warrior, he actually faced the front, relying solely on his 2 flesh palms. He caught the full-strength attack of the 2 mechanical puppets. This scene is even more surprising than seeing the old man selling pancakes at the bottom of the building suddenly jump 3 meters high and suddenly transform into a martial arts master. Just as Lin Xiaoyu and a group of Qingyuan City boys were stunned, an even more amazing scene happened. Crunch! The sound of a tooth-acid mechanical squeeze collision sounded. The teenagers widened their eyes and saw it. The arms of the 2 mechanical puppets were being lifted up at a constant speed little by little under a pair of white and powerful palms. Because the machine parts and program instructions conflict, a large number of sparks burst out from the arm joints of the mechanical puppet, accompanied by harsh sounds.
Late trough.
A young man opened his mouth wide and made an incredible sound.
This guy's strength is greater than that of a first-level mechanical puppet. Is he still a human?
The others were also shocked and could hardly find words to describe their inner feelings at this time. The sweet-looking girl had already covered her mouth with her hands, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and surprise.
Ha ha!
At this moment, a sudden burst of laughter rang out. Everyone looked in the voice and saw Lin Xiaoyu laughing, shaking his head, and saying self-deprecatingly,
I was almost deceived by the people in the training camp. These are not the first-level mechanical puppets. They are obviously semi-finished products less than the first level. Their real combat power is far inferior to the real level 1, but they just look like they are bluffing. This should have been the case. If so many real first-level puppets were really put here, how could anyone pass the assessment?
Lin Xiaoyu pointed to Lu Sheng, who had 2 mechanical puppets, who had sparks splashed everywhere and looked calm, and shouted at everyone with an exaggerated expression.
Do you really think that a household with no strength in a first-level warrior can withstand the attacks of 2 first-level mechanical puppets at the same time?
The boys blinked their eyes, their expressions a little confused. Obviously, they could not keep up with Lin Xiaoyu's thinking.
Forget it. It's also a lot of trouble to explain to you idiots.
Lin Xiaoyu waved his hand with agitation, slowly moving his body while walking forward.
If you don't understand, then open your eyes and look at how I passed the level.
Lin Xiaoyu shook his hair, accelerated suddenly under his feet, and then rushed towards the 2 mechanical puppets in front of him with a confident look on his face. Lin Xiaoyu's figure was as fast as an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the 2 mechanical puppets. The eyes of the 2 silent mechanical puppets instantly burst into red light. At the same time, punch.
Bang!
A figure suddenly flew backwards and slammed heavily on the innermost wall with a bang. Lin Xiaoyu's body slowly slid off the wall like a poster, his expression twitched, and he slowly raised one hand as if he wanted to grab something.
Fuck! This is not a level 1 mechanical puppet. It is a fucking 2 level.
After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu tilted his head and fainted. The teenagers in the field watched everything that happened in the flash. Their mouths began to open little by little, their expressions so shocked that they could not even say a word. Please give me a Flower Review monthly ticket and comments. Thank you everyone.
The internal structure is much more complicated than I thought.
Lu Sheng's mental power penetrated into the body of the mechanical puppet, and after careful study, he quickly lost interest. He suddenly let go of the fists of the 2 mechanical puppets he had pinched. The 2-heel machine arm, which has been in a state of conflict between parts and procedures, finally reached its limit under this huge discharge force. With a slam sound, it was directly torn off from the shoulder.
The power is almost the same as a level 2 warrior.
Lu Sheng could know what was happening behind him without turning his head, and naturally he knew Lin Xiaoyu's miserable situation. I don't know what this guy is wrong in his mind. He dares to face 2 second-level puppets head-on by imitating him. Where does he get his confidence?
Try defense again.
The mechanical puppet that had lost one arm had no intention of stopping its operation. It continued to lift the remaining arm and hit Lu Sheng hard. But the speed of punching was too slow in Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng just had a simple head-turning action and easily avoided the arms of the 2 mechanical puppets interlaced. Then, punch.
Boom!
The punch hit a mechanical puppet hard in the chest. The thick alloy chest made a squeezing sound of steel that was squishing, and then quickly sank. Bang! A large ball of ignition light burst out. A big cracked hole appeared behind this mechanical puppet, and a white and powerful fist penetrated it. Lu Sheng casually pulled his fist out of the body of the mechanic puppet and blocked another mechanic puppet's attack again. The mechanical puppet, which was nearly 2 meters high, flashed a red light in his eyes, gradually extinguished, and then fell down shakingly, making a dull sound.
Bang!
The hearts of the teenagers in Qingyuan City at the beginning of the passage also trembled fiercely. Too scary. This is the only thought they have about Lu Sheng now. Seeing Lu Sheng easily dealing with the two mechanical puppets, like a shattered destruction, these young men inexplicably recalled what Lu Sheng had just said.
Beasts always walk alone, and cattle and sheep are in groups.
Compared with Lu Sheng now, these people who stood in front of the mechanical puppets were indeed like a group of cattle and sheep that were in panic all day long. Lu Sheng's straight and thin back, which was not wide, quickly became tall and majestic in their eyes. It was obvious that the other party was just a boy about their age.
Bang! Boom!
The loud noises kept echoing in the narrow passage, and the young people's eyelids kept beating wildly with the sounds. Monster! The teenagers couldn't find more suitable words to describe the figure gradually moving away in the distance. Looking at the mechanical puppets that fell to the ground like scrap iron, the young men's hearts were wailing. This is a real second-level mechanism puppet. Level 2. Not Level 1. It's not a semi-finished product either. You will know when you look at Lin Xiaoyu, who is lying on the ground and is half dead. Such existences, like iron walls, were as fragile as scarecrows stuck in the wheat field in Lu Sheng's hands. At this moment, these teenagers who have been praised by countless people as geniuses, monsters, and other people's children in Qingyuan City since childhood, finally feel. What kind of existence are real geniuses and monsters in this world? Why do we need to let these mortals and such monsters be in the same training camp? Mom, I want to go home. Lu Sheng knocked down every mechanical puppet, blocking him one by one. With the mental power, he can explore the internal structure of the mechanical puppet, and can easily find the core of each mechanical puppet. Weakness attack. It's very relaxed. It takes almost no second stroke to knock down each mechanic puppet. Just when Lu Sheng just broke the head of a mechanical puppet, his expression suddenly moved. He clearly sees that just in front of the passage, a figure was approaching him quickly. Lu Sheng's eyes shimmered slightly, and a look of expectation appeared on his face.
Has the second level finally started? It's also a bit too long for me to wait.
At the same time, a young man with a pretty appearance and a mole hidden in his left eyebrow was coming quickly along the passage. He was holding something like a remote control in his hand. There are more than a dozen buttons embedded on the remote control, and a green light is corresponding to the top of each button. At this time, more than a dozen green lights on the remote control in the young man's hand were rapidly turning red one after another. In just a few minutes, more than 80% of the green lights turned into red lights. Looking at the dazzling red lights, the anxiety on the young man's face almost overflowed.
Fuck! What's going on? Why are all the mechanical puppets malfunctioning all at once? Isn't it the new product that has just arrived?
The young man was anxious. As the person in charge of this passage, he is not only responsible for protecting the lives of the young people who have passed the barrier, but also for the loss of the puppets in the passage. Generally speaking, as long as it is a mechanical puppet, everything is okay. Can a group of little kids, who have just reached the standard of a first-level formal warrior, damage the second-level mechanical puppet? Is it possible? If they use all their teeth one by one, they will probably break the paint on the shell of the mechanism puppet at most. So the young man hid aside with confidence and sniffed for a while, preparing to wait for almost time before coming out to save the scene. After all, the real purpose of this assessment is to severely squash the arrogance of these so-called
top geniuses in Dongning Province,
so that they can remember and suffer more flesh and blood. But he never expected that as soon as he had just napped, the remote control in his hand began to flash wildly. More than a dozen machine puppets were damaged. Think about the cost of a mechanical puppet. Damn, even if you sell him, you can't afford to pay. Thinking of this, the young man's feet suddenly accelerated a little bit. Finally, the youth arrived at the front of the passage. From afar, he saw a thin and handsome boy standing among a pile of ragged iron, slowly pulling his arm out of the chest of a mechanical puppet. The boy noticed his arrival, and there was no surprise on his face, but instead seemed a little excited. The crystal-clear eyes gradually shone with light, and there was a fighting spirit burning.
"You're finally here."
The youth's expression was a little confused. His eyes fell on the terrible mechanical puppets, and his mind was stunned and lost the ability to think for a moment. His heart is bleeding. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in my ears. The young man instantly stood upright with his hair all over his body, and his whole body subconsciously flew back. Then a young figure jumped high in front of him. The figure blocked the light on the top of the passage, and the shadow cast fell on his face, and only a pair of hot and expectant eyes were seen.
"Come on, the second pass guard. I hope you don't let me down."
"Youth? When did I become the second pass guard? Besides, where did the second level come from? Please, 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 please." A huge control room. Dong Qingxue sat at the table with her head down and flipped through the information. Her figure was perfectly revealed in a suitably cut dark blue school uniform. Her slender calves, slightly crossed under the table, were still as beautiful as a picture scroll even under the trousers. Directly opposite Dong Qingxue, in front of the operating table consisting of a huge display screen and a large number of buttons, a slender and handsome young man held a cup of coffee in his hand. While admiring the scene in front of him, he sighed sincerely.
"What a comfortable and happy day."
Dong Qingxue raised her head and looked at the guy who only had one star missing on her shoulder stamp. On her beautiful face, a pair of slender willow leaves frowned with beautiful lines.
"If you really feel empty, please come and help me review the information. Major Qin Xiao Jun."
The young man picked up the coffee and took a sip, and said with a dodge,
"I'm busy, Lieutenant Colonel Qingxue. Besides, the main person in charge of this genius training camp is you, and I was just a deputy who was temporarily pulled to make up the numbers."
Dong Qingxue stared at the young man for a while, and finally had no choice but to give up. The other party is famous for his laziness, and this time she did forcefully pull the other party to help. Dong Qingxue shook her head and continued to flip through the thick documents under her hands. The young man took a few sips of coffee, perhaps because he felt really bored, so he walked slowly over. His eyes were randomly staring at the information scattered on the table and asked,
"How is it? What's the quality of this genius training camp?" "Not very good."
Dong Qingxue shook her head and said lightly,
"There are only 8 seedlings that can meet our standards in total, all of whom are formal warriors who have awakened their talents. 5 of them are average, and those who awaken are the most ordinary power-type talents. The other 3..."
Dong Qingxue took out 3 copies of the documents from a pile of documents and threw them in front of the young man.
1 speed type, 1 defense type. Both of them have reached the standard of a second-level warrior. This is the best."
Dong Qingxue picked out another copy from the 3-point document, pointed to a girl with a firm look on the profile photo and said,
"Charlene, she is 17 years old and 8 months old, and has less than 2 years of awakening her mental talent. She is now close to the standard of a first-level spiritual master. He is also excellent in martial arts talent and is about to enter level 2. Isn't this a good one?"
The young man shouted with an exaggerated expression.
"Absolutely genius, just like you back then. His eyes are very similar to you, Qingxue. I think this little girl is destined to be with you." Stop making trouble.
Dong Qingxue shook her head, but her eyes were still touched, and she spoke.
This girl is really good. I have listed her as the key training target for this training camp. The others are good too.
The young man tried to find a document from the pile of documents on the table that he liked. After rowing away the other two of the 3 documents that Dong Qingxue picked out in a row, his eyes fell on the first document below.
This.
The young man picked up a piece of information and shook it in front of Dong Qingxue, and said with a smile,
He is handsome enough, like me. And he is very good in all aspects. His chi and blood value reaches the standard of a 2nd-level warrior, and his combat power. Damn! Perfect realm boxing, his combat power is comparable to that of a 3rd-level warrior. You can also suck this kind of good seedling? Qingxue, when did your vision become so high?
Dong Qingxue shook her head and said,
I know which one you are talking about. This Lu Sheng was originally selected by me in the first step seed, even comparable to Xiao Lin. But then I took him out again. You should know why, Xiao Jun.
Dong Qingxue looked into the young man's eyes. The young man's exaggerated and surprised expression was gradually restrained, and he finally returned to calm.
I know, because of talent. Yes, it's because of talent.
Dong Qingxue nodded and said,
The upper limit of strength talent is really too low. Although it is indeed very terrifying in the early stage of martial arts, with the blessing of divine power, warriors with level 1 and 2 awakening power talent can achieve tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of combat power. But, once in the later stage, the abundance of power bonuses brought by their talents have no advantage at all under the huge chi and blood value of level 6 and level 7 warriors. In the end, I can only be lost in everyone's mind.
The young man remained silent. As Dong Qingxue said, power-based talented warriors, in the late stage of martial arts, the advantages that talent can bring to them will become very small until they are ignored. The level 6 warrior has 1,000 chi in blood, and the level 7 master has 1,000 chi in blood. Just imagine, under the huge chi and blood of the Grand Master of 10,000 blood, and the million-level combat power, how much bonus can that little force bring to strength? The master can easily understand more than that. On the other hand, the few that were selected by Dong Qingxue. There is nothing to say about Charlene, spiritual thought master. There are treasures everywhere. The other 2 are speed-type talented warriors, and defense-type talented warriors. Both of these talents are talented in the late stage of martial arts. The speed talent is easy to break the speed of sound in the later stage, and the defensive talent is directly equivalent to practicing one more martial arts than others. The perverted one cannot even break the masters of the same level. So don't look at the talent and strength shown by these 2 people now are not as good as that of the student named Lu Sheng. But Qin Xiaojun is almost certain that by 10 or 20 years later, these 2 people will far surpass the latter in martial arts. This is an iron rule summarized by countless empirical examples over the past 300 years of martial arts. Without exception.
Do you still remember our term? That person, Xiang Peng.
Dong Qingxue asked. Qin Xiaojun nodded.
I know, there are many talented people in that class.
Dong Qingxue refers to the genius training camp. There are more than 20 talented warriors. And the Xiang Peng she mentioned was the king of that generation. When entering the camp, the chi and blood value is close to that of the 3rd-level warrior, and his power is surprisingly great. It has become a nightmare for almost everyone. When Qin Xiaojun thinks back now, the parts that were beating by the other parties seem to be painful. It is conceivable how terrifying that guy was at that time.
He is now.
Dong Qingxue paused for a moment and said in a more euphemistic way,
It's far less dazzling than it was before.
Qin Xiaojun nodded silently. In fact, Dong Qingxue didn't know that he had secretly searched for that person in private. When I went there, I gritted my teeth and wanted to avenge my revenge. After seeing this, I was distracted and couldn't get any interest at all. He is not a person of the same level at all, so why not take revenge?
This Lu Sheng still has talent. It's a bit of a pity.
Dong Qingxue picked up the information belonging to Lu Sheng, glanced from top to bottom, and sighed sincerely. This time it was Qin Shaojuan's turn to comfort Dong Qingxue.
There is nothing to be a pity. The real pity is these people.
Qin Shaojun patted the thick stack of remaining student information underneath, and said speechlessly,
With 1 or 2 points of qi and blood value, you were deceived into using the name of a genius. In fact, they were all here to make up the numbers. Not only did they not get any benefits, they might also be severely hit by these monsters, and from then on they left deep and indelible trauma in both physiological and psychological.
Dong Qingxue gave him an annoyed look and said,
What are you talking nonsense? How can you be so exaggerated? Even if it is a foil, the training camp will help them greatly. How can you have such good practice conditions in other places?
Qin Shaojun shrugged and refused to comment. Just as the two were chatting, some sudden changes occurred on the giant composite instrument opposite them. Qin Shaojun walked over quickly.
We're finally here to show,
he whistled happily. On the operating table in front of him, several indicator lights that were originally lit with green light suddenly turned into red lights and made a slight prompt sound.
The loss of 2 mechanical puppets exceeds 10% in Channel 3. There are also number 8.
Qin Shaojun held the coffee in one hand and quickly operated on the table with the other hand. Soon, 2 separate surveillance screens on the huge display were called out. Dong Qingxue also came over to watch. I saw that in one picture, a strong and burly boy appeared. The skin on the boy's face appeared a faint and strange grayish white. The attack of the second-level mechanical puppet fell on him, making a dull sound like an iron hammer hitting the ground, and then only a faint white seal was left. Taking advantage of this, the young man rushed around the passage like a bull. He hit a mechanical puppet and even hit the front, and the shoulders and chest were directly knocked down.
Is this the little guy who awakened his defensive talent? Stone skin physique? I remember that there seemed to be one in our class.
Qin Shaojun said in a little surprise. Dong Qingxue nodded and said,
Qi Ming, now serving in the Southern Military Region, with the rank of captain. Oh, by the way, his stone skin has now grown into steel body.
Qin Shaojun made a tisk sound from his mouth. On the other surveillance screen, there is a thin boy. The boy was so fast that he could hardly even be able to capture his figure in the surveillance screen. I can only see the mechanic puppets on the screen that are constantly attacked and appearing extremely clumsy.
Speed type, I've always been very arrogant.
Qin Shaojun sighed. At this moment, a sudden burst of prompt sound sounded on the desktop, and several indicator lights turned from green to red.
The loss is 15%, the loss is 23%, and the loss is 30%.
Qin Shaojun seemed to become excited as he looked at the series of data. His whole body seemed to be getting excited, his eyes getting brighter and brighter, and one hand pressed on the operating table quickly. Not long after, the third surveillance screen appears on the large screen. The content presented in this picture is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. A thin girl walked in the dark and closed passage, expressionless. She hardly needs to take action. Wherever you pass, the mechanical puppet in front of you will be bounced away by an invisible force, deeply embedded in the steel wall next to you, and take the initiative to give way to the girl.
It's simply perverted.
Qin Shaojun looked at this scene that looked like the plot in a science fiction movie, and put a few words into his mouth, and his eyes were filled with unconcealed envy.
You spiritual masters are just bug-like existences. You still don't let us ordinary people live.
Dong Qingxue looked at the girl in the picture with her eyes fixed on her face. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said,
Although the spiritual mind master is powerful, the difficulty of practicing is too high, and the progress will be slow after level 3. Moreover, spiritual thought masters with too weak talent are not as good as warriors, and it is better to specialize in martial arts. However, it is more likely that spiritual thought masters can break through to the master realm, which is the truth.
Qin Shaojun listened to Dong Qingxue's speech sourly, picked up the coffee in his hand, and wanted to deliver it to his mouth. At this moment, a series of harsh prompts suddenly sounded, and it seemed so harsh in the empty command room.
What's wrong?
Both of them were shocked, and Qin Shaojun quickly paused on the table.
Channel number 12.
When the information belonging to Channel 12 was retrieved, Qin Shaojun suddenly screamed like a ghost, and even the coffee in his hand was not firmly held, and he spread all over the floor.
The loss is 80%. The loss is 87%. The loss is... Damn! There are 20 mechanical puppets in total, with more than 15 losses exceeding 80%, which is almost scrapped. Dong Qingxue, when did you put the level 4 warrior in? Call out the surveillance quickly.
Dong Qingxue hurriedly urging her, her eyes staring at the big screen. Qin Shaojun didn't care about spilling coffee all over his hands, so he wiped his clothes randomly and quickly adjusted the surveillance camera. The surveillance screen of Channel 12 was completely presented to the two of them. Even if they had seen strong winds and waves like this, their pupils shrank slightly, and their expressions became lost for a moment. In the picture of Channel 12, you can only see a group of pale teenagers hiding in the corner trembling. One of them fell unconscious on the ground. These people all looked in the same direction, with a terrified expression, like ordinary people who saw monsters in the movie. Looking along their eyes, Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun saw a mess. There are broken mechanical puppets everywhere, and there are broken limbs and broken arms of mechanical puppets, and the parts falling from their bodies, etc. As the camera approached, Dong Qingxue and the others saw the shocking wounds on the bodies of the mechanical puppets and the wall next to them. The passage walls made of pure steel, deep depressions. The entire passage was like being ravaged by some terrifying monster.
Damn it!
Dong Qingxue's expression became a little ugly. The cost of the second-level mechanism puppet is not low. It is damaged so much at once, and it is not ordinary damage, and it is basically equivalent to scrapping. This is undoubtedly a huge loss of capital. You should know that these second-level government puppets were purchased by the base just now.
Wipe!
Qin Shaojun couldn't help but say,
even the second-level mechanical puppet can be beaten like this. The third-level warrior can't do it. He has to go to level 4 in combat. Are there such monsters among these students?
Qin Shaojun turned to look at Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue lowered her head and looked through the information.
Channel number 12 is arranged for the students in Qingyuan City to be assessed. There are no particularly outstanding figures in Qingyuan City this year. Will someone get in?
Dong Qingxue frowned, wanted to grab the phone on the table to investigate and ask, and then quickly put it down.
Forget it. Just rush over and take a look.
Dong Qingxue was a little annoyed.
Are all the supervisors on Channel 12 dead? So many puppets in the agency were destroyed, and they didn't know if they came out to stop them.
Halfway through the words, he suddenly stopped. Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun looked at each other, and they thought of a possibility almost at the same time. Perhaps the personnel responsible for supervising Channel 12 did not come out to stop it, but came out, but had no ability to stop it. Thinking of the shocking scenes I saw before, Dong Qingxue's heart beat suddenly.
Go quickly! Go to the 12th channel!
The two of them rushed out of the command room in a hurry. Boom! A mechanical puppet was thrown out by invisible huge force and fell to the ground. The mechanical puppet had a red light in his eyes, and he stood up shakingly, with a depression of several centimeters on his chest. Charlene looked at the mechanic puppet with vigilance until she was sure that the other party was like the previous mechanic puppet and stopped attacking after being knocked down once. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. This is the last mechanic puppet. This also means that I have passed the camp entrance examination this time. Charlene quickly walked towards the exit. She stopped and looked thoughtfully in a certain direction behind her. Her mental power told her that there was a person hidden there. A person who brings her a strong sense of danger is at least level 3 or above.
I didn't come out to stop me. It proved that it was not within the assessment. It should be the supervisors responsible for the assessment, or the like.
Charlene guessed in her heart. Charlene reached out to open the door of the exit, and the light shone in from outside. Her heart was completely relaxed. Charlene walked out of the door. She suddenly discovered that there were many soldiers wearing blue military uniforms gathered outside the door. But these people were obviously not for her. Each of them had a nervous look on their faces and looked like they were facing a great enemy, staring at a direction next to them. Charlene looked in that direction curiously. She saw another small door. Just when Charlene was confused, cruff, the small door was pushed open from inside. The moment the door was opened, Charlene, who was keen to sense, immediately noticed that the bodies of the people gathered in front of the door were obviously tense. It seems to be fearing, nervous. Curiosity urged Charlene to release her mental power and carefully explored into the door. Suddenly, Charlene's body stiffened. She sees a person through her mental power. One person drags another person. That person obviously felt Charlene's existence. In the darkness, the man slowly poked out half of his body, revealing a young face with a fair and handsome white face with a trace of red blood on it. She is a boy about her age. Charlene stared at the boy's eyes in a daze. She felt a trace of burning temperature and deeper coldness from those crystal-clear eyes. Swish. In an instant, Charlene's mental power suddenly retracted like a frightened tentacle, wrapping her whole body tightly. This is a nearly instinctive reaction, just like the hand will be taken back immediately after being burned by fire, and the animal will subconsciously escape when it feels dangerous.
Bang!
Charlene quickly retracted into the small door that she had just walked out and closed the exit door heavily. She leaned tightly against the door. Her full chest was rising and falling violently, and her heart was beating fast. At this moment, Charlene was left with only one thought that was echoing wildly. That person just now was really scary. Actually, I don't really want to explain the problem of this setting, because I have tried to write it clearly in the article, and can figure out what I can figure it out. But since it's a free period, I'll say a few more words. It is actually easy to understand the difference between strength, speed and defense. The fastest running person in the world is almost 1.5 times faster than that of a normal adult male, while the strongest person in the world is more than 5 times stronger than that of a normal adult male. What does this mean? This shows that the difficulty of training strength is much lower than that of training speed and defense. Moreover, in this book, the bonus of chi and blood value to the warrior is more about strength. The Combat Power Index test in the book also tests the instant burst of fist power. It is not that power talent cannot grow, but that power talent is covered by the effect of increasing chi and blood value after it grows. So the bonus to the warrior's comprehensive strength in the later stage is far less obvious than defense and speed. Even in many games, if you only accumulate strength, you will definitely be rubbish in the later stage. On the contrary, the main pile agility or health defense can do well in the later stage. At least that's what I think, haha. That's all. If you really can't accept it, there's no way.
Do you know what's going on inside?
When Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun arrived at the entrance of passage number 12, this place was surrounded by the guards of the training camp. A middle-aged man in military uniform and national-shaped face quickly walked to Dong Qingxue and whispered to report.
The several surveillance cameras near the door have been destroyed, and it is not clear what is happening inside for the time being. Where are the supervisors inside? I lost contact 3 minutes ago, and am preparing to report this situation to the upper house.
There was no joy or anger on Dong Qingxue's face, and she said lightly,
If you enter Channel 12, give me a copy of all the student information. Immediately. Yes.
Soon, the middle-aged man, with a Chinese-shaped face, held a stack of information and sent it to Dong Qingxue. But strangely, Dong Qingxue shook her head at this time.
Forget it, no need.
The face of the Chinese character was stunned for a moment, not understanding why. At this moment, a dull sound came from the small door at the exit of Channel 12 not far away. Bang! The loud noise seemed to hit the hearts of everyone present. The Kuomintang-shaped face and his men suddenly became nervous. The soldiers immediately made the right move to fight at any time, just waiting for their command to rush forward to uniform the person who walked out of the door, or be subdued. Compared to the nervousness and seriousness shown by his subordinates, Dong Qingxue's expression seemed a little strange at this moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at the position of the small door, with strange light flashing in her eyes, as if she was trying to see the situation inside through the small door. Just when everyone is waiting for it, cruff, a small door opens. But it is the passage next to it. A girl with a weak expression walked out of the door. Seeing such a large formation outside the door, the girl was obviously stunned for a moment, even though she was not targeting her. The soldiers glanced at the girl and immediately withdrew their gaze, continuing to focus on the small door in front of them. Finally, the small door belonging to passage number 12 was slowly pushed open from the inside. Shadows cast by the sun. In the darkness, a figure slowly poked out half of his body. Everyone's nerves began to tense up. But wait for them to see the figure clearly. Suddenly, I relaxed quickly again. It turned out that the boy walked out of the door. Just a little older child. He looks handsome and has clear eyebrows, and is a boy who looks very clean. Fortunately, they were still so nervous just now. Some people even showed a self-deprecating smile on their faces when they thought of their appearance, as if they were facing a great enemy. But the next moment, the smiles on these people's faces quickly solidified. They seemed to see something extremely terrifying. Their eyes widened, and their pupils showed a look of extreme shock and fear. The boy completely walked out of the darkness. He held a hand in front of his forehead, as if he was blocking the sun. The other hand seemed to be dragging something heavy. Rustle. A body covered in dust and blood was dragged out from the passage by the boy with one hand and threw it on the sunny ground at will.
Bang!
The body fell to the ground, revealing a young man who had fallen into a coma. A soldier recognized the face and stammered,
Yes, it's the missing Lieutenant Wang.
This is an officer in the base, and many people know it. The third-level warrior is very strong, and this time he is responsible for supervising Channel 12. Now, this young martial arts powerhouse was dragged and thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. He stared blankly at the handsome boy standing in the sun, with a clean and crystal-clear appearance. For a moment, a trance seemed to appear in front of me.
Bang!
There was a heavy sound of closing the door. The small door of the passage next to it was closed heavily, and the girl who was standing there just now was nowhere to be found. Everyone was stunned and their minds were not turned around yet. Only Dong Qingxue's face still remained the same as she was at the beginning. But Dong Qingxue has to admit it. Even though she had already used her mental power to explore the scene in the passage, she still had a considerable impact in her heart when she witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Even Qin Shaojun, who was beside him, had the expression on his face. As if he noticed the strangeness of everyone, the boy was silent for a moment and tried to explain.
He's very awesome. I can't stop.
Quiet. The field was in a strange silence. There was a sound of swallowing saliva. A moment later, Dong Qingshua's voice rang out in the scene.
Student Lu Sheng from Baihe City, congratulations on passing this camp entrance examination.
Lu Sheng was led by a soldier and went to the camp to rest. Lu Sheng's expression was calm, but his heart slowly felt a little emotional. He finally realized that he seemed to have had a certain misunderstanding of the content of this assessment. The third-level warrior, who suddenly rushed out from behind, seemed not part of the assessment. That is to say, I hit the wrong person. Lu Sheng felt helpless. Who made the other party hide in the passage sneakily, and finally rushed out in a hurry. It's normal that he was misunderstood. Fortunately, although he hit the wrong person, he beat the assessment officer by chance. But at least I have successfully passed this assessment. Originally, Lu Sheng came to this genius training camp with a more casual attitude, but now, Lu Sheng is becoming interested. Just now, he actually felt it. In this training camp, there are actually two spiritual mind masters, who have the same mental power as themselves. One is a girl about the same age as him, and should also be a student of this training camp. The other is the highest commander of this training camp, Dong Qingxue, Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military Region. This is the information Lu Sheng just learned. These two men all released their mental power when Lu Sheng walked out of Channel 12 to investigate him. The girl student had very weak mental power, probably less than 1/10 of Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue's mental power is much stronger, at least 5 times that of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was very careful. When he felt that he had the mental power to explore him, he immediately retracted his mental power, and should not have been discovered. It is not to be discovered by someone or not, but an instinctive reaction.
Even there are spiritual thought masters. It seems that this training camp is not entirely ordinary people.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. Yes, for example, Lin Xiaoyu and his group of people in Qingyuan City have been classified as ordinary people by Lu Sheng. I don't know what these geniuses, who claim to be the pride of heaven, would feel if they knew that they had been classified as ordinary people by Lu Sheng. The soldier in military uniform led Lu Sheng to a dormitory, briefly explained to him a few words, and then turned around and left. Throughout the whole process, the soldier looked at Lu Sheng with strange eyes. More than 10 minutes ago, the high school student in front of him, who looked harmless, and beat his superiors into a dead dog and dragged them out of the passage. Lu Sheng walked into the dormitory. The accommodation conditions in the boot camp are better than you expected. All furniture and appliances are available, as well as separate bathrooms and toilets. There is even a small blood tester in the corner of the room, so that students can understand their qi and blood values at any time. The point is, this is a single dormitory. In other words, Lu Sheng didn't have to worry about those who practiced
star body refining
in the dormitory and were discovered and affected by others.
I haven't tested the qi and blood value for a long time, so I'll test it first.
Since the last official martial artist assessment, Lu Sheng has never tested his qi and blood value again. It has been almost 2 weeks, and he is also curious about how much his qi and blood value is now. Blood removal test. Accompanied by a pleasant drip, a value appeared in front of Lu Sheng.
53.692.
It's an entire increase of 38 points compared to the last time.
Several breakthroughs in qi and blood, coupled with continuous taking Lingji Zhuangxue decoction and Yangji Dan, it is normal to have this qi and blood growth rate. If this speed continues, I guess in another month, I will be able to break through level 3 and officially enter the stage of refining muscles and bones.
Lu Sheng showed a little satisfaction on his face. This process of increasing the value of qi and blood gradually, and strengthening his strength gradually makes him feel fulfilled and satisfied. Training Camp Center Command Room. On the ground in the center of the room, there were broken mechanical puppets. These mechanical puppets are all broken, either missing arms and legs or losing their heads. Many parts of the body show signs of being squeezed and twisted. It's like rag dolls that have been ravaged in the hands of giants. It gives people a shocking sense of impact. Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun were standing in the room, but at this time, neither of them focused on these mechanical puppets, but instead looked at the big screen in front of them. On the large screen, closed-circuit surveillance videos in Channel 12 are playing. Start from Lu Sheng and the teenagers in Qingyuan City entering the passage together, and finally stepping out of the passage. When the entire video was played, there were only 2 capitals left on Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun's faces: shock. Extremely shocking.
The second-level mechanical puppet is like a toy in his hands. The lieutenant with the strength of a third-level warrior has not lasted for more than a minute under his command.
Qin Shaojun looked at Dong Qingxue with a shocked look and said,
"This kid is a monster in actual combat. His combat power is so strong that he can reach the top, no matter how much it is. He is probably 100,000, which is comparable to a level 4 warrior. Doesn't the information show that this kid's qi and blood value is only 15? You ask me how I know. Do you think he looks like he has a qi and blood value of 15 now?"
Dong Qingxue's expression is also complicated.
Or, he deliberately concealed some of his strength in the warrior assessment 2 weeks ago. Or,
Dong Qingxue paused for a moment and thought for a while. In 2 weeks, the qi and blood value rose from 15 to a height that was almost comparable to that of a level 4 warrior. Such a terrifying growth rate can only represent.
He is likely to become the second Xiong Peng.
Qin Shaojun was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by a man when he was attending the training camp. That kind of absolute strength crushing brings tremendous pressure to others, like suffocation. Qin Shaojun remembers that after he came back from training camp, he had nightmares for several weeks. Too scary. Xiong Peng was the only overlord in their training camp. Everyone needs to look up to and try to challenge the great devil. Now, Qin Shaojun faintly saw the shadow of the Demon King from the student named Lu Sheng on the screen. Oh no, Lu Sheng is more perverted than the Devil King they had in the past. Even Xiong Peng at that time could not have been able to pinch a second-level mechanism puppet like a chicken.
Then how do you plan to arrange this Lu Sheng now?
Qin Shaojun couldn't help asking. Dong Qingxue's eyes flashed and she replied,
"I haven't thought about it yet, but my previous judgment on Lu Sheng must be inaccurate. For the time being, I will temporarily list him as the number 1 seed like Charlene to cultivate. After all..."
Dong Qingxue looked at the slender and upright figure of the young man on the screen, took a deep breath, and said slowly,
"Put it aside. What he has shown so far is amazing enough."
Qin Shaojun understood what Dong Qingxue meant. Judging from Lu Sheng's previous information, 17 years old, second-level warrior, power-type talented warrior. This may be a terrifying data in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is not outstanding for Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingxue, who have seen too many geniuses. There is even a great possibility that it will be the most popular in the future. Xiong Peng is the best example.
But
if you add prefixes such as
perfect realm boxing, combat power comparable to level 4 warriors,
and
easy to crush formal level 3 warriors in actual combat,
then it becomes different. Combatability and compatibility are completely different concepts. If you can score a combat power index of tens of thousands during the test, it does not mean that you can exert this combat power in battle. And Lu Sheng did it. Still far beyond. This is very scary. To describe it in Qin Shaojuan's words, that is, a practical monster. Fighting genius. Born. Martial arts seedlings. Even if Lu Sheng is not a talented warrior now, he has no talent and ability. This is enough to greatly increase his rating in Dong Qingshua's mind.
It's time to eat.
Lu Sheng opened his eyes. He had just gnawed off a few hard bones in his dream, and was woken up by soldiers from the training camp and informed him that he could go to the cafeteria to have a meal. Lu Sheng looked at the time and found it was already evening, and he was really hungry. Following the training camp map instructions on the room table, Lu Sheng found the canteen of the base. The cafeteria is large and divided into 3 floors, while their students eat on the first floor. When he walked into the cafeteria, Lu Sheng saw boys and girls of the same age as him. Obviously, they are also the trainees who participated in the training camp this time. Lu Sheng even saw the group of people in Qingyuan City, including Lin Xiaoyu, with a bandage wrapped around his head, and was queuing up to make food with the help of the 2 people with a pale face. Many students in the cafeteria had obvious bandage marks on their bodies, and they looked a little embarrassed.
It seems that although there is an assessment for entry into the camp, no matter whether it can pass the assessment or not, it is still qualified to stay.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. After finding a window to make food, Lu Sheng lined up silently. I don't know which city in Dongning province the one in front of him was a student, and I was still talking about the morning assessment.
Those mechanical puppets are too fierce. I just accidentally got rubbed. My back still hurts. You think, after all, they are 2nd-level mechanical puppets, and 3rd-level warriors may not be able to beat them in front. We are lucky to be beaten to death and traumatism. How could we be beaten to death and disabled? There are assessment officials. But to be honest, this assessment is really perverted. Don't say it. I heard that some people in this class beat all the assessment officers, and they are still lying in the infirmary and are unconscious. Really fake? The assessment officer can even get a 3rd-level warrior, otherwise we will not be able to protect us under the 2nd-level agency. Can anyone beat the assessment officer? Listen to him. I also heard that there was a puppet in the assessment channel that was beaten and exploded. Someone saw the base soldiers loading the scrapped secondary machinery into the car. This is too exaggerated, it must be fake.
Lu Sheng was mixed in the team and kept silent. He now deeply realized how big he was playing during the day. Finally, it was Lu Sheng's turn. The food in the training camp was unexpectedly good. More than 30 kinds of meat dishes, most of which were meat that Lu Sheng had never seen before, and it could be recycled unlimitedly, which was the most suitable food for a big eater like him. After casually serving a meal for 5 people, Lu Sheng took the plate and looked for a place to stay. Perhaps it was because the scale of the food in his hand was too exaggerated, which attracted the attention of many people, and many people gave him sideways eyes. The people in Qingyuan City also noticed his existence, but they all turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Some even stopped fighting and ran towards the canteen door. It can be seen that during the day, the psychological shadow left by Lu Sheng on them was too great. Just as Lu Sheng was about to find a place to sit down, someone quickly walked towards him.
Lu Sheng is right?
She is a tall girl and looks very beautiful.
I am also a student who participated in the training camp in Shirakawa City this time. If you don't mind, sit down and eat together.
The girl reached out and pulled the hair on her temples, looking a little embarrassed. Lu Sheng was hesitating whether to accept this sudden invitation, and the girl had already said quickly,
Actually, what we have seen was in the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, the time we participated in the formal martial arts assessment. Do you still remember?
Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled the other party's identity.
You are that.
Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said surely.
Purple hair band.
The girl smiled and nodded.
My name is Yang Yuan.
When the Baihe Martial Arts Association participated in the assessment, this girl, like Lu Sheng, was the youngest among all the examiners. The two looked at each other a few times, so they had an impression. But she did not wear that purple hairband today, but changed to a pink one.
We are actually quite destined to be together. I know your sister, Lu Qinghe. Qinghe often mentions you in front of me.
Yang Yuan blushed a little when she said this. She has always been regarded as a cold goddess in school, but she didn't expect that she would get close to a boy by making connections.
Ha ha, is that?
Lu Sheng smiled, not revealing Yang Yuan's lies. How could his sister Lu Qinghe often mention him in front of others? It was too late to think he was embarrassed. However, Lu Sheng remembers that Lu Qinghe did talk about the existence of Yang Yuan. He met Lu Qinghe and her two best friends in the Wushu Association before, and the three little girls seemed to be here to accompany Yang Yuan. Since they were all acquaintances, Lu Sheng agreed readily.
Yes, where are you sitting?
Yang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she was very diligent and quick to lead the way for Lu Sheng.
Here, several of us from Baihe City are sitting together.
Yang Yuan led Lu Sheng to sit down on a long table, and there were 7 or 8 young boys and girls sitting on the long table. These people all looked at Lu Sheng with curious eyes. During the time before they came to the training camp, the biggest news in Shirakawa City was the boy of similar age in front of them. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Sheng is a star among high school students in Baihe City. Lu Sheng smiled at the group of people, then buried his head and started eating. He is not good at socializing, and does not bother with socializing. After watching Lu Sheng silently snatching the meal for a while, Yang Yuan, who had been pondering for a long time, finally broke the embarrassment.
Lu Sheng, do you know about this genius training camp? Without.
Lu Sheng picked up a piece of pink meat and stuffed it into his mouth without raising his head. I don't know what kind of meat this kind of meat is. The meat is much more firm than imagined and tastes quite good. Yang Yuan's mind was not at all about the food.
I've learned a little. Do you want to know?
Silence. Yang Yuan stared at Lu Sheng for a long time, hoping that Lu Sheng would give her some reaction, but Lu Sheng just buried her head in the meal, which made her quite embarrassed. I don't know if I should continue talking. Fortunately, Lu Sheng quickly realized this, nodded symbolically, and said,
You said.
As he said that, he picked up another piece of rib from an unknown animal and took a hard bite. It's really delicious. Yang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly,
This genius training camp was jointly organized by the Dongning Provincial Department of Education, the Wushu Association, and the Eastern Military Region. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue from the Eastern Military Region serves as the highest person in charge of the training camp. It is said that Dong Qingxue comes from her boss.
Yang Yuan said for a while, and found that Lu Sheng seemed to be not interested in these things. She quickly changed direction and continued.
I asked my seniors, who participated in the training camp several times. From them, I learned that the most difficult part of this training camp is not how to get in, but how to stay. What's the meaning?
Lu Sheng finally became a little interested, and his eating speed slowed down a little. Seeing that Lu Sheng was attracted by his topic, Yang Yuan couldn't help but straighten her chest and continued.
It means that we have the conditions to stay in this training camp. What conditions?
Lu Sheng asked. Yang Yuan replied.
It's similar to something like points. According to the seniors and sisters of the previous class, every day I stay in the training camp requires a certain amount of points, such as accommodation, eating, asking questions from teachers in the training camp, etc. There are conditions for eating?
Lu Sheng frowned.
Yes,
Yang Yuan replied bitterly.
do you think we are eating ordinary food now? Many of these meats are peeled off from strange beasts and are cooked into food that helps us warriors practice through special treatment. Long-term use is very beneficial for warriors to increase their chi and blood value, and can also enhance their physical fitness in all aspects without causing resistance to tonics. However, the price is also ridiculously expensive. For example, the second-level black-toothed sword pork you are eating now, and you can get tens of thousands of dragon coins on just one serving, and it has not been processed. If cooked well, the price can reach more than 50,000 yuan. If it is not in a training camp, ordinary families can afford to eat every day, unless your father is the richest man in Baihe City. Not to mention that a lot of meat can't be bought outside. They are all specially supplied by the military region. I see.
Lu Sheng looked at the meat in his hand and was quite surprised. I didn't expect that such a piece of meat would be so expensive, which means that the meal he made just now would cost at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. After originally receiving a 1 million bonus from the Shirakawa Martial Arts Association, he still felt that he was quite rich. Now I know that he hasn't even had enough food and clothing. In addition, there are many special training rooms in the training camp, which are very helpful for martial arts practice. They are also difficult outside, or they require a lot of money to use. Yang Yuan said worriedly.
It can be said that the greater the benefits you get for every extra day you spend in this training camp. The condition left is points. Earning points is difficult. How difficult is it?
Lu Sheng felt a little full. These strange beasts were indeed full of energy, and 1 gram was worth several kilograms of ordinary beef and mutton. But thinking about the scary price of these meats, he insisted on continuing to eat them.
It's very difficult.
Yang Yuan smiled bitterly and said,
Let me say that, so far, there are only 3 points in the entire training camp. The others are still 0 for the time being. In other words, if we don't earn a certain amount of points as soon as possible, we will be kicked out tomorrow. Which 3? How did their points come about?
Lu Sheng couldn't help but be curious. Yang Yuan explained,
It is today's camp entrance assessment. Those who pass the assessment will receive points rewards. And I heard that only 3 people passed the assessment. One is Chao Yong from Yanglan City, a second-level warrior. He has the talent of stone skin and can greatly enhance his defense and pass the assessment. One is Meng Jinhe from Donggang City, who is also a second-level warrior and a speed-based talented warrior, and has also passed the assessment. There is another, she.
Yang Yuan suddenly looked in one direction. Lu Sheng followed Yang Yuan's gaze, and saw a cold-tempered girl walking in the cafeteria with a bowl of rice.
It turned out to be her?
Lu Sheng was a little surprised. He remembers this girl. When he came out of the passage, the girl used her mental power to explore him, and then was scared by him, and hid in the passage again in fear. As if he noticed Lu Sheng's gaze, the girl looked at him. The moment he saw Lu Sheng, the girl was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly turned pale, and then he turned around and walked away without hesitation, taking quick steps.
Do you know her? Indeed, it's normal for you to know her, and many people know her. Although Xiao Lin from Baoding City is not a second-level warrior, she is indeed a spiritual minder who is less talented than talented warriors. She should be the one with the best talent and strongest strength in this training camp. I heard that the senior management of the training camp has been paying attention to her for a long time. I know that only 3 people have passed the assessment in total. This assessment is really difficult, and even more exaggerated than the previous session. Did you see that Charlene, who passed the assessment, looked so bad, and she left so in a hurry, probably because she was also being evaluated?
Lu Sheng. Yang Yuan's expression was filled with emotion. Before entering the training camp, she thought that her martial arts talent was good and she could be considered a genius. But after coming in, I realized what a real genius, monster are. Originally, she passed the first level warrior assessment some time ago, and she was a little complacent. But after entering the training camp, I found that there were first level warriors about the same age as her. Even a second level warrior with awakened talents. There are even fewer and more powerful spiritual thought masters above talented warriors. One level is higher than the other, even Lu Sheng. Yang Yuan glanced at the genius boy in front of him, who had shaken the entire Baihe city, and couldn't help but think inwardly. Even Lu Sheng is almost like everyone else here. It's coming soon. Please ask for some data. Everyone can do it.
Ordinary geniuses are nothing. Only geniuses who awaken talent are considered geniuses. Moreover, even talented warriors failed the assessment. Only 3 of them were in total. It is said that there is a 4th one, but I guess it is probably fake.
Yang Yuan kept talking. Lu Sheng replied casually,
Why is the 4th one false?
Yang Yuan smiled and said,
Because the 4th pass is too exaggerated. Some people say that the 4th passer is terrifyingly powerful. Not only did he defeat a bunch of second-level mechanism puppets, but he even beat up the assessment officer in the passage. How could this be possible, you said? The assessment officers are all serious 3rd-level warriors, and they are those who are quite outstanding in all aspects. If you want to beat the assessment officer, you must at least be the strength of a level 4 warrior. At our age, we have reached a level 4 warrior.
Yang Yuan shook her head and concluded,
It's too fake nonsense.
Lu Sheng didn't say anything, just ate silently. Suddenly, Yang Yuan thought of something, couldn't help but feel curious, and asked Lu Sheng,
By the way, Lu Sheng, you are the strongest among us. You are still a talented warrior. Have you passed the assessment?
Yang Yuan asked this question, and all the students in Baihe City sitting next to him turned to look over. Although they have never joined the conversation, they have actually been listening silently. Now that they are most curious about the question, they naturally can't help but turn their heads.
Well,
Lu Sheng stopped what he was doing and didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that he was the nonsense that Yang Yuan said, but others might not believe him. Not telling the truth, it seems not very good. Lu Sheng's hesitant expression fell into Yang Yuan and others' eyes, and the taste changed immediately. Probably not passed, so I'm embarrassed to answer. Yang Yuan thought silently in her heart. Actually, it's normal. The more genius a person is, the more proud he is. After discovering that he is inferior to others, the greater the sense of gap. Even Yang Yuan is like this, let alone her talent is much stronger than her. A well-known martial arts genius, and a celebrity Lu Sheng, a household name in Baihe City. Thinking of this, Yang Yuan quickly comforted her.
In fact, it is normal to pass it. Then, how can ordinary people get through the camp assessment so perverted? As he was talking, suddenly a man with an officer-like appearance led a few soldiers into the cafeteria, glanced around, and walked straight towards Lu Sheng. Everyone looked at these people curiously, not knowing what they were here to do.
I believe your strength. If you stay in the training camp for a while, you may not be worse than Qiao Yong and the others.
Yang Yuan was trying hard to comfort Lu Sheng, and without realizing that several people had already walked to her. A girl sitting next to Yang Yuan couldn't help but pull her sleeve. Yang Yuan woke up from a dream, and looked up, and saw several sets of military uniforms facing her. Yang Yuan was a little confused. But these people obviously didn't come for her. The officer in charge of Lu Sheng, who had been silently accepting Yang Yuan's comfort, said with a serious expression,
Class Lu Sheng, right? Because you destroyed the 18th level 2-level organ puppets of our base during the camp assessment, and also injured a lieutenant officer, and was hospitalized in a coma. Now we want to have some routine questions to you. Please cooperate with us to take a trip. Please cooperate with us to take a trip.
The deep voices of the base officers echoed in the huge canteen. The originally noisy base canteen instantly became quiet, stumbled into a strange dead silence. Almost all the trainees who were having a meal were stationary. The expression on his face was frozen and his body was stiff and motionless. Some even keep the posture of opening their mouths and delivering food to their mouths. Now it's all frozen. Each of them seemed to have been immobilized, motionless. Yang Yuan and a group of Baihe City students sitting opposite Lu Sheng had their expressions that were extremely exaggerated. Yang Yuan stood there blankly, as if 10,000 planes were flying by in her mind. Destroy the second-level puppets of the 18 systems. A lieutenant officer was injured and unconscious and hospitalized. The rumors are true. The fourth person in the rumor that she concludes as nonsense really exists. And it's Lu Sheng. Then she had been comforting Lu Sheng before. Yang Yuan was completely confused. She didn't know what words to use to describe her inner feelings at this time, but she just felt like she was dreaming. Everything I just experienced became unreal.
Good.
Lu Sheng stood up very simply, looked down at the dining plate on the table, and said,
"But I am not full yet. Can I ask me to pack another one?"
"Can." The officer nodded readily and agreed.
"We will send someone to pack one for you and deliver it to your dormitory."
"Then let's go." Lu Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Then he nodded and greeted a group of people in Baihe City, which was collectively petrochemical, and followed the officer out of the canteen. After Lu Sheng and others left the cafeteria,
the petrified magic
on everyone was lifted. The quiet cafeteria instantly burst into an extremely intense exclamation and discussion.
"Damn it! The rumors are actually true. Someone really broke more than a dozen institutional puppets, and even sent the assessment management to the hospital." The fourth person in the rumor, Lu Sheng from Baihe City, hissed. "What a monster!
Pervert!" However, Yang Yuan and other students from Baihe City were shocked at this time, and could not say a word. "Thank you for urging updates. Thank you for the flowers. There is another chapter later. It should be launched in the evening, so everyone can support it."
It's not as troublesome as Lu Sheng imagined. Routine questions are really questions. The people from the base asked Lu Sheng a few questions about what happened during the assessment process, and then let him go. He was not allowed to compensate the broken puppet of the mechanism, nor was he allowed to be responsible for the unconscious assessment officer. When Lu Sheng returned to the dormitory, there was a meal packaged in the canteen on the table. Almost all of them are meat and vegetables, and they are alien beast meat. In order not to avoid waste, Lu Sheng immediately practiced
Star Body Refining Technique
with the dual blessing of
Star Body Refining
and
Natural Breathing Method.
Lu Sheng's belly of strange beast meat was digested. The energy in these flesh turns into a stream of hot streams, which was quickly absorbed by Lu Sheng.
It's almost equivalent to taking a marrow-nourishing pill.
Lu Sheng was quite satisfied with the energy provided by the alien beast meat. He was originally worried that after staying in the training camp for a long time, there was no place to replenish the marrow elixir after eating it. But now there is no such concern. The large amount of alien animal meat food perfectly makes up for this. I felt that my qi and blood had increased again, and Lu Sheng was a little satisfied and just happened to eat the packaged meal. Not long after the meal was finished, another soldier came to inform him.
"Come in the base hall at 8 o'clock.
It was almost 8 o'clock at this time. Lu Sheng cleaned up a little and followed the other party to the synagogue. When he arrived at the place, Lu Sheng walked into the synagogue. Just a few seconds after he stepped into the door, the originally noisy synagogue suddenly became quiet. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. Shocked, surprised, awe, curious, confused. A gaze that contained various emotions surrounded him. The incident of being in the cafeteria at night had already spread among the students. Lu Sheng from Baihe City is the fourth person who passed the assessment in the legend. A peerless man who beat 18 level 2 puppets with a pair of flesh fists, and even beat the assessment officers who had formal third-level warriors into the base hospital's ICU ward. Monster, pervert. Under the influence of various rumors, Lu Sheng has become a beast in the eyes of some students. So even though he was thin and handsome, he walked in quietly. Many people retreated like they saw ghosts. Lu Sheng walked towards the seat in the synagogue, and the students who were originally sitting there immediately stood up and rushed to hide behind. If you look from top to bottom, it feels like Lu Sheng is carrying some invisible force field with you. Wherever he passed, the crowds of people gave in. Lu Sheng found a random seat and sat down. After sitting down, I accidentally found that not everyone ran away, and there was another person sitting next to Lu Sheng without moving a seat. And this person, Lu Sheng, happened to know him, was the girl with the potential of a spiritual mind master and named Charlene. The first time I got so close to Xiao Lin, Lu Sheng accidentally discovered that this girl was really pretty. Yang Yuan's appearance is outstanding enough. Xiao Lin's facial features are a little more delicate than hers, and her temperament is also very special. Literary and quiet, like a top student in the class. But she seemed a little cold, and her body was trembling slightly. Maybe the indoor air conditioner is too low. Lu Sheng thought casually in his heart. It's worthy of being Xiao Lin, our only spiritual master in this class, dares to sit next to the monster Lu Sheng, and sit so close. Geniuses are always proud, let alone geniuses like Charlene. Although Lu Sheng is perverted, I bet that Charlene is not afraid of him at all. Really? Charlene sat in her seat, trembling. She was extremely scared. That person, that terrifying guy. At this moment, she was sitting next to her, less than 3 meters away from her, and Charlene could almost hear the other person's long breathing. Hearing the amazement and discussions from everyone behind him, Xiao Lin felt tears in her heart. What a genius pride, how proud. It's not that she doesn't want to run or change seats, but that she has weak legs and can't stand up at all. Since her experience at the entrance of the passage during the day, Charlene would occasionally think of those cold eyes, the side face hidden in the darkness, and the poor young man who was pulled on one leg and lying on the ground like a dead body. It's really terrible. It's like a lingering nightmare. Whenever I think about it, I feel cold sweat. Charlene could not control her body, and her mental power was curled up in her mind and trembled continuously. You don't come here. You must not lean over again. Charlene shouted in her heart. Is it true of Lu Sheng? In 4 or 5 rows behind Lu Sheng's left, a stout boy with dark skin and a bit of hostility on his face stared at Lu Sheng's back tightly. The power-based talented warrior is really amazing in the early stage. I don't know if your fist can penetrate my stone skin. Come and try it, ha. In the boy's eyes, there was a slightly crazy and fierce fighting spirit burning. On the other side of Lu Sheng's rear, a handsome boy with flowing hairstyle was also looking at Lu Sheng. Around him, there were about a dozen young men guarding him, like stars surround the moon. Jing the River, this Lu Sheng is so arrogant. He has occupied so many positions by himself. But his strength is really terrifying. I don't know if it's true. There are 18 second-level mechanical puppets, and an assessment officer for a third-level warrior. Yes. Listening to the amazement of the people around him, the handsome boy sneered and said, It's enough to believe half of the rumors. God knows how many unknown inside stories there are. This Lu Sheng has the strength, but his upper limit is just that.
This is basically the case with power-based talented warriors. They were so fierce at the beginning, with all kinds of exaggerated achievements. But in fact, I used up a lot of potential, and the more I went, the more mediocre it became. Aren't we the early stage now? Then wouldn't we keep him rampant during this period?
A boy said unwillingly. The handsome boy said lightly,
Not necessarily. After entering this training camp, you will make rapid progress. What you can compare is potential. My potential is definitely stronger than him, and I am a speed-based talented warrior, so my advantage against him is still very obvious. No matter how strong his strength is, he must be able to keep up with my body skills and speed. I thought every battle was like a narrow and claustrophobic environment like the assessment channel, haha. My speed advantage was not even used during the assessment.
The handsome boy smiled, his face full of confidence and calmness in his control. 2 more chapters have been added today, and there will be more explosive updates on the shelves. I hope you can support it.
This should be Chao Yong, then this is Meng Jinhe.
His mental power was slightly dispersed, and the entire hall was in sight, and he could naturally see the performance of everyone behind him. There were 2 particularly hostile gazes among them, which made Lu Sheng pay a little attention. Of course, I just paid a little attention. I didn't care at all. These 2 guys who have just stepped into a second-level warrior. 2 weeks ago, Lu Sheng might have looked at them in a slight manner. Now, what should I pay attention to if I can kill a person with just 1 hand?
As I kill more and more zombies in the dream space, the strength of zombies becomes stronger and stronger. I seem to be becoming more and more violent.
He wouldn't have been like this before. It's like in the assessment channel. If you can't beat the puppets in the agency, you can beat the assessment officer too. In the past, he should have thought about it carefully and guessed the other party's identity, and this unnecessary battle would not happen. Lu Sheng thought about it for a while. The reason was found soon. A change in mindset. As his strength continues to grow, his original mentality is also quietly changing. His strength has become stronger, so he is too lazy to consider many things and weigh them. Because by crushing it directly with strength, everything will become much easier.
The weak need to use wisdom to achieve their goals, while the strong only use their fists to speak.
It's like there's a stone in the middle of the road. People with less strength will think about finding a way to move the stone away or take a detour. And the strong won't think so much. Just kick it away. This is a strong mentality. Lu Sheng was surprised to find that in a trance, he had grown to such a height. They are completely different from the confused and submissive young man at the time. Just as he was thinking, 2 people walked in outside the hall. 1 man and the other woman were wearing dark blue decent military uniforms. Lu Sheng noticed the badges on the shoulders of the 2, which were ejections that only school officials were qualified to wear. Those who are qualified to obtain such a rank in one military region need at least level 5 or above. He clearly remembered his first life experience. Even though he had won a lot of military achievements, he was still a lieutenant until his death. Just because he is only a level 4 warrior. This man and woman both look quite good, and their whole body is filled with a strong aura. After the 2 of them entered the door, the noisy synagogue quickly became quiet.
I am the chief instructor of the Genius Training Camp in Dongning Province capital, Dongqing. This is the deputy chief instructor, Major Qin Xiaojun.
The woman among the 2 introduced herself straight to the point. Both of these 2 people have seen each other once, just when his entrance examination was over. Dong Qingxue, who is beautiful in appearance, said coldly,
In the next days, we will be responsible for all your training. Next, I will briefly talk about the rules of this training camp. First, we will not interfere with your practice in life. You are all top martial arts geniuses in each city. I believe that everyone should have a set of practice methods and life schedules that suit them the most. This training camp will not set up any courses, and all practice depends entirely on you. To put it bluntly, even if you stay in the dormitory every day, we won't care.
Lu Sheng's expression became a little weird. Although I know it is impossible, I always feel that this sentence is directed at myself. The first rule was directly exploding among the students, and many people were talking about it.
No courses? So what are we going to study? Wasting time? Fuck, it's better to be at home. At least there are tutors who can give one-on-one advice. How so?
Dong Qingxue coldly interrupted everyone's discussion.
It's still time to choose to leave now.
The discussion stopped. Although there were many opinions, everyone was thrusting their heads and finally came here. How could they bear to go back?
Then I'll continue.
Dong Qingxue continued.
Secondly, all your daily needs in the training camp need to consume corresponding points. Every meal you eat, every dormitory you live in, the water for bathing, toilet paper for toilet, anything needs to be paid. But this money is replaced by points. In a simple sentence, in training camp, points are needed for everything, and points can be exchanged for everything. Even.
Dong Qingxue paused for a moment, then swept through everyone in the field with a cold look, and said word by word.
If you see someone unhappy in the training camp, you can attack him privately, and then accidentally beat the other party to death. You can also use points to offset it. Of course, after leaving the training camp, we will not be responsible for the other party's relatives causing trouble for you.
The teenagers were silent, and frightened by Dong Qingxue's words, that they couldn't even say a word. Although they are geniuses, they are formal warriors. But when the two cold words, kill, are thrown in front of them, they can't help but feel scared. Lu Sheng's eyes were lit up bit by bit, and a faint smile even appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This training camp is very interesting. In the advanced and developed steel and concrete forest, setting up such a simple and cruel jungle law, Lu Sheng felt as if he was thrown into a survival game. And the good show has just begun.
Then how do we get our points?
Finally someone asked a question.
Good question,
Dong Qingxue said lightly.
There are many ways to obtain points. 1. Get the recognition of me, Major Qin Shaojun, or any other instructor in the training camp. As long as we feel that you have done well in a certain aspect, we will give you certain points according to our mood. 2. Pass the assessment. We will conduct assessments on you from time to time, and as long as you pass, you will get a large amount of points. The daytime camp entrance examination is one of them. 4 of you have passed the assessment, and the points have been issued to your respective identity cards, which are the room cards in your dormitory. You can check it yourself after you go back. 3. Help the base share various internal work. In short, it is just a chore. However, the points obtained through this method will be very few, far less than the above 2 ways.
After Dong Qingxue finished speaking, another fierce discussion arose.
Finally, let me talk about what points can do in detail.
Everyone suddenly pricked their ears. Through Dong Qingxue's introduction, everyone learned about it. In addition to being used to exchange for various daily necessities, and eating and sleeping, points can also be exchanged for guidance from the base instructors, including the strongest Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun. It can also be exchanged for the use of some special training rooms in the base. This is what Lu Sheng is most interested in, but Dong Qingxue just mentioned a few simple words in the introduction and then passed by him. He needs to understand it slowly by himself. Points can also be exchanged for various privileges. I won't mention the privilege of killing. It's too extreme and basically no one will use it. Lu Sheng estimated that although Dong Qingxue has said this before, if you really kill someone in the base, you will have to deal with it after you go out. Also, points can even be exchanged for the qualification to be admitted to the University of the Daiwa Eastern Military Region of Dongning Province. This is quite exaggerated, which means you can go to a prestigious school directly without taking the college entrance examination. But if you think about it carefully, it's useless. It is also easy for those who have the ability to get these points in the training camp to pass the college entrance examination. After the introduction was completed, Dong Qingxue didn't say anything nonsense and left after the rally was announced. The remaining students began to discuss the rules that Dong Qingxue had just mentioned. Basically, people from the same city gathered together to discuss. Lu Sheng saw Yang Yuan and others in Baihe's city consciously approaching him, and ignored him and walked out of the hall. 064. Whetstone. Well, seeing Lu Sheng leaving his back, although he had guessed that this would be the result, Yang Yuan couldn't help but sigh softly.
I'm so proud of this Lu Sheng. I don't take us seriously at all.
Someone in Baihe's city said angrily.
Who made him strong? There is another reward for passing the assessment. You don't have to worry about points in a short period of time.
Someone said sourly.
No matter how many points you have, you will spend all your money. No matter how strong you are, you will be strong now. He is not the only one who has passed the assessment. Which one of Xiao Len from Baoding City, Chao Yong from Yanglin City, and Meng Jinhe from Donggang City, is the talent weaker than him? Even if his strength is not as good as him for the time being, he will catch up sooner or later in the training camp. And others have team support, but he is alone. When someone causes trouble for him, it depends on how he deals with it alone. I may not beg us in the opposite direction at that time. Ha ha, what you said makes sense. I began to look forward to Lu Sheng's expression at that time.
Yang Yuan listened to the discussions of others and remained silent. These people seemed to have some reason for their analysis, but they seemed to have overlooked a very important point. In the early stage, without the support of a great master like Lu Sheng, it is a big question whether their geniuses, who are at the bottom of their strength in various cities, can survive until the day when Lu Sheng's momentum is declining.
Finally left, that terrible guy.
Charlene breathed a sigh of relief, and felt like she was putting down a heavy big stone in her heart, and she felt much more relaxed. As long as Lu Sheng appeared beside her, Xiao Lin felt uncomfortable and felt like she couldn't breathe. Now that 977 Lu Sheng has left, she has begun to slowly return to her original genius appearance. The students from Baoding City consciously gathered around. As the recognized first genius among them, Xiao Lin naturally became the core of the students in Baoding City. Charlene was quietly listening to her companions' discussions and analysis when suddenly someone patted her on the shoulder and reminded her.
Charlene, the chief instructor asked you to go and find her after you finish the matter. She has important things to explain to you. Oh, I get it.
Charlene blinked, not sure what it was for the chief instructor Dong Qingxue to suddenly look for her. The students who were thoughtful next to him showed a strong look of envy on their faces. It's not necessary to guess that it's a good thing for the chief instructor to find Charlene. Everyone knows that Charlene has a rare and powerful talent for spiritual thought masters, and the chief instructor Dong Qingxue. He is a powerful spiritual thought master warrior.
I guess in another day or two, the work on the entire base will be won by these little boys.
Qin Xiaojun stood under the streetlights, looked at the brightly lit conference hall in the distance, and said to Dong Qingxue beside him,
This is also a way to dampen their arrogance and polish their minds, and it only benefits them.
Dong Qingxue spoke lightly.
After becoming the chief instructor, your speech is becoming more and more powerful.
Qin Xiaojun said with emotion. Dong Qingxue gave him an annoyed look, then turned to speak seriously.
I thought of it. What came to mind? I thought about how to arrange Lu Sheng.
Oh! Qin Xiaojun's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly,
What are you planning to arrange for him?
The appearance of this monster, Lu Sheng, was completely beyond the expectations of both of them. On the one hand, although Lu Sheng's talent is outstanding, his potential is limited after all, and it is not worth the military region to put too much energy into it, but it is difficult to give up completely. On the other hand, Lu Sheng is too strong and is not on the same level as other students. He probably won't feel the pressure when he put him in competition among these people. Therefore, how to reasonably cultivate Lu Sheng's seedling has always been a headache for both of them. Now that Dong Qingxue said she had an idea, Qin Xiaojun was naturally curious.
Windstone!
Dong Qingxue's eyes shone brightly under the streetlights, saying word by word,
He is the best whetstone that can stimulate other people's rapid growth.
Qin Xiaojun showed a thoughtful look on his face and asked back,
Have you ever considered a question? What if this whetstone is too strong and hard and sharpens the knife? So, he can't be just a whetstone for one person.
Dong Qingxue looked at Qin Xiaojun and said confidently,
Xiao Lin, Chao Yong, Ming Jin He. 3 swords together. If it is not enough, add a few other talented warrior seedlings. I don't believe it, and this can't withstand his pressure. If this plan works well, the results of this genius training camp may be far beyond our expectations. And Lu Sheng is also very likely to raise his upper limit. A level 6 warrior with fierce actual combat is of great significance after all, not as good as a master. No matter how weak a master is in actual combat, he can easily defeat 10 level 6 peak warriors, no matter how strong the latter's combat awareness is.
Qin Xiaojun seemed to be thinking.
I'm going to give Shaylin a basic training for spiritual psychiatric master tonight. You can focus on taking care of Ming Jinhe. You are just the right match for your professionalism.
Dong Qingxue spoke. Qin Xiaojun nodded.
What should Chao Yong and the others do? Chao Yong, I will find a way to get Qi Ming's cultivation experience for him, and even ask Qi Ming to guide him online in person. As for the other seedlings,
Dong Qingxue thought for a while and said,
Give me more points to support it secretly.
Qin Xiaojun looked at Dong Qingxue with a complicated expression and said,
It can be seen that you really want to lead this training camp well.
Dong Qingxue said lightly,
Since it is a task assigned to me, I naturally have to do my best. Perfunctory things are not my style. Since that's the case,
Qin Xiaojun seemed to have made a decision and said seriously,
Then I can't hold you back. From today on, I won't be able to do anything more. Try to be the best martial arts teacher.
Dong Qingxue smiled and said with relief,
If you had already had such an awareness, your progress in martial arts would definitely be better than now.
Before he finished speaking, he saw Qin Xiaojun frowning and thinking carefully, then shook his head and said,
Forget it, I'm a little tired because of that boy Lu Sheng who has been busy for a long time today. Let's not be a salted fish from tomorrow. I'll go back to bed first.
The smile on Dong Qingxue's face instantly frozen. After Lu Sheng returned to the dormitory, he first checked the points mentioned by Dong Qingxue at the rally.
So much!
Lu Sheng was a little surprised when he saw the result. There are actually 1,000 points. He didn't know how many points the other 3 people who passed the camp entrance examination received, but this number was really quite large. After the rally, the officers of the training camp sent everyone a form. The above lists all the facilities, activities, whether points are required, how many points are needed, ways and work to obtain points, how many points can be obtained, etc. Lu Sheng reads the introduction on the form. It only takes 5 points to have a meal in the training camp. It's cheaper to sleep for one night, just 1 o'clock points. In other words, if you only satisfy 3 meals a day and sleep. These 1,000 points are enough for Lu Sheng to stay in the training camp for nearly 3 months.
But if you want to use a special training room or ask the base instructor to guide you, it will not be cheap.
The gravity training room requires 10 points to be used for 1 hour. The body practice room requires 10 points to be used for 1 hour. In the practical training room, 20 points are required for 1 hour of use. Ordinary instructors need to spend 30 points to guide them once. The head instructor and the deputy head instructor will provide guidance once, and it will cost 100 points. In contrast, the ways to get points. The points provided by the assessment are quite considerable. Each assessment, no matter how big or small, you can get 20 points as long as you pass the qualification. If you have good assessment results, you can get 50 points. If it is excellent, you will have 100 points. Of course, the entrance examination has just ended, and it is obviously unrealistic. 065. Arms are like guns, elemental talented warriors. Lu Sheng focused on the introduction of several special training rooms. Among them, what interested him the most were the gravity training room and the body training room. According to the information, these two types of cultivation rooms are highly targeted to the martial arts qi and blood value and speed, and have a very good effect. Lu Sheng now does not lack inheritance or experience guidance, and does not lack tonics or other things for the time being. What he lacks the most is this rare auxiliary practice environment. If he can make good use of it, it will undoubtedly greatly improve his cultivation speed.
Let's go and see tomorrow. I'll get a lot of points anyway.
Lu Sheng made up his mind, threw the room card and form aside, and began his daily practice.
Star body refining.
Plus.
Natural breathing method.
Practice it over and over again, tirelessly. As Lu Sheng's strength continues to improve, and the continuous exploration of his own potential by
natural breathing method,
the burden on him is getting smaller and smaller. If Guangguang practices
star body refining technique,
it will take a considerable period of time to completely drain all the physical strength of Lu Saint. The situation is much worse than the one that I was so tired that I didn't want to move a finger after doing it a few times at the beginning. This also means that the introductory chapter of
star body refining
has been constantly weakening the training effect on Lu Sheng. Dream World. On the dilapidated street, Lu Sheng and 4 or 5 figures were entangled. All the remaining hard bones in the 2 nearby streets were attracted by him in one breath. Lu Sheng flexibly wandered among several zombies, punching and attacking from time to time. The body technique of breaking through the bottleneck period is of great help to Lu Sheng in actual combat. No matter which of the 5 zombies in front of them are, they will have to surpass Lu Sheng if they are purely powerful. The strongest among them is a tall zombie with half a dark red headband tied to its head, and its strength is several times that of Lu Sheng. Its fist, Lu Sheng, did not dare to take it in a head-on manner, and could only rely on the movement and the obstruction of other zombies to constantly deal with it. Over time, the number of zombies in the battle group continued to decrease. After the establishment of the 10 comprehensive martial arts, Lu Sheng had almost no obvious shortcomings, and he could handle it skillfully no matter where or in any form of attack. His brain was running rapidly, and the various boxing techniques, leg techniques, and palm techniques that were classified in his memory were constantly surging, turning into the purest combat instinct, pinching them in Lu Sheng's hand, and wielding them freely. The essence of martial arts is the body. As long as the speed and strength are fast enough, all moves are false. But if the speed and strength are not as good as the opponent, then skills are needed to make up for it. Powerful skills are the capital for the challenge of martial arts geniuses. Lu Sheng is now relying on his own strength to bully these zombies, whose brains have withered and shrunken.
When I was in the channel assessment, I met the assessment officer of the 3rd level warrior. Although the opponent was caught off guard, I still knocked him down and knocked him out within a few moves. It's totally crushing. I, who practice the 10 perfect martial arts, have too many skills beyond ordinary martial artists. Unless the opponent can directly kill me with one slap, there is a possibility of turning the tables. But when facing these zombies, who didn't even have consciousness, and were only a little combat instinct, they still fought so hard. How terrifying were these guys' strengths during their lifetime?
Lu Sheng punched the headband zombie in front of him with a fierce punch. Perfect realm boxing, 6 times the force of the star, natural breathing method, mental power push. With all the bonuses, this punch almost represents Lu Sheng's current ultimate combat power. He didn't know the exact combat power value, but he had definitely exceeded 100,000. The fist tore the air, making a sharp and harsh sound of breaking through the air, so fast that the naked eye could hardly capture it.
Boom!
The punch hit the head of the zombie. The headband on the headband zombie's head instantly collapsed, and then the entire head exploded with a bang. The headless zombie kept a punching position and fell heavily to the ground. The body also weathered, leaving only a thick and long black smoke rushing into Lu Sheng's body.
Call.
After absorbing the memories of the headband zombies, Lu Sheng exhaled a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and showed a complicated look on his face. Group number 203550300.
No wonder it's so strong.
According to the memory picture, the strength of this headband zombie may have reached level 6 during her lifetime. It is equivalent to the level of Xiao Yuhe, president of Baihe Martial Arts Association. Go one more step. It's the master.
If I hadn't been the master, my strength would have been so strong. If I hadn't blocked the punch just now, I wouldn't have been able to catch it.
When I think of Lu Sheng, I can't help but feel scared. When he finally fought against the headband zombie was actually almost hitting him. It was only when he used his mental power to shift the fist of the head zombie by several inches, causing the opponent's attack to fail, and he was killed by him.
The mental power has a great effect. No wonder the spiritual mind master is so powerful. I am still the most common use of mental power, but it is only used for zombies. If it is a real level 6 strongman, it should not have much effect.
The power of a level 6 warrior is much stronger than that of a zombie, with a combat power of more than 500,000. Lu Sheng's mental power is probably not able to shake the opponent's punching trajectory at all. The 2 streets were completely emptied by Lu Sheng, and the harvest was a large amount of martial arts memory. Without delay, Lu Sheng sat on the ground and practiced the
crystal visualization method.
After absorbing the memory of the zombie and then practicing the crystal visualization is the best effect. Once, both the 10 perfect martial arts and the spiritual power can make great progress. 0. In my mind, the crystal human figure that was dyed ink again kept breathing, turning it into clearness bit by bit. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes again, the clarity of his eyes became more and more obvious, like a crystal carving. This is a manifestation of the renewed increase in mental power.
Mental power has increased by more than 30%, and 2 more items in the 10 comprehensive martial arts have broken through the bottleneck period, and their comprehensive strength has become stronger.
Lu Sheng was quite satisfied. This time I gained a lot, especially the memories provided by the headband zombie. The headband zombie was a master of gun skills during his lifetime, and had a profound attainment in gun skills. This memory absorption directly pushed Lu Sheng's insight into shooting skills, to the point second only to boxing skills.
Although I haven't touched a real spear so far, I can use it sooner or later. In the battlefield with strange beasts, guns are recognized as killing weapons. And now they are not completely usable.
Lu Sheng punched him with a sudden punch. His fist made a scream in the air like a tearing weapon.
Arm is like a gun. It is also helpful for practical combat with empty hands.
After sorting out the harvest, Lu Sheng stood up and returned to his temporary base in the dream space. In fact, it is the place where he stores his brain. During this period, Lu Sheng, in his dream, he used his light brain to view various information he was interested in. It's also a way of entertainment. As Lu Sheng checked more information on the light brain, he became more and more aware of all aspects of martial arts development in the next 10,000 years. For example, Lu Sheng has been listening to people recently.
The emergence of talented warriors is actually a manifestation of human evolution. Martial arts itself is a process of
066. I am the Grandmaster, Immortal Golden Body, 4 out of 10. Lu Sheng looked at the introduction of this part in surprise. Compared with the above talented warriors of strength, speed and defense, these elemental talented warriors are considered real monsters, new humans.
Elemental talented warriors have the terrifying ability to control natural elements such as wind, fire, ice, and thunder. Their growth and upper limit are more than 10 times that of ordinary talented warriors. Isn't this just like superpowers mutants?
Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. According to the data, even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, elemental talented warriors are absolutely rare. Finally, there is the spiritual thought master that Lu Sheng is familiar with. In fact, the spiritual mind master is also one of the talented warriors. It is the rarest, most precious, and most powerful existence among talented warriors. But in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, a mature, systematic, and spiritual cultivation method has long been developed. For example, crystal visibility. Anyone with a little talent can try to practice. Therefore, in the future, the number of spiritual thought masters will be much higher than that of elemental talented warriors.
Whether it is a talented warrior or an ordinary warrior, it is actually a way to go to the end.
After reading the information, Lu Sheng said to himself,
in the early stage of martial arts, talented warriors may have an absolute advantage over ordinary warriors, but in fact, the more they go, the less obvious this advantage will be. As far as I know, the 7th level master and the 8th level master, the chi and blood are as powerful as rivers. If you punch them out, you can collapse mountains and break the ground and change the river. It is invulnerable to swords and guns, and it is difficult to chase after bullets. Aren't these equivalent to the embodiment of strength, defense, and speed talent? Going further up, the 9-level martial saint, the 10-level 11-level star realm powerhouses have all kinds of incredible magical powers. Calling the wind and rain, controlling the thunder may not be impossible. What's worse than elemental talented warriors? If a martial arts will is strong, he can even control his own cell evolution. Can ordinary spiritual masters do it? Marriage practice is simply a different path to the same end. After all, it is all about tapping one's own potential, opening up the treasures of the human body, and promoting the continuous improvement of life level.
Lu Sheng himself is the best example. His practice of star body refining and natural breathing methods has prompted a surge in chi and blood value, and his combat power is far beyond ordinary people, so he was mistaken for being a power-type talented warrior. In fact, he knows better than anyone else.
Mortals always like to classify the incredible things that happen to others as gifts and miracles. In fact,
Lu Sheng clenched his fists, and the light in his eyes pounded.
What talent can compare to your own efforts and wisdom? Martial arts itself is the greatest miracle of the human race.
Turning off the information on the talented warrior on the light brain, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his life experience for a long time. Thinking of this, he issued instructions to the light brain.
Click out my profile. Retrieval.
Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life. Martial arts June 297, martial arts March 452. Marriage strength. Level 7 martial artist. Biography experience. As an 18-year-old warrior, it caused a sensation in Baiha City. Later, under the recommendation of Baiha Martial Arts Association, he participated in the Dongning Provincial Genius Training Camp and won the first place in the training camp. In the same year, the college entrance examination scores of the city, the first in the province, and the fifth in the country, entered Dongning Wuhan University. He was promoted to level 6 warrior at the age of 40. At the age of 65, he was promoted to level 7 master. In July 452, an old injury occurred at the age of 156.
Buzz!
A strong splendor suddenly burst out from Lu Sheng's eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed between his eyebrows. Level 7 Grandmaster. This time, his future changed again, and he actually reached the level of level 7 Master in his lifetime. Grandmaster. If it were in ancient times, it could be considered a prince. Now, it is also an important figure. Once you enter the official position, you can easily take on provincial key tasks. Joining the army, he is a general of the military headquarters. In other words, even if Lu Sheng just goes step by step now, he will at least become a master in the future. This made him not shake his mind. If it were someone else, if he knew that he would become a master in this life, he would probably be happy to be able to steal the ground. Call. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down his inner excitement.
Since I have become a master, the evaluation and authority should be improved again.
Sure enough, look down. Lu Sheng's historical evaluation of the characters has indeed reached 3 stars. The permissions have also reached level 3.
Level 3 permissions, then the level of martial arts I can search in the 10 resource library is also higher.
Lu Sheng was quite happy, and quickly issued instructions to Guangwang.
Inquiry, the follow-up exercises of
Star Body Refining, Natural Respiration Method, and Crystal Visualization Method. Retrieval.
Sure enough, this time the light brain did not prompt that he lacked permissions. Not long after, 3 exercises were searched and presented to Lu Sheng.
Star Body Refining Technique.
Introduction to the Martial Arts Technique, created by Wang He, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan. Natural Respiratory Method.
Introduction to the Martial Arts Technique, created by Yang Yizhou, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan. Crystal Visibility.
Introduction to the Martial Arts Technique, created by Duan Yifeng, an 11-level powerful man in the Martial Alliance, and was included in the Fire Plan.
Lu Sheng casually clicked on the advanced exercises of
Star Body Refining.
Just the first glance, his breathing became rapid.
Advanced basic form of stellar body refining. Forge the will of immortal stars. Create the immortal and unbreakable golden body.
The mortal golden body, Star Body Refining Technique, Muscle and Bone Refining. Lu Sheng had known for a long time that after the warrior entered the 3rd level, he would start to bury his muscles and bones. This is also a stage in which warriors truly lay the foundation, widen the gap, and produce transformation. Because at level 4, the internal strength of a warrior is born from the flesh, muscles, and bones. How hard the muscles and bones are directly related to the strength of the subsequent internal strength and the gap in combat effectiveness. In the advanced chapter of
Star Body Refining,
there is actually a method specially created for the stage of refining muscles and bones 0, called Immortal Golden Body.
From the advanced chapter of
Star Body Refining.
If I can successfully complete this stage of tempering, I can lift all aspects of myself to an extremely amazing level. This stage of training is also truly laying the foundation for the future development of
Star Body Refining,
until the state of immortality, rebirth of cells, and invincible physical body.
It's normal to think about it carefully.
Star Body Refining
claims that at the end of the practice, it can contain the power of a star in its body. If the physique is not strong enough, how can it hold a star? I am afraid that the heat waves released during my practice will burn myself to death. Lu Sheng briefly checked the specific practice process of
Start body refining.
At this stage, suddenly, I discovered that the difficulty of unlocking new movements has increased by many times compared to before, and many of them need to be done with the stimulation of mental power to be effective.
Sure enough, the path of martial arts is the same, and physical cultivation is also inseparable from the assistance of mental power. Looking at it from another perspective.
067. The unimaginable terrifying technique of the divine light of the Pluto Sutra. 5 out of 10. The content of the advanced chapter of Crystal Visualization is just to replace the visualized crystal humanoid with a higher intensity diamond humanoid. The mental power cultivated in this way will be pure and more intense. The 3 advanced skills brought too many surprises to Lu Sheng. One is stronger than the other. For a moment, Lu Sheng didn't know which part to start practicing. Just when Lu Sheng was consciously gaining a lot, he suddenly remembered something very important.
By the way, the authority has been improved, and the fighting skills of the spiritual master should be found.
Thinking of this, Lu Sheng immediately issued an order.
Call out all combat skills suitable for the second-level spiritual master's practice. Retrieval.
In just a few seconds, a large amount of content was presented to Lu Sheng.
Silver sky flying shuttle, infinite knife wheel, hexagonal star cone.
Lu Sheng checked the content one by one. His eyes became brighter and brighter, but his brows slowly frowned.
How could this happen? Is the battle threshold for the spiritual mind master so high?
Lu Sheng was a little depressed. It's not that these skills are not strong enough, nor that they are not suitable for him, but he has no conditions to practice these skills at this moment.
Almost every mentalist's combat skill must be matched with corresponding different weapons. Moreover, the manufacturing of these special weapons has high requirements, including the various designs and concepts involved in 07. It is necessary to find professionals to customize them, and there are also requirements for the materials for creating various weapons. What? The spiritual master is just a Krypton gold profession.
He finally realized that the power of the spiritual mind master is not only based on the spiritual mind master himself, but also closely related to the development level of contemporary martial arts technology. The construction of many weapons has high requirements for smelting technology, and it may not be able to be made with the current level of martial arts technology. Not to mention those special materials that will be hard to find in the next 10,000 years. Lu Sheng did not give up and continued to issue instructions.
Simulate the environment, screen, and the spiritual mind master weapon that can be created in 300 years of martial arts. Filtering.
The content in front of me has been greatly reduced in length, leaving only a few. Lu Sheng glanced briefly and continued to speak.
Inquiry, the location of the corresponding weapon materials, simulated environment, martial arts for 300 years.
This is the first time that Lu Sheng has conducted screening of such conditions. This has involved the changes in the terrain of martial arts over the past 10,000 years, and the distribution of precious mineral maps. I don't know if it works. The result was unexpected.
There is really. We have been inquired for 300 years, and all locations where strategic resources may exist.
Good guy, the weapon materials of the spiritual master have been directly included in the strategic materials. Lu Sheng carefully looked at the exquisite and detailed map in front of him and unexpectedly found that there were many marked points on the area on the map that belonged to the capital of Dongning province, including the source of the materials he needed.
In the future, check the internet, or go there in person to see if anyone has been discovered or occupied.
Of course, this needs to be done after the training camp is over. Since the materials have been settled, the only thing left to solve is to create problems.
It is definitely not realistic to build these weapons by myself. I can only rely on the military or the government. So it seems.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said to himself,
I have to find an opportunity to show his talent as a spiritual master.
The stronger the talent, the more resources you can obtain. This is the usual rule in the martial arts world.
By the way, aren't those level 11 strongmen promoted from spiritual thought masters? What skills do they use?
Lu Sheng thought, changed his method, and ordered the light brain.
Call out the spiritual mind master cultivation system that has been included in the fire plan. Retrieval.
Lu Sheng stared at the blue light in front of him, and saw content appearing in the blue light. He knew that what can be included in the fire plan is the real essence and core of martial arts in the next 10,000 years. He really wanted to know what kind of shocking methods a person, who is at the peak of spiritual thought masters, has after more than 10,000 years.
The crystal visibility method has been included in the tender plan.
The first thing that was presented was the
crystal visualization method
that Lu Sheng had been practicing.
Sure enough, the crystal visualization method is the supreme code of the spiritual mind master.
There was very little content this time. Lu Sheng thought it was nothing, but he didn't expect that there was another article after crystal visibility.
The Sutra of the Divine Light.
Introduction to the martial arts technique, created by Duanifeng, a 11-level powerful man in the martial alliance, and was included in the fire plan. Divine Light of the Pluto Sutra.
Level 11th level exercise, Duanifeng. He is the same person as the creator of the
crystal visualization.
Lu Sheng was stunned. He searched with the idea of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to find a huge surprise. Moreover, this
Divine Light of the Pluto Sutra
is not a complete chapter, but a complete book. In other words, Lu Sheng directly obtained a complete 11th level martial arts inheritance.
Then why didn't I search before?
Lu Sheng murmured and began to read this exercise. By the time he finished reading all this technique, he could no longer find any words to describe his inner shocking feeling.
It's incredible.
This is Lu Sheng's evaluation of this exercise. Of course, it is also unimaginable.
No wonder the search for combat skills did not appear. Although this technique is within the scope of the skills of the spiritual mind master, and is also specially designed for combat, it is not entirely a skill.
The core of
the Sutra of the Pluto
is very simple, so simple that it can be summarized in one sentence. Use mental power to build another body in the warrior's body. A body completely woven by mental power. It can also be said to be a clone, and the fineness of this mental power can reach the level of muscle fibers, cells, and even genes. There is only one function to build such a mental clone. Increase yourself. All-round growth without blind spots. Double your ability in the true sense. The first level of
Divine Light on the Pluto Sutra
is to use mental power to promote the body to speed up its movement, thereby achieving the effect of amplifying qi and blood. Increase your qi and blood. When Lu Sheng saw it for the first time, he thought he had read it wrong. You should know that what he has been exposed to, what he can achieve, any means, or means of amplification in any sense. All are the increase in combat effectiveness. Whether it is the perfect boxing technique, the stellar force, the natural breathing technique, or the mental power promotion. They all rely on special force techniques or additional pushing forces to stimulate collisions between muscles, thereby achieving the effect of bursting out more powerful destructive driving forces. His basic qi and blood value will not change.
The Divine Light of the Pluto Sutra
directly breaks this point and increases the qi and blood from the rise. The subsequent introduction is even more exaggerated to increase all attribute abilities, including the effects of mental power itself. This is simply outrageous. Qi and blood value are the foundation of everything. Even newcomers who have just come into contact with martial arts know it. The increase in the qi and blood value can only be achieved through hard practice, nourishment, and a little bit of hard work becomes stronger. There are indeed some means to temporarily burst out the chi and blood value. But that is just a way to suddenly stimulate potential, so that the chi and blood are worth a brief increase. It is completely different from what is described in the Divine Light of the Pluto. No wonder the Churchao Pharaoh Sutra is not divided into entry level and advanced. Just come up and give me the full version. 068. That Lu Sheng, I don't know what plane he is working on. 6/10. In the following time, Lu Sheng devoted himself to the advanced chapter's cultivation. He no longer cared about anything else. What training camp, what survival games, what assessments, what special training rooms. What is something that is more anticipated than the wisdom crystallization of the peak powerhouse for 10,000 years in the future? No. Except for 3 meals a day, Lu Sheng almost stayed in his door and devoted all his time and energy to practicing the 3 major things. Oh no, it should be the 4 supreme skills. Fortunately, he had enough points, but if he simply had to eat and stay, it would be enough for him to stay until the end of this training. Lu Sheng's strength has also made rapid progress in such a practice of forgetting food and sleep, and has been transformed. In the huge training ground, various training equipment were scattered on the ground, as well as residual sweat, blood, and black footprints. Yang Yuan held a mop in both hands, trying to fight against the stains on the ground.
Yang Yuan, haven't you done it yet? I'll help you.
A girl walked in and saw Yang Yuan mopping the floor. She naturally picked up a mop and ran over to help.
Thanks.
Yang Yuan stopped, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and showed a grateful smile to the girl.
What's wrong with this? Didn't you help me too before? Just get it done quickly, otherwise you'll have to stay up late tonight.
The girl sighed and started working hard. Although the movements are not standard, they are quite skilled. Yang Yuan nodded with a complicated expression. It has been almost a month since she entered the training camp, and she can be said to have had a difficult time during this period. All you need to eat, drink, defecate, and stay in the training camp requires points, and you also need to experience a better practice environment. You need points for everything. Where do points come from? It's not just a chore, an errand, and accumulating it bit by bit as a cleaner. In order to enter the training room or ask the instructor for advice, sometimes she has to tighten her belt and eat for a meal or two. And the only genius that I have left is already exhausted. Now Yang Yuan is just a poor who hopes to survive in the training camp. It's a day to stay for more. Staying at a longer day will be of great help to your future martial arts. Yang Yuan thought to herself. During this period, most of the trainees in the training camp have had as hard time as hers. Everyone was gritting their teeth and persevering, and those who couldn't hold on had left early. Compared with those of them who live at the bottom level, those with outstanding talents seem to be more dazzling.
Have you heard that? Chao Yong from Yanglan City has already begun to challenge the 4-fold gravity room.
The girl who helped mop the floor to her and raised her head to chat with her.
Quad.
Yang Yuan was startled.
Is it true or false? Can there be a fake? The guys in Yanglan City are almost raising their tails now, and they will brag about everyone. Chao Yong will immediately attack the 3rd level warrior. After level 3, he can challenge the higher gravity room. Maybe he can break the training camp record. You didn't see the faces of those people.
The girl was full of disdain and contempt, but there was a sourness in her eyes. Yang Yuan was shocked. 4 times the gravity. She remembered that she only went into the double gravity room for more than 20 minutes last time, and she almost carried it over, and had to come out early. The wasted points made her feel very distressed. 4 times the gravity, she will not be crushed to death when she enters?
What a pervert!
Yang Yuan sighed, shook her head, and continued to mop the floor. The girl who helped her was excited
and continued to tell her all the rumors she had heard.
Ming Jinhe in Donggang City is also a monster. It is said that the training completion rate of the second phase of the bodywork room has reached 70%, and the highest record in the training camp is only 20% in the third phase. There is also that Xiaolin. Although her grades in the training room are not outstanding, I heard that Chao Yong and Ming Jinhe have privately discussed with her. What do you think of the result? All lost a lot. Do you think the spiritual mind master is really so perverted?
The girl kept talking. The process contained various exaggerated tones and sighs. Yang Yuan dragged the ground silently without saying a word. Suddenly, the girl's words made her body shake slightly.
Yang Yuan, what do you think Lu Sheng has been doing during this period? He hid in the room all day and didn't come out. He learned the ancient martial arts masters in the novel in seclusion and practiced. Didn't you have a good relationship with him? Do you know?
Yang Yuan paused for a moment and quickly returned to normal.
I have no idea.
The girl sighed and said,
I guess you don't know either. You said Lu Sheng was the same. I don't know what plane he was working on. When I came in, I was so fierce that the whole camp was so angry. The result is good, and I wilted the next day.
The girl picked up the mop in her hand and put it in a bucket and soaked it. She shook her head and said,
More than a month has passed, and everyone, including those who are not doing well, has made great progress. There are several people who have broken through the second-level warriors. Lu Sheng stayed behind closed doors, and probably had his strength caught up by others and surpassed him. Yang Yuan, do you think he is afraid? I knew there would be such a result, so I simply became a turtle to increase mystery.
The girl looked at Yang Yuan steadily and asked. The figure of that young man appeared in Yang Yuan's mind. When not moving, he is like ice, silent, calm and low-key. When it erupts, it is like a volcano, wanton and arrogant, like a demon king who controls everything.
No, Lu Sheng is not that kind of person.
Yang Yuan said firmly in a tone.
Then he will come out soon. I don't ask for support and give us a boost of face.
The girl was holding the mop and looked crazy.
You don't know how sad your life is now. People in many cities have experts to support them, and they have snatched all the jobs that are both easy to earn points and more. All we left was a dirty, tiring, and few points left. Didn't you see those guys specifically targeting us in Baihe City? It's all because Lu Sheng was too arrogant when he entered the camp. Since we are going to be eternal now, don't attract hatred at the beginning. Isn't this cheating us? Fuck.
The girl picked up the mop and poked it hard in the bucket, splashing water. Yang Yuan smiled reluctantly and comforted her.
You take a rest. I'll do the rest of my life by myself.
After saying that, I cleaned silently and stopped talking. In a room with 6 walls as black as rocks, a strong body sat cross-legged. He is a teenager in his 10th year. He has dark skin and ordinary appearance, but there is a hint of perseverance and ferocity between his eyebrows. The boy sat in the center of the room, motionless, but seemed to be under extremely strong pressure, and the muscles on his body were trembling slightly. Sweat condensed into a stream, flowing slowly from the gullies of his muscles, and it was already wet underneath. I don't know how long it took, but the boy's face began to become difficult and solemn. He tried to lift half of his finger, moved it little by little, and gently pressed a white remote control with unknown material on his hand. Oh! With the sound of dripping sounds, the air in the whole room seemed to be light. The boy exhaled for a long time and slowly stood up from the ground, making a series of crisp sounds of bones all over his body. The boy walked out of the room, and a boy who had been waiting at the door immediately handed over a dry white towel. The boy took it casually, wiping the sweat from his body, and asked casually,
How long have you been persisting this time? 3 minutes and 52 seconds.
The boy quickly reported a number, and his face showed an excited and admiring light.
Chao Yong, you are so strong. I thought you couldn't hold on just now, so I almost stopped you outside, but I didn't expect you to hold on for another 30 seconds.
There is a huge one-way glass outside the gravity training room. People standing outside can clearly see the situation inside, which avoids the tragedy caused by the people in the room due to excessive gravity and physical exhaustion. And 069. Out of the pass, the breath of the wind, 7/10. Chao Yong didn't know much about that teacher, but he could vaguely feel that the other party's strength was very terrible. At least it is not inferior to the head instructor Dong Qingxue, who is in the training camp. The key is that Chao Yong's teacher is like him, and he is also a defensive talented warrior. The two are simply passed down from generation to generation. During this period, Chao Yong's strength was almost 1,000 miles a day, and he couldn't believe it even himself.
The reason I lost the last time I fought with Charlene, because I had never fought with the spiritual mind master before, and didn't understand the way the spiritual mind master fights. If it were now, I might not be able to beat her.
Chao Yong was full of confidence. His teacher once said that people like them should fully believe in their own defense and be fearless, so that they can fully utilize their strength.
Where is the other side of Ming Jinhe? What's the situation?
Chao Yong asked again. The boy quickly replied,
Ming Jinhe's cultivation in the body ritual room has reached 70% of the second stage. If his martial arts strength is strong, it should be too early to level 3. Ming Jinhe is a trouble.
Chao Yong frowned. The speed-based talented warrior is the most annoying. He has not yet thought of a good way to deal with Ming Jinhe, but just ask the teacher back, and the teacher will definitely have a way. Immediately afterwards, Chao Yong asked some people who were good at training camps and had awakened their talents. The boys answered one by one. Finally, the boy hesitated for a moment and said,
Chao Yong, the Lu Sheng from Baihe City, is still the same. He does not go out or practice every day except for eating. Saint Lu?
Chao Yong was stunned for a moment, and soon shook his head and said,
If you don't mention it, I'll almost forget this name. Lu Sheng doesn't need to pay attention, he is already ruined.
What kind of prospect can a person who stays in the room and doesn't go out for more than a month? It is the biggest insult to him to regard him as his opponent.
This result, Phase 2, 81% completion.
Accompanied by pleasant reminder, a warm aura burst out from outside the body practice room.
Damn it, it's too fierce to enter the river, and it's 11% better than the last time. I haven't reached the first one. You desert to follow Hebe?
Ming Jinhe, who is handsome and slender, walked out of the body practice room with a smile, and greeted him with admiration and marvelous eyes. He enjoyed the clumping.
Enter the river, you should be able to enter the third stage soon, right?
Ming Jinhe pretended to think for a while, nodded and said,
It should be soon. As long as you enter the third stage, you will be not far from the historical record of the bodywork room. Entering the river is about to break the training camp record.
A boy said excitedly.
It's so awesome. Go into the river. It's my idol.
Ming Jinhe smiled, his face filled with pride and confidence that could not be concealed. Breaking a record? Isn't this an easy thing? Looking at the group of admirers in front of him, Ming Jinhe felt secretly proud. These people must not know that they have been attracted by the deputy instructor Qin Xiaojun. Always secretly cultivating myself. If you don't recognize your talents, why should you focus on cultivating yourself? Isn't this the greatest recognition of yourself? If this secret is told, the people in front of him will probably be surprised and envious. Still not to say it. As the deputy instructor said, it is better for men to be low-key. Ming Jinhe thought proudly. Charlene sat in a small, dark, and sealed room. There was a constant sound of something breaking through the air in the room, and the sound of something falling to the ground followed. When the lights in the room were on, Charlene opened her eyes. It can be seen that 3 alls the size of a ping-pong ball float around her like a planet. Under her feet, the ground was covered with tennis balls with a small hole in the middle. Charlene's face turned slightly pale, and her forehead was covered with fine sweat. The door opened and Dong Qingxue walked in from outside.
Yes, you have made great progress and can already master the 3-star cones. When you can master the 6, it means you have officially entered the level of a first-level spiritual master. Thank you, the chief instructor. All of them are good guidance from the chief instructor.
When Xiaolin saw Dong Qingxue, she quickly stood up and said hello seriously. Dong Qingxue looked at Xiaolin in front of her, with a look of praise in her eyes, and nodded.
It is inseparable from your own talent and hard work.
After praising Xiaolin a few more words, Dong Qingxue suddenly frowned and said,
But I found that there seems to be a big loophole in your spiritual will. What's going on? Has anyone left you any psychological shadow?
Charlene was shocked, and a handsome, cold, and terrifying side face appeared in her mind. She gritted her teeth and admitted,
Yes, chief instructor. The most taboo thing as spiritual minder is mental loopholes, and you must pay attention to this issue.
Dong Qingxue said seriously.
Instructor, is there any way to make up for the loophole? Simple.
Dong Qingxue said lightly.
Find the person who left you a loophole, and then defeat or kill him, and the loophole will naturally disappear.
Defeat or kill? Charlene was startled, and then looked down and began to consider the possibility of achieving both goals. Seeing her hesitation, Dong Qingxue couldn't help but say,
You are in a period of rapid growth and strength, so it's not difficult to do this.
Isn't it difficult? Charlene bit her lips, and many entanglements and fears flashed through her expression. I heard that terrible guy has been in a decadent state for some time. If his strength has always been stopped, he wants to defeat him. Maybe it is really possible. Maybe.
How about it?
Dong Qingxue walked out of the room, leaving Xiaolin alone to think and train, and met Qin Shaojun, who was standing at the door waiting.
The talent is very good, but the personality still needs to be tempered. I'm too weak.
Dong Qingxue commented pertinently.
It's soft on the outside and hard on the inside. You can teach it slowly.
Qin Shaojun comforted her and then said,
I regret my decision now or not.
Dong Qingxue said in confusion.
What's wrong? Ming Jina's talent is not good?
Qin Shaojun smiled bitterly and said,
Talent is okay, it's just personality. Oh, it's better not to mention it.
Dong Qingxue said lightly.
I have taught you all, so I'll just let it go. Anyway, it's just 1 or 2 months. I'll grit my teeth and pass. All right.
Qin Shaojun was a little helpless.
Oh, right.
Dong Qingxue suddenly remembered something and looked at Qin Shaojun and said,
Sheng Lu, is it still the same?
When Qin Shaojun heard Dong Qingxue mention this name, he was stunned for a moment and nodded immediately.
It's still the same thing, only going out 3 times a day. Apart from that, everyone stays in the dormitory, and no one knows what he is doing inside. I shouldn't have said that.
Dong Qingxue suddenly said with some hatred. At the meeting, she told everyone that she and Qin Shaojun would not interfere with anyone's cultivation methods. As long as you like, no one would care about you when you stay in the dormitory every day. Who would have thought that someone would really sleep in the dormitory every day? The key is that this guy is the best performer in the camp assessment. She rewarded the other party with a total of 1,000 points, 10 times that of the other 3. The points are enough for the opponent to sleep until the end of the training camp.
A pretty good seedling. Why did it become like this?
Dong Qingxue shook her head and sighed with regret. Qin Shaojun couldn't help asking,
Will you use him as a whetstone? Stop it!
Dong Qingxue walked out without looking back.
Whatever he wants, teach your Ming Jinhe well, otherwise Xiao Lin will beat him up very badly in the closed camp assessment. Who is afraid of whom?
Qin Xiaojun shouted dissatisfiedly. Then he sighed softly, as if he was thinking of something. Just as the name, glory, oppression, gradually faded out of everyone's sight, the door of a single dormitory in the training camp was 070. The sound of breaking the air in the gravity chamber 8 tenths. Genius Training Camp, Special Training Room Venue. The venue is very large, almost as big as a football field. There are 8 entrances and exits in the entire venue, and various special training rooms are located in different directions of the venue. At the entrance and exit, 3 boys walked out while talking.
I feel that I have made great progress during this period. Next time, I can consider double the gravity. Please help me watch it. I don't want internal bleeding enter the infirmary. No problem, but if you want to buy a house twice as much as possible, you will get the big shot. Yes, I'll make half of it.
For students at the bottom level training camp, it is too difficult to obtain points, and every point is precious. The cost of using the training room is too high, so it has become the most popular choice for several people to share the training room in the form of
sharing a house.
Not only can we maximize the value of renting a training room once, we can also take care of each other during practice to avoid accidents. As they were chatting, a figure came across from the 3 of them. The man was just walking, but his speed was very fast. In a flash, the other person lost in front of the 3 of them. I just felt like a gust of wind was blowing on my face. When they came to their senses, they suddenly realized that their bodies had turned sideways for some reason, and they just moved away from the position where a person passed.
Where does it get such a strong wind when walking?
A boy muttered in confusion.
No matter what kind of wind he is, let's go. I'm still waiting to work.
Greetings from fellow companions. The boy nodded and was about to continue walking out when he suddenly found that the other of the 3 were looking at the back of the person who had passed through the man before.
What are you doing? Have you seen the beauty?
The boy reached out and shook his hand in front of his companion. A little light burst out in the eyes of my companions, as if I had discovered some big news.
Did you notice the person who just walked over? Who?
The 2 of them looked at each other with their companion's gaze, and saw only a figure that had already walked away.
So fast!
The 2 of them had their eyes fixed. The more time you have, you will be gone, and you will still have to leave.
St. Lu, that guy is St. Lu from Baihe City.
The companion screamed with excitement.
This guy hasn't left the room since the 2nd day of his entry into the camp. He hasn't been to any other place except the cafeteria. He actually came to the practice hall today. It's really news.
The other 2 people's eyes suddenly lit up.
Is it really him? Can there be fakes? Just now I walked over to us. Quick! Follow up and take a look.
The 3 of them didn't plan to leave. Driven by the heart of gossip, they trotted and quickly chased after them.
Is this the so-called gravity training room?
Lu Sheng looked at the small room in front of him. There is a huge piece of one-way glass installed on the walls outside the room, which can clearly see the scene in the room. The inside is empty, and the walls are pure black. There are 6 such gravity training rooms, most of which are empty, with only 1 or 2 people standing outside the room, and their attention is also on the glass in front of them.
Go in and take a look.
Lu Sheng took out his identity card and swiped it on the card swipe machine outside the gravity cultivation room. The word 365 is displayed on the card swiping machine. Lu Sheng has a total of 1,000 points, and after staying in the room for so long, there are still a lot left.
10 points per hour.
Lu Sheng thought for a while and decided to say,
Then let's do it for 3 hours.
Anyway, it's still early to order to eat. The credit card machine deducts points, and the points become 335. Then the door of the training room made a drip sound, and the door opened automatically. Lu Sheng walked in. There is a small piece of open space at the entrance, and there are dense precautions next to it.
You have to take off your shoes. You can't carry anything on your body.
Lu Shengjian took out all the things in his pocket, placed them on a special storage rack, and then walked into the room barefoot. I don't know what material the floor of the room is made of. It is extremely soft. To describe it in more popular terms, it is stuttering feeling. People will collapse slightly when walking on it. Lu Sheng walked to the center of the room, and there was a white remote control on the ground. You can tell by just a glance that this is used to adjust the gravity multiple.
Start with double the gravity first.
No deep breathing, no preparation. Lu Sheng casually pressed the start button of the remote control on his hand.
Damn, don't this guy need to warm up?
Outside the gravity room, the three boys couldn't help blurting out as they saw Lu Sheng reaching out to press the start button.
This guy has been out of the camp pace for too long, and he has no basic common sense.
A boy shook his head and said,
The gravity training room is not a joke. It is all formal warriors, and musculoskeletons may not matter, and they can withstand sudden changes in external pressure. However, the fragile internal organs are not so easy. If you don't warm up first and make relevant preparations as required, it is easy to cause internal organs to rupture and bleeding. Forgot when we first entered? I'm just so crazy before, so I'd better have a long memory after suffering some loss.
Another boy said gloatingly. The other two nodded in a tacit understanding. Drop. The prompt sound of gravity turning on. The three boys stared at Lu Sheng in the room with a smile, preparing to watch the show next. Anyway, there is one-way glass outdoors in the cultivation room, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by Lu Sheng.
Why didn't you react? Is he not open yet? It's open.
A boy looked at the side, and there was a small display screen outside each room that showed the gravity value in the room. Now the display is showing double gravity is turned on.
Then why did he not react at all?
A boy leaned closer to him without believing in evil, opening his eyes wide to see more clearly. Lu Sheng in the room looked calm, as if nothing had happened to him.
The expression has not changed at all. Will it be?
Another boy was about to express his guess, but at this time, he saw Lu Sheng in the room suddenly raise his hand and punch. The fist was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly.
Bo!
The three of them were stunned and looked at each other.
That was the sound of the fist breaking through the air just now.
The three of them were stupid. The gravity training room is soundproofed, and the sound inside will weaken and deform when it reaches the outside. So the sound of the fist breaking through the air when it reaches their ears is only the faint sound of bubbles piercing.
Damn!
A boy couldn't help but scream.
It's true. It's hard for me to move a little bit in the double gravity room. Can this guy make a sound of breaking through the air?
Anyone with some knowledge of martial arts knows it. If you want to use your fist to make a sound of breaking through the air, you must have the fist speed to a certain extent. The other two could not believe it either. At this moment, they watched Lu Sheng in the room lower his fist, picked up the remote control, and pressed it. Drop. A prompt sound for gravity changes in the gravity room. The three of them instantly looked at the display screen outside the room. I saw a clear line of words popping up on the display screen the 4 times the gravity has been turned on. The three of them opened their eyes and mouths at almost the same time. Just like triplets, his expressions and movements were synchronized, and he turned to look at the scene in the gravity room. This time, Lu Sheng in the room finally changed and reacted a little. The ease and casualness on Lu Sheng's face disappeared, and his expression seemed to be a little serious. He moved to get up from the floor, and began to slowly move his hands and feet.
And I'm Ma.
A boy made 2 exclamation marks from his mouth with a shocked face.
Quad times the gravity. Can it still move under the quad times the gravity? You guys quickly pinch me and see if I'm dreaming.
His 2 companions were not much better than him, and they also had a ghost-like expression, and their expression was full of dullness. The 3 of them stood there in a fixed position, watching Lu Sheng in the room keep moving, and the speed of 071, breath of the earth. Lu Sheng, I'm back. 9 out of 10.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
On the training ground, several boys holding baseball bats surrounded Chao Yong and kept attacking. The hard and elastic baseball bat hit Chao Yong hard, but made a muffled sound like a heavy blow to the stone. Chao Yong's skin all over his body showed a strange rock gray color, and the wooden stick hit it and was immediately bounced away.
Come again!
Chao Yong looked resentful, and he had to be beaten passively but could not fight back. He had a sense of anger in his chest, and he felt that he would burst out at any time.
Chao Yong, take a break. My brother's hands are almost numb.
A boy holding a baseball bat said with a wry smile. Chao Yong paused for a moment, nodded and said,
Okay, then I'll practice later.
Although these people respected his talent and strength and voluntarily gathered around him, they were all geniuses in martial arts. It was impossible for a top figure in the city to really be called by him to drink his subordinates. They have to take care of their emotions anyway. Seeing Chao Yong nodding, the boys breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Just as a few people were chatting, a man rushed in from outside like a desperate situation.
Chao.
99-3.
Chao Yong, something big happened.
The person who came was breathless. It is conceivable that it would be a very urgent matter to be able to run a formal warrior like this.
What big thing? What big thing can be done in the training camp?
Chao Yong replied indifferently. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he stood up suddenly. A light burst out from his eyes, and he said,
Did Meng Jinhe break the record? Or Xiao Lin?
The visitor stroked his chest while calming his breathing, shook his head and said,
It's not Meng Jinhe or Xiao Lin. Who is that? It's Lu Sheng. That Lu Sheng from Baihe City.
The visitor can be considered to have smoothed his breath and finished speaking in one breath.
Lu Sheng entered the fourfold gravity cultivation room. Hey, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, I'm about to break your record. Go and have a look. Say, Lu.
Chao Yong's expression was stunned. This is a name he never expected.
Go over and take a look.
Chao Yong thought for a while, grabbed the clothes on the ground and walked out of the training ground.
The 4 times gravity is almost familiar with.
Lu Sheng stopped his body movements, his face full of calm. The gravity training room was much more interesting than he thought. It should be said that it suits his current state very well. After a month of hard work, and the ability of all aspects has skyrocketed, Lu Sheng needs an environment that can continuously provide him with pressure to settle down.
Double gravity has little effect on me. It just feels like there is a little more burden on my body, just like the air becomes sticky, and it takes more effort to do a move that is the same as usual. With 4 times the gravity, this feeling is even more obvious. At the beginning, even breathing is a little uncomfortable. But it's just discomfort, and the same goes for being alone.
Lu Sheng thought, picked up the remote control on the ground and pressed the button on it. Gravity doubles. 5 times the gravity. A sudden pressure suddenly increased on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng felt his body sinking violently, and his whole body seemed to suddenly fall into a mud, and his movements became increasingly difficult.
This pressure is almost done.
Lu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly, and he took a deep breath.
Now, you can try my new gains during this period. Switch, the breath of the earth.
In an instant, Lu Sheng's breath changed. This is a change that cannot be described in detail. Lu Sheng's chest began to rise and fall according to a strange rhythm, and his body was swinging strangely. His feet were clinging to the ground. Through the thick floor cushion, there seemed to be an invisible force pouring into his body through the ground. This is one of the gains of Lu Sheng's ascetic practice this month. One of the special breathing methods learned from the advanced chapter of Natural Breathing Method, Breath of the Earth. Although Lu Sheng is still far from comprehension of the corresponding earth attribute internal strength, what he can master now is enough to help his strength. For example, now. Shit! Outside the practice room, all the people gathered here to watch were gasping for breath when they saw this. At this time, the door of this small room was already full of people. At the same time, people kept running in from outside the 8 entrances and exits of the venue and rushed over. Among them, there is Chao Yong, who just came with his men.
How is it? Is Lu Sheng coming out? How long has he been in the quadruple gravity room?
As soon as Chao Yong arrived, he asked. Before the person he asked had time to answer, he heard a burst of intense screams of exclamation from the crowd at the glass window.
Damn, it's 5 times the gravity. Lu Sheng has adjusted the gravity to 5 times. My goodness, if I go in, I will probably be crushed to death. Abnormal.
5 times the gravity? Chao Yong was stunned when he heard these comments, then rushed over quickly and pulled away the crowd with a calm face.
Grass mud horse, I'm going to slap you.
A boy who was grabbed by Chao Yong's shoulder and pulled out with anger turned his head, but ended up facing Chao Yong's terrifyingly stinky face. I was stunned for a moment.
Chao Yong?
Chao Yong is here. The news spread quickly in a small range. The people around the one-way glass turned their heads and looked at Chao Yong with a strange look.
There's a good show now.
Someone muttered secretly. Chao Yong pretended not to hear this sound, and his eyes looked straight into the room. In the room, a tall boy was standing in the center of the room, his body swaying slightly to a special rhythm. His breathing was calm, and his handsome face was calm. At the first glance, Chao Yong's pupils suddenly contracted. Can he still stand up? Chao Yong turned his head and looked at the small display screen next to him without believing. The crowd took the initiative to move away from a vision channel, and someone jokingly shouted,
Don't look, Chao Yong. It's really 5 times. The display screen is not broken. Ha ha.
A slight laughter sounded in the crowd zero. Chao Yong glared at the man fiercely, then looked back at the training room, and a huge shock and unbelievable look quickly appeared on his face. 5 times the gravity. It's really 5 times the gravity. How did Lu Sheng do this under this pressure? Chao Yong has a mysterious and powerful talented warrior teacher online guidance every night. He can't use up all the points. He spends 10 times more time in the gravity training room every day, and his chi and blood value progress is also 1,000 miles a day. With so many unique conditions, he dared to try 4 times the gravity a week ago. It took a week to achieve a score of more than 3 minutes in a 4-fold gravity environment. And you can't move around. I can't move at all. With 4 times the gravity, it was difficult to even blink, let alone standing and moving around like Lu Sheng. How did he do it? Didn't he just come out of seclusion from the dormitory today? Chao Yong pressed his hands on the one-way glass window, staring at the room with his eyes tightly. His expression was ferocious and exaggerated, and his appearance was even a bit funny. No one could laugh at this time. These people also focused all their attention on Lu Sheng in the room, and their expressions were complicated and unspeakable.
Lu Sheng is back.
In the crowd, someone suddenly said something softly. Many people heard this, and their expressions were all silent. Yes. Lu Sheng, I'm back. When the Lu Sheng, who shocked and oppressed everyone when he entered the camp, was like a demon king. Now back.
The breathing of the Earth can almost relieve the pressure of about 10% of the gravity under about 5 times the pressure.
Lu Sheng silently obtained a data in his heart. It's already a great effect. After all, among the several breathing methods that I have realized, the attainment of earth breathing is the shallowest. 2.5 It is not the direction of your major.
The concept of
natural breathing
is already very obvious, which is the unity of man and nature, so that practitioners can exert their combat power 100% or even
0.72, 8 times gravity, record refreshed, shocking. 10 out of 10.
Lu Sheng can't hold on anymore, he's ready to turn off the gravity effect. After all, it's 5 times the gravity. It's already amazing to be able to hold on for so long. I can't hold on for a second if I want me.
Outside the practice room, everyone saw Lu Sheng's remote control movement through the window. Almost everyone subconsciously believed that Lu Sheng had reached his limit and was ready to stop practicing.
Is anyone a timeline? How long has Lu Sheng been in the 5 double practice room? Did he break the record?
Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone reacted immediately. Yes, the 5-time cultivation room is enough to impact the highest record in the training camp's gravity training room. But it will take a look at whether there is a record breaking or not.
Is anyone timed?
Some people shouted.
Isn't there any time to record on the display? You'll know it just by taking a look.
Someone replied speechlessly.
Yes, why didn't I expect it?
Suddenly, a group of people gathered in front of the display screen at the door. Chao Yong was also hiding in the crowd. His expression was calm, but his eyes were very anxious. Obviously, he was also very curious about this matter. A group of people squeezed in front of the small display screen, and they all tried hard to move forward, so that the faces of the people at the forefront were almost stuck to the display screen. The people behind him kept urging,
How much time? How much time? You'll tell me quickly after reading it. Grass Mud Horse, I'm so squeezed by you that I can't see it.
A boy yelled with his neck thick. The people behind then slowly retreated a little. The display screen can finally be seen. The 07 people in the top ranked, trying to keep their eyes wide open and stare at the numbers on the display screen, for fear of misjudging a decimal point.
The opening time in 5 times gravity mode is 7 minutes.
When the 7 minutes began, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar.
Damn, 5 times the gravity is more than 7 minutes. Isn't this a record breaking? It's so perverted, what's this called? If you don't make a big splash? Did you say he was in seclusion a month ago? What kind of peerless martial arts are you practicing? I'm afraid that Lu Sheng is already a 3rd-level warrior in this achievement, right? TSK Tisk.
Listening to the discussions in everyone's ears, Chao Yong felt mixed feelings. He suddenly felt that his efforts over the past month had been wasted. What online guidance from the mysterious teacher? What is the time spent in the gravity training room every day 10 times that of others? All are jokes. 3 minutes under 4 times the gravity and 7 minutes under 5 times the gravity are completely different, okay? The gap between this. Chao Yong's pride was shattered at this moment, and he stood in the crowd and felt like a clown.
How many 7 points are you? You haven't finished talking yet. Yes, how many seconds are 7 minutes? Read it quickly.
There was another commotion in the crowd. But at this time, the few people in the top stopped talking. His head stood straight in front of the display screen, his expression was stunned, and he couldn't say a word.
Damn, take the pit and don't shit.
A fat man with a hot temper couldn't stand it, so he rushed up and drove away the few people.
Just a few numbers. Is it so difficult to read?
As he said that, he raised his eyes and looked at the display screen. Seeing this, the whole person was frozen in place and said nothing. After the fat man striking, many people in front dispersed, and the crowd behind him also saw the full picture of the display. In an instant, everyone calmed down. His eyes stared at the small display screen with his expression, as if he had seen a ghost.
Damn!
Someone said something in his mouth and opened and closed it, but he couldn't even pop out a word behind it. I saw that on the small display screen, a line of clear words showed. 6 times the gravity has been turned on. 6 times the gravity. Lu Sheng did not withdraw from the cultivation room. His movement of using the remote control was not to pause, but to continue to increase the gravity multiple. Chao Yong stood in the crowd, staring at the big 6 character on the display, his expression a little dull. At this moment, in full view of everyone, the numbers on the display change again. The original 6 times were quietly turned into a 7.
7 times the gravity has been turned on.
In an instant, the crowd was completely exploded.
Today, 2 more students couldn't hold on and applied to withdraw from the camp.
Dong Qingxue threw 2 pieces of information aside and said coldly. Qin Shaojun held the coffee and comforted casually.
It's all spoiled at home. The genius who is highly anticipated in the city can't stand the anger here, so it's normal that I can't hold on. Anla, I can't stand this little bit of anger. I can't hold on to this difficulty. Then, after I go to the battlefield and fight with real swords and guns, can they persevere?
Dong Qingxue sneered and said,
Geniuses in the safe zone are never considered geniuses. Geniuses who have experienced the baptism of the battlefield are called real geniuses. You're just too serious.
Qin Shaojun shook his head and said,
Actually, the quality of this class of students is pretty good. I estimate that at least 80% of the people can hold on until the day when the camp is closed. Hope.
Dong Qingxue finished the topic and was about to continue reviewing the documents at hand when suddenly, the computer in front of her sent a crisp message prompt sound.
Ding dong!
Dong Qingxue showed a hint of surprise on her face. She clicked on the message, and the first words that caught her eyes made her happy.
Someone has refreshed the historical record of the gravity cultivation room.
Dong Qingxue said something. Qin Shaojun, who was still alive, immediately became interested.
So fast? Who? Is Chao Yong? This kid is okay. Qi Ming teaches him well. You can find time to treat him to a meal afterwards.
Dong Qingxue's expression, which was reading the news, became more and more strange. Suddenly he looked up, stared at Qin Shaojun in a daze, and said,
It's not Chao Yong, but someone you would never have imagined. I absolutely couldn't imagine it.
Qin Shaojun was a little puzzled.
Who?
Dong Qingxue looked at Qin Shaojun's eyes, and said word by word.
It's Lu Sheng.
Puff. Qin Shaojun just drank the coffee in his mouth and sprayed it out directly, spilling all over the floor.
Who? Sheng Lu? That kid has come out of seclusion? After staying in the middle for more than a month, can you still break the record?
Qin Shaojun asked a series of questions, looking disbelief. Dong Qingxue nodded and thought.
It seems that he has not been completely abandoned in the past few months. With the strength he already has, it is still possible to create this achievement.
Qin Shaojun held a cup and wiped his mouth while blankly said,
That's right. But this kid still gave us a big surprise. It seems that the whetstone plan can continue.
Dong Qingxue smiled slightly and said confidently,
Since Lu Sheng has returned, that's great. I'm worried that Xiao Lin's strength has improved too quickly, so what pressure can no one in the training camp put on her? Lu Sheng's current strength is almost the same. It can be used as a whetstone for Charlene.
Dong Qingxue paused for a moment and said in a stressful tone,
One person's whetstone. Look at what you can.
Qin Shaojun shook his head and walked to Dong Qingxue.
Show me the record-breaking results of Lu Sheng. I remember that the highest record in the gravity cultivation room seems to be 5 times the gravity for a few minutes.
Qin Shaojun said, walked to Dong Qingxue, and Dong Qingxue gave him the computer. I was about to find out the message record for Qin Shaojun to check. Suddenly,
ding dong!
New news came in.
It's another record-breaking news from the gravity cultivation room?
Qin Shaojun showed a look of surprise on his face, and he clicked on the message to take a look.
Damn! 6 times the gravity! 993 is Lu Sheng.
Dong Qingxue was also a little surprised.
It seems that Lu Sheng
073. The increase in qi and blood. I am not afraid of sharpening the knife. 1. Yang Yuan put her toes on her toes, and tried hard to wipe the stains on the glass.
After doing this little work, you can get 5 points. Adding the previous saved up is enough for me to ask the instructor for advice, and the rest can be entered into the body practice room again.
Yang Yuan wiped the fine sweat from the tip of her nose with the back of her hand, and thought to herself. Logically speaking, with her strength as a formal warrior, she has several times the physical strength that is more than a normal adult male, and this job will not reach the point where she sweats. But I can't stand it, and have too many lives. This morning, Yang Yuan traveled to at least 7 or 8 places, and could not do 4 or 5 different jobs. Each job is completed within 20 minutes. With such a high-intensity workload, even with Yang Yuan's physique, her physical strength is almost overwhelming.
Dang thump!
A girl ran in quickly. Seeing the girl, Yang Yuan hurriedly said,
You came just right, and I don't know what happened today. There are so many jobs that no one can grab. I have earned 40 or 50 points. Come and join us.
The girl ran to her and looked at her with an alien look.
I've been looking for you for so long, but I didn't expect you to have the intention to clean the windows here.
Yang Yuan pinched the rag in her hand and said strangely,
Why can't I clean the window here? Do you have a lot of points?
The girl stomped her feet heavily and said quickly in a helpless tone,
Everyone has gone to the gravity training room. Why don't you go?
Yang Yuan's heart skipped a beat.
Today's collective assessment? Why don't I know why no one notified me? What kind of assessment is Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng is out!
The girl's face was shining, and she shouted with excitement.
And as soon as he came out, he broke the record of the gravity training room. Not to mention how exaggerated it is. Now most of the people in the training camp are watching there.
The girl kept talking. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that Yang Yuan's figure was suddenly lost in front of him, leaving only a lonely bucket, and a rag that had not been wrung out on the edge of the bucket. When I turned around, I saw a figure almost running out of the venue gate.
I'll go so fast! Fly it?
The girl screamed exaggeratedly and rushed to catch up.
7 times the gravity.
Lu Sheng's body maintained a slightly sluggish position, slowly resisting the pressure on his body. He has applied the breath of the earth to the extreme. With the continuous use of high gravity pressure, Lu Sheng's understanding of the breathing of the earth is gradually becoming deeper.
It's almost to the limit.
Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. After all, it is not a practical battle in the multi-gravity environment, and it tests the warrior's qi, blood, physique, and will. Under this even pressure applied to various parts of the body, techniques like stellar force exerting have no effect at all.
Then try that technique.
Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and his mental power quickly entered his body like flowing water, reaching the position of his heart. The mental power turned into silk, and in just a few breaths, an invisible heart that was exactly the same as Lu Sheng. Unfortunately, this amazing scene cannot be seen by outsiders, otherwise it would be so shocked that my chin would fall off. The skills and hard work contained in this are amazing. This invisible heart, which almost represents most of the efforts of Lu Sheng for more than a month, overlaps perfectly with Lu Sheng's original heart. Bang! Both hearts beating together. In an instant, a powerful force gushed out from Lu Sheng's heart. In an environment where the gravity is absolutely quiet, Lu Sheng could almost hear the sound of blood rushing and roaring in the blood vessels. That was his skyrocketing qi and blood value. As the qi and blood value increases, the pressure brought by 7 times of gravity is also lighter. Just after building the hard part, the qi and blood are strengthened by nearly 10%. The effect of the Divine Light Pluto Sutra is really terrifying. Lu Sheng slowly stretched his body under the constraints of gravity. Qi and blood are the foundation of warriors. The increase in qi and blood value is all round to improve the strength of warriors, not as simple as strength 1 or speed 1. Nearly 10% of the increase in qi and blood value has brought huge improvements to Lu Sheng. And unlike the techniques such as stellar force, this amplification has no requirements for physical fitness. Unlike ordinary methods of increasing qi and blood, the increase in the Divine Raider Sutra has no side effects and lasts longer. Lu Sheng could sense that his mental power was slowly consumed, and this increase would always exist until his mental power was completely consumed.
Then add more pressure.
Lu Sheng felt that after the increase in his qi and blood, the limit he could bear increased again, so he picked up the remote control at hand and pressed the button again. 8 times the gravity.
Boom!
A powerful pressure was applied to Lu Sheng. Bang! Lu Sheng couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground with one knee. After all, he underestimated the terrifying pressure brought by 8 times the gravity. It felt like there were tens of thousands of small rollers crushing wildly on various surfaces of his body. Lu Sheng could even hear the crunch sound of his muscles and bones squeezing and colliding with each other. Even the breathing method of the earth can play a very little role under such terrifying pressure.
It's almost the limit.
At this time, Lu Sheng was glad that he was practicing the stellar body refining technique. This 11th level supreme body refining technique, while tempering his external body, also tempering and enhancing his internal organs. His internal organs have a much stronger strength than ordinary warriors. Otherwise Lu Sheng might have fallen to the ground due to internal organs squeezing and bleeding.
Under this condition, the consumption of mental power has also become much faster. Every second of the extra second is a challenge for me. But
Lu Sheng breathed slowly, and the light in his eyes was beating.
Isn't this exactly what I want? Lu Sheng's eyes were firm, and he straightened his back little by little.
8 times gravity.
Outside the room, a man looked dull and murmured,
"He actually wants to stand up."
The people with shock and incredible faces were filled with people with no suitable words to describe their specific feelings at this time. Under a series of huge shocks, all words and expressions seemed too pale. They just want to determine one thing now: are they dreaming? Is there a possibility that I fell asleep tiredly during the hard practice, and I am still living in my dream and not waking up? Yang Yuan covered her mouth with both hands, fearing that she would be too excited and could not help but scream. Only the boy in her beautiful eyes was trying to stand up from the ground little by little in one-way glass, with bright light. Why did I feel so excited when I saw Lu Sheng return? Is it just because they are both from Shirakawa City? Perhaps even Yang Yuan himself did not realize this problem. Qiao Yong stood in the crowd, his eyes twitching slightly, his hands clenched into fists, his nails sank deep into his palms, almost piercing his skin. The tingling sensation from his palm reminded him of the reality of the scene in front of him, but he would rather be dreaming now.
Fuck. How could it be so outrageous?
Qiao Yong roared in his heart.
This guy.
Hello Nono, Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue stood in the distance, and with their eyesight, they could clearly see the scene inside the cultivation room through the one-way glass window. There was also a soldier next to him holding a laptop computer, and the computer showed real-time monitoring in the cultivation room. It can be seen that the soldier was also shocked, and his hands holding the computer were still trembling slightly. He remembers the student on the screen. On the first day of joining the camp, a lieutenant of a third-level warrior was beaten to death. It seemed that he had just recovered and was discharged from the hospital some time ago. It is hard to be unimpressed by this kind of monster's existence. It seems that this monster has become even more terrifying now.
Do you still have the confidence to think Charlene can defeat him?
Qin Xiaojun asked Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue could not see any joy or anger on her face. She was silent for a while and said calmly,
"Before the Grandmaster, the power 074. Couldn't you think Lu Sheng can break my record, right?" 2. Drop. Accompanied by the prompt sound, everyone's eyes unconsciously looked at the display outside the room. Many people's hearts were slightly hung, for fear that the number on the display would jump up again if they accidentally.
Under 8 times the gravity. Persist for 4 minutes, 3 seconds, 2 and 4.
Someone almost moaned and read a value on the display. The crowd stirred for a while, and then fell into collective silence. Sometimes I am too shocked and numb by shock, and I get used to it.
This is not the real limit of Lu Sheng.
Someone was silent for a while, and spoke slowly. No one refuted it, and many people looked complicated. Indeed, almost everyone who has entered the gravity cultivation room knows it. In that environment, if you truly reach the limit of physical strength, it is really difficult to move your little finger, and you have to help people outside turn off the gravity. On the other hand, Lu Sheng. Not only can you press the remote control to close the gravity chamber by yourself, but you can even stand up. The gap between the two can no longer be described as big. Cruff. The door of the gravity chamber slowly opened from the inside. Everyone looked terrified, and then they saw a handsome young man with a tall figure walking out of the room with a calm expression on his face. Lu Sheng. Seeing a group of people surrounded by dark people, Lu Sheng's face was not fluctuating. After stopping his practice, he relaxed his mental power with high concentration and had already noticed the existence of these people.
Lu Sheng Tao.
A boy with a medium figure and a little fat man took the initiative to hand over a clean white towel to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was stunned for 993 times, quickly took the towel, nodded to the boy, and said,
"Thank you."
He vaguely remembered this boy, as if he was one of the students who came to participate in the training in Baihe City this time.
No. No thanks, no thanks. It should be.
The boy's face turned red, and was so excited that he was incoherent. It seems that Lu Sheng took his towel, which was extremely honorable and extremely respectful for him. Several people next to him even looked envious of him. Lu Sheng grabbed the towel and wiped the thin sweat on his body, and turned to check the results on the display. After seeing the specific statistics, Lu Sheng showed a regretful expression on his face. I had known that it would take so much time, so I would not deduct 3 hours of points, and many of the points were wasted. But Lu Sheng remembered something, took out his identity card, and swiped it on the display screen. He must have broken the record of the gravity chamber this time. If you remember correctly, there are points rewards for breaking records. D. A value pops up on the display.
The remaining points are 4,335 points.
Shit! Before Lu Sheng could speak, a sound of gasping in the air came from behind him. The integral value of a full 4-digit number. Many people subconsciously reached out and touched the identity card in their pockets. A number popped up in their hearts, and then a sad expression appeared on their faces. It is estimated that all the points of everyone present will be less than half of Lu Sheng's. The points that most people have are less than a fraction of Lu Sheng's. Is this the gap between people? No, this is the gap between people and monsters. Many people think firmly. More than 4,000 points. Lu Sheng nodded, almost enough to squander himself. Even if you spend time in the training room every day until the training camp ends. These points may not be able to be spent. Where should I go next? Lu Sheng thought for a while, and quickly determined the direction. The crowd dispersed like a tide separated to both sides, spontaneously making way for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng walked in one direction at will, with a light breeze all over his body. A group of people around followed closely, and deliberately kept a certain distance from it. The scene is like a tiger traveling in the forest, with hundreds of beasts following behind him.
Where is he going?
Dong Qingxue frowned when she looked at Lu Sheng's figure. Qin Xiaojun looked in one direction and said thoughtfully,
It seems to be the body room.
Dong Qingxue's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said,
Call Charlene to me. The training is over. The results of this training, 87% of the completion of the second stage. Congratulations to the warrior number RU284363. Your body movements have exceeded 52% of the trainers.
A pleasant prompt sounded, and Meng Jinhe stopped with a smile on his face. This training session, the completion rate of the second phase increased by another 6%. The degree of transcendence has also been improved a lot. Transcendence is a feature of the body practice room. It is said that every result of a warrior in the body practice room will be uploaded to the Martial Alliance terminal to obtain his world ranking in body practice. Although this ranking does not include all the warriors in the world, it is quite authoritative. 87% of the second stage of body training, surpassing 52% of the world's warriors. More than half. How many warriors in the world have used the body practice room? This half is probably hundreds of millions. Not to mention that it may also include many people with more martial arts skills than themselves. Moreover, when you make another breakthrough in martial arts, your grade may continue to improve. The future is promising. Meng Jinhe was surrounded by a huge sense of accomplishment and compassion, and walked out of the training room lightly. He was ready to meet the various awesome and admiring eyes of those outside the door. But the expected picture did not happen. The outside of the training room was empty, and the group of people who used to wait at the door were all out. There is not even a towel for handing him water.
What's going on?
Meng Jinhe was a little puzzled. Fortunately, he was working so hard in the training room just now, and he thought about shocking others. Unexpectedly, there was no one, and it turned out that he was a glamorous look for the blind man. Huff! A boy with a dark skin and a little honest appearance ran towards Meng Jinhe quickly.
Ah, go into the river, you're out.
The boy screamed in surprise when he saw Meng Jinhe.
Well, yes.
Meng Jinhe smiled, looked at the display screen outside the cultivation room with his eyes, and said,
I am in good condition today, and I have made a lot of progress again.
Meng Jinhe also wanted to mention the fact that his completion rate reached 87% today, but the boy ignored it and just said quickly,
Oh, since you're done, come here quickly, everyone is here.
After saying that, the boy grabbed a bottle of water from the ground and turned around and ran away without looking back.
Well?
Meng Jinhe stood there in a daze, not knowing how to express his expression. He looked in the direction the boy left, and then he noticed that a large group of people gathered there not far from him. It is also in front of a body practice room, with 4 or 5 cultivation rooms separated from Meng Jinhe. The crowd is bustling, and it is very lively.
Can someone break my record?
Meng Jinhe's first reaction came to this possibility. Otherwise, they are all practicing body skills, and there is no reason why others don't look at him Meng Jinhe, but look at others. Meng Jinhe quickly walked towards that position. When he arrived at the place, Meng Jinhe glanced at the dense crowd, found the group of people he usually had with him, and went up.
Who are you looking at?
Meng Jinhe pulled over a person's shoulder.
Enter the river?
The man saw Meng Jinhe and quickly made way out of his position and greeted enthusiastically.
Come on, come here quickly, come here. This location is good. Who are you looking at?
Meng Jinhe was a little impatient.
Lu Sheng, we are watching Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng has entered.
A person next to him replied quickly.
Lu Sheng? That Lu Sheng from Baihe City?
Meng Jinhe was stunned for a moment, and then said with a funny look,
Don't you think Lu Sheng can break my record, right? Are you crazy?
The person who answered him looked him up and down with a strange look, turned his head, and stopped looking at him. Meng Jinhe felt inexplicably. What's wrong? Could he still say this wrong? Just Lu Sheng's virtue of not 075. Why did the second stage end so quickly? 3. Drop. A prompt sound, like a machine booting sounded. The next second, several laser probes on the wall emitted red light, and several red lights shot straight towards Lu Sheng.
So that's it. So you just need to avoid the rays, right?
Lu Sheng leaned slightly, and the red line swept past him. When he came in, he noticed that the walls around the body practice room were covered with round holes the size of a thumb. It's dense, and I'm afraid there are only tens of thousands of them in total. It now seems that each of these circular holes may emit light.
It seems that it is not possible to predict which direction the light will come out from is also one of the difficulties of body training. But this difficulty does not exist for me.
Lu Sheng thought. As if he was aware of the uncertainty, he stood there and tilted his head. A red light brushed his ears and shot on the opposite wall. Mental power. Lu Sheng's huge mental power enveloped the entire body practice room, accurately grasping the changes of each laser probe. Before the red light was emitted, he could easily know where all the light was emitted.
It's like cheating. It is still a bit difficult for me to estimate the opponent's attack by capturing changes in the opponent's muscles and expressions during the battle. But if it is a machine, it's not too easy.
Lu Sheng stood in the center of the room, thinking about these things, while moving his body at will to avoid the straits of light. The posture is calm, as if you are not doing body training, but just getting up early to do morning exercises in the park. Outside the practice room, a group of onlookers looked at each other. Looking at each other, I saw a deep shot from each other. Extremely shocking.
How did he do it?
Someone couldn't help asking questions. No one could answer. Even Meng Jinhe, who has always claimed to be a genius in body skills and has great confidence, was stunned. When you walk into the body training room, who is not focused, trembling, and highly nervous? There are tens of thousands of laser probes in the cultivation room, and no one knows which probes will emit light in the next moment. And as long as you are not careful, you will be slightly rubbed to a little by the light. Even if it fails, training will stop immediately and enter the settlement stage. Don't look at Meng Jinhe, who has now reached more than 80% of the second stage. But this does not mean that he can take it lightly and treat it at will in the first stage. At most, you can only live a more skillful and relaxed life than others. But what about Lu Sheng?
Are you sure it's his first time entering the body practice room?
Meng Jinhe didn't believe in evil and questioned the boys around him. The boy nodded with a complicated look on his face.
Absolutely, we all followed him.
Meng Jinhe stopped talking. Looking at the figure in the room, strolling in the garden under the elusive light, he fell into deep self-doubt. At this time, he heard someone say something.
The first phase is almost over.
Before he finished speaking, he heard a prompt sound of drip. The words popped up on the small display outside the room.
Prepare to enter the second stage of training.
Everyone was silent.
How did this kid do it? Is this really the first time he has undergone body training?
Qin Xiaojun stared at Lu Sheng in the surveillance camera and said in disbelief,
Why do you look like you have practiced hundreds of times before? Oh no, you can't do it so easily after practicing hundreds of times. Although the first stage of training is not difficult, the rearrangement of each training is random and irregular. How did he seem to know where the light would come out every time? The same is true again. Too strange.
Dong Qingxue was also staring at the screen, looking up from time to time. A vague guess in her mind about the strangeness Lu Sheng showed, but she quickly rejected it.
Let's fight intuition. This kid has super practical ability, and his natural fighting intuition must be not weak. To do this, it's nothing to him.
Dong Qingxue explained slowly. Qin Shaojun complained in his heart that combat intuition is combat intuition, and the prediction of the unknown is the prediction of the unknown. I can still distinguish this. But before he could say anything, a quiet girl walked up to the two of them.
Hello, hey, Deputy Director.
When Dong Qingxue saw the girl, her eyes suddenly eased a little, and she said,
You are here. I'll take you to see something.
Afterwards, Dong Qingxue greeted Qin Shaojun.
We can see more clearly when we get closer.
Be closer. Dong Qingxue can use her mental power to explore the situation in the cultivation room.
The first phase is over so soon?
When Lu Sheng heard the prompt sound coming from his ears, he was a little surprised. This first stage ended too quickly, and the difficulty was too low. He didn't even force his body skills out. What else to talk about training?
It seems that I can't keep cheating on my mental power like this, otherwise I won't be able to exercise at all. I'll use it if necessary.
Lu Sheng thought, and the mental power covering the cultivation room quietly shrank back. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's expression moved slightly. He realized that not long after his mental power was retracted, another mental power immediately took over the training room, and even swept around him, unscrupulously. Judging from the strength of mental power, it should be Dong Qingxue's. A thought suddenly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind.
If Dong Qingxue is here, it seems that she can implement my plan.
At the same time, practice outdoors. A slight fluctuation flashed across Dong Qingxue's face, and she said in her heart, It's true that I'm thinking too much. Turning his head, he spoke to Xiao Lin beside him.
You should observe Lu Sheng's strength carefully. He should be your biggest opponent in this training camp.
Charlene said and nodded. Then try to explore your mental power, and seep into the body practice room little by little. Under the detection of mental power, Lu Sheng's figure seemed to be standing in front of her. Charlene couldn't help but tremble slightly, and swallowed her saliva.
Come on, Charlene, you can. This person may not be as terrible as you think. Win him, eliminate shadows, and make up for mental loopholes. Come on, you can do it.
Charlene tried her best to cheer herself up in her heart, staring at Lu Sheng intently. I have to say that this person has a very good figure and looks good. Charlene looked at Lu Sheng's streamlined and symmetrical muscles and slender and upright body, and couldn't help but have a thought in her heart.
I'll touch it and see how powerful he is.
Well, just touch it briefly. Just a moment. It's just to simply sense Lu Sheng's strength. Xiao Lin comforted herself, then poked out her mental power, and landed on Lu Sheng carefully. 0. Just as the mental power fell, a strong sense of electric shock suddenly came back. Charlene quickly with a "ah" sound. Then she saw Lu Sheng in her field of vision take a deep look in her direction, her eyes full of warning.
Can he see me? He knows it's me touching him?
Charlene was stunned for a moment, and stood there motionless.
What's going on?
Dong Qingxue's puzzled voice came to her ears. Charlene came to her senses, and subconsciously shook her head.
No, nothing.
Xiao Lin didn't dare to tell Dong Qingxue that she didn't know if what she had just experienced was an illusion. In his vision, Lu Sheng was still standing there calmly as before, as if nothing had happened.
Probably, it's really my illusion,
Charlene thought to herself. But Xiao Lin glanced at Lu Sheng again, and couldn't help but shrink her mental power back. This person is still very scary. It seems to be more terrifying than before. I'd better stay away from him.
Look at it. What does it mean to touch it? It's too much.
Using mental power to randomly explore others is a very impolite behavior. If you provoke a strong and bad-tempered warrior, you may cause you to kill yourself. It is a necessary behavior to give this guy who rashly explored him a little bit of warning. This rash mental power can be known without guessing. It must be Xiao Lin. Without further investigation, Dong Qingxue and Xiao Lin, Lu Sheng turned his attention back to the body training in front of him. The second phase has begun. Swish. 6 red rays shot out at the same time. 076. Lu Sheng's sense of ease, breakthrough, and body technique entering the micro realm. 4.
Have you, was it?
A confused and tentative voice. After a few seconds, the voice became loud and excited.
It's passed. Lu Sheng has passed. Lu Sheng has completed all the body skills training in the second stage.
Except for some people who were excited, many people were confused and looked at each other, and had not reacted yet. They didn't really realize it until the small display outside the room popped out of the words.
Prepare to enter the third stage of training.
Yes, Lu Sheng's second stage of body movement training is over. Already, it's all done.
Boom!
The crowd blasted, and then there was a fierce scream.
Damn, the second stage of body training was completed like this? I didn't pay attention. So do I feel like the time will be over in a while? It's too fast. Why does it feel different from the second stage I've seen before? Yes, I feel that the second stage of Lu Sheng's life is very simple.
Onlookers were talking, not only surprised, but also confused. In their opinion, Lu Sheng's second stage body training just now is completely different from the second stage body training they remember.
Like,
it's especially easy to pass. Someone said quietly.
What's so simple? It's just that Lu Sheng's special.
993.
Is not easy.
The crowd became quiet, and many people were suddenly shocked. It seems like this. It is precisely because Lu Sheng lives too easily and casually. So when they entered the onlooker era, they unknowingly had the illusion of,
damn it, it's so simple.
Very easy, and even,
I can do it if I go to it.
This is true in many things in life. Watching the plenary session, it's all useless. One truth. It is not that the second stage of body skills training has become simpler, but that the objects they are watching have become stronger, and their level has become higher. I used to practice by myself or see others training, but I found it difficult. Now watching Lu Sheng, I naturally feel that the difficulty of the second stage has been reduced. After careful consideration, a hint of great shock gradually arises from the bottom of my heart. Looking at Lu Sheng with a calm face in the room, everyone's eyes suddenly changed.
What a great physical attainment is this that can give us such a relaxed feeling.
Someone murmured, and the onlookers all looked complicated and speechless. Is this over? Meng Jinhe is still in a confused state, standing blankly, unable to accept everything he saw in front of him. He worked hard for this 9-stage second stage body training. Lu Sheng completed it so easily for the first time? This feeling is like having a fancy to an expensive toy and having worked hard to save pocket money for a long time. I was about to save enough money, but one day I saw a child of the same age as me. I took out more money than I had saved for several months and bought the toy with a look of ease. That huge psychological gap made Meng Jinhe almost lose all his fighting spirit in an instant. It seemed that I could not find the goal and direction at once, and I didn't understand the meaning of my efforts. The blow was too big. If Meng Jinhe enters the body practice room now, it is hard to say whether he can achieve his previous results. Not far away, Qin Xiaojun, Dong Qingxue and Xiao Lin were also watching this scene. Dong Qingxue's eyes were slightly condensed and she said,
Did you see it?
Qin Xiaojun nodded and replied with a complicated expression.
The perfect body technique is not the ordinary perfect body technique. I guess I have entered the perfect state for a while, otherwise I would not have acted so easily.
Dong Qingxue couldn't help but sigh.
Perfect realm boxing, plus perfect realm body technique. How did this kid practice? He has never been to the battlefield, so can he practice to this level at this age in a safe area?
Qin Xiaojun said helplessly.
You have to admit that there are indeed a small group of people in this world who have several times more talent and talents than ordinary people in some aspects, or even dozens of times more. Do you still think Charlene can defeat him now?
Dong Qingxue didn't answer, but said lightly,
Continue to watch and talk about it.
Charlene next to her trembled when she heard this. She looked up carefully and glanced at Dong Qingxue, as if she wanted to say something, but then shut her mouth. At this time, in the cultivation room, Lu Sheng had already begun to face the third stage of body training. From the perspective of the onlookers, it is obvious that the ease in Lu Sheng is quickly disappearing this time. The difficulty of training in the third stage was several times higher than that in the second stage. Even if you look at the crisscrossing red rays, you can feel a great pressure coming towards you. Many times, almost everyone thought that Lu Sheng was going to fail. But the next second I saw him avoiding him again. The whole process was full of dangers, which made people sweat for him.
Lu Sheng is coming to his limit.
Dong Qingxue suddenly spoke. Through close observation of mental power, she is more aware of Lu Sheng's current state. Obviously, his body's reaction limit has reached. As long as the next wave of rays is a little more difficult, it will be a failure. There is no need to continue watching. Qin Xiaojun glanced at the training progress and said,
It's also amazing. It has broken the record of the body training room of the training camp Tisk.
The two were about to withdraw their gaze when they suddenly heard Charlene beside them screaming, "Ah!" Then, a commotion rang out from a crowd not far away in the cultivation room. Dong Qingxue suddenly poked out her mental power. Suddenly discovered. Lu Sheng is still continuing.
This kid.
Qin Xiaojun was also a little surprised and hurriedly looked at the surveillance screen on the screen. Soon, his eyes widened wider, and a trace of shock climbed up his pupils. Finally, Qin Xiaojun looked up suddenly. Facing Dong Qingxue with a shocked look on her face, she slowly spit out a few words from her mouth.
Enter the micro level.
In the distance, Lu Sheng, who was in the cultivation room, seemed to have regained the ease he had in the second stage.
Finally break through.
Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy was filled with joy between his eyebrows. He just deliberately suppressed himself, without using extra means, and simply relied on his body skills to avoid rays. As a result, the second bottleneck period of body movement was successfully broken through. At this level of body movement, his physical reaction instinct reached an incredible level. Even exceeds the speed of neural response. There is almost no need to think about it, and the body subconsciously avoids it perfectly.
With such a body technique, I can even try to challenge the Grandmaster-level zombies in the dream space.
While thinking, Lu Sheng carefully felt the different experience brought by the body technique in this realm. After the breakthrough in body skills, the third stage of training also became simple. 60% of the completion. 70%. 80%. Drop. Accompanied by a slight sound zero. The third stage of body training is over. Lu Sheng stopped swinging his body, breathed calmly, and silently recovered his strength. He began to be a little excited. He wants to know now. If you use all the remaining methods, plus the body skills after the breakthrough, how far can you pass this body skills training tutorial? I haven't encountered such an interesting game in real life for a long time. Compared to the roughness of the gravity training room, Lu Sheng still prefers this kind of technical and extremely challenging thing.
My good!
Outside the practice room, a group of onlookers had been shocked to numbness. The third stage of body skills training has been completed. These words make them dizzy. While most people are struggling in the first stage, they suddenly have a monster that completes the third stage in one breath. That feeling really makes people doubt life. I guess the previous record holder in the body practice room is here now, and when he sees Lu Sheng, he will doubt his life. Ming Jinhe has stopped talking at all. The expression was numb, like a walking corpse. Chow Yun was watching him specifically. Seeing him look like this, I felt much better. Lu Sheng is 077. The breathing of the wind, the feeling of time, is among the third-level spiritual thought masters. 5. Ignoring Qin Shaojun with a depressed face, Dong Qingxue thought about it for a moment and looked down at Xiao Lin.
Do you think if you officially break through the first-level spiritual master and can master 6-star koans, and then face the upper Holy Land, do you have any?
Dong Qingxue's words contained a hint of expectation. But before Charlene could finish her sentence, she immediately shook her head. Like a rattle.
Impossible, Instructor Dong. I'm still much short of it now.
Xiao Lin is not stupid. She can guess what Dong Qingxue means. Let her challenge that Lu Sheng? She refused. Before I came, I might have some thoughts. After all, the other party was a loophole in her mental power, so I always have to think about making up for it. But that's just a little bit of an idea. Now, stop kidding. She didn't want to fight such a perverted guy. She could see Lu Sheng's performance in the body practice room clearly with her mental power, especially in the third stage. Charlene felt that she might not be able to avoid the dense ray network. But Lu Sheng passed. Such a living person was not caught at all. It's simply outrageous. How could such a perverted and terrifying guy be regarded as an opponent? Mental loophole? No replenishment. If you don't supplement, you won't die, but if you do, maybe he was beaten to death by that guy. Just like the instructor during the camp assessment. Charlene still clearly remembered in her mind that on the day of the camp assessment, the young man who was grabbed by Lu Sheng with a 07-legged leg and lying on the ground like a dead body. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. Dong Qingxue saw the determination on Xiao Lin's face, and suddenly felt a little helpless, so she could only nod and said,
"Okay."
Charlene suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lu Sheng, who was in the cultivation room, had already begun to face the fourth stage of body training. Dozens of dense rays intertwined into the shape of a net, and the grid between the rays is only the size of a square. The speed was also amazingly fast, and arrived almost instantly. Lu Sheng, who had just broken through the new realm of body movement and regained his sense of ease, immediately felt the pressure. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breath changed wonderfully at this moment.
Switch, the wind breath.
In an instant, Lu Sheng seemed to be surrounded by breeze, and the already extremely fast speed suddenly became a little faster. This is the second special breathing method that Lu Sheng realized during his retreat for more than a month. The breathing method of wind. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Sheng's speed was already almost a phantom. They could no longer see Lu Sheng's body movements clearly. I can only glimpse the ray network appears and flashes away. Lu Sheng's body seemed to shake. Then it passed. As for how to pass it, there is no way to understand. Many people looked at the ray network as thin as the fishing net, with shocked and confused expressions. They can't understand it all. With such a small distance and no touch, if you can dodge it by relying solely on body skills. How did Lu Sheng pass through it? Shrink in an instant, and through the grid, will it become bigger in an instant? Please, this is not a magic movie plot. At this moment, Lu Sheng's figure quickly became tall and distant in the eyes of the students, and a strong sense of mystery lingered all over his body. The unknown is the easiest thing that makes people feel awe.
This kid is not only a physical skill in the micro realm, but also has a frighteningly fast physical fitness and physical reaction speed. It is definitely not something that ordinary level 3 warriors can achieve.
Qin Shaojun smacked his lips and sighed. Dong Qingxue didn't say anything. At this time, she had already spread her mental power throughout the cultivation room, observing Lu Sheng in all directions without blind spots. She tried to dig something out of Lu Sheng. If she hadn't been afraid of affecting Lu Sheng, her mental power would have wanted to climb on Lu Sheng. It's getting more and more difficult. Lu Sheng was getting more and more difficult to avoid. Every round of Ray Grid sweeps through, he needs to make several or even dozens of dodging actions in less than a second. Outsiders cannot know that there are gaps between rays that seem like nets in space. They seem to be sweeping by at the same time, but in fact there is still a difference between speed and slowness. What Lu Sheng had to do was to use this time difference in sequence to quickly avoid one ray after another. It is conceivable how difficult this is.
The speed bonus of wind breathing is not enough.
Lu Sheng's breathing became more and more rapid, and the sweat oozed out of his body was getting more and more. His eyes, as clear as crystals, became brighter and brighter, like stars in the sky.
It's almost my true limit.
Lu Sheng narrowly avoided a round of rays once again. He glanced at the data on the walls of the room, the fourth stage of completion 23%.
So,
Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his eyes.
Just give your all.
The next breath, a huge amount of mental power burst out in my mind. The two mental forces entrenched in the air around him were squeezed out under his sudden explosion. Inside his chest, two hearts were pounding, and blood roared low in his blood vessels. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt the wall that was quickly away from him. Everything in front of me is magnifying and slowing down. Lu Sheng could clearly see red light rays moving towards him at a rather slow speed. This feeling is very wonderful, as if the flow rate of time has been slowed down. A moment of enlightenment arose in Lu Sheng's heart, recalling the information about the spiritual mind master he found through the light brain in the dream space.
If I remember correctly, this state should be described in the professional terms of a spiritualist. It should be called sense of time.
The feeling of time being stretched out. Mental power has achieved a qualitative change. And this qualitative change usually only occurs in a third-level spiritual thought master. In other words, Lu Sheng, who has been practicing tirelessly for more than a month in the advanced chapter of Crystal Visualization, Diamond Visualization, finally officially entered the ranks of third-level spiritual thought masters. At the same time, outside the practice room,
boom!
A huge roar alarmed everyone in the venue. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound bursting in surprise. I saw Dong Qingxue, the chief instructor of their genius training camp, was standing not far from them at this time, staring blankly at the direction of the training room, with a strange expression. At Dong Qingxue's feet, the hard tile shattered into a large spider web-like shape, and waves of terrible and huge fluctuations of blood and blood were bursting out from Dong Qingxue's body.
Are you crazy?
Qin Shaojun let out a low voice in disbelief, not paying attention to Xiao Lin beside him. At this time, her mouth was wide open and her eyes widened, looking like she was about to be scared. Dong Qingxue stared at the training room for a long time, turning a deaf ear to everything around her. It was not until the strange light in her eyes slowly converged that the fluctuations of her qi and blood were calmed down little by little. Dong Qingxue slowly turned her head, looked straight into Qin Shaojun's eyes, and then said softly in a low and strange tone,
Lu Sheng turned out to be a spiritual minder, and his mental strength not inferior to me. Ah?
Qin Shaojun said as if he didn't understand. 3 seconds later, a huge fuck sounded across the venue.
Boom!
Another terrifying fluctuation of blood and blood burst out with a sensation. Large pieces of ceramic tiles on the ground were shattered. But this time, all the cracks came from Qin Shaojuan's feet. The students in the distance were confused and puzzled, not knowing what was going on. It can make the two head instructors perform strange behaviors, like taking too much medicine. A round of ray networks swept through quickly. Lu Sheng's body suddenly freezes, then quickly relaxes and stands quietly. Failed. Lu Sheng's expression was a little regretful, but he also realized that he had indeed reached his limit. Although he had already acted 078, the breath of the flame, Lu Sheng's extreme punch. 1. Lu Sheng pulled a towel from the hand of a girl beside him with a dazed expression, and slowly wiped the sweat from his body. His eyes passed over the crowd, and looked directly at Dong Qingxue dozens of meters away. A huge amount of mental power emerges from the body. The invisible wind blew up the corners of the clothes of a circle of people around them. At this moment, they felt the light in front of them dim quickly, and large shadows rose from behind Lu Sheng. There seemed to be an invisible tornado roaring above Lu Sheng's head. The students' expressions turned from shock to horror, and they subconsciously retreated to see Lu Sheng seeing ghosts and gods. At this moment, Lu Sheng gave them a terrible feeling. Just like the dark clouds before the storm, terror was born in the quietness, accompanied by low air pressure, making people unable to breathe. Lu Sheng looked calm. The powerful mental power of a third-level spiritual mind master is the result of his efforts to restrain the people around him. He looked at Dong Qingxue from afar. Although the two are still trainees and chief instructors in the training camp, after entering the third-level spiritual master, even if they are not as good as Dong Qingxue, they are qualified to have the right to talk to him equally. Dong Qingxue was also looking at Lu Sheng, with colorful radiances flowing in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well what Lu Sheng meant to release his mental power. This is an ancient etiquette between spiritual masters, just like the handshake in modern society, or the fist between ancient martial artists. But this feeling is quite wonderful. Dong Qingxue never thought that one day she would be able to perform such etiquette with a young man who was only 17 years old, or to be almost equal. Beside Dong Qingxue, Xiao Lin seemed like a frightened little white rabbit, curled up behind Dong Qingxue. Her mental power, which was less than 1 level, was shivering between Dong Qingxue and Lu Sheng, and she was trembling. In Xiao Lin's eyes, Lu Sheng was like a thundercloud storm wrapped around his body. His posture was like a demon king. The shadow area in her heart is constantly expanding. Too scary. Dong Qingxue's mental power was about to stop, and she turned around and left. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Dong Qingxue recognized his existence. His trump card of the third-level psychic master was exposed, and there should be some different treatments in the future. Lu Sheng thought, and casually took the towel that had been wiped with his sweat in his hands. At this time, a pair of girls' little hands suddenly reached over, quickly took the towel in his hand, and handed over a bottle of water. Lu Sheng looked up and found that it was Yang Yuan.
Lu Sheng, where will we go next?
Yang Yuan's fair and tender face turned red slightly due to excitement. When Lu Sheng looked at Lu Sheng's eyes full of admiration and expectation, he looked like a fanatic girl.
Practical training room, or...
Yang Yuan reported the names of all the training rooms in one breath. Lu Sheng was stunned, glanced around and found that everyone else was looking at him with the same eyes. It was like a group of soldiers with high morale waiting for the general to lead him to conquer one new continent after another. Lu Sheng laughed silently and shook his head.
I don't go anywhere.
Well? Yang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Lu Sheng looked up at the huge electronic clock on the wall in the distance and said,
It's time to eat soon. Eating is the most important thing.
After saying that, Lu Sheng turned around and left with a calm expression. Behind him were a group of students with shocked expressions. After lunch, Lu Sheng did not go to the practice room again. His goal of verifying his strength has been achieved, and there is no need to waste time on anything else. Lu Sheng has studied it, and the training rooms that are valuable to him in the training camp are the gravity training room and the body training room. Returning to the dormitory, Lu Sheng continued to stay in the door and silently carried out his original homework. With the 411th level of exercises in his body, his time became increasingly urgent, and he couldn't even get enough sleep at night. Lu Sheng has planned it. In the future, he only needs to smoke for 1 to 2 hours a day to soak in the gravity and body practice room. I practiced the stellar body refining technique several times, and in the evening, a soldier came to inform me.
Saint Lu, the chief instructor asked you to come over.
Finally came. Lu Sheng was not surprised, and cleaned up for a moment and followed the soldiers out. Along the way, Lu Sheng found that all the soldiers patrolling guards in the base salute to him with awe. It seems that my performance in the practice venue has spread throughout the camp. The warriors worship the strong, let alone in the military camp. Dong Qingshua's office is located at the deepest point of the training camp. When Lu Sheng arrived, he saw Xiaolin walking out of Dong Qingshua's office. Charlene's expression and posture were quite calm and quiet, giving people a feeling of tranquility and well-behavedness. But as soon as she saw Lu Sheng, her body immediately showed a tense movement. The walking posture also became unnatural, with his head down and getting closer to the wall. When Lu Sheng was about to pass by her, Charlene even buried half of her face on the side of the wall, as if she was punished to face the wall and think about her mistakes, and she didn't dare to move.
Do I look so scary? Why are I so afraid of myself?
Lu Sheng was speechless, thanks to his good impression of Xiaolin. Looking at Xiaolin's appearance, Lu Sheng felt bad in his heart. When he walked to Xiaolin, he deliberately coughed and then stomped his feet heavily. This kick seemed to step on Charlene's tail. Charlene shuddered all over her body, as if she was electrocuted, and ran out in the blink of an eye.
Ha ha!
Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing.
Don't always tease her, you scared her mental loopholes.
A voice came from the front. Lu Sheng looked up and saw Dong Qingxue standing at the door with her arms in her arms.
Hello, Chief Instructor.
Dong Qingxue nodded at him and greeted.
Come in.
Lu Sheng followed Dong Qingxue into the office. Dong Qingshua's office was much bigger than Lu Sheng imagined. When entering the door, there was a rock slab desk that was more than 5 meters long and more than 2 meters wide. A handsome young man leaned against the edge of the table, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Qin Xiaojun. At the end of the office is a giant instrument with an oversized screen and a console. This instrument alone occupies at least 1/3 of the space in the office. Even so, there is an open space of at least more than 100 square meters in the middle. Qin Xiaojun saw Lu Sheng coming in, and the coffee cup in his hand shook violently, and then his eyes stared at him with a pair of eyes fixed on him, as if he was seeing an alien.
Hello, Chief Instructor Qin.
Lu Sheng greeted him politely.
Well?
Qin Xiaojun's expression was complicated, and she didn't know what was thinking in her mind.
Sit as you like.
Dong Qingxue greeted Lu Sheng to sit down and then said,
Please come over. The main thing is to do a simple strength test for you, and then discuss something with you.
Before Lu Sheng came, he probably guessed that there would be such a step, and stood up very readily.
Can.
There are professional testing instruments in Dong Qingshua's office. There is one blood tester, one combat power index, and another one he has never seen before. Dong Qingxue took a disposable blood-taking needle and handed it to Lu Sheng, asking,
Have you tested it yourself during this period?
Lu Sheng shook his head.
No.
Dong Qingxue felt strange.
Aren't the students' dormitory equipped with blood test instruments?
Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and then replied truthfully, single quote, "The blood needle cannot be inserted."
Puff. Qin Xiaojun next to him heard this, and squirted out a mouthful of coffee, then pointed at Lu Shengchong Dong Qingxue and shouted,
"I'll just say that this kid has definitely entered level 3, and has started to simmer his muscles and bones. His skin is so hard."
Dong Qingxue took out a pack of new blood-taking needles from the drawer with a complicated expression and handed them to Lu Sheng.
"This is a blood-taking needle specially prepared for level 5 warriors, which should be able 079, 27,000 combat power, 5 times the purity of mental power. 2. A value jumps out of the screen.
271920.
Click. The coffee cup in Qin Xiaojun's hand was crushed by him, and his expression was as exaggerated as if someone was punched in the stomach. Dong Qingxue was slightly better than him, but her sudden contraction of pupils still betrayed her volatile mood at this moment. A total of more than 270,000 combat power. A terrifying value. It is infinitely approaching the category of level 5 warriors.
Even if this kid doesn't have the talent of a spiritual mind master, he is still a monster.
Qin Xiaojun pointed to the numbers on the force measurement instrument and shouted,
"Is this really a human level 3 warrior?" It is said that power-type talented warriors are fierce in the early stage, but I have never seen such a fierce one before. Xiangpeng was a scumbag compared to him back then.
Dong Qingxue's expression was extremely complicated. As Qin Xiaojun said, with Lu Sheng's perverted progress speed and an exaggerated combat power index, even if he is not a spiritual mind master, he is definitely the top martial arts seedling. The power-based talent is not as good as the speed-based and defensive-based, but if it is as strong as Lu Sheng. Those 2 words. Nothing that can break the rules cannot be measured by common sense. The most important thing is that Lu Sheng Fangsheng is also a spiritual mind master, and the talent of the spiritual mind master is extremely powerful, almost reaching a level comparable to his own. When the 2 are superimposed, they cannot be described as horror. To describe it in Qin Xiaojun's words,
"It's really hard to believe that humans can give birth to monsters like Lu Sheng without seeing it with their own eyes."
Lu Sheng himself was also a little surprised. He knew that his combat effectiveness would be very high now, and had exceeded 100,000. But I didn't expect that 993 would be so high, reaching a full 270,000, almost comparable to a level 5 warrior. The 3rd level warriors have achieved combat power that is close to the 5th level warriors, spanning 2 levels, and no one believes it if they say it out.
The main thing is that the star power technique has exceeded 8 times, plus the chi and blood increase effect of the divine light Pluto Sutra. All kinds of 11th level exercises and secret techniques are added together, so it would be strange if I can't do this level.
Lu Sheng thought to himself. It took a long time for Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun to calm down the shock on their faces.
"You are now enough to be a formal warrior of level 3 now."
Dong Qingxue started the printer in the office and said to Lu Sheng,
"The military region is still qualified to evaluate the strength of warriors. I will give you a report and go back to the Wushu Association. At that time, you can directly raise the level of Wushu Association registration." "Thank you, Chief Instructor Dong."
Dong Qingxue signaled that it was okay, and then said to Lu Sheng,
"Is it convenient to test your mental power level here?"
Lu Sheng was stunned and subconsciously looked at the 3rd instrument in the room that was placed with the blood and force measurement instrument. As he thought, Dong Qingxue walked to the instrument and said,
"Yes, this is the professional instrument developed by the Spiritual Mind Masters Association to detect mental cultivation."
Dong Qingxue gently placed her hand on a raised light yellow hexagonal crystal in the instrument.
"This is called energy crystal. It is a special crystal or discovered in Anstra Canyon of Sheng more than 100 years ago. It has a strong absorption of mental power. It was later developed into a conductive tool specially used to test the mental strength of mentalists. During the test, you only need to concentrate and inject part of your mental power into it. For example, I do.
Dong Qingxue said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Then the light yellow crystals under her immediately began to glow, emitting a beautiful warm yellow light. From Lu Sheng's perspective, Dong Qingxue seemed to pinch a fluorescent tube. D. As the instrument makes a prompt sound, 2 values pop up on the instrument display.
Mental strength, 143.24 T. Purity of mental power, 4.2. Your strength has improved again, and even the purity of mental power has increased a lot. I remember you were only around 3 o'clock last time.
Qin Xiaojun came over and sighed at the numbers on the instrument. Dong Qingxue glanced at him and said lightly,
Do you think I am you? You can eat and wait for death every day.
Qin Xiaojun jumped up and said,
Dong Qingxue, you can insult me, but you can't insult my lifestyle.
Lu Sheng watched the conversation between the two. He could see that both Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun should not be simple in family background. In addition to the 2 things that can become school officials at such a young age and serve as the chief and deputy chief instructors of a provincial capital training camp, their own conversation and temperament are also different from ordinary people, and they can't be cultivated by small families at first glance. Noting Lu Sheng's thoughtful gaze, Dong Qingxue realized that she and Qin Xiaojun were indeed a little unfair. She quickly coughed lightly and made a correct gesture and said to Lu Sheng,
Come on, you can try it.
Lu Sheng nodded and walked to the instrument. Following Dong Qingxue's demonstration just now, he placed his hand on the pale yellow crystal column in the middle of the instrument. Qin Xiaojun also hurried over. Although Dong Qingxue clearly told him that Lu Sheng has an extremely powerful spiritual master talent, and his mental power is even less than hers. But after all, it was not seen with your own eyes, and there were still many doubts in my heart. How old is Dong Qingxue this year? How old is Lu Sheng this year? It is true that Lu Sheng is a genius monster, but Dong Qingxue is not bad again. There was still a full decade gap between the two.
If you say that Lu Sheng is half of your strength, I believe it. It is not inferior to you. I really can't accept it. Shut up.
Dong Qingxue glared at Qin Xiaojun, who was muttering, and said coldly,
Don't disturb the test.
Qin Xiaojun quickly closed his mouth and stared at the instrument obediently. At this time, Lu Sheng had already injected his mental power into the light yellow crystal in his hand, as Dong Qingxue had taught before. The crystal began to emit a fluorescent tube like warm light, but it did not have any temperature. The tentacles were cold, and Lu Sheng seemed to hold an icicle that could not be heated. Soon, 2 values popped up on the instrument. Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun hurriedly looked up. With just one glance, the expressions of the 2 men were like seeing a ghost.
How is this possible?
This time, Dong Qingxue was screaming out. Dong Qingxue stared at the 2 numbers on the instrument. Her beautiful eyes widened, and was filled with deep shock and incredible colors.
Mental strength, 113.56 T. Purity of mental power, 20.3.
The first value is nothing. Dong Qingxue had already felt it when she was in the cultivation venue. Lu Sheng's mental power was very strong, and he had already entered the ranks of 3rd-level spiritual thought masters. Now the test results are coming out, proving that her judgment is correct. What really shocked Dong Qingxue was the second test result. Purity of mental power 20.3. It's exactly 5 times that of hers. What is this concept? This means that Dong Qingxue has compressed and purified her current mental power by 5 times, almost like Lu Sheng. But is this possible? Every time the spiritual master's mental power is purified, it is extremely difficult, let alone 5 times the increase. As Qin Shaojun said before, Dong Qingshua's mental purity has increased from more than 3 points to 4 points. Although the middle was only increased by a few minutes, it was Dong Qingxue who had worked hard for 2 years. You can imagine how big the shock of Dong Qingxue was. At this time, Dong Qingshue's eyes at Lu Sheng had completely changed. If Dong Qingxue had thought that Lu Sheng was a monster and a genius before, so now she felt that the calm and handsome boy standing in front of her was an absolute pervert, freak, and non-human. The 17080. Qiming General Star 3. Really? Dong Qingshue's eyes were obviously relaxed when she heard Lu Sheng's answer. It is normal to have a teacher. If Lu Sheng does not have a teacher, he has completely relied on his talent to get to this point. She really couldn't accept it.
Actually, my original mental purity was not so high. It was after practicing the practice method given by the teacher, and I broke through it twice before I reached this level.
Once, I successfully visualized the crystal human form. Once, it was successful in transforming the crystal human form into a diamond human form. Lu Sheng thought to himself.
That's enough to prove that your talent is so powerful.
Dong Qingshuo couldn't help but sigh.
You should have awakened your talent not long after, right? In less than 3 months.
There is nothing to hide. Just check your information, and you can see it at a glance.
TSK Tisk.
Dong Qingshue's eyes began to look at Lu Sheng with a little envy.
As soon as she wakes up, she has a level 2 or even close to level 3, and her purity is so high. Even the Spiritual Mind Master Association, there will be no few monsters like you in decades. There are associations for spiritual thought masters?
Lu Sheng couldn't help asking.
You do not know?
Dong Qingshuo was a little surprised, but soon realized.
It is probably because your teacher deliberately did not tell you, for fear of affecting your practice. After all, the more you know, the more distracting thoughts you will have, which will affect the purity of your mental power. But since I mentioned it, I will tell you a few words. There are also associations for spiritual thought masters, but not many people know about them, and their locations are more hidden than ordinary martial artist associations. The strength of the spiritual mind master can also be officially recognized. You are now qualified to participate in the certification and assessment of the spiritual psychiatric master. If necessary, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Of course, it must be provided that your teacher does not object.
Dong Qingshuo emphasized the last sentence, which seemed to be taboo.
My teacher probably won't object. In fact, I have never seen him really look like. Every time I accept his teachings, the way is mysterious.
Lu Sheng didn't blink for a moment. He has mastered this kind of lies, and every sentence is true, but every sentence is very different from the real situation.
Your teacher is probably an amazing person.
Dong Qingshuo was in awe of Grace. This can be seen from his attitude towards Lu Sheng and his teaching methods. With such a powerful talent as Lu Sheng, most people have long been picked up as a golden lump after discovering it. The teacher Lu Sheng mentioned was still free to develop, not even willing to show up. Only people with very high levels of structure can do this style of behavior. Thinking of this, Dong Qingshuo felt much better. Lu Sheng is very evil, but his evil spirit is still supported by external conditions. Sure enough, there is no genius in this world for no reason. Even Lu Sheng, who has a simple background, has a powerful and mysterious spiritual thought teacher behind him.
Actually, I invite you here today, mainly to discuss some things with you.
Dong Qingshuo calmed down, and sat down at the desk. Qin Shaojun also put away his sloppy appearance, and sat aside in a regular manner.
Please say the 2 chief instructors. The first thing.
Dong Qingshuo handed Qin Shaojun a look. Qin Xiaojun took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Sheng.
There are 5 million here, which is your number 1 in this training camp, plus the extra reward for outstanding performance.
Although the training camp is not over yet. But after Lu Sheng's performance today, his dominant position has been completely established. Unless some of the remaining students suddenly have a big or very big breakthrough, it is impossible to shake Lu Sheng's position. But the possibility is. It is no more likely than Qin Xiaojun will never be salted from tomorrow.
Don't be dissatisfied. This is the maximum limit we can apply for. The Eastern Military Region has always been tight in military expenditure, and most of the activity funds for this training camp are spent on providing 3 meals a day for you guys.
Qin Xiaojun looked at Lu Sheng and curled his lips.
You kid is famous for eating the entire training camp. Including the money you ate, it's 10 million yuan in total.
Lu Sheng.
Although you're kidding?
Dong Qingxue glared at Qin Xiaojun and said to Lu Sheng seriously.
Student Lu Sheng, although this money is a little less, it is enough to prove the sincerity of our Eastern Military Region.
Lu Sheng captured the word.
Eastern Military Region.
In Dong Qingxue's words and said thoughtfully.
Is this a solicitation? You can understand that.
Dong Qingxue nodded and said,
Martial arts geniuses like you will go to the battlefield no matter what. The real dragon martial saint cannot be raised in a safe area. The country and the martial alliance give warriors so much support and privileges, which is not something that warriors can enjoy for nothing. Sooner or later you will get to this point. What we hope is that when you face the choice of a military region, we can give priority to our Eastern Military Region. The Eastern Military Region is so good. All the female soldiers have long thighs and smooth legs.
Qin Xiaojun sang loudly. Lu Sheng.
Okay.
Lu Sheng accepted the bank card and said seriously.
I will consider it carefully if I accept this sincerity.
Dong Qingxue seemed to be waiting for this promise, with a smile on her face.
Then let's talk about another thing next.
Dong Qingxue looked into Lu Sheng's eyes and said seriously.
Major Qin Xiaojun and I decided that you will represent the Dongning Provincial Genius Training Camp to participate in the Qiming General Star Selection in the entire Eastern Province. Qiming General Star Selection?
Lu Sheng's expression was shocked.
Yes.
Dong Qingxue explained.
Every province in the entire Eastern region, each province holds a genius training camp like ours now every year. The purpose is to select real geniuses with the potential of stars from it. You should know what stars represent, right?
Lu Sheng nodded and said 2 words.
Master. Yes.
Dong Qingxue continued.
And Qiming General Star is the future master, the prepared General Star. There is only one such person in the entire East every year. And this one was selected from the chiefs of many provincial genius training camps. Although there is only one general in Qiming, even if you become a general, you may not be destined to be a master. But as long as you get it, you will definitely be able to make a great mark on your resume. Anyone who participates will have this resume. And this resume will be very helpful to you wherever you go in the future. Think about it, Lu Sheng. There is nothing to consider. I'll go.
Lu Sheng agreed without hesitation. Since you live in this era, some things are inevitable. Lu Sheng was very hearted and tried to change the fate of the entire human race with his own strength, turn the tide, and be the fire of the prairie fire. From the moment this belief is planted, his future is doomed to be unable to choose peace. 0. Since sooner or later, we will go to the battlefield to fight against strange beasts. Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of us, why should we consider it?
Okay.
Dong Qingxue was extremely satisfied with Lu Sheng's attitude and praised.
Major Qin and I both believe in your ability. If you can't even do it, then no one in Dongning Province can do it. By the way, I forgot to tell you. The reward for the selection of Qiming General Stars is directly issued by the Eastern Military Region, but it is much richer than what we can do in our small genius training camp.
I see. This is also Lu Sheng's goal for a long time. Show more talents and gain more resources.
There are still a few months before the selection of Qiming General Star begins, and we have to wait until the training camps in all provinces are over before officially starting. I will notify you when exactly. Anyway, you won't miss the college entrance examination.
Dong Qingxue blinked and smiled.
In fact, with your current ability, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not. The entire martial arts university in the East is completely for you to choose.
081. If I had known, I would have asked Charlene to take care of you more for Baihe City Warriors Association. In the president's office, Xiao Yuhe led an old man in Zhongshan suit to sit down in front of the coffee table.
Sit, Lao Xia.
Xiao Yuhe's face was full of red light, and happily made tea for the old man in Zhongshan.
It's rare to go out, but he actually wanted to come and see me. It's not bad. Have tea quickly.
The old man in Zhongshan dress picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He said in surprise,
Oh, Xiao Yuhe, even such a top-quality mother tree, Da Hong Pao, is willing to take it out to treat me. It seems that he has encountered a good thing recently. Why, the old tree sprouts and has changed into a mistress? Bao! What are you talking about? What's the point of changing a mistress? I don't have any mistresses.
Xiao Yuhe's face was dark and said angrily,
You and my old comrades in arms of more than 30 years are rare to come once. How can I not treat you well? Oh!
The old man in Zhongshan dressed upset a long time, and did not respond. He just looked at Xiao Yuhe quietly, waiting for his next sentence. Sure enough, Xiao Yuhe smiled and pretended to be reserved and said,
But there is indeed a good thing. What a good thing! Let's hear it.
The old man in Zhongshan dress took a sip of tea and said slowly. This undoubtedly scratched Xiao Yuhe's itchy place. Xiao Yuhe suddenly became interested.
99 3-inch,
said with a smile.
I discovered a good seedling in martial arts this year, a genius.
Guess what? 17 years old, talented warrior, his chi and blood value reaches the 2nd level standard, and his combat power index even breaks through the 3rd level. Awesome, right? What strength did you have when you were 17 years old? Your chi and blood value probably didn't exceed 2. Just so happen, this good seedling is coming to me today. I will let you see you later. What does my top genius in Baihe City look like?
Xiao Yuhe vomited the joy in his heart in one breath, and his face turned slightly red from the joy. He sat on the chair looking forward to the old man's various shocking and envious expressions. But to his surprise, the old man in Zhongshan dress was there, with no turbulence on his face, and even made a rather disdainful sneer.
Old Xiao, that's it?
The old man looked at Xiao Yuhe with a look of looking at a country bumpkin, and said contemptuously,
A 17-year-old 2nd-level warrior, with a level 3 combat power, should be a power-type talented warrior. That's it? Is this the top genius in Baihe City? Isn't that enough?
Xiao Yuhe was anxious and said with some dissatisfaction,
Then ask me to see what is a real martial arts genius.
The old man in Zhongshan dress looked down at the tea leaves in the cup and blew gently.
I can't call out now. Then you just can't say anything.
Xiao Yuhe was so happy. The old man changed his mind and defended him.
I can't call it now, but it doesn't mean I can't call it after a while.
Xiao Yuhe was stunned.
What do you mean?
The old man didn't answer directly, but looked at Xiao Yuhe and asked,
If I guess correctly, the top genius in Baihe City you mentioned should have been sent by you to attend the genius training camp in Dongning province some time ago.
Right. Xiao Yuhe nodded.
He just came back from the training camp today.
It's over, the old man said.
Do you know why I have time to see you this time? Don't you miss me, an old comrade in arms?
Xiao Yuhe wondered.
I don't think he will call you. I'm also traveling all the way to Baihe City for you, an old man. Then what are you doing?
The old man raised his chin slightly, showed a look of pride on his face, and said arrogantly,
I am sending my baby granddaughter to the training camp, and traveling nearby, and strolling to Baihe City, I will bring you to see you. Your granddaughter?
Xiao Yuhe frowned and noticed something wrong. Sure enough, the old man smiled and said,
Yes, my old Xia family has finally produced a spiritual minder. I don't have to look forward to what training camp is specially recruited to participate in. If it hits me, I will feel sorry for you. Spiritual Thought Master?
Xiao Yuhe stood up from his position, and his face showed an incredible look.
Your granddaughter is a spiritual minder? Is it true or false?
When the old man saw Xiao Yuhe's reaction, his old face almost laughed like a flower and said,
That's still fake. I guess he will be a formal first-level spiritual master when he came back from the training camp. Alas, I don't know if the first-level spiritual master at the age of 17 is comparable to the second-level warrior at the age of 17. At the age of 17, he is a second-level warrior. It's so amazing.
The old man sighed sarcastically, and Xiao Yuhe's face suddenly turned black like a pot of charcoal, extremely ugly. But he could only swallow this breath and sit back on the chair angrily. A spiritual mind master is not the same as an ordinary talented warrior. Spiritual thought masters are much rarer than ordinary talented warriors, and they can almost be regarded as strategic talents. There have not been a few such scarce talents like giant pandas in the entire Baihe City, but I didn't expect that old man Xia's house would encounter one. What's really amazing is that the ancestral tomb is smoking. No wonder I came to see me so kindly, and it turned out that I had been waiting to show off in front of me. Lu Sheng's talent is good, but compared with old man Xia's granddaughter, it is really incomparable. Almost all of them are ordinary people. A 17-year-old first-class official spiritual master. Xiao Yuhe looked at old man Xia's smug old face, and was so envious that he wanted to grit his teeth.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something.
The old man in Zhongshan suit seemed to remember something and added,
The genius training camp in the capital of Dongning province has not ended at all. My granddaughter also made a video with me yesterday, saying that it would take at least another month. That genius from Baihe City, you came back early. Do you know what I mean?
When Xiao Yuhe heard this, his face turned darker. Of course he knew what it meant. That is to say, their top geniuses in Baihe City are not strong enough, so they were eliminated from the training camp in advance. Fortunately, I wanted to show my treasures in front of the old man with Lu Sheng's talent, but I didn't expect that the other party would in turn use his granddaughter to mock him and press him to the ground to rub him. What? I was slapped in the face this time, and I had no idea what to do, and I probably had tens of thousands of words.
God.
From the Grandmaster realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuhe felt like he was holding his breath in his chest, and could not vomit even if he died. I could only sit in the chair and drink tea without saying a word.
I said, Lao Xiao, don't be too angry, just be more open-minded. Not everyone can be as good as my baby granddaughter. There are many people who are worse than my baby granddaughter, Charlene, and you are not the one in Baihe City.
The old man in Zhongshan dress comforted Xiao Yuhe with an atmospheric look zero. Xiao Yuhe's face became increasingly ugly. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the office.
Come in.
Xiao Yuhe shouted with anger. Soon, the office door opened and the secretary led a handsome and tall boy in.
President, Lu Sheng is here.
Oh, is that right?
Come in quickly, Sheng Lu.
Xiao Yuhe barely squeezed out a smile and waved to Lu Sheng, who was standing at the door.
Hello, President Xiao.
Lu Sheng walked into Xiao Yue's office and noticed that there was another person in the office. It seems that he is Xiao Yue's friend.
Old Xiao, this is the top genius in Baihe City that you have been saying that you have always wanted to see me.
When the old man in Zhongshan dressed in the middle of the army saw Lu Sheng standing up quickly, he smiled and said,
"It turns out that he is a young talent, not bad."
Only Xiao Yue could hear the sarcasm in the old man's words, and smiled at Lu Sheng with an ugly face, then waved his hand to let the secretary go out.
"This is my old comrade in arms. You can call him Mr. Xia,"
Xiao Yue introduced.
"Hello, Mr. Xia." "Hello, hello."
The old man in Zhongshan dress smiled brightly, and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and said,
"I am the same 082. The entire training camp was defeated by a month ago 5.
Lu Sheng, you came to see me as soon as you came back. Is there anything wrong?
Xiao Yue frowned at Lu Sheng, hinting that he should not give old man Xia another chance to show off, and said quickly. Lu Sheng was amused, but he still took out a document sealed with craft paper from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Yue.
The chief instructor Dong Qingxue from the training camp asked me to give it to you. I hope you will pass the approval. What documents can the head instructor of the training camp have to give you a small president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association for approval?
Before Xiao Yue could speak, the old man Xia next to him leaned over. He glanced at Lu Sheng and said with a strange look,
Young man, did you make any mistakes in the training camp? Let Lao Xiao take the blame for you.
Lu Xingli didn't bother to pay attention to him. He could see it. This old man is really annoying. No wonder Xiao Yue's face was so bad when he came in. It was probably because he was angry.
It's all about you. Shut your mouth.
Xiao Yue scolded old man Xia in anger, then tore open the craft paper and took out the documents inside. Xiao Yue's eyes quickly swept across the contents of the file. It was still very calm at the beginning. When I swept to a certain position, I suddenly... Xiao Yue's hand holding the document shook violently. He suddenly looked up at Lu Sheng in front of him. His eyes widened, and his face showed an extremely shocked and incredible expression.
You...
Xiao Yue said something tremblingly.
When did you break through the third-level warrior?
Old man Xia, who was standing next to Xiaoyu River, stopped instantly when he served water and drank tea. He raised his head, looked at Xiao Yue with a 07 expression that he suspected that he had heard the wrong ears, and said,
Ah?
No one paid attention to him. Lu Sheng said calmly,
It's been more than a month ago. The chief instructor in the training camp helped me test it. She said that the military region has the qualification to certify the strength of a warrior, and just need to find you to stamp it later. I am qualified. Of course I am qualified. I am very qualified. Your chief instructor represents the Eastern Military Region.
Xiao Yue was living in an instant. Her waist and back were straightened, and her face was filled with bright light, and her eyebrows were flying, and she was almost dancing. And the depressed look before. It's completely different.
I'll stamp you now.
Xiao Yue was proud and blushed. He was about to walk behind the desk with the documents to find the official seal. But old man Xia grabbed it.
Etc.
Old man Xia yelled in his throat.
Show me the documents. 17 years old, a third-level warrior. Is it true? Could it be that he made a fake file to fool you, right?
Old man Xia looked up and down at Lu Sheng with a shocked and suspicious gaze. 17-year-old third-level warrior. It is not the same as the 17-year-old second-level warrior at all. Although the difference between the two is only 1 level, there is a total of 90 points in the middle, which cannot be easily surpassed. The differences in talents represented by the two are very different. If he is really a 17-year-old third-level warrior, the terrifying martial arts talent is almost comparable to the talent of his granddaughter Charlene. Just the unusual, boy in front of him can be a level 3 warrior? Can you compare to your own baby granddaughter? Old man Xia couldn't accept it, and was full of doubt. Before Lu Sheng could speak, Xiao Yuhe had already refuted it first.
You can't see the stamp as big as the Eastern Military Region. Fake documents? Go and get me a fake document and take a look.
Old man Xiao's face turned red by Xiao Yue's criticism, and couldn't help but shout.
So what if it's true? Level 3 warriors are everywhere on the streets. Isn't it just a little younger? Isn't it still better than my granddaughter?
Xiao Yue glanced at old man Xia and sneered.
What if it is a level 3 warrior with a combat power index of more than 270,000 and almost reaches the level 5 standard? 27,000 combat power?
Old man Xia almost didn't come up in one breath. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief,
Give the documents, I'll take a look.
Xiao Yue didn't stop him, and let old man Xia snatch the documents away. Old man Xia quickly scanned the documents with his eyes, and his face was shocked little by little. Finally, he looked up suddenly, and stared at Lu Sheng with disbelief.
How can you, a guy who was eliminated in advance by training camp, have a combat power index of 270,000?
Lu Sheng looked straight into old man Xiao's eyes, and said calmly,
I didn't say I was eliminated from the training camp, but you just think so. Then why is the training camp not over? Are you back early?
Old man Xia asked. Lu Sheng said calmly,
For me, the training camp could end a month ago, but I just chose to come back now. Oh, by the way, President Xiao.
Lu Sheng turned his head to look at Xiao Yue and said,
The chief instructor asked you to call her back. She was afraid that you would not believe this document and wanted to confirm it to you in person. Ha ha, I don't have anything to believe. I'm such a suspicious person.
Xiao Yue laughed, and when he said suspicious, he even looked at old man Xia next to him.
But this call still needs to be called.
Xiao Yue took out his cell phone and smiled.
It is said that the chief instructor of this training camp is a famous genius in the Eastern Military Region. It's just right to pay attention to it and make a video.
After saying that, the video call on Xiao Yue's mobile phone has been broadcast. Old man Xia stared at Xiao Yue's mobile phone screen without blinking. Soon, the video was connected and Dong Qingshue's figure appeared on the screen. Dong Qingxue didn't seem to be in the office, and strange noises came from time to time around her. It was a slight sound of something flying through the air.
President Xiao Yuhe of Baihe City?
Dong Qingshue's expression was a little surprised, but she quickly returned to normal and greeted Xiao Yuhe seriously.
It's me, I'm Xiao Yuhe. Hello, Chief Instructor Dong.
Xiao Yuhe responded with a smile.
Hello, President Xiao. Lu Sheng has returned to Baihe City, right?
Dong Qingshue's eyes fell on the old man Xia, who was lying on his head, and he couldn't help frowning and said,
Who is this?
Old man Xia stood up with his shriveled chest and said,
I am Xiao Weixing from Baoding City.
Dong Qingxue shook her head.
I don't know you.
Old man Xia. Old man Xia felt embarrassed on his face, and suddenly he thought of something and said quickly,
I am Xiao Lin's dear grandpa.
This time it worked. Dong Qingxue's face showed a sudden look and said lightly,
Hello, Grandpa Xia.
Old man Xia breathed a sigh of relief, but felt helpless. I have lived for most of my life, but I didn't expect that when I was old, I had to rely on my granddaughter's name to make people know me. It's so sad. At this time, a little head suddenly popped out from Dong Qingxue's back on the screen, and she screamed in surprise when she looked at the screen.
Grandpa, where are you? Why did you have a video with Chief Instructor Dong?
Old man Xiao was also excited when he saw Xiao Lin. But before he could say a few words to Xiao Lin, he saw Dong Qingxue turn around and scold.
Sharon, have you achieved the goal I set for you? Is there still energy distracting? The training volume is 10 times higher today. Yes, Instructor Dong.
Charlene responded weakly and disappeared into the screen. Old Man Xiao looked distressed, but she was embarrassed to say anything. Even if she said that, judging from the character of the chief instructor, she probably might not give him face.
Okay, I'll talk to Chief Instructor Dong. Your grandfather and grandson want to chat and talk to yourself.
Xiao Yue squeezed away Old Man Xiao in anger and said to Dong Qingxue on the screen,
Instructor Dong, I have read the documents that Lu Sheng brought to me, and the matter will be done soon. Good.
Dong Qingxue nodded.
President Xiao is trouble. What trouble is there? Lu Sheng is the pride of our Baihe city.
Xiao Yue laughed and asked again.
By the way, Instructor Dong, I think the training
083. You are such a big deal for me, but you still hide it from me? 1. Let's look at Old Man Xiao again. At this time, Old Man Xiao was completely frozen. His mouth was unnaturally opened. His expression was shocked and shocked. Although Old Man Xiao didn't know what Qiming General Selection was, he could hear the weight of certain words in Dong Qingxue's words. Representative Dongning Province. The whole East. None of these words is not shown in the position of Lu Sheng in the training camp and the chief instructor Dong Qingxue. Moreover, he could clearly hear the meaning expressed in Dong Qingxue's entire sentence. The Dongning Provincial Genius Training Camp was specially founded to screen the candidates for the Qiming General Star Selection. The candidate was confirmed to be Lu Sheng more than a month ago. The purpose of the training camp has been achieved long ago. It doesn't matter when it ends. That's probably what it means. Old Man Xiao was a little confused. At this time, he heard Dong Qingxue's cold voice coming from the screen of Xiao Yue's mobile phone in his hand. It seems to be scolding someone.
Charlene, get up for me. You can't stand the difficulty of training like this? Do you still want to defeat Lu Sheng? Well, Instructor Dong, I don't want to defeat Lu Sheng at all. I used to run away when I saw him. I can't see him running away in the future. You're going to piss me off, Charlene.
The sound from the phone was clearly audible, and Old Man Xiao's body trembled slightly. Okay. The granddaughter mentioned the monsters in the training camp when she was complaining about the video. It turns out that it is this Lu Sheng.
Okay, Instructor Dong, then I won't bother you. I'll just hang up the video first.
Xiao Yue, who was covered in spring breeze, smiled and was about to hang up the phone, but he never thought that Dong Qingxue suddenly shouted,
President Xiao, don't hang up first. I'll say a few words to Lu Sheng.
Xiao Yue was stunned, but he also understood quickly.
Oh, okay.
Xiao Yue aimed the screen of the phone at Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue's cold and handsome face appeared in front of Lu Sheng.
Lu Sheng, I have almost found all the materials you can find for the creation of the exclusive weapons of the spiritual mind masters. I have made a form to send it to you. What do you need me to buy for you? Just tell me directly at that time.
Xiao Yue, holding his cell phone, was already full of spring breeze and handing a proud and show-off look to the scary Old Man Xiao next to him. In just a few minutes, the faces of the two men fell off and turned completely. Even Xiao Yue himself couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the world was wonderful and the feng shui took turns. But as Xiao Yue listened to what Dong Qingxue said to Lu Sheng, the more he heard it, the more he felt something was wrong. Old Man Xiao next to him obviously felt something was wrong. The two looked at each other, and almost at the same time at the screen of the mobile phone in Xiao Yue's hand. Just so happened that Dong Qingxue said,
By the way, you should pass the assessment of the spiritual master as soon as possible, so that you can be qualified to log into star.com to purchase it yourself, saving you too much trouble every time you ask me. Okay, I'm done with what I want to say. Say to President Xiao, I'll die first. I'm still busy here.
Do-do-do. Video hangs up. The expressions of Xiao Yuhe and Old Man Xiao were like seeing a ghost.
Lu Sheng.
Xiao Yuhe swallowed hard, brewing and opening his mouth. The voice and tone were slightly deformed, as if it was suppressing some emotions.
What did Instructor Dong Qingxue tell you just now?
Xiao Yue's voice began to tremble a little.
What does it mean? Let you participate in the spiritual master assessment as soon as possible.
After asking, Xiao Yuhe and Old Man Xia stared at Lu Sheng straight, looking forward to his answer. Lu Sheng replied naturally,
Oh, because I was tested for mental talent in the training camp, so Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue wrote me a recommendation letter, giving me time to participate in the assessment of the spiritual master. That's all.
That's all? What does it mean? Xiao Yuhe almost exploded. The whole person almost jumped up. He has always admired Lu Sheng's calm personality, but now he feels that Lu Sheng's appearance is particularly. He deserves a beating. It would be fine if you don't say anything about becoming a spiritual mind master, but why do you still act so calmly? Is it true that if Dong Qingxue doesn't let it go, you are not going to mention it? Have you been hiding it from me, the president of the Martial Arts Association? Damn, can you still benefit? I thought so in my heart, but when I reached my mouth, there was only one sentence left.
Okay. Lu Sheng, I did not read you wrong. You are the top genius in Baihe City that has not been released in a century.
Xiao Yuhe was so happy that his heart was trembling. 17 years old, a third-level warrior, with a combat power of 270,000, and the key is that he also has the talent of a spiritual mind master. This is simply considered to be a number of halos, so dazzling that it cannot be more dazzling. In addition, Lu Sheng is about to represent Dongning Province in the Qiming General Star selection. If the selection is made, that's a damn. Xiao Yuhe took off completely. Maybe without waiting for Lu Sheng to grow up, he can improve his position in the Martial Arts Association and gain the opportunity to be promoted to a master. Even if you didn't choose the General Star. With Lu Sheng's growth rate, as long as he has a good relationship with him, he will definitely benefit greatly in the future. Anyway, I am still young, and it will take several years for my body to slowly go downhill, and I can still afford it. By the way, how should we get along with Lu Shenhua? By the way, Old Man Xia has a granddaughter. He is not as old as his, but he has a niece. Although the nieces are not very talented and not very good looking, but find an opportunity to try it out. Sometimes, the taste of a genius is difficult to describe, and maybe you will see it. When Xiao Yuhe thought about this, the more he looked at Lu Sheng, the more he felt like he was, and the smile on his face turned into a smile. Old Man Xia, who was standing beside him, had a stiff face and his lips were trembling. Lu Sheng is actually also a spiritual mind master. It seems that he has a better talent than his granddaughter Charlene. The last trace of pride that belonged to Old Man Xia in his heart was completely shattered at this moment.
I really don't need to send a car to take you home.
Xiao Yuhe kept sending Lu Sheng to the gate of the Wushu Association and putting him in a taxi.
No, I'll just go home by myself. Thank you, President Xiao.
Lu Sheng politely rejected Xiao Yuhe's kindness. Xiao Yuhe was not willing to force it, but his expression was full of regret.
When I have time, I will come to my house for dinner. I will cook a few dishes for you to try. I will introduce a few children to you. I will be about the same age as you, and you should have a common topic. Must.
After the cart was launched, Xiao Yuhe waved his hand at Lu Sheng, and then turned around. My waist and back were immediately straightened, and my mouth was smiling, and my whole spirit became different. He can't wait to go back and call his old comrades, old guys, and old colleagues to brag. Tell me how powerful a martial arts genius has been under the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Association. By the way, let's talk about how dark the old man named Xiao's face is today. Haha, it feels so good if you think about it. Lu Sheng watched Xiao Yuhe go away from the window. When he looked back, he found that the taxi driver was looking at him curiously through the rearview mirror. Noting his gaze, the driver couldn't help but speak. "Young man, who are you, President Xiao? I see why he is so polite to you."
Lu Sheng smiled and said,
"No one is right. I just know each other. President Xiao has always been very polite to people." "Yes, that's rare. President Xiao is a level 6 warrior, but he didn't expect that he had such a good temper in private." "Young man, I think you look familiar."
The taxi driver stared at Lu Sheng for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh and almost threw the steering wheel out.
"I recognize you. Your name is Lu Sheng, right? The Marshal 084. Kicking too."
"Why do people fight every day in this martial arts hall?" "Who said no? It hurts people every day, and someone is sent to the hospital every day, and it is beaten too fiercely." "Who dares to send the child here if you say this?"
"You said that these martial arts practitioners have the ability to beat their own people. Why don't you go to the battlefield to fight strange beasts?"
"Let's just disturb the people. That's it."
Several aunts and aunts in their 40s and 50s were holding a basket of vegetables in their hands, standing not far from the martial arts hall gate, talking quietly and talking non-stop. Suddenly, a voice came in.
"Auntie, has this martial arts school been like this recently?"
Several aunts looked up and saw a tall boy with tall figure and fair skin standing in front of them at some point. The boy looks clean and handsome, and he is dragging a suitcase in his hand, as if he has just returned from a trip. A pair of dark eyes are clear and deep, and are as bright as crystals. The aunts were stunned for a moment, and replied subconsciously,
"That's right. It was like this half a month ago. People come to kick the hall every day, one batch after another, and both sides injured many people. I heard that the owner of the martial arts hall was injured."
The young man frowned and then asked,
"Do you know why?"
An aunt said quickly,
"I know this. It seems that because this martial arts school borrowed the title of a martial arts genius, recruited many students, and robbed the business of other martial arts schools. The other martial arts schools were so angry that they joined forces to fix it. It is estimated that they will be destroyed in a few days. The sign has been broken several times in the past half-month. Hey, what is that martial arts genius named? It seems that he lives in a nearby community."
An aunt next to her couldn't help but interrupt.
"Young man, you might as well sign up for this martial arts school." "I'll listen to my aunt's advice. Let's change the martial arts school. This place is a troublesome place now. Don't be implicated."
The boy smiled and said,
"No, I'll go to the martial arts hall to find someone 993. "Oh, that's fine. But you'd better come another day, or wait a little longer, and then go in after they're finished." "Hey, where are people?"
The aunt was halfway through her words, and when she looked up, she suddenly realized that the young man standing in front of her was gone. At the entrance of the martial arts hall not far away, you can see a suitcase being slowly pulled in.
"Hey, young people just don't like to listen to their elders. They clearly have to jump in the fire pit, and they will suffer a loss sooner or later."
At this time, suddenly an old lady stared at the direction of the boy leaving and screamed suddenly,
"Ah! I remember that this child is the martial arts genius who was reported on TV news more than 2 months ago. I remember it was this pure look. These martial arts fighting are for him."
The other aunts were shocked and realized that they had just accidentally contacted the person at the center of the incident. Suddenly, the fire of the gossip burned again, and there was another fierce discussion. Lu Sheng dragged his suitcase into the gate of Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The scene inside the door is worse than outside. The entire front desk table of the martial arts hall had been kicked over and smashed to the ground. A bunch of indoor potted plants for decoration were all beaten to pieces, with flower pot fragments and soil everywhere, and the ground was messy. The martial arts hall was surrounded by a large group of people, and it seemed that the two sides were confronting each other. Lu Sheng saw that there were still light blood stains on the ground, and some places on the wall. It seemed that someone had fought here. Lu Sheng put down his suitcase casually and walked slowly towards the crowd. At this moment, everyone was looking at the center of the crowd, and no one noticed him coming in at all. Lu Sheng walked around behind a group of people and patted a beautiful girl with her feet on the shoulders. The girl turned her head and was stunned when she saw Lu Sheng. Then a huge surprise and excitement appeared on his face, and he turned around and called for someone. But before she could scream, her mouth was gently covered by a fair and slender palm. Sh. Lu Shengzhong made a gesture of silence at the girl, shook her head slightly, realizing that she would not speak out for the first time. The girl nodded obediently. Lu Sheng let go of his hand and looked up at the center of the crowd. This beautiful girl, who recognizes him, is the front desk of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The two gangs stood in the lobby of the martial arts hall, and some of the equipment and furniture that were originally placed in the lobby were pushed aside brutally. One of them was wearing a bright red martial arts uniform with a big Chuan printed on the back. The group of people stood in the lobby, and there was a chair in front of them. On the chair was a middle-aged man with a national face and a majestic appearance. Judging from the appearance and momentum, it should be Ai Hongchuan, the real owner of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Museum. A level 4 warrior who has been famous in Baihe City for a long time. However, Ai Hongchuan seemed to be seriously injured at this moment. His face and lips were slightly pale, and he would occasionally reach out to cover his chest. There was a man and a woman standing beside Ai Hongchuan, one of whom was Ai Shuang, whom Lu Sheng knew, and the other was a short and thin young man, but he had never seen him. There are not many people in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, and almost everyone has some injuries on their bodies. Some are just bruised and swollen, and some even have casts on their hands or feet and bandages. This look of an old, weak and disabled soldier is far inferior to the group of guys wearing dark blue martial arts uniforms on the opposite side.
Lin Taizan, isn't it too much for you to do this? My Hongchuan Martial Arts School has promised not to recruit students within 1 year. What else do you want?
Ai Hongchuan stared at a man in a black martial arts uniform opposite and spoke in a deep voice. The man in the black martial arts uniform was nearly 2 meters tall, with a squid skin, and his muscles were blocky like rocks. He looked fierce and his eyes were shiny, like a black tiger, looking like a powerful look. The man in the dark blue martial arts uniform vaguely led him. He heard Ai Hongchuan's words and grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth.
Owner Ai, today we will not talk about business. We will only talk about martial arts. Our Taizan Martial Arts Hall is here to ask you Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall today. Lin Taizan, you are still a level 4 warrior. I took advantage of my father's injury to come to the hall to kick the house. Do you want to have a little face?
Before Ai Hongchuan could speak, Ai Shuang beside him had already cursed. Lin Taizan laughed and said,
Yanni's words are really interesting. Whether the martial arts industry can play a kid depends on whether the days are going to be successful. It is his business for your father Ai Hongchuan to get injured, and it is mine for me to play a kid. Since your Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall dares to hang out the sign, you must be ready to be smashed at any time.
As he said that, a momentum was released from Lin Tieshan's body, which made the faces of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall change slightly, and they all took a few steps back. Ai Hongchuan's face looked like water, and he nodded slowly and said,
You are right. Since the sign has been revealed, you must have the ability to keep it. Ai Hongchuan, came to Baihe City 20 years ago, and was alone and built this foundation with a pair of flesh fists. It was possible at the time, but now it is the same.
And Hong Chuan stood up suddenly, and an unnatural flush quickly surged on his face. He was already injured, and this time it caused the injury, and he coughed violently.
Dad! Master!
Seeing this, Shuang and the short and thin young men quickly reached out to support him, their faces full of worry.
Fine.
Hong Chuan reached out to block the two of them, and shook his head to indicate that he was not seriously injured. Lin Taizhan, who was standing beside him, smiled and said coldly,
Since you are not capable, don't brag so much. A 17-year-old second-level warrior. Ha, is that a student you and Hong Chuan can teach? It's worth it if you're beaten up and betrayed. I have said a lot.
085. What are you going to teach me? Are you going to teach me on your knees? 3.
We may not have no chance to join forces with our senior brother.
When Shuang saw Lin Taizhan agreeing, her face showed a hint of joy. Hong Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head.
I don't have a chance. Lin Taizhan has achieved great success in practicing hard skills. He is a level 4 warrior. If I am not injured, I can only fight with him for 50% of the 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 50%.
Dad, you underestimate me and my senior brother too much. My strength may be a little weak, but my senior brother is also a top student at Dongning Wuhan University. We join forces. Are we still afraid that Lin Taizhan is just a matter of Lin Taizhan?
Shuang said confidently. The short and thin young man next to him also said in a deep voice,
Master, the junior sister is right. If you don't try it, who knows if there is a chance, and...
The young man stretched out his hands to Lin Taizhan. Lin Taizhan was stunned for a moment, and soon showed a look of surprise on his face, and he said anxiously,
Have you broken through?
The young man shook his head and said,
It's still a little short of practicing internal strength, but the qi and blood value has reached 200. Wouldn't you step into level 4 with half your foot?
Shuang was overjoyed. Hong Chuan was also quite excited.
Okay, I say you have always been calm. Why do you accompany Shuang impulsively today? It turns out that you are sure.
Dad. Shuang frowned.
Ha ha.
Hong Chuan laughed, and the depression on his face disappeared, as if even his injuries were healed a little.
I said, when are you going to discuss?
Lin Tieshan's voice came.
If you delay, the Wushu Association will close. Do we have to go there again tomorrow? Shut up.
Shuang glared at him and said coldly,
I will beat you down later. I want you to carry the signature of our Hanchuan Martial Arts Hall.
Lin Taizhan smiled slightly, and a cold light burst out from his eyes.
The little girl with sharp teeth and sharp mouth is really annoying.
The next second, Lin Tieshan's figure suddenly disappeared. Shuang was shocked, and then she heard the voice of a short and thin young man coming from her ears.
Junior sister, be careful.
Immediately afterwards, the two figures collided fiercely.
Bang.
A figure suddenly retreated 7 or 8 meters, revealing the pale face of the short and thin young man.
Senior brother?
Shuang hurriedly ran up and asked anxiously,
Are you okay?
Only then did she realize that it was the short and thin young man who blocked Lin Tieshan's attack for her just now.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
The short and thin young man squeezed out a smile and shook his head. Shuang didn't see that the short and thin young man quietly hid behind him, trembling constantly. Seeing this scene, Hong Chuan looked solemn and his brows slowly frowned.
So I've hidden this trick.
Lin Taizhan glanced at the short and thin young man and showed a little surprise.
That's just right. I'll be beaten up together, so I can save myself from seeking revenge on the future. I'll be so annoying.
Lin Taizhan took a step forward, and in an instant, his whole body seemed to expand slightly. The muscles all over the body are bulging and swollen, and the skin is filled with a faint iron luster. A mountain-like aura rolled towards the short and thin young man and Ai Shuang. Their faces changed drastically. Lin Taizhan at this time and Lin Taizhan before. Almost completely different. Ai Hongchuan suddenly stood up from the chair, looking shocked.
Lin Taizhan, have you broken through level 5?
Lin Taizhan smiled grimly and said,
It's still a little short, but my Taizhan strength has already been achieved. Ai Hongchuan, you are a turtle, you dare not compare yourself to me. So I sent 2 little babies to come up and die. Then I will fulfill your wish.
As he said that, Lin Taizhan showed his hands together. The 2 black flesh palms were like palm leaf fans, several times larger than ordinary people. They made a whirring sound of breaking through the air, and even scraped the curtain cloth a few meters away with a terrifying momentum. Ai Hongchuan was shocked and angry, trying to stop him, but it caused the injury. His face turned pale and suddenly collapsed on the chair. Ai Shuang and the short and thin young man were shrouded in this momentum, and their faces were pale, but they could only grit their teeth and push them up. Click! With a crisp sound, the short and thin young man screamed and flew backwards and smashed on the ground. One of his arms bent into a strange angle, and his face was so painful that cold sweat broke out, and his lips were trembling. Ai Shuang is slightly better. Most of Lin Tieshan's strength was used on the short and thin young man. She just had one arm cut to the edge of the iron palm, but she's still dislocated. Just a meeting. The 2 major and 3rd level warriors under Ai Hongchuan's seat in Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall were all injured and fell to the ground, completely losing their combat effectiveness. Lin Taizhan was so powerful that everyone could hardly breathe.
Is there anyone else?
Lin Taizhan twisted his neck and glanced at the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall with a smile. Anyone who was swept by his eyes lowered his head in fear, and no one dared to look at him.
Enough.
Ai Hongchuan's chest was undulating violently, and he stood up slowly, saying word by word.
Don't you just want our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall to close? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Now go to the Martial Arts Hall to cancel the Martial Arts Hall qualifications.
When Ai Hongchuan said this, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, even with his back hunched over.
Dad.
Ai Shuang's eyes suddenly turned red, and the self-blame and guilt in her heart surged up like a tide. Everyone in the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall was dejected and looked desolate. Seeing that Lin Taizhan achieved his goal, he smiled and said,
I can still believe in Master Ni's character. Since this is the case, I will take someone back first, etc.
At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone was stunned and looked at it subconsciously. I saw a young man with a well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and a handsome appearance walked out.
If you can't open a good martial arts school, you won't open it. Where can I go to exercise in the future?
The boy glanced at Ai Hongchuan and said lightly. Ai Hongchuan looked shocked and said nothing. However, Ai Shuang recognized the boy's identity at a glance and said in surprise,
Saint Lu?
Lu Sheng nodded at Ai Shuang. In an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on Lu Sheng with strange eyes.
So he is Lu Sheng. It was him who caused our martial arts school to fall to this point now. Shut up.
The people at the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall were in agitation and were talking a lot. Many people glared at Lu Sheng, as if they blamed him for everything in front of him. 0. Even Ai Hongchuan, after knowing Lu Sheng's identity, his face was complicated. Lin Tieshan's eyes lit up and looked at Lu Sheng up and down and said,
So you are the sign we snatched? Not bad. It's true that he is so majestic and talented. Our brother Lu worried that there will be no place to practice after the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is closed. Don't worry, our Taizan Martial Arts Hall is always welcome.
Lin Taizan pointed at Enai Hongchuan and the short and thin young man on the ground, and smiled and said,
You have also seen that the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is full of waste, and I can't even take it. What can this martial arts hall teach you? Come to our Taizan Martial Arts Hall. I can teach you Taizan secret skills myself, and never hide your own personal information. Taizan secret technique?
Lu Sheng seemed to be interested. Seeing this, Lin Taizan hurriedly struck the railway while it was hot.
Taizan secret skills are the non-transitive skills of our Taizan Martial Arts School. After practicing, they will be invincible in horizontal practice. It's not me bragging.
Lin Taizan patted his chest and boasted.
086. Challenge. Grandmaster level zombie. 4. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, looking dazed, as if they were dreaming. Enai Shuang's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her mouth was wide, and she could stuff a duck egg into it. Even Enai Hongchuan was shocked, sitting on the chair, holding the armrests tightly with both hands. It seems that only by supporting this way can he not collapse and fall to the ground. Lin Taizan, lost. A level 4 warrior can achieve great success in practicing horizontally. Lin Taizan is arrogant, powerful, like a devil. He was actually punched by Lu Sheng. He rushed into the wall. His proud strong defense was as fragile as a piece of paper under Lu Sheng's hands. He broke without even blocking Lu Sheng's punch. Everyone looked at the ground. There is a trace of dragging more than 20 meters long on the floor of the martial arts hall lobby. That was the trajectory of Lin Taizan being knocked away by Lu Sheng. Too scary. It's impossible to imagine how such a terrifying punch was shot. The most important thing is that this punch was made by Lu Sheng. It is necessary for a level 5 warrior to be able to kill Lin Taizan at the peak of level 4 so easily. 17 years old, high school student, 5th level warrior.
99-3.
These words are connected together, and everyone feels their scalp numb, and their bodies cannot stop trembling violently. Not because of fear. It is a spasmodic reaction caused by the brain stimulating the body after being impacted by too much and too shock.
It seems that the Taizan secret skill you brag about to heaven is not very good.
Lu Sheng shook his head and stopped looking at Lin Taizan. Behind him, Lin Tieshan's black face was almost distorted, but there were more lingering deep shock and fear. This kid. It's simply a monster. Lu Sheng picked up the suitcase that had just been placed at the door of the lobby and said lightly to Enai Hongchuan,
Don't let the martial arts hall close, otherwise I would want to find someone so close to home. It would be very troublesome.
Enai Hongchuan stood up from the chair with excitement on his face.
It must be.
Lu Sheng ignored him, dragged his suitcase and left. Behind him, there were a look of awe and shock. Lu Sheng has no special feelings for the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. This time, the main reason was that I had collected the naming fee from Enai Shuang. Not much money, 200,000. But after all, the other party is so miserable now, it is caused indirectly by himself. But it was only once. If the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall encounters similar things in the future, Lu Sheng will ignore it. He can protect the other person once, but he can't protect the other person for a lifetime. In this world, it is still above martial arts, and it is called supreme force. If you are not strong enough, you can't defend some things and be taken away by others, you can't blame others. Thinking of it, I had already walked to the door of my house without realizing it. When the door opened, a scent of meat and coriander came to my face. My mother Zheng Yufan heard the sound of opening the door and walked out of the kitchen. When she saw Lu Sheng, she hurriedly walked up to help him get his luggage.
Why is it so late? Didn't you say you could arrive in the morning? I cooked a table of dishes at noon, but no one helped me eat them.
Lu Sheng called his home before he came back.
Oh, I went to the Wushu Association and I have something to do with President Xiao. On the way back, I saw a group of people bullying a few elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, so I helped. Delayed?
Lu Sheng explained, apologetically. When Zheng Yufan heard this, her expression immediately changed, and she looked at Lu Sheng looking up and down.
Are you fighting with someone? Are you injured? Let me take a good look. Not hurt. Mom, you underestimate me too much. After all, I am a formal warrior now. I have also gone to a training camp and became even more powerful. How could a few gangsters hurt me?
Lu Sheng stretched out a finger and raised his suitcase, moving up and down easily, showing that he was very strong now.
You can do it. No matter how powerful you are just a high school student now. There are more people outside than you. Don't show off again in the future, do you know?
Zheng Yufan nagged for a few words, reached out and pinched Lu Sheng's arm, and said with satisfaction,
It seems to be much stronger.
Lu Sheng walked into the living room and found that he was the only one in the house.
Where is Qinghe and Dad? One goes to school and the other goes to work, and they haven't come back yet.
Lu Sheng frowned and said,
Didn't you tell my father not to be a porter anymore? His body has been sanitized for a few years, and he has become older than he has suffered from injuries. What else can he do if he doesn't do the transport?
Zheng Yufan comforted.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. Since eating the meat you sent back last time, your dad has been in much better health.
Lu Sheng nodded, and his expression was a little relaxed. Relying on the care of Dong Qingxue and Qin Shaojun in the training camp, Lu Sheng specially sent some of the strange beast meat eaten by the training camp students. Not much, dozens of kilograms. Enough for a family to eat for a long time. The nutritional value contained in strange beast meat is dozens or hundreds of times that of ordinary beef and mutton, which is much better than some health care medicines on the market.
How is Qinghe's recent performance? It has made a lot of progress, and the qi and blood are almost 1.1.
Lu Sheng asked his mother a little about the situation at home, then went into the room and put down his luggage, took a shower. In the evening, Lu Dehai and Lu Qinghe came back one after another. Because of Lu Xing's return, this small family was once again fulfilled, and the whole family was quite happy. Lu Dehai even had 2 drinks during dinner. When Lu Sheng heard that he had taught a few gangsters a lesson on his way back, Lu Dehai was so happy that his face was flushed.
This is how you should practice martial arts. If you see unfairness on the road, you should help the weak. If you should take action, you should take action. Otherwise, why are you still practicing martial arts? Just find an office building to work.
My mother Zheng Yufan scolded him.
I don't know who I am after drinking 2 drinks. What if my son is injured? You don't feel sorry for you, right? As a boy, what's the big deal about getting hurt and bleeding? My Lu Dehai's son will go to the battlefield to kill strange beasts and defend his country.
Lu Dehai used chopsticks to hit the wine glass, shook his head, and sang opera.
When you take the lead, put on armor and go into battle.
Lu Sheng looked at this scene and his eyebrows and eyes gradually became softer. He has a big heart and has a lot to do. But so far, this family is everything he wants to protect. Turning his head, he found Lu Qinghe was secretly looking at him. Lu Qinghe took a bite of rice into his mouth, shyly, and whispered,
Brother, how did you do in the training camp?
Lu Xing smiled slightly and said softly,
It's okay. The instructor takes good care of me, Zero. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. What are the daily training sessions?
As night comes, it is as cool as water. Lu Xing sat quietly on the yoga mat in the middle of the room. The mental power slowly flows in my mind, bringing a hint of coolness. Soon, Lu Sheng entered a dream. On the dilapidated street, Lu Sheng's figure quietly appeared. Lu Sheng looked calm and walked on the desolate street. He began to walk towards the center of the city. Enter the next street. Wandering figures appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression was calm, and the powerful spiritual power of a third-level spiritual mind master emerged from his body. The zombies who tried to get close to him were instantly thrown out, like straws that were uprooted under a tornado. Zombies were weathered in the air, turning into black smoke and returning to Lu Sheng. As the zombies along this street were cleaned up, the black line smoke became more and more, and the absorption rate could not keep up with it. These black smoke gathered behind Lu Sheng, like a scarred black cloak. Boom! A zombie was thrown away by mental power.